the Jiang family unexpectedly stumbled upon a girl, raising her as their own precious daughter, only to covet her spiritual roots, fortune, and spirit beast on the eve of her coming of age, in order to bestow these upon their true daughter. Upon transmigration, Yunli awakened her imperial lineage, drawing the reverence of myriad beasts. What she had lost would be reclaimed inch by inch, a hundredfold, a thousandfold. She is the Empress of Beili, who cherishes beauty over power, yet has maintained the stability of the northern borders for a millennium. He, the celestial emperor above the firmament, diligently safeguards the rose he has nurtured. Among countless celestial maidens, he desires only her as his empress. Chapter 1. The Worship of Myriad Beasts. Clatter, clatter. Tick-tock, tick-tock. In the dim, dank cave, the air was thick with the stench of decay and mingled with a pungent odor of blood. At the end of the cave, a gaunt girl was shackled by iron chains, her face marred by nearly 10 gruesome gashes. Her body bore the imprints of various torturous instruments, and her tendons had been severed. She was teetering on the brink of death. What are you all doing? Who allowed you to play with her like this? If she dies, you can forget about your worthless lives. A girl clad in a pale yellow gown sauntered over, her oval face bearing a hint of beauty. She appeared arrogant and domineering, no more than 16 or 17 years of age. She was followed by 3 others, an elderly man whose aura was shrouded in mystery, and a couple, the head and matriarch of the Jiang family. Mother, came a faint voice, and Jiang Yunli began to regain some awareness. Mother, why? Her pallid face lacked any color. The wounds on her face throbbed painfully as she spoke. Crack! A whip lashed across her body, leaving another bloody mark. The one who struck was none other than the woman she had called mother. You are merely a country bumpkin I picked up. Who gave you the right to call me mother? Mother Jiang, Yunli whimpered. Crack! Another lash tore into her flesh. Ah! She had lost the strength to cry out, her moist eyes filled with sorrow, confusion, and rage. She could not fathom why she was imprisoned or why they tormented her so ruthlessly. Mother, stop wasting time with her. Master, let us begin, Jiang Jinlin urged. What are you doing? Let me go, let me. She had no strength left to struggle, feeling a force invade her body. She sensed her flesh and soul being excruciatingly stripped away inch by inch. Jiang Yunli? Bah, you think you deserve the surname Jiang? You are merely a resource nurtured by my mother because of your talent. Your surname is a gift from me. Your status as a young lady is a gift for me. Even your being favored by the young master of the Lin family is due to our Jiang family's influence. Thus, your spiritual roots belong to me, your fortune is mine, and your spirit beast is also mine. The young master of the Lin family naturally belongs to me as well. Jiang Yunli's features contorted in agony, yet she could not muster the strength to resist or respond. The spirit egg, nurtured within her for years, was forcibly extracted, severing all her senses. The egg spun in the air, emanating a faint golden glow, the energy signature of a divine spirit beast. The Jiang family and Jiang Jinlin's master were overwhelmed with delight, as if they had found a treasure. Across the entire Beili continent, geniuses capable of nurturing divine spirit beasts were exceedingly rare. After today, Jiang Jinlin would be one of them. In time, she would undoubtedly gain fame throughout the world, becoming a paragon of excellence. With her last breath, Yunli lifted her gaze to the spirit egg, as if she could still feel its resonance. To others, it was a priceless treasure. But to Yunli, it was her long-beloved companion, a family member, the last shred of solace in her bleak world. Jiang family, Jiang family. Yunli's hoarse voice was laced with boundless hatred. If there were a next life, she would ensure the Jiang family paid in blood, suffering a fate 100 times more painful than her own. Someone drag her to the bewildering forest and toss her in to feed the beasts. Understood? Pain, a torment surged through her entire being, from head to toe, from her innards to her bones, even within every cell. Yunli opened her eyes to find herself enveloped in thick mist. In an instant, a flood of memories surged forth, nearly causing her to faint once more. Yunli, an abandoned child taken in by the Jiang family. Whispers claimed she was the illegitimate child of the family head, while others suggested she was the product of the matriarch's infidelity. Bearing the title of Jiang family's young lady, she consumed the same spirit stones and elixirs as Jiang Jinlin, yet performed menial tasks, ate the food of servants, and endured contempt and humiliation. Until her death, she believed her mother despised her solely because she might indeed be a bastard child. Thus, she labored tirelessly in her cultivation, seeking her mother's affection. Unbeknownst to her, it was all a farce from the very beginning. To the Jiang family, she was nothing more than a resource, a tool. The Jiang family is quite intriguing, Yunli mused, feeling an overwhelming surge of hatred, her eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Fear not, for now that I have borrowed your body, I shall exact vengeance on your behalf. She is Yunli, a demon-hunting officer from the 22nd century, during the revival of spiritual energy. She had slain countless demonic creatures, ultimately sacrificing herself with forbidden techniques to protect a city and its multitude of innocent lives from destruction. To her astonishment, she awoke in such a world. Regardless of the circumstances, her immediate priority was to escape this wretched place. Come. Kulme. It seemed a voice was persistently calling to her. Yunli sensed no danger in the call, rather. It bore a hint of familiarity. The once even path suddenly gave way beneath her. In her frail, injured state, she fainted once more. Yet in that brief moment of unconsciousness, a golden light, intertwined with a mesmerizing crimson glow, surged from her body into the sky. Aru! Roar! The beasts within the bewildering forest all bowed in reverence. Far away in the Imperial Palace of Beili, the man standing beside the dragon throne, holding a feather duster, was suddenly roused, his eyes still flickering with golden red light. The Empress has been found. Clad in pristine white, his cold visage quickly regained its emotional composure. Order the Imperial Guard to mobilize, searching the western borders for the Empress. Upon discovery, immediately crush the jade slip, and I shall arrive forthwith. Understood. In the depths of the dark night, a contingent of the Imperial Guard moved under the moonlight, vanishing into the vast sky like meteors in an unknown realm. After regaining consciousness, Yunli found her injuries had healed significantly. Her once shattered soul had also been restored, now exhibiting signs of transformation beyond her previous peak state. Who? Yunli sensed the presence of others nearby. As she scrutinized her surroundings, she discovered a statue of a person. Approaching for a closer inspection, she reached out to touch the statue's nose, her eyes filled with wonder. What kind of master craftsman could create such a lifelike sculpture? Crack. A sound of shattering resonated as cracks began to emerge on the statue. Did I break it? Surely not. She had just praised its artistry, yet a mere touch had rendered it to fragments. As the statue crumbled, Yunli kindly gathered the shattered pieces and cast them aside. Wow! Truly stunning, the handsome Yunli was beyond description. He surpassed all the male celebrities she had ever encountered, utterly impeccable in his allure. Mwah! Without a second thought, upon encountering such a paragon, she decided to bestow her seal of approval. It is worth noting that Yunli's greatest passion is the appreciation of handsome men, a reward she has rightfully earned after countless battles against demons in her previous life. Sensing the softness by his lips, the man slowly opened his eyes. Within the depths of his gaze flickered a subtle golden light. With just a single glance, he conveyed an essence of unattainable heights, reminiscent of the vastness of the sky. Mwah! Yunli pressed her lips to his cheek once more. Xianye's pupils trembled in shock. She was the first woman to show no reaction to his overwhelming presence and dared to take the initiative to tease him. Chapter 2. The Companion Divine Beasts, Taowu and Bays. Who are you? Beautiful brother. I am called Yunli. She feigned innocence, playfully teasing. Beautiful brother? If the decrepit elders of the celestial realm were to hear someone address him in such a manner, they would undoubtedly be rendered speechless. This was the first time Xianye had encountered such a title. How did you arrive here? That's an excellent question. I myself am at a loss. Beautiful brother, do you know how to exit? Xianye's eternally frozen countenance betrayed a hint of awkwardness and discomfort. I am the Emperor, Xianye. Oh, I share the surname D as well. What a coincidence. Xianye brother, could you escort me out? Xianye brother, why do you not rise and take a few steps? Surely you are not lame? As he listened to her incessant chatter, 3 dark lines appeared on Xianye's forehead. It had been countless years since he had encountered someone so talkative. Yet, strangely, he found her presence not entirely bothersome. Absorbing the spiritual energy here will aid in your cultivation. When the time is right, you shall leave. All right, Xianye brother. Yunli entered a meditative state at will, for from the outset, she had sensed the unusually dense spiritual energy surrounding them. However, with such a striking man before her, how could she resist taking advantage? A shattered yet reborn spirit master? The Emperor's spiritual vein? A beast master? Xianye finally comprehended why she had come here. In the celestial realm and beyond, anyone bearing the Emperor's mandate would, upon reaching maturity, arrive here in various ways to seize their fortunes. He, after that great battle, had remained here to heal and break through the shackles of his realm. Little did he know that after all these years, he would be awakened by a young girl. Was he then her destined opportunity? After an indeterminate period, Yunli's daily routine consisted of entering meditation, cultivating, resensing, and nurturing her innate divine beast. When hunger struck, she would consume the spiritual fruits Yi had gathered for her, and when boredom set in, she would playfully tease this seemingly cold, yet inherently gentle Yi brother. Her renewed nurturing was inconsequential. However, the space within her soul where she cultivated the beast eggs had doubled, and she was simultaneously nurturing 3 beast eggs, Beis, Taowu, and Juke. Remarkably, there were even indications of a new beast egg forming. Yi discerned Yunli's soul with a single glance, taken aback. Typically, individuals awaken their spiritual roots at the age of 10 to nurture spiritual beasts. The ranks of spiritual beasts are categorized as spiritual beasts, mysterious beasts, earthly beasts, divine beasts, ancient divine beasts, and the legendary sacred beasts. His own innate companion spirit beast was the ancient sacred beast, the 5-clawed golden dragon, a being born of the Emperor's mandate. Yet, she had managed to nurture 3 ancient companion divine beasts, one of which bore the fearsome name of Taowu. Could it be that you are the destined one of the Empress? Yi brother, what did you say? Her repeated calls of Yi brother had become familiar to him, yet inexplicably, he felt a warmth creeping to his cheeks. Your talents are extraordinary, given time. You shall undoubtedly achieve greatness. Of course. Yunli dashed to his side, plopping down and taking a generous sip of tea. The aroma was rich, and as it flowed into her, it coursed through her spiritual veins, nourishing her soul. Slow down. Yi leaned slightly forward to wipe the tea from the corner of her mouth. At the moment of contact with her cheek, Yi's eternally frozen heart tightened unexpectedly. Thank you, Yi brother. Yunli grasped his hand, parting her lips to savor the last remnants of the tea. Even a mosquito's leg is meat. Such a fine thing must not be wasted. Yi's mouth fell slightly open as he felt the softness of her lips and tongue brushing against him, stirring his heart. Yunli, cease your antics. Yi brother, I am not being mischievous. I merely wish to avoid wasting something precious. Yi did not perceive this cup of tea as particularly beneficial, yet he understood it was of immense value to her, being a product of the celestial realm. Have you never received anything good before? Good things? Yunli lowered her gaze, adopting a pitiful demeanor as she recounted the tragic life of her original self to Yi. Suddenly, the tranquil waters of the pond erupted, and a dangerous aura emanated from Yi, causing others to shy away. However, upon seeing Yunli's small face, he retracted his cold demeanor, allowing warmth and tenderness to seep into his gaze. Your current cultivation is insufficient for vengeance. I understand. Until you leave, you must heed my words. From that day forth, Yi would periodically vanish, returning with copious fruits, mysterious liquids, and various medicinal pills. Should the denizens of the celestial realm witness the Emperor so heedlessly bestowing heavenly treasures upon a mere girl, they would likely weep without tears. Such an act was nothing short of sacrilege. Given Yunli's current physique, she was entirely incapable of fully absorbing these gifts. They merely accumulated within her spiritual veins. In the event of a life-threatening crisis, perhaps she could trigger the absorption. Otherwise, it would be a sheer waste. Yunli? Yi returned with Yunli's favorite celestial herb infusion, only to find her absent upon entering. It appeared her fortune had run its course, and she had been transported away of her own volition. He set down the celestial herb infusion, his gaze clouded with a hint of melancholy. The entire place seemed to be permeated with the traces of Yunli, an inescapable specter. He could no longer enter meditation. Before departing, he sealed this place. Henceforth, even those bearing the Emperor's mandate could never again be brought here. I must find a way. I, the Emperor, shall descend to the mortal realm. Your Majesty, that is unwise. You are the celestial Emperor. If you were to descend without permission, it could lead to chaos in the heavens and the earth. For countless years, they had clung to this excuse to keep him confined, resulting in his endless solitude despite the passage of immeasurable time. Though Yunli had accompanied him for but a fleeting moment, she had become the sole beacon of light in his otherwise gray existence. The Empress's presence in the mortal realm may prove perilous. I have made my decision regarding the cultivation world. The Emperor's imposing presence silenced the assembly of celestial beings. Even a mere glance from him rendered them speechless. Their Emperor had never been one to engage in idle discourse. The only reason he had granted them leniency was his desire for seclusion, wishing to ignore many matters. Your Majesty, should you insist on descending, this humble one has a method. Speak. In the enchantment forest, Yunli's figure materialized. At this moment, she was transformed. A stark contrast to the girl who had been cast into this realm. She had reached the 8th level of the spirit pill realm, which was more than sufficient. In this world, The cultivation hierarchy is divided into Spirit Cultivator, Spirit Master, Spirit Pill, Spirit Infant, Spirit Aperture, Spirit Sovereign, Spirit King, and Spirit Emperor. To break through to Spirit Emperor would enable one to ascend to immortality. Yunli was oblivious to how much time had passed in the outside world. During her time within, she had been lost in a stupor, devoid of any sense of time. She merely sensed that several years had likely passed. Her body had fully healed, and her cultivation had gradually been nourished by Xianyi, elevating her from a state of ruin to the spirit pill realm. If an ordinary person were to suffer as she had, they would likely remain incapacitated for a lifetime. Moreover, to ascend from nothing to the spirit pill realm in just a few short years was a feat few cultivators could achieve in a lifetime. Taowu. A roar reverberated through the air. Taowu emerged, towering over 2 meters, its physique reminiscent of a tiger but with canine features, long fur cascading down, a face somewhat human-like. Its legs were like those of a tiger, and its mouth bore tusks akin to a wild boar, with a lengthy tail stretching 8 feet. The surrounding beasts, upon hearing this fearsome roar, recoiled in terror, while the birds took flight in a panic. Let us proceed. What is owed must be reclaimed. Yunli leapt onto the back of the Taowu, which obediently responded with a sound and sprang into action, swiftly making its way towards the Jiang residence in the city. Chapter 3. Allow me to clarify. My name is Yunli. At this moment, the Jiang household was hosting a lavish banquet, celebrating a momentous occasion. Jiang Jinlin had been accepted as a closed-door disciple by the esteemed headmaster of Tiannan Academy, thus bringing glory to her family. This Tiannan Academy is the second-ranked cultivation institution within the entire Beili continent. Above it lies the Imperial Capital Academy, accessible only to royals and noble kin. It can be said that, aside from the nobility, this is the finest academy a common family can aspire to. Only those who can nurture a mystical beast of the highest caliber are eligible for admission to Tiannan Academy. Across the entire southern region, the number of students admitted each year scarcely exceeds 100. This serves to illustrate the immense difficulty of nurturing even a mystical beast. Consequently, when Jiang Jinlin showcased her ability to nurture a divine beast, she was immediately accepted as a closed-door disciple, earning her an unparalleled reputation throughout the southern region. Suddenly, the skies above the Jiang residence darkened ominously. As the people looked up, they were met with the sight of countless crows swirling overhead. Whispers of concern spread among the crowd. Everyone understood that the prolonged presence of these crows was an ill omen. What are you all dawdling for? Hurry and drive them away, insisted Li Wenin, the matriarch of the Jiang family, her desire to prevent the banquet from being marred by such ominous creatures evident. At the entrance of the Jiang residence, Taowu had already arrived with Yunli, who reclined lazily on its back, holding a jade bell. The Beast Taming bell was one of the many treasures bestowed upon her by Xianyi. By infusing it with her spiritual energy, she could effortlessly command all spirit beasts whose cultivation was inferior to her own, with minimal energy expenditure. Should any adept from the Jiang family happen to recognize this bell, they would know it once belonged to a celestial being who had ascended years prior, having created numerous legends within the realm of cultivation using this very artifact. Jiang Yunli, do you dare return? Spoke one of the guards. Upon noticing that Yunli bore no scars and appeared even more stunning than before, his eyes glinted with greedy malice. This man was unmistakable to Yunli, for he was the one who had been ordered to torment her, harboring foul intentions. Fortunately, his scheme had been uncovered by a female guard, who, out of jealousy for her affection towards the guard, had taken a dagger and marred Yunli's face. The pain and humiliation of that time flooded back to Yunli, as if she were reliving it anew. How dare you return to the Jiang family after picking up a monstrous beast? Do you even comprehend the Jiang family's current standing? Even if you were to plead on your knees to enter, the family head would not spare you a glance. You would be better off joining me for some fun. Wouldn't you? Yunli smiled. In the 22nd century, everyone who had heard of her name would know that when Yunli smiled, one's fate was uncertain. You, a hideous wretch, are tainting my eyes merely by existing in my sight. Jiang Yunli. With a roar, Taowu sensed its master's emotions and erupted in fury. It lunged before the guard, letting out a mighty roar that instilled terror in the man's heart. The formidable presence of Taowu was not merely a facade of ferocity. It instilled a fear that penetrated the very depths of the soul. I was wrong. Please don't eat me. Eat you? Yunli dismounted from Taowu and scoffed. Eating you would sully Taowu's teeth. The guard scrambled to his feet, crawling on his knees towards Yunli. I was wrong. I failed to recognize the mountain's majesty. With a swift motion, blood mist erupted as the guard's throat was slit, collapsing to the ground, clutching his neck and gazing at Yunli with layers of fear, struggle, and unwillingness. Taowu, turn him into pulp. With a roar, Taowu's claw descended, splattering flesh and blood, leaving no semblance of humanity. Yunli soared into the air, wary of soiling her attire with the guard's blood. A flash of white light appeared as Beizhe, resembling a lion with its pristine white fur, gracefully caught her, exuding an air of nobility and elegance. Its eyes, akin to black jewels, sparkled with mysterious allure. Is this how the Jiang family treats their guests? The duo, one human and one beast, hovered in the sky, radiating an irresistible aura of grandeur and elegance. Jiang Tang, the head of the Jiang family, emerged and bowed to the visitors. May I inquire the identity of this esteemed guest? Upon recognizing Yunli's face, he inhaled sharply. Yunli? How is it possible? How could she still be alive, and with a divine beast no less? Yunli alighted gracefully, striding through the Jiang courtyard, a place she had considered home for over a decade. The revelers gathering for this banquet were feasting on the fruits of her blood, flesh, spiritual roots, divine beasts, and fortune. A female guard, upon witnessing Yunli approaching, startled and spilled her drink. A ghost! A ghost! Terrified, the guard hurriedly sought refuge behind Li Wenin. Useless. Li Wenin shoved the maid aside. What is there to fear? If I can render her powerless once, I can do so again. Jiang Yunli, how dare you return to court death? Yunli smiled, unhurried, one at a time, please. She surveyed the banquet attendees. Do you wish to remain for your own funeral? Or would you prefer to enjoy another round of white rice? If it's the latter, keep your distance and watch the spectacle. With a roar, Tiao Wu charged into the inner courtyard, causing the already panicked guests to flee in terror. A whip, propelled by a gust of wind, lashed towards Yunli. She did not flinch, extending her hand to catch it. No need to rush to your demise, I said, one at a time. Beizhe Tiao Wu. Ensure they remain still. Both divine beasts positioned themselves before Jiang Tang and Li Wenin, their expressions shifting, yet they dared not move an inch. With their cultivation at the third level of spiritual refinement, they sensed that should these two divine beasts act, survival would be impossible. Jiang Yunli. With a crack, Yunli struck Li Wenin across the mouth with the whip, causing her lips to split and blood to pour forth. Allow me to correct you. My name is Yunli. I understand your eagerness for reincarnation, but let us take it slow, one at a time. Rest assured, I want to make your death an easy one. Li Wenin seethed with rage, but dared not move, fully aware that the divine beast before her was far beyond her capability to contend with. Is that so? This is how you obey? Yunli released the whip, advancing step by step towards the maid. The maid knelt on the ground, sobbing profusely. I was wrong, Miss Yunli. I was truly in the wrong. I deserve to die. I deserve to be punished. Please spare me. She hastily bowed her head, repeatedly knocking it against the ground until it bled, yet she could not cease. Yunli crouched down, gripping the maid's face. Do you know how that guard met his demise? Dragging the maid to the gruesome mess at the entrance, she asked, Can you still recognize your beloved? Gagging, the maid recoiled in horror, crying and retching, regretting her actions profoundly. Chapter 4. The Wheel of Karma, Retribution Unfaltering. Come here. Yunli yanked the maid by her collar, throwing her down before the heap of flesh. Do you not cherish him anymore? Now that he is like this, has your affection vanished? The maid quivered in fright, truly terrified. I was wrong, Miss Yunli. I genuinely acknowledge my mistakes. Kiss him. What? She cradled his half-shattered visage and pressed her lips against it. No, no, please. The maid recoiled repeatedly. Yunli advanced and seized her. If you refuse, I shall send you on your way this instant. Please, I beg you do not. The desperate plea, drenched in tears, felt eerily familiar. Once upon a time, the original owner had similarly cried and begged this very maid. Yet, did she ever show mercy? The maid's tendons were abruptly severed, writhing in agony on the ground. I possess little patience. The next cut shall be your throat. 3, 2, 1. All right, I will do it. The maid, suppressing her pain, crawled towards the heap of flesh and lifted the head that had been trampled into half. She trembled uncontrollably, her body reacting violently as she gagged, her mind unraveling with terror. Yet, death was not an option. To survive, she had no choice but to comply. This scene unfolded before Yunli's eyes, as well as those of the entire Jiang family. None could have anticipated that the once feeble and easily bullied Jiang Yunli would metamorphose into the ruthless, deranged Yunli of today. One by one, they succumbed to nausea, their faces paling, particularly Jiang Tang and Li Wenyuan, whose expressions were as ghastly as could be. Boom. A signal flare erupted in the sky, and the beast roared, swatting Li Wenyuan against the wall with such force that it left a gaping hole. Spare her life. There is no rush, the beast growled. Yunli never believed that the best form of revenge lay in the death of her enemies. Those past humiliations must be reclaimed piece by piece, and witnessing their suffering was the true catharsis. She also recognized that it was a distress signal from the Jiang family. No matter, She awaited Jiang Jinlin's return. The beast obediently grasped Li Wenyuan in its jaws, pinning her to the ground to prevent further movement. Yunli, once Jinlin returns, I shall see how long you can remain arrogant. Li Wenyuan continued to bellow. Cease your noise. Yunli picked up a whip nearby and struck it across her mouth once more. This time, it shattered her jawbone entirely, leaving her to writhe in agony, unable to utter another word. Yunli, let us speak civilly, Jiang Tang interjected, unable to contain his pleas, perhaps stalling for time until reinforcements arrived. No matter how much our Jiang family has wronged you, we have at least raised you for over a decade. Raised me? Yunli laughed, a melodious sound that, in the ears of the Jiang family, rang out like a death knell. She ignored Jiang Tang and instead crouched to extract a shard of bone from the pile of flesh. Bind her, and I may spare your life. Yunli casually commanded a trembling maid. Upon hearing this, several maids rushed over and swiftly bound her, rendering her immobile. How human begone. The maids fled as if reborn, while the bound maid wept in despair, realizing her fate was sealed. Regret washed over her. Let me see how it turns out. With the bone shard, she began to carve into the maid's face. Ah! The maid cried out in pain. I was wrong. I truly recognize my mistakes. Please spare me. Spare me. Ah! Yunli repeatedly carved into her visage, and when the maid succumbed to pain and fainted, she commanded her servants to splash water on her to revive her. Again and again, the cycle repeated. Yunli surveyed the bloodied, grotesque face of the maid with satisfaction before discarding the bone shard and washing her bloodied hands in a basin of water. Next, it is your turn. The one most deserving of reckoning was Li Wenyuan. She was the one who lured the original owner into that stone cave, personally severing her tendons, imprisoning her for the servants to abuse and torment. Yunli, spare my wife, or I swear by my position as the head of the Jiang family. Before he could finish, a chilling sensation enveloped his neck, and his head fell limply. A flying knife returned to Yunli's hand, having silenced him swiftly. It was her most frequently employed method. Moreover, this knife was one of the many artifacts gifted to her by Xianyi, capable of striking without a sound, concealed within a lethal ambush. Ah! Ah! Li Wenyuan shrieked as she beheld her husband's demise, her face contorted in anguish, veins bulging in her neck, tears streaming uncontrollably. Yet, she was utterly immobilized, incapable of avenging him. Do you believe your Jiang family holds any significance? Merely a lowly clan on the outskirts. To elevate your status and secure a place for your daughter in Tiannan Academy, you seized my beast eggs, stripped me of my spiritual roots, and destroyed my body, stealing my fortune. Now, the wheel of karma has turned, and retribution has arrived. Jiang matriarch, are you satisfied? Preposterous. A shrill voice rang out from above. Yunli raised her hand, unleashing a torrent of golden-red spiritual energy that collided with the sword aura descending from the heavens, shaking the ground as if in reverence. Upon recognizing the newcomer, disappointment flickered in Yunli's eyes. It was not Jiang Jinlin, but rather Li Wenyuan's niece. She frequently visited the Jiang family, deriving immense pleasure from tormenting the original owner. Once, she had even forced the original owner to crawl beneath her legs and falsely accused her of stealing spirit stones, leading to Li Wenyuan's brutal punishment. It seems you have also made it to Tiannan Academy. Zhao Minmin wore a haughty expression, regarding Yunli as if she were a mere ant, ready to be crushed at any moment. Consider yourself fortunate. Do not spare my ant, or I shall unleash my beast to tear you apart. Yunli glanced at her dismissively. You, at the 7th level of spiritual cultivation, dare presume to converse with me? The beast roared. With a fierce growl, the once arrogant Zhao Minmin and her beast were sent crashing to the ground, creating a crater as they landed, howling in pain. The companion beast, injured, compounded Zhao Minmin's suffering, causing her to spew blood repeatedly. Impossible, impossible. Zhao Minmin's eyes widened in disbelief. How do you still possess a divine beast? How can this be? You were supposed to be a cripple. You were supposed to be dead, she screeched, unable to fathom the reality before her. Chapter 5. The Imperial Guard's Assault, Welcoming the Empress. Zhao Minmin's beast, the purple-winged wolf, seemed intent on protecting its mistress, trembling under the beast's gaze, yet paralyzed with fear. Such a shame for a loyal guardian to be tethered to you. Yunli formed hand seals, a tempest swirling around her, enveloped in a golden-red radiance. Source of all beasts, blood of the born, be liberated. Zhao Minmin felt as though her forehead was being hammered, the agony driving her to scream like a madwoman. Yet the most terrifying aspect was her inability to move. At the 7th level of spiritual cultivation, she appeared almost godlike to ordinary mortals, yet before Yunli, she possessed no means of resistance. As the pain intensified, the horror deepened in Zhao Minmin's eyes. She could no longer sense her beast, completely cut off from it. Go, leave such a master. The world is vast, and freedom awaits you. With a howl, The purple-winged wolf bowed low in submission, casting one last glance at Zhao Minmin before sprinting away from the Jiang family. No, return my beast, return my beast. How is it possible? How could you sever the bond between me and the purple-winged wolf? You are a beast tamer? In this world, a cultivator who can nurture a companion spirit beast is esteemed above ordinary mortals, capable of seizing a fleeting chance against the heavenly path. Yet, there exists another type of cultivator, one of unparalleled talent, an extraordinarily rare breed, a natural beast tamer with a probability of 1 in 100,000. Even without a companion spirit beast, they can still command spiritual beasts. Once a cultivator's spiritual beast is controlled by the opponent, the outcome is all too predictable. One of the most prominent abilities of a beast tamer is the capacity to sever the connection between a cultivator and their spiritual beast, granting the latter freedom. A cultivator whose spiritual beast has been released will find their path of cultivation forever stunted, rendered akin to a mere husk. The very person who severed the original bond between the host and the companion beast egg was indeed a beast tamer. Yunli was oblivious to where the Jiang family had procured that beast tamer, but once she located Jiang Jinlin, everything would become clear. Enough of this. I do not wish to squander time with you. Yunli approached Zhao Minmin, raising her hand to summon another magical artifact, binding her like a zongzi and tossing her to be carried off by the Taowu. How is it possible? How has my spiritual power been locked? Is this a magical artifact? The weapons used by cultivators are classified into 4 tiers: mundane artifacts, spiritual artifacts, precious artifacts, and magical artifacts. For an ordinary cultivator to possess even a mundane artifact is sufficient evidence of their family's affluence. Those who own spiritual artifacts are invariably among the top 3 talents in their respective academies. Yet she, right from the outset, wielded magical artifacts, one after another, as if they were freely given. Li Wenin. Yunli disregarded Zhao Minmin and directly approached Li Wenin, whose lower face was battered, skin torn, and bones shattered. Does it feel pleasant to be struck by your own whip? Li Wenin could no longer articulate words, only emitting weak whimpers. You wish to imply that a gentleman may be slain but cannot be humiliated, and you wish for me to grant you a swift end, correct? Ha ha ha. Yunli laughed heartily, the madness of her beauty fully unveiled. How could I allow you to die so easily? She turned to the trembling guards. You will serve your mistress well. Right here, before her deceased husband. The venomous scream of Li Wenin was filled with hatred and fury, so intense it caused her to spit blood. What are you still hesitating for? In 3 breaths, if you do not move, you will all perish. The guards hastily sprang into action, none daring to provoke this mad beauty, uncertain of what earth-shattering act she might commit next. As for the mistress, her current status had become irrelevant. Her appearance no longer mattered. What mattered was their choice to prioritize their own survival. They chose to avert their eyes from the ensuing scenes unfit for children. Accompanied by the Taowu and Bai Zhe, she went shopping. The streets bustled as usual, oblivious to the gruesome torment that the Jiang family was currently enduring. Or perhaps some were aware, but were too intimidated by Yunli's frenzied methods to approach and spectate. She stood still, with the Taowu and Bai Zhe transformed into adorable little pets, trailing behind her. Many passers-by halted, casting astonished glances in her direction. Such beauty is a rare find, both in heaven and on earth. Master, why are we leaving? It was the voice of little Bai Zhe. The small Taowu chimed in. Silly, the master said this is not suitable for children, nor for little beasts. Though they appeared formidable in their true forms, they were, in truth, 2 rather naive creatures. The clever little Taowu earned a reward for its insight when Yunli bought a chicken leg and offered it to the Taowu. Master, I want that. Little Bai Zhe's eyes sparkled at the sight of passing candied hawthorns. Very well, I shall buy them. Yunli purchased all the candied hawthorns, prompting the 2 to bounce joyfully. Master, what about me? A small bird with entirely red feathers had suddenly appeared from nowhere. It was none other than one of the ancient divine beasts Yunli had recently hatched, the vermilion bird. Watching the 3 little creatures vie for the candied hawthorns, Yunli's face blossomed with a smile, a stark contrast to her earlier bloodthirsty demeanor. Master, where are we going next? Little vermilion bird inquired. To Tianen Academy, to settle old scores. Oh good, can I come along this time? You've taken them both out to play, but not me, protested the little vermilion bird. All right, everyone can come. The only reason she had not brought the vermilion bird out was to keep it as a trump card. Based on her extensive experience in battle, she knew that only by holding a card capable of turning the tide could she maintain an unwavering grip on victory. Approaching the skies above the southern region, a well-trained squadron, all riding dragon steeds, surged toward Yunli. According to the position given by the celestial master, we are getting closer to the Empress. All units, increase speed. We must ensure the Empress's safety and escort her back to the palace. Yes, Jiang family. Yunli had grown weary from her shopping and returned. Meanwhile, the guards had concluded their business. Li Wenyin now lay on the ground, her clothing torn and exposed, tears streaming from her eyes, devoid of any will to survive. Li Wenyin, mistress of the Jiang family, weren't you full of pride? Did you truly believe that by ruining me, your precious daughter would soar to great heights? Have you ever considered that this would be your fate? Li Wenyin no longer offered any rebuttal. Her heart had truly turned to ashes. How could she accept being defiled by so many filthy, lowly guards? Ah, what a bore. They no longer resist. Yunli snapped her fingers. Vermilion bird, respond. The vermilion bird, aflame, cried out to the heavens, exuding an air of excitement and joy. Witnessing this scene, Li Wenyin finally understood and regretted, realizing the calamity she had brought upon the Jiang family. A splendid hand had been utterly squandered by her own doing. It's all burned. Chirp, Taowu, take her. We must go play at Tiannan Academy. Yunli pointed at the unconscious Zhao Minmin and leaped onto Bai Zai's back. Chapter 6. The Jiang family, not a single remnant left. Moments after Yunli's departure, a vast army appeared above the Jiang family. Where's this place? The leader of the Imperial Guard, a woman appearing to be in her 30s, had a cold expression, resolute eyes, and an aura of lethal intent, commanding great authority. Report. It is the Jiang family of the southern city. Such a blazing inferno. Investigate if anyone remains alive and ascertain what has transpired. Yes, you all. Continue to search for the Empress's whereabouts. She has sensed that the Empress is no longer here. Yes. A moment later, upon hearing her subordinate's report, the commander's eyes narrowed dangerously. The Jiang family shall leave no traces. Yes. The commander turned to the remaining personnel. Forward, to Tiannan Academy. Yes. The Imperial Guard set forth once more, heading straight for Tiannan Academy. Tiannan Academy, outside the protective formation. Yunli, accompanied by Bai Zai and Taowu, had arrived. It appeared to be something significant, yet not quite. The formation capable of withstanding the full force of a chi manipulation expert was rendered utterly ineffective in the hands of Yunli, allowing her to come and go as she pleased. Who dares to challenge my Tiannan Academy? It seems the individuals from Tiannan Academy are not entirely incompetent. At the very least, their reaction speed is commendable. Yunli leisurely sat atop Taowu's back, not waiting for anyone to approach, but instead, charging straight in. She was here to seek someone, not to engage in a challenge. Certainly, if someone truly wished for their demise, she would not object. Halt. Behind Yunli. Before her figure was seen, her weapon was already apparent. A long arc of yellow light, approximately 3 zhang in length, surged forth with the force of a gale, aimed directly at her back. With a splatter, blood erupted from Zhao Minmin's mouth. In disbelief, she gazed down at the gaping wound in her abdomen and turned to look at Yunli, her eyes filled with incredulity, fury, and terror. She had actually used herself as a shield. She did not wish to die. She had arduously gained admission to Tiannan Academy, had ascended to a position revered by all. Yet, all of this had crumbled into mere shards, more fragile than thin ice, the moment she encountered Yunli. With a mere thought, Yunli could effortlessly shatter her pride and extinguish her life. Fear not. It is not yet your time to perish. You will not die. Yunli toyed with the artifact in her hand. Bai Zai. With a growl, Bai Zai, albeit reluctantly, complied with her command. It approached Zhao Minmin, placing its claw over the wound in her abdomen. A luminous white light flowed forth, and to her astonishment, the wound began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Yet, no joy filled Zhao Minmin's heart. Instead, her fear intensified. Was it true that as long as Yunli willed it, she would not even possess the right to die? Would she forever remain a mere human cushion, trapped in a tormenting limbo between life and death? You receive my strike, and yet you remain unscathed? The assailant, believing their blow had landed, stood boastfully, only to find themselves rooted in place, unable to comprehend the situation. Yunli, with an ethereal beauty unmatched across the continent, captivated the onlooker at first glance, rendering them unable to look away. Senior Gao, you are a member of the enforcement team. She is a demon of murder, having single-handedly annihilated the Jiang family, here for revenge against Sister Jinlin. Look at what she has done to me. Please, save me. Zhao Minmin had finally spotted a savior. A prodigy of the enforcement team, a spirit master at the 9th level, just a step away from achieving great perfection, ranked among the top 5 students of the academy. The individuals behind him were all spirit masters of at least the 5th level, tasked with maintaining order within the academy. Upon hearing Jiang Jinlin's name, Gao Qi snapped back to reality. She was the pinnacle of their academy, a goddess admired by countless male students. My lady, you dare to intrude upon Tiannan Academy and have taken Zhao Shimi hostage? Is what she claims true? Yunli had no time for their idle chatter. Bring Jiang Jinlin to me, or I shall make my way up myself. Gao Qi's expression shifted dramatically. As a peer, he was accustomed to being greeted with utmost respect. Yet Di Yunli seemed utterly dismissive of him. Jiang Shimi is currently in closed-door cultivation. You may choose to visit on another day. Di Yunli inhaled deeply, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in her beautiful eyes. I reiterate, I have come to kill. She moved, and simultaneously, the Taiwu stirred. Just as Gao Qi contemplated making a move, he felt a fleeting chill at his neck. By the time he reacted to clutch his throat, it was already too late. Blood gushed onto Di Yunli's face, enhancing her already exquisite visage with an alluring yet perilous beauty. The remaining members of the enforcement team stood no chance against Taiwu, becoming mere prey, toys for its amusement. Each bite proclaimed them as delightful morsels, and Taiwu soared joyfully. Taiwu, cease your play. With a growl, Taiwu, who had been chasing the students of the enforcement team, obediently complied upon Di Yunli's command. With a deep breath, she returned Bai Zhe after it had tended to Zhao Minmin's wounds. Now, the two of them, one human, one beast, soared through the air, dragging the dazed and hollow-eyed Zhao Minmin deeper into Tiannan Academy. At the heart of the academy, where students typically attended classes, Di Yunli reclined upon Taiwu, leaning against its coiled tail, exuding an exquisite languor. Jiang Jinlin, I have returned. Her voice echoed through the valley, reverberating in layers. She knew Jiang Jinlin could certainly hear her. Impudence. A new wave of assailants charged towards her, this time not students, but an elder appearing to be around 60 years of age, the enforcement master. The students bowed their heads in respectful greeting. Di Yunli cast a glance at him, noting his cultivation at the 3rd level of spirit alchemy. Is that sufficient to assume the role of master? Truly, the Imperial City Academy must be devoid of talent. You insolent child, descend. With a wave of the master's hand, a massive eagle suddenly dove from the sky, its formidable talons aimed directly at Di Yunli. Without needing to move, Taiwu effortlessly evaded this seemingly fierce attack. Go ahead. She dismounted from Taiwu, allowing it to handle the situation on its own. The enforcement master, observing Di Yunli, felt his status and identity challenged as never before. She could easily perceive his cultivation, yet he found her inscrutable. Youthful arrogance. Your reliance lies solely upon the divine beast Taiwu, does it not? The ability to summon such a creature indicates your extraordinary talent. However, with Taiwu absent, what do you have to rely upon? Di Yunli smiled brightly, her demeanor relaxed and nonchalant, as if engaged in a trivial matter rather than a serious battle. Is that so? Chapter 7. This is the true genius. Bai Zhe responded promptly, enveloped in a halo of auspicious white light. It landed with a thud, sending ripples of radiant energy surging towards the master and the students below. Compared to Taiwu, Bai Zhe lacked ferocity, yet underestimating it would be a grave mistake. Sword and shield, arise. The enforcement master summoned a radiant sword, and in the blink of an eye, a shield materialized to protect him. Yet while he safeguarded himself, he could not defend the students. Most of the students were novices in the realm of spirit cultivation. Faced with an attack from Bai Zhe of the same level as Di Yunli, they had no means of resistance. Those with slightly higher cultivation could barely manage to kneel in support, while the majority spewed blood, collapsing to the ground. Zhao Minmin bore witness to this unfolding calamity and finally comprehended the chasm separating her from Di Yunli. It was a disparity akin to clouds and dirt, a drop in the ocean. Had Di Yunli truly desired her demise, she could have extinguished her life as effortlessly as crushing an ant. What sort of monster has the Jiang family taken in? Sister Jinlin, help me. Jiang Jinlin, Di Yunli has returned. She killed your parents and set the Jiang family ablaze. The Jiang family is no more. Her wailing echoed through the valley. Di Yunli did not intervene, as this had been her intent all along in sparing Zhao Minmin's life. Who dares to harm the Jiang family? A figure approached, riding a long dragon, a creature of earth-level spirit beast rank, the Qianlin Jiao. Lin Xie? The scion of the Lin family, Lin Xie, who had almost been betrothed to the original owner. He had previously harbored designs on the original owner's body. Were it not for Jiang Jinlin's continuous interference, if Lin Xie had set his sights on her, this body would likely have been sullied. Yunli? Lin Xie had not anticipated that the one causing such a commotion today would be the previously delicate and bullied Jiang Yunli. The last time he had seen her was several months prior. In these past few months, she has seemingly undergone a remarkable transformation, appearing even more enchanting than before. Yunli, is what Zhao Shimi said truly the case? You actually did this for me. Wait a moment. Di Yunli initially intended to disregard him. But for you? Did you not vanish for these several months because I was betrothed to your sister, leaving you heartbroken? Did you not annihilate the Jiang family out of jealousy? Di Yunli found his assertions absurd. Was he truly so inexplicably self-assured? Yet, it was a blessing in disguise. for it revealed to her that she had spent at least several years in that mystical realm, while to the outside world, only a few months had elapsed. What an extraordinary place it was, and she wondered how her handsome brother was faring now. At this moment, within a refined chamber of the Imperial Capital Academy, the one Yunli had been yearning for, Xianyi, sat upright with an aura of golden light encircling him, meditating deeply. He seemed to sense something, opening his eyes, which shone even more brightly. Yunli, he murmured, do not keep this emperor waiting too long. In a fleeting moment, he appeared to see that playful little face again, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. As for Yunli, she too recalled that breathtakingly handsome visage, a smirk of infatuation creeping onto her face. But to Lin Xie, this smile took on an entirely different meaning. Sister Yunli, as long as you are willing, from this day forth, we shall be one family. Rest assured, once I officially graduate from the academy, I will secure a government position in the imperial city, with the Lin family's influence in the court. Once I am in office, I shall take you as my concubine. You and your sister shall remain by my side, sharing in the blessings of life. What do you think? The smile on Yunli's face abruptly vanished. You wish to take me as a concubine? Of course. Do you not like the idea? I do, but I favor the deceased. Perhaps you could die for me to see? Her deranged smile returned, sending a chill down the spines of the onlookers. Lin Xie's expression shifted. Yunli, do not provoke me. I have heard from Zhao Shimi that you personally annihilated the Jiang family. If you are envious of Jinlin, you could have approached me privately. Why resort to such ruthless measures, disregarding the lives of others? Now you assume the guise of a righteous avenger? The law enforcement master stepped forward, addressing Lin Xie. Young Master Lin, let us not waste words with her. Together, we shall subdue her. And then she will be at your mercy. This statement stirred Lin Xie's interest. Very well, Qian Lin Jiao, make your move. Simultaneously, both the law enforcement master and Lin Xie sprang into action. Do you truly believe that the two of you can contend with me? You overestimate yourselves. Bai Zhe faced off against Qian Lin Jiao, unable to assist Yunli. The law enforcement master struck with lethal intent for this opponent. Capable of nurturing two ancient divine beasts, could not be allowed to flourish. If left unchecked, she would be an endless source of calamity. Two blades, one azure and one cerulean, sliced through the air with deadly precision. Yunli bent at the waist, evading the attack. She then drew a knife from her spatial ring. And in the blink of an eye, with a forceful slash, she countered the twin swords. The thunderous sound of her strike, infused with fervent battle spirit, left many spectators awestruck, while the two swords shattered into fragments. Yunli kicked out, unleashing her spiritual energy. The two, attempting to shield themselves with their broken swords, found themselves in disarray from her powerful blow. This must be the true prodigy. Even Zhang Xuejia would likely struggle to match her prowess. How could she be so young yet possess such formidable cultivation? It seemed that the entire northernly continent's geniuses could only aspire to her level. Truly, she was a paragon of talent and beauty. Unbeknownst to Yunli, who was indifferent to the accolades, she felt a sense of dissatisfaction, having just ignited her fighting spirit. How could they be so fragile? Useless fools. Lin Xie and the law enforcement master exchanged glances, both nearly in tears. The treasures they had acquired at such great cost were rendered ineffective in her hands. I lack patience and merely desire the life of Jiang Jinlin. Advance, and you shall die. With no grand display of murderous intent, just a glance from her instilled a chill in the hearts of the two, who dared not move closer. Yunli surveyed her surroundings, seizing Zhao Minmin by the neck. I grant you 15 minutes. If Jiang Jinlin does not appear, you shall perish. Both Lin Xie and the law enforcement master suddenly coughed up blood, their expressions turning pale. Their spiritual beasts had returned, one with a severed wing, brought back by the Taowu, and the other, trampled under by Zhe, returning to its master. Qian Lin Jiao, spirit depleted, lacked any will to resist, not even daring to return to her owner's side. Kill. Yunli's voice, though quiet, resonated with despair. Taowu and Bai Zhe's eyes shone with ferocity as they descended upon their targets. One seized the eagle's head, snapping its neck, while the other, with razor-sharp claws, pierced through Qian Lin Jiao's thick hide, crushing its vital point and extinguishing its life force. Chapter 8. You are, indeed, still a beast tamer. With two more coughs of blood, Lin Xie and the law enforcement master collapsed, heavily impacting the ground. Without their accompanying spiritual beasts, they were akin to limbs severed from their bodies. For ordinary cultivators, birthing another spiritual beast was a lifelong impossibility. Even if they captured and tamed other beasts, they could never match the bond of a companion beast, which could not only aid their cultivation, but might also turn against them in times of peril. Why wait? Do you wish to die now? Yunli's gaze shifted to Zhao Minmin. Zhao Minmin, terrified, could not meet her eyes and instead cried out in anguish. Sister Jinlin, please save me. Young Master Lin is in trouble. Even the Earth Beast has been destroyed by her. Your father was slain by her in one blow, and your mother was humiliated to death by the servants. Will you simply stand by while she wreaks havoc? Come out and kill her. No one yearned more for Jiang Jinlin's arrival than Zhao Minmin. As long as she emerged, the dean would not turn a blind eye. Zhao Minmin could not believe that Yunli could surpass the dean. Once the dean intervened, she would surely have a chance at survival. The echoes of her desperate cries reverberated through the valley. In one of the caves within the valley, Jiang Jinlin, spitting blood, finally awakened. You have now recognized me as your master. Thus, you must not harbor any other thoughts. We are bound together in glory and in suffering. Jiang Jinlin forcibly suppressed her physical discomfort, regulating the turbulent energy within her, stirred by the divine beast. Yunli, if this is true, I shall ensure you find no rest in death. Her eyes glinted with hatred and restraint, yet she felt no regret for her past actions, only lament for not having struck more decisively back then to eliminate any chance of her revival. As the 15 minutes elapsed, Yunli regarded Zhao Minmin, her eyes gleaming with intensity. Suddenly, a powerful surge of spiritual energy rippled through the sky, rendering Yunli momentarily immobile. At such a tender age, how could one be so ruthless, committing countless heinous acts? Descending from the void were 5 figures, the dean of Tiannan Academy and 4 esteemed masters. They had only now chosen to reveal themselves after all this turmoil. Demonstrating remarkable composure, Roar, Tao Wu forcefully broke free from the spiritual restraints, charging towards the dean and the masters. The ancient divine beast, Tao Wu. The ancient divine beast, Bai Zhe. The dean stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Are these 2 your companion spirit beasts? A faint white glow flickered around Yunli, who waved her hand to summon a triangular-shaped magical artifact. As the light swirled, she retracted the Tao Wu, which had been ensnared by the dean's formation. To be able to instantly break my formation, do you possess a treasure specifically designed to counter formations? Within a brief moment, Yunli astonished the dean time and time again. I believe that with such extraordinary talent, your misdeeds stem from a lack of guidance. Would you be willing to join my Tiannan Academy as my personal disciple? Oh, you are indeed quite eager, she responded without hesitation, leaping onto the back of the Bai Zhe. Certainly, but I have a condition. Speak. You must personally slay Jiang Jinlin, and then I will consider it. The dean had anticipated that Yunli was merely mischievous, yet he never imagined her to be truly this ruthless. You dare incite a master and disciple to turn against each other? Do you not know that since ancient times, Yunli raised her hand to halt him, and in an instant, she silently flung a flying dagger that swiftly severed Zhao Minmin's throat. Zhao Minmin's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with resentment as she gazed towards the northwest. Impudent. The dean's anger surged, and he raised his hand, conjuring a great hand of energy above Yunli, intending to suppress her. You are the one who is impudent. Yunli did not shy away from the confrontation. Instead, a magnificent golden-red light erupted from her, effortlessly dispersing the energy hand hovering above her. In that moment, all the creatures of the mountains were startled into frenzy. Meanwhile, the spirit beasts of the cultivators seemed to abruptly sever their connection with their masters, losing control and turning upon one another in a savage frenzy. The scene was nothing short of gruesome and spectacular. The dean inhaled sharply, feeling his earth-grade spirit beast quaking in fear within him. You are indeed a beast master. What extraordinary talent. Such a genius is rarely seen in a millennium. The dean had assumed I would charge into your Tiannan Academy unprepared. Vermilion bird, sweep the formation. A piercing cry echoed through the heavens as it spiraled above. Instead of attacking the dean and his associates, it unleashed a fiery barrier, enveloping all the students in the stands below. The rapidity and multitude of events unfolded so swiftly that even the dean, at the 5th layer of the spirit infant stage, could not react in time. If you attempt to move against me again, I shall kill one of your students. And I am devoid of patience. You have but 15 minutes. Should Jiang Jinlin not arrive, I will extinguish a life with each breath I take until I have slaughtered every last one at Tiannan Academy. Those students trapped within the fiery circle writhed in agony, each breath accompanied by the torment of their insides being scorched. A teacher attempted to act stealthily, only to witness a student instantly reduced to ashes. Let me remind you all, the flames of the vermilion bird are South Mingli fire. And I assure you, I am not jesting. She had never underestimated her own capabilities, believing that with 3 divine beasts at her disposal, she could overthrow the entirety of Tiannan Academy. She had never belittled her opponents, fully aware that it was only through ruthless determination that one could surpass hypocrites by leaps and bounds. Her gamble relied on the absence of limits. She wagered that these teachers and the dean would not abandon their hard-won students. Students are the foundation of an academy, and she awaited this crucial moment to unveil the vermilion bird, her trump card. Even the most formidable of experts could be thwarted. With her array of magical artifacts and 3 divine beasts, she might yet find a way to escape. However, the students had no such luxury. If one were to strike, it must be at the opponent's most vulnerable point to swiftly achieve the objective and minimize unforeseen complications. Time waits for no one. Esteemed guests, act quickly. Leaning against the Baizhe, Yunli's expended spiritual energy was rapidly replenishing with Baizhe's assistance. The dean's countenance had turned exceedingly grim. Though his earth-grade spirit beast could indeed overpower the vermilion bird in cultivation, it fell woefully short in rank. Both the Taowu and Baizhe remained fixated upon him. Ready to strike should he make a move, the fate of those students hung in the balance. Tiannan Academy's second place ranking on the Northly continent was founded upon the collection of such gifted students. He was acutely aware of his vulnerability. Watching students turn to ash pained him deeply. Go, summon Jinlin to emerge from her seclusion. The dean gritted through clenched teeth to the teacher beside him. Yes, with her singular strength, she repelled all from Tiannan Academy, compelling the dean's cherished disciple to break her seclusion. Yunli's name would resonate throughout the entire southern region. Chapter 9. The Unveiling of the Veil in Public. At the mouth of the cave, Jiang Jinlin emerged, her chest heaving with indignation. Having heard the teacher's account of the outside situation, she could scarcely believe that the useless wretch had, after being struck by a beast egg and stripped of her fortune and spiritual roots, somehow become even more formidable. How could she compel even a dean to force her from her seclusion? Jiang Yunli. Jiang Jinlin instinctively shouted her name. Yunli cast a glance towards the horizon, where Jiang Jinlin was racing forth upon the back of her divine beast, the nine-tailed fox. Upon spotting Yunli, the nine-tailed fox's gaze shifted dramatically, imbued with a familiar, affectionate recognition that had been ingrained since its awakening. Roar! It howled joyously to the skies, yearning to rush towards Yunli, but was restrained by the blood bond with Jiang Jinlin, unable to advance a step further. Is this nine-tailed fox truly the spirit beast I once nurtured? Jiang Jinlin sought to redirect the conversation, her tone sharp. What have you done to the Jiang family? Yunli surveyed Jiang Jinlin, the very embodiment of the original owner's deepest loathing. The mere sight of Jiang Jinlin incited a tempest of uncontrollable emotions within her. Fear not. I shall avenge this grievance on your behalf. After this declaration, her tumultuous emotions settled into calm. Allow me to correct you. My name is Yunli. The Jiang surname does not befit my name. She maintained a cheerful demeanor, her tone light and breezy, concealing a latent menace. As for the Jiang family, I burned them to the ground. Your father had his throat slit by my blade, dying before he could comprehend his demise. Your mother was humiliated and tortured by those she deemed the most contemptible of servants and guards, stripped of all will to live. In her final moments, they clung to the hope that their illustrious daughter would return to save them. Yet you did not witness their demise, did you? Ha ha. The sight of your mother struggling in the flames was simply delightful. Oh, and those guards and servants? They tormented your mother right before your father's eyes. Yunli. Initially hesitant to act against Yunli, Jiang Jinlin could no longer contain her fury upon being provoked. Liner. The dean intervened, swiftly drawing Jiang Jinlin back. Yunli. What enmity do you harbor against the Jiang family that you would bring matters to such a deadly impasse, seeking to annihilate them to relieve your wrath? Master. Do not heed her words. Jiang Jinlin attempted to strike again. Liner. The dean gestured for the other teachers to keep a watchful eye over Jiang Jinlin. She was his sole disciple, and he could not allow her to face the same fate as those students. If there remained a chance to mediate, a path for retreat, would that not be preferable? Perhaps, with the passage of time, he could also recruit Yunli into the academy, for aside from the Imperial Academy, none could rival Tiannan Academy in strength. And as for her, a commoner, entrance to the Imperial Academy was beyond her reach. Yunli was not one to indulge in trivialities, yet witnessing Jiang Jinlin's palpable anxiety regarding the modesty cloth intrigued her. Today, in a rather jovial spirit, she decided to share a tale. 15 years prior, the Jiang family stumbled upon an abandoned infant in the woods. They took her home, naming her Jiang Yunli and publicly proclaiming her as the second young lady of the Jiang family. However, this so-called second young lady endured a life far worse than that of the servants, receiving only fleeting kindness from the matriarch during her training. Over the course of 15 years, the tides of fortune shifted dramatically. At the age of maturity, a time typically filled with promise, Jiang Yunli found herself imprisoned in a dungeon, subjected to the relentless torment of the servants. On the very day she was to celebrate her coming of age, the eldest daughter of the Jiang family led a group to her, aiming to strip her of her spiritual roots, seize her fortune, steal her beast egg, and ultimately destroy her, subjecting her to a slow, agonizing death. As these words left her lips, the audience exchanged bewildered glances, murmuring in disbelief. It was unimaginable that the typically haughty and proud Jiang Jinlin could harbor such malevolence beneath her facade. Jiang Jinlin, feeling as though she were stripped bare and displayed for all to see, implored, "Master, do not heed her slanderous fabrications. Do not believe the vile words of such a lowly wretch." The principal's reputation was on the brink of collapse, yet the fact that Jiang Jinlin was his disciple could not be denied. With his pupil's honor tarnished, how could he remain unscathed? "That is enough," the principal declared, forbidding Yunli from continuing. Yet, it mattered little. She had already said her piece. "What is your true intention in forcing Jinlin out?" "Quite simple," Yunli replied. "To reclaim my divine beast, imprison her, torment her, and ultimately, to take her life." The murderous intent in her voice was unmistakable. "Absolutely not," the principal interposed, positioning himself protectively before Jiang Jinlin. He could not yield her to Yunli. With the inter-academy competition imminent, any harm befalling Jiang Jinlin would jeopardize the standing of their institution. He had invested considerable resources in nurturing her, not to watch it all go to waste. Yunli's smile was radiant. "It seems you have forgotten that it is not about my desires. It is your student who awaits your answer. Will you choose to protect the students of the academy, or merely Jiang Jinlin?" With a mere snap of her fingers, another student writhed in agony, turning to ash before their eyes. "Stop!" The principal's eyes blazed with fury. "Do you truly believe that my Tianan Academy is powerless against a mere girl like you?" Yunli remained unfazed. "I am well aware that Tianan Academy has stood the test of time on the Northly continent, possessing its own depth and means. I also believe you have the capability to kill me. However, I am a person who prefers to exchange injury for death, heedless of the consequences. Even if I must perish, Jiang Jinlin shall not survive this day, nor will the many students of Tianan Academy. To kill me in exchange for crippling Tianan Academy, what a bargain. Are you willing to make this sacrifice, principal?" "Madwoman, you are nothing but a lunatic." The principal's rage surged, for this was no ordinary young girl coming of age. Her decisive aura, her tenacity in this battle of wits, and her calculated maneuvers made her appear more like a conqueror on the battlefield. "Principal, the time you have to deliberate is limited. Look at those students. They are pleading for your mercy." The principal turned to the students, who knelt in agony, beseeching for salvation. The air was thick with their cries of despair, echoing through the valley. Chapter 10. The Imperial Guard, salute the Empress. The principal clenched his hands tightly, his knuckles turning white. "What if I were to offer something of value in exchange for Jinlin? I know your true aim is merely Jiang Jinlin. While she has made mistakes, it was also due to her parents' misguided methods that led to your previous grievances. You have already decimated the Jiang family, and the current situation serves you no benefit. Perhaps we could both take a step back. You may propose conditions, be it elixirs, treasures, or spirit stones. As long as you negotiate, everything can be settled amicably." Yunli lightly tapped her dress with her fingers, leaning languidly on her hand. "We cannot afford to delay any longer. The longer we wait, the more variables will arise. Jiang Jinlin, answer me. Who was it that assisted you in stealing my divine beast's egg? Where is that person?" Jiang Jinlin hesitated. For answering would validate Yunli's accusations, effectively slapping her own face. Such a revelation would gravely harm her reputation at Tianan Academy. "Principal, it is not that I wish to avoid discussion. As you can see, it is she who refuses to converse." The principal glared at Jiang Jinlin. "What more is there to consider? Is your pride worth more than your life? Will you watch your classmates perish because of you?" Jiang Jinlin, indifferent to the fates of her peers, was merely unwilling to defy the principal too overtly. After all, her current position and cultivation were supported by him. "I truly do not know. Then it seems there is nothing left to discuss." Yunli's eyes narrowed as she began calculating her next move. "Enough." The principal erupted in frustration, slapping Jiang Jinlin. "Jiang Jinlin, what are you doing?" "Master, you struck me? Speak. Who is that person?" "I do not know. I truly do not know. That person was invited to our home at great expense by my parents. How could I know who he is?" Yunli was taken aback. At this moment, Jiang Jinlin should not be lying. Her expression did not suggest deceit. "Well, it seems the Jiang family met their demise too soon." The principal sighed. "Yunli, she has spoken. May I release my students now?" "Release?" Yunli's manic smile returned. "Principal, do you truly believe that our animosity can be resolved so easily? As for your proposed conditions, I have no interest. I currently owe a life to another and must kill Jiang Jinlin to repay that debt. She must fall into my hands. There is no room for negotiation." "You are toying with me." Using the term toy is rather unflattering, and I have yet to receive the answers I seek, have I not? Therefore, there is nothing left to discuss. The principal was now enveloped in spiritual energy, ready to strike at any moment. Yunli showed no signs of fear, standing boldly atop by Zay's back. It appeared the principal no longer cared for the lives of these students. Zhuke, prepare yourself. The moment he made a move, she would ensure the death of the entire Academy's students. Tension crackled in the air. A single misstep could unravel the entire situation. Who dares to lay a hand on the Empress? Die! The command echoed, reverberating through the valley with overwhelming intent to kill. From the horizon, a formidable battalion riding celestial hounds approached with an imposing aura. In the blink of an eye, they arrived before the principal and Yunli. The speed, the momentum, the pressure, they were undoubtedly led by cultivators of at least the spirit infant stage. Ji Wuxue dismounted from her celestial hound, walking through the air to stand before Yunli. Upon ensuring the golden-red divine stone enveloped her, she bowed deeply. This subordinate, Ji Wuxue, salutes the Empress. Salute the Empress. The entire Imperial Guard dismounted and knelt, their voices resonating in unison. The scene was one of breathtaking synchronicity and awe. Yunli gazed at the kneeling figures before her, her mind racing to recall the original owner's memories. Yet, after much contemplation, she found no recollection of her being the Empress. Perhaps, she herself remained unaware of her identity until her very end. Do you call me Empress? The general at the helm of the Imperial Guard has arrived to escort the Empress back to the palace. Ji Wuxue is not one to be swayed by emotions. Yet gazing upon the face before her, reminiscent of another, ignites a surge of excitement that threatens to bring her to tears. You are the destined Empress of the Northly continent. We have searched for you for 15 years. Finally, upon your coming of age and the awakening of your imperial lineage, the Celestial Master has traced your whereabouts. Yunli felt a sense of camaraderie rather than animosity towards her, which eased her apprehension. She had always been cautious, even if she truly was the Empress. What awaited her might not be opulence, but rather a pit of flames. Escaping such a fate would be far more arduous than fleeing from the Tiannan Academy. I cannot leave just yet. Ji Wuxue bowed her head, contemplating whether she should annihilate everyone at the Tiannan Academy. Her eyes brimmed with the ferocity of the battlefield. At a mere command from Yunli, there would be no survivors here. The dean and all present were paralyzed with fear. They might not recognize the Empress, but they certainly knew of the notorious Imperial Guard, renowned for their lethal prowess, loyally serving but one sovereign. Once commanded, death awaited any adversary, irrespective of their transgressions. I demand her, Yunli declared. She was ruthless, her hands stained with blood, yet she preferred to resolve matters expeditiously, avoiding the complications that arose from unnecessary slaughter. After all, exterminating these individuals could result in their families seeking vengeance, which would be tiresome. Thus, she would rather refrain from bloodshed if possible. Bring her forth. Let me go, let me go. Jiang Jinlin attempted to resist, only to discover her spiritual energy had been silently sealed. As the dean opened his mouth to speak, a long spear was drawn against his neck. General Ji, is she truly the Empress? The question hung in the air, but Ji Wuxue's expression provided the answer. The cunning dean quickly knelt. I beseech your forgiveness for my previous offense, Empress. Had Yunli been an ordinary person, she would never have exited the Tiannan Academy today. Yet, as the Empress, the fate of the entire academy lay within her grasp. In an instant, the situation had undergone a dramatic transformation, leaving him in awe, his limbs trembling. He felt an immense relief that he had not contemplated her demise moments ago. Yunli, disinterested in further dialogue with the dean, who had shown no malice towards her, stated, I am weary and seek a place to rest. Moreover, it is time to reminisce with my dear sister. Ji Wuxue lowered her head. Empress, my status as a mere servant does not merit sisterhood. I have eradicated all remnants of the Jiang family, leaving not a trace. Oh, Yunli mused, impressed by Ji Wuxue's ruthlessness. She turned her gaze to Jiang Jinlin. Did you hear that? The Jiang family has been entirely wiped out. Jiang Jinlin's eyes blazed with fury. Yunli, I will kill you. A single slap from Ji Wuxue sent Jiang Jinlin sprawling, blood spilling from her lips. Chapter 11. With such an Empress, Northly is fortunate. Take her back. Upon our arrival in the capital, I shall settle old scores with her. Yes. The Imperial Guard escorted Yunli away, leaving the dean and students of the Tiannan Academy to breathe a sigh of relief. In the Changyuan mountain range, teeming with demonic beasts and fraught with peril, they traversed the treacherous path back home. They had journeyed for over half a month, not due to slowness, but because Yunli was in no rush to return. She seized the opportunity to explore the Northly continent. This served a dual purpose, to familiarize herself with the local customs and geography, and to indulge in leisure while she had the means, for upon her return to the capital, the chaos awaiting her was uncertain. Ji Wuxue, enlighten me about the situation in the capital. The Imperial Guard set up camp to rest, allowing Yunli to glean insights about her future destination. Your Majesty, the capital is currently under the stewardship of the National Master Li Xian. The country thrives, and the citizens enjoy peace and prosperity. Yunli recognized that such a vast expanse as the Northly continent could not lack a ruler. However, if this national master governed so effectively, would he desire her return as empress? Your Majesty, we owe much to the national master. Without him, it would have been challenging to locate you. Oh. Yunli's eyes sparkled with surprise. He had actively sent people to seek her out? Given his adept governance of Northly, why not support him in claiming the throne? Upon hearing this, Ji Wuxue immediately knelt. Your Majesty, the Imperial Guard is loyal to but one, and our allegiance is unwavering. The rest of the Imperial Guard echoed. Loyalty is absolute. Yunli sensed their devotion was genuine. Very well. I merely inquired. No need for such trepidation. She recalled that in this otherworldly realm, they revered and honored those born with imperial mandates. No matter how capable others might be, without the divine right of an emperor, they would not earn the citizens' recognition. Even a usurper would be struck down by the rightful heir. Suddenly, a low growl erupted from the nearby Tiao Wu, who sprang to alertness. Ji Wuxue sensed the approach of someone and commanded, "You all, protect His Majesty." Yes. As they spoke, a distant roar grew nearer. "Help! Help!" A soft male voice echoed, as if he were desperately fleeing through the woods, but his pace was too slow, and he bore signs of injury. At this rate, he would not survive a minute before falling prey to a beast. Ah, a little puppy. Yunli's face lit with amusement. Throughout her life, she had always favored handsome men. This little puppy appeared frail, yet his features were strikingly fine, especially his large, luminous eyes, which held a pitiful pleading that stirred a protective instinct within her. Tiao Wu. The command was given, and Tiao Wu swiftly darted forward, placing himself before the little puppy. The beast approached, resembling a winged dragon, its size comparable to Tiao Wu, yet lacking in ferocity. Tiao Wu roared defiantly at the creature, which responded in kind, but its intimidation paled in comparison. Knowing it could not best Tiao Wu, the beast fled in disgrace. "Are you unharmed?" Yunli approached the little puppy, extending her hand. As the little puppy emerged from his terror, he was momentarily taken aback by her radiant presence. The woman before him seemed to emanate a luminous aura. Her skin was as white as jade. Her eyes, like peach blossoms, spoke of tenderness and affection. Her little cherry lips, parting and closing, seemed capable of ensnaring his very soul. "Are you all right?" Finally snapping back to reality, the little puppy hastily rose and bowed. "I am Jiang Siyu, and I am eternally grateful for your life-saving grace, my lady." "Siyu, what a lovely name." "Ah?" Jiang Siyu stood in a daze, his cheeks flushing crimson. Yunli chuckled. "Indeed, you are quite the charming little puppy. Please, do not jest. May I ask for your name? I shall be sure to repay your kindness in the future." "Impudence." Ji Wuxue approached. "Is it fitting for you to address His Majesty so casually?" "Your Majesty?" In Jiang Siyu's eyes lay an unmistakable disbelief. "Tengu, Imperial Guard, you are Commander Ji." Ji Wuxue seemed to recognize him as well. "You are the scion of the Jiang family?" Jiang Siyu's eyes widened in astonishment, as his mind swiftly organized a complete narrative. He hastily knelt in reverence. "Siyu pays his respects to your Majesty." It turned out that the Imperial Guard's foreign expedition was no mere rumor. The Empress truly had found them. "Rise," commanded Yunli, somewhat unaccustomed to being greeted with such deference. "Thank you, your Majesty." Ji Wuxue, with a hint of wariness, inquired, "How did you come to be here? Could it be that the Jiang family intends to?" Jiang Siyu quickly waved his hands. "Commander Ji, please do not misunderstand. I snuck away from home without my uncle's knowledge, intending to attend the Imperial Capital Academy. I have no desire to learn the arts of battle or to have my hands stained with blood. My only wish is to study peacefully at the academy and, upon graduation, to be fortunate enough to secure a position as a teacher. In my leisure, I would be content to wander the scenic landscapes of various nations." Only then did Ji Wuxue lower her guard slightly. "You too, escort him home." "Ah?" Jiang Siyu panicked. He had worked hard to escape, with no other recourse. He cast a pleading glance at Yunli. "Your Majesty, I truly have no interest in the battlefield. I implore you to grant me this wish." Yunli took a deep breath. Before her transmigration, she too had been a renowned demon-hunting officer on the battlefield. If there were a way to avoid war, who would wish for a life where one danced on the edge of a blade, living each day with their life hanging by a thread? "Let him go," she decided. "Your Majesty," Ji Wuxue began. "As you stated, the Jiang family has fought valiantly for Beili, earning numerous military accolades. However, such glory is written in blood. I recall you mentioning that the former head of the Jiang family and his wife fell in battle. The blood shed by their family had already been more than enough." As she spoke, the regal aura of Yunli began to manifest, not for any other reason, but because she had fought on the battlefield herself and understood how honor was inscribed there. "Send 2 individuals to ensure he arrives safely at the Imperial Capital Academy." Her tone brooked no dissent. Yes. Ji Wuxiue ceased further protest, feeling immense relief from Di Yunli's earlier words. After all, she too had once been a warrior on the battlefield. Many could only see the glory of war, yet fail to comprehend the price it exacted. The girl before her, seemingly in her teens, not only perceived this, but genuinely understood the weight of such a cost. Initially, she had doubted whether this empress could stabilize Beili. But now she felt assured that with this empress, Beili was fortunate indeed. See you. Thank you, your majesty. Jiang see you. Upon hearing Di Yunli mention the former Jiang family head and his wife, could not conceal his sorrow. Everyone told him he should enlist, serve Beili, and meet the same fate as his parents, dying on the battlefield to uphold the Jiang family's honor. Yet, she seemed to understand his innermost thoughts. Jiang Siyu gazed at Di Yunli, his lips moving, yet knowing the person before him was unattainable. Will your majesty come to the Imperial Capital Academy in the future? Di Yunli pondered for a moment, then jested. Do you wish for me to come? Chapter 12 should be about the phoenix soaring through the 9 heavens. Jiang Siyu lowered his head, unable to meet Di Yunli's gaze, the flush on his cheeks reaching his ears. If the empress were to visit the academy, it would surely be a boon for the institution. Di Yunli's teasing grew more pronounced. So you do want me to come? Jiang Siyu retreated repeatedly, hastily bowing. Siyu takes his leave. It was not fear of Di Yunli, but rather that he could not endure her continued jesting. His fragile heart could hardly take it. Observing his retreating figure, the mix of desire to look back and the trepidation of doing so made Di Yunli chuckle. Very well, let us not tarry any longer. We shall set forth. Yes. The Imperial Guard dismantled their camp and set off towards the Imperial capital in grand procession. At the gates of the Imperial capital, a throng of citizens, alongside civil and military officials, awaited their return. The Imperial Guard, specifically the Tengu Legion, drew everyone's attention. It was unclear who spotted it first, but soon all eyes turned skyward. The populace knelt in reverence, and the officials hastily performed their bows to welcome the Empress home. We pay our respects to the Empress. Their voices resonated in unison, none daring to raise their heads to behold the Empress's true visage. Baizhe descended with Di Yunli, bending to assist her dismount. Rise. The crowd expressed their gratitude and stood. Baizhe, the ancient divine beast, auspicious Baizhe. The Empress's spirit beast was indeed an ancient creature, a blessing for our Beili. The citizens were ecstatic, and Di Yunli was pleasantly surprised at how easily the hearts of the people could be won. After all, who would not desire a powerful monarch? Di Yunli's gaze swept across the assembly of officials, finally resting on a man donned in pristine white, standing at the forefront. He possessed sword-like brows and starry eyes. His features sharply defined, akin to jade. His demeanor was cool and ethereal, imbued with an air of refined elegance. What fortuitous luck to behold two such strikingly handsome men today. Li Xian bowed. I am Li Xian, the celestial master of Beili. This was the legendary celestial master, appearing to be in his late 20s. Not only was he handsome, but his eyes also sparkled with wisdom, concealing a depth of understanding. Was this what I deserved for my past life as guardianship on the battlefield? Of course, this was a thought he could not express aloud. I am weary. Baizhe had long prepared for the Empress. Your Majesty, please. Di Yunli stepped onto the flower-laden carriage prepared by Li Xian, followed by the Imperial Guard as they made their way to the palace. That evening, Li Xian engaged Di Yunli in an extensive discourse about Beili's political history. Yet Di Yunli, accustomed to the bloodshed of war, found little joy in becoming entwined in the treacherous political affairs. Far more than listening, she preferred to gaze at Li Xian. Your Majesty? Your Majesty? Li Xian felt uneasy under her unwavering stare. Is there something you do not understand? Do not rush. As your national master, I shall teach you how to manage state affairs starting tomorrow. Di Yunli pressed down on the documents in his hands. But I do not enjoy dealing with state matters. Li Xian paused. Then what do you enjoy? Di Yunli was also taken aback. She had anticipated Li Xian would impart many antiquated principles, striving to persuade her to learn the ways of governance. His response, however, seemed more like the words of one who was not merely a subject. What was the tenderness in his tone about? I cherish freedom. In her previous life, she had learned from a young age how to slay demon creatures. She had devoted her entire existence to safeguarding her territory and the citizens behind her. Until her death, she had never had the chance to truly behold the country's landscapes. Until her demise, she had never lived a moment for herself. Now, having the fortune to live anew, she would seize joy in whatever manner she pleased. National Master, the Empress should bathe and change. A personal maid, accompanied by numerous palace maids, entered with items prepared for Di Yunli's bath. Li Xian rose and bowed. I understand. He refrained from saying more and quietly exited. In the bathing chamber, Di Yunli sat at the center of the pool, petals strewn across the surface. This was the indulgence befitting an empress. You were raised in the palace, were you not? Yes. What is your name? This servant is Du Jins. Jin's a lovely name. After a brief pause, Di Yunli inquired, "How much do you know about Li Xian?" She had an inkling that something was amiss with him. Replying, "To your majesty, the national master is second only to the emperor. We dare not overstep. All I know is that he is the adopted son of the former empress." Former empress? Di Yunli turned to look, "My mother?" She felt a connection with the original owner, and hearing news of family inevitably caused her heart to tighten. "Tonight, you shall tell me about the former emperor and empress." She wished to uncover the circumstances that led to her being lost, and to learn about the nature of her parents. In her past life, she had never experienced the warmth of familial affection, and to her astonishment, even after traversing into another realm, she remained bereft of such emotional solace. A sleepless night ensued. Di Yunli comprehended the weighty tidings concerning the late emperor and empress, a heaviness settling in her heart. The year of her birth witnessed the severing of the North Li Kingdom's fortunes by a formidable force. The late emperor, in his quest for glory, perished upon the battlefield. The empress, on the verge of childbirth, valiantly led the imperial guard she had established, defending their homeland. Yet, grievously wounded in combat, she summoned her final breath to bring forth Di Yunli. The imperial guard, tasked with returning the infant Di Yunli to the capital, was ambushed by brigands en route. The empress concealed Di Yunli and engaged the enemy in negotiation, but she never returned. When news of this calamity reached the battlefield, the imperial guard was unable to locate Di Yunli. Remarkably, it was the head of the Jiang family and his wife who fortuitously took her in. This marked the inception of the original owner's tragic existence, which remained shrouded in secrecy until her death, oblivious to her own noble lineage. Over the years, the imperial guard and the national master, Li Xian, never ceased their search for her. It was Li Xian's ability to sense the awakening of her bloodline that enabled the imperial guard to rediscover her. Thus, it seemed evident that Li Xian was an ally rather than an adversary. Di Yunli sipped her wine, reclining on the couch, gazing at the myriad stars above. Not far away, Li Xian stood quietly behind a tree, watching over her in silence. "I have sought you for so many years, hoping for your return. I once fancied myself capable of discerning the hearts of men, of foreseeing all possibilities. Yet, I was entirely unaware of the hardships you endured during these years. I had envisioned countless times that if you desired this court, I would assist you in establishing a prosperous era for North Li. Little did I know that what you sought was freedom." Li Xian chuckled bitterly. "Very well. Allow me to devise a plan that will grant you a freedom unbound by the shackles of status, yet replete with its benefits. As the child of adoptive parents, you are destined to soar like a phoenix in the heavens. Your achievements need not be confined to this mere realm." Di Yunli seemed to sense something, and when she turned to look, Li Xian had vanished. The following day, in the grand hall, Di Yunli was roused from slumber by Du Jins, who assisted her in dressing and brought her to the court. "Is this truly necessary in this day and age, to clock in for work?" Di Yunli's words remained unheard. Yet the tone of her complaint was unmistakable. Li Xian produced a fragrant sachet from his robes and had the palace made present pastries and fruits. The aroma was soothing, invigorating her spirit. When hunger struck, she could indulge in the pastries. His gentleness dispelled her fatigue entirely. Chapter 13. An affront to decorum, a disgrace indeed. Ahem. Observing Di Yunli's unwavering gaze fixed upon Li Xian, her expression seemingly intent on devouring him, flushed the faces of the onlookers. An elderly minister stepped forward. Addressing the national master, regarding the matter of the king's ascension, "I have counsel to offer." This successfully diverted Di Yunli's attention. Was it the first day of court? And already these aged scholars were openly resisting her? Sensing the weight of Di Yunli's gaze, old Du hastily knelt. "Your Majesty, I merely offer advice in accordance with our traditions. It is imperative that all kings graduate from the Imperial Capital Academy before assuming the throne, to acquire the necessary skills for safeguarding the realm." Upon hearing this, Di Yunli turned her gaze to Li Xian, a multitude of thoughts flickering in her eyes. "Did you orchestrate this?" A flicker of surprise crossed Li Xian's countenance as he replied, "Your Majesty, why such speculation?" Di Yunli chose not to respond. Instead, pulling Li Xian beside her in front of the assembly and pressing him onto the dragon throne. "Your Majesty, sit still and do not move." The juxtaposition of a woman above a man, combined with Di Yunli's intentionally playful ambience, compelled the elder ministers to avert their eyes in embarrassment. Preposterous. An affront to decorum. A disgrace indeed. Old Du spoke correctly. The king had not been adequately educated and must be sent to the Imperial Capital Academy for proper instruction in governance. The ministers murmured amongst themselves, while Di Yunli, seated upon the throne, seemed to revel in their discourse rather than grow angry. "Today, you shall sit beside me and witness what the ministers wish to convey." Di Yunli released Li Xian, settling beside him. As Li Xian attempted to rise, Di Yunli grasped his hand. "Brother Li Xian, can you truly bear to let Yunli face all of this alone?" Her pitiful demeanor, coupled with a facade of vulnerability, starkly contrasted her earlier assertiveness. Li Xian's throat tightened. Upon hearing her refer to him as brother, he felt his resolve waver. He recognized the boundaries he must not cross, yet found himself instinctively inclined to acquiesce to her. Yunli leaned closer to Li Xian, whispering in his ear, "I am aware this is your design. I am merely playing my part." Li Xian's pupils widened in disbelief. How could she possibly deduce his intentions so quickly, having only just returned to the capital? Yet her actions undeniably suggested her cooperation. Of course, Li Xian could not fathom that Yunli was accompanied by 3 ancient divine beasts. Furthermore, as a newcomer to the capital, she remained oblivious to the intricacies of the situation, thus exercising utmost caution. Consequently, when Li Xian clandestinely entered Yunli's chamber the previous night, he had already been detected by Bai Zhe, who lay in wait within the courtyard. Bai Zhe's notable abilities encompassed both healing and the art of discerning the hearts of men. Had he not sensed Li Xian's lack of hostility towards Yunli? How could Li Xian have escaped unscathed? As for Li Xian's internal deliberations from the night prior, they had long been relayed to Yunli by Bai Zhe. Hence, the morning's events unfolded as they did. She was diligently portraying the role of an uneducated ruler. Yet, this charade ultimately placed Li Xian at a disadvantage. While she reveled in the performance, how could one so devoid of virtue, indulging solely in beauty and exhibiting cruelty, be deemed worthy of ruling a nation? An imposing minister, appearing to be in his 50s and exuding an air of arrogance, entered the chamber. Trailing behind him were 2 guards from the Imperial Guard, escorting a bruised Jiang. Esteemed colleagues, today I must overstep my bounds. This female emperor is cold-hearted and inherently cruel. This woman is the one who was brought to the capital alongside the Empress. Initially, I believed her to be a mere criminal. However, last night, I unexpectedly learned that she is not simply a criminal, but rather the daughter of the foster parents of the Empress during her period of disappearance. Last night, I ventured to the dungeon for a night inquiry, hoping to ascertain whether there was a misunderstanding, lest the Empress be ensnared by nefarious individuals. Yet, I uncovered a truth so horrendous it defies comprehension. Yunli languidly reclined against the dragon throne, propping her arm, her finger lightly tapping her temple. Her gaze exuding authority without ire. "Oh, what truth might this be? Your Majesty, why did you annihilate the Jiang family, who nurtured you for over a decade?" This declaration sent shockwaves through the assembly. Yunli turned her gaze to Li Xian, seemingly awaiting his explanation. Li Xian replied nonchalantly, merely eliminating a few pests. A smile graced Yunli's lips. What a masterful strategist he was, capable of calculating the intricacies of the court. Since their initial meeting, it appeared that no one who could be utilized or eliminated had escaped his notice. No wonder this national master in his 20s could govern a nation so adeptly. Who can destroy at will? Do you seek to avenge the Jiang family? Previously, she had felt uncomfortable referring to herself as I or this one. But now it seemed that such self-reference conveyed the necessary gravitas. The ministers below were momentarily at a loss, unable to comprehend how the Empress they had yearned for over the years could be such a person. Could it be that Li Xian had manipulated events to casually retrieve someone? However, when the Empress returned yesterday, the altar indeed stirred the heavenly signs, unmistakably revealing her visage. Yet, the Imperial Censorate bears the responsibility of overseeing the officials. If the sovereign is devoid of virtue, what good would it do for someone to risk their life in council? The enigmatic smile on Emperor Yunli's face grew ever more pronounced as he rose from the dragon throne and descended the court step by step. He spoke the truth. It was he who extinguished the Jiang family line, and it was he who imprisoned this half-sister until now. Dear officials, if anyone wishes to speak on her behalf, let them step forward today. The assembly exchanged glances, many turning their attention towards Li Xian. Li Xian remained silent. While most officials merely murmured among themselves, none daring to step forth. Only a small faction rallied to support Minister Lin. Very well, Emperor Yunli regarded these individuals, pointing at them one by one. Those singled out felt an inexplicable unease. Were you not claiming me to be tyrannical? Today, I shall demonstrate what true cruelty entails. A fierce glint ignited in Emperor Yunli's eyes as he strode to Jiang Jinlin's side. Seizing the silver spear from the Imperial Guard, he plunged it mercilessly into the juncture of her shoulder and arm. The sound of flesh being pierced was followed by a piercing scream. Jiang Jinlin, who had previously met Emperor Yunli's sinister gaze, was suddenly engulfed in excruciating agony. All the ministers gasped, a cold sweat drenching them as they dared not move, fearing they might be the next to feel the spear's point directed at them. Bring me a knife. Yes. The Imperial Guard promptly presented a dagger before Emperor Yunli. Crouching down, he took the dagger and wiped the blood from his dragon robe. Alas, your blood has sullied it, rendering it too dirty. Since it can no longer be worn, I shall make it thoroughly soiled. Chapter 14, Deathly Counsel? Then die. In front of the civil and military officials, Emperor Yunli audaciously skinned half of Jiang Jinlin's face, leaving her bloodied and unrecognizable. As he wiped the blood from his own visage, he bore a mad, yet oddly beautiful demeanor. Numerous civil officials could not contain their nausea, while some, terrified, lost control of their bladders. With such a female emperor, could they expect to enjoy peaceful days ahead? If one were to err, would this be their fate? Emperor Yunli, if you possess the courage, kill me. Kill me. Jiang Jinlin, now numb from the pain, seemed to have lost her sanity, desperately wishing to strangle Emperor Yunli. However, the Imperial guards held her down, rendering her utterly helpless. I have stated I would settle this debt with you, yet it appears others are even more impatient than I, dragging you out to confront me on the very next day. Emperor Yunli tugged at her hair, turning to Minister Lin. Minister Lin, since you cannot even fulfill the duty of discerning right from wrong, you need not serve as a minister any longer. And all of you sycophant officials, from this day forth, you are hereby dismissed from your positions. Should anyone voice dissent, they shall share the same fate. In that moment, Emperor Yunli embodied the archetype of a tyrant. Only by establishing this tyrannical persona could the ministers fervently champion what old Du had suggested, to send her away from the capital to the Imperial Academy. With her tyrannical image firmly in place, Li Xian would garner greater support. After her departure, handling matters of the court would become more manageable. The officials dared not voice any objections, scarcely daring to breathe. Your Majesty, such actions are unacceptable. An elder entered through the palace doors. His hair and beard were grizzled, and age spots adorned his face, marking him as one nearing the grave. Yet, his aura exuded the profound wisdom characteristic of a great statesman. Old Minister Liang. The officials bowed in unison, even Li Xian paying his respects. This man was clearly a figure of immense respect. A senior statesman who had garnered esteem during the reign of the late emperor, a veteran of 3 dynasties. Emperor Yunli glanced at Li Xian, perplexed as to why he would bring forth the elder at this juncture. Not only was he revered for his high moral standing and dedication to the nation, but merely the act of executing such a venerable figure would incite public outrage. What was Li Xian's motive in this strategic move? Old Minister Liang turned his gaze to Emperor Yunli, trembling as he knelt in reverence. Old Minister Liang Wenjiang pays his respects to Your Majesty. Your Majesty, this action is ill-advised. Emperor Yunli furrowed his brow, seemingly awaiting Li Xian's explanation, or perhaps allowing him to grapple with this chaotic situation. Old Minister Liang, I am merely dismissing officials, not executing anyone. The old minister understood that Minister Lin's actions were indeed improper, yet the emperor had only just returned and was enacting such measures. This could lead to unrest among the populace and discord among the officials. Emperor Yunli took a deep breath. This was precisely why she detested the treacherous and convoluted court politics, the fundamental reason. Even as an emperor, she felt stifled. In her previous life, she acted freely, accustomed to wielding life and death. How could she be shackled by these civil officials? The ministers seized the opportunity to kneel in supplication, their pleas not truly for Minister Lin, but rather for their own futures. After all, who among them did not desire a wise ruler to serve under, avoiding a life fraught with trepidation? Enough. Emperor Yunli was genuinely enraged. If you continue to plead, I shall slay you all. The ministers were struck with terror, prostrating themselves upon the ground, scarcely daring to move. Old Minister Liang will persist in his counsel. Should Your Majesty remain obstinate, I shall take my own life upon this court floor in hopes of awakening your enlightened heart. Emperor Yunli inhaled deeply, the atmosphere in the grand hall thick enough to suffocate. Suddenly, a fierce wind surged through the hall. A commanding voice boomed. I, Nangong Xiong's niece, am someone you can oppress. No sooner had the words left his lips than a burly middle-aged man appeared in the hall, clad in armor. His imposing stature radiated an aura of dominance. Bloodstains marred his armor, and a fearsome scar ran down his left cheek, a testament to his battles. Yet, this wild-looking man, upon catching sight of Emperor Yunli, felt his eyes welling with tears. You are Lear. His gaze was cautious, as if fearing he would not receive the answer he longed for. You are. Emperor Yunli sensed a familiar essence of bloodline emanating from him. I am your uncle. Nangong Xiong stepped forward, eager to take in Emperor Yunli's visage, yet concerned that his appearance might frighten her. He hurriedly wiped the blood from the armor of a nearby minister. The minister, stripped of his garments, dared not utter a word, grateful that Nangong Xiong had not brandished a weapon against him. Uncle? Nangong Xiong's tears flowed freely as he approached Emperor Yunli, gently wiping her small face. You look just like your sister. My child, you must have endured much hardship over the years. Emperor Yunli was touched by his sincere emotions, feeling an unexpected sting in her nose. The suffering I have endured, I shall reclaim in due time. Good, good. Truly, you are a worthy descendant of the Nangong family. Nangong Xiong was immensely pleased, his affection reserved solely for the sight of Emperor Yunli. When he turned his gaze back to the officials, the ferocity emanating from him rivaled that of Emperor Yunli. Listen well, from this day forth, I shall not concern myself with any coronation ceremonies. She, is the sovereign of Beili. If you acknowledge her, Beili shall remain unscathed. If you do not, Beili shall face ruin. I, Nangong Xiong, can uphold Beili, and I can also dismantle Beili. Such a commanding declaration, such an audacious demeanor, left the entire hall, including old Minister Liang, without question regarding the weight of his words. Lord Liang, what nonsense is this from Minister Lin? Today, he either faces dismissal or death. If you wish to die for your principles, so be it. The pillar stands here, and you are free to choose. However, I assure you that after your demise, not a single soul from the Liang family shall survive. Whether you live or die is entirely in your hands. The civil and military officials exchanged glances, each apprehensive to voice their thoughts. What more is there to say? Who would dare speak up now? Lord Liang sighed, resigned to his fate. Very well, very well. Supported by others, he rose, declaring, I am aged and no longer capable of serving in the court. I hereby request my resignation, and I hope the Emperor will grant it. Emperor Yunli merely cast a fleeting glance in his direction, giving his approval. Thank you, Your Majesty. This utterance was laden with reluctance, a sigh of resignation, and an overwhelming sense of helplessness. A tumultuous farce concluded swiftly within the brief span of a few words exchanged by Nangong Xiong. Emperor Yunli turned his gaze towards Li Xian, who merely smiled and nodded. Thus, every event lay firmly within his grasp. He had anticipated Lord Liang's arrival and had foreseen Nangong Xiong's timely intervention. Through this episode, those who needed to be dismissed were dismissed, and those who wished to retire were allowed to do so. It seemed that no one in the court could rival Li Xian any longer. Chapter 15. The feeling of being protected by family is indeed profound. Due to Nangong Xiong's domineering defense, the ministers in the court were left without dissent. At this moment, Emperor Yunli spoke to provide a fitting conclusion to the day's events, thus offering a means for the officials to save face. I confess, I am not adept at managing court affairs. Therefore, in 3 days, I shall set forth for the Imperial Academy to diligently pursue the path of cultivation, enhancing my strength to safeguard the northernly territory. As for court matters, the National Master has managed them for many years, and I find great solace in that. Henceforth, I shall entrust all court affairs to the National Master. You all are to assist him earnestly, and should anyone harbor ulterior motives, I shall ensure the annihilation of their entire lineage. Your commands shall be obeyed, Your Majesty. Li Xian was the first to step forward. The others knelt in unison, responding, We shall abide by the Emperor's wishes. With this matter settled, Emperor Yunli turned his attention to Jiang Jinlin, who lay on the ground, a pool of blood beneath him, barely clinging to life. Take this person back to the dungeon. I shall arrive shortly. Yes. The Imperial guards dragged Jiang Jinlin away. In the royal palace, within the study, only Emperor Yunli, Li Xian, and Nangong Xiong remained. Nangong Xiong, a formidable figure, though he had arrived last, had discerned the intricacies of the court's dynamics, as well as the collaboration between Emperor Yunli and Li Xian. However, this was of little consequence. As long as Emperor Yunli wished to proceed, he would comply. Leer. Emperor Yunli gazed at Nangong Xiong. Uncle. She found it difficult to adapt to the address. The two exchanged cautious, joyful greetings. Your Majesty, Li Xian interjected. I shall not intrude upon your reunion. The game has been set. You need not worry about departing in the future. I cannot promise anything else, but I can ensure the Northernly remains stable, free from internal strife. Yet my cultivation is limited. I have at most 200 years left. Should Your Majesty depart, my time for cultivation will vanish. I have but one request. Emperor Yunli contemplated for a moment, then replied, Speak. Li Xian knelt and bowed. I merely wish to see Your Majesty once more at the end of my days. Firstly, I hope to introduce the guardian I have selected for Northernly to you. Secondly, my only desires in this life are for Your Majesty and Northernly. I wish to behold Your Majesty once more before my demise. Perhaps it was not the most opportune moment for such sentiments, yet Li Xian understood that for cultivators, certain words must be spoken or they might never have the chance again. Emperor Yunli regarded Li Xian, feeling a twinge of emotion within her heart. She had no interest in political affairs. All she yearned for was freedom. Yet Li Xian's entire existence seemed woven around the fate of Northernly, living and dying in its service. He had searched for her for 15 years, personally offering her a chance at liberation. His only wish was to gaze upon her once more before his end. Rest assured, you shall not perish. The core of Emperor Yunli was deeply rooted in loyalty and affection. Though her acquaintance with Li Xian had spanned merely 2 days, those days had revealed nothing but his dedication towards her. A golden red glow emanated from Emperor Yunli's hand, and a vial of elixir appeared in her palm. This elixir, known as the longevity pill, could extend one's lifespan by 10 years. A single vial contained enough for 200 years. When your pills are exhausted and your life wanes, I shall possess the power to alter destiny, ensuring you do not fade into nothingness. Li Xian, moved yet amused, replied, Your Majesty, the term fade into nothingness is not used in such a manner. It matters not. Emperor Yunli approached to assist him to his feet. Only by entrusting Northernly to your hands can I feel at ease. Li Xian felt the warmth of Emperor Yunli's trust enveloping him. I shall not bring shame upon your trust. Nangong Xiong added, Fear not, Lier. With your uncle here, as long as Northernly remains free from internal discord, no external foe shall dare to invade. Emperor Yunli performed a bow, expressing her gratitude. Thus, I thank both of you. This bow was one she was obliged to make. She had always understood the weight of responsibility. Otherwise, she would not have been able to shoulder the role of the foremost demon hunter officer. Now that there were those willing to share the burden with her, she felt fortunate. Afterward, Li Xian departed, leaving Emperor Yunli and Nangong Xiong to reminisce. Nangong Xiong inquired about Emperor Yunli's experiences over the years, listening intently for a full half-hour. With each passing moment, his anger grew, nearly threatening to ignite the palace ceiling. How could a mere minor clan like the Jiang family act so maliciously? Lier, just wait. Your uncle shall annihilate the Jiang family. Uncle, I have already destroyed the Jiang family. Nangong Xiong was momentarily taken aback. Do you have any other enemies? His frustration had no outlet, and he was eager to find a way to alleviate Emperor Yunli's grievances. My enemies are all dead. Nangong Xiong inhaled deeply, gazing steadily at Emperor Yunli, his eyes brimming with sorrow and guilt. She was merely 15 years old. How much suffering had she endured to cultivate such resolve and fierceness? How many indignities had she suffered to become so ruthless? I am sorry, Lier, your uncle has come too late. I apologize, both to you and your mother. Uncle, I am sorry for you both. As Nangong Xiong wept openly, Emperor Yunli felt a weight in her heart, overwhelmed by sadness. So this is what it feels like to be cherished and shielded by family. Lier, your mother is not dead. What? Emperor Yunli felt as though struck by lightning. Not dead. Nangong Xiong nodded and revealed the hidden truths unknown to the Imperial Guards. During the battle at the border, he was meant to lead the charge but had instead sought to pursue cultivation, evading his responsibilities. This resulted in Northernly being left without a commander, leading to the death of the previous emperor. The subsequent heir had taken up the mantle while heavily pregnant, bearing the banner and defending Northernly's final line of defense. By the time Nangong Xiong returned with the news, Nangong Su, Emperor Yunli's mother, had already perished. Using the Nangong family's secret arts, Nangong Xiong had searched for her lingering soul. For many years, it had remained within the 1,000-year ice coffin of the Nangong family, undergoing restoration. Any opportunity to awaken her spirit would genuinely offer her a chance at rebirth. And Emperor Yunli was the key to awakening Nangong Su, without exception. Where's my mother? Though Nangong Su was not her biological mother, she had long since connected with the original body's emotions, feeling as if they were one and the same. The surging emotions within her bloodline resonated deeply. I can take you back to the Nangong family tomorrow. Emperor Yunli felt as though a heavy weight rested upon her chest. All right. Nangong Xiong chose not to disturb Emperor Yunli further, understanding that the tumultuous events of the past few days required her time to process. Gents, present. Come with me to the underworld. Yes, in the present moment, Yunli's heart is tumultuous, and she desperately needs to regain her composure. The most effective outlet for her emotions lies deep within the dungeon, where Jiang Jinlin is confined. Chapter 16. The Nine-Tailed Fox returns to its place. Jiang Jinlin finds her hands bound to a crucifix, her shoulder pierced by a gunshot from Yunli, blood seeping from the wound. The most horrifying aspect is her face, where Yunli has cruelly flayed the skin away. The pain intensifies, and she has fainted from it several times. Yet, under Yunli's orders, the guards of the Imperial Guard have no intention of granting her an easy respite. Another heart-wrenching wail escapes her lips as a splash of salt water is hurled upon her, jolting her back to consciousness. Upon entering the dungeon, Yunli is greeted by Jiang Jinlin's cries, which bring her a sense of satisfaction. Clad in exquisite garments, her striking presence feels utterly out of place in the dungeon. Yet the malevolent aura emanating from her seems to eclipse that of all the vile criminals and wild beasts imprisoned within, rendering them silent and cowering in the corners. Jiang Jinlin, I have arrived. Jiang Jinlin lifts her gaze to meet Yunli's, her eyes brimming with profound resentment and malice. So what if you were the Empress of Beili? You were once nothing more than a lowly maid beneath my feet. Crack. A blood whip cracks across her body. A punishment for her audacity to insult the Empress. The Empress? Ha. Jiang Jinlin laughs maniacally, seemingly impervious to the pain. You have never witnessed your Empress kneeling before me, begging for mercy. You have never seen her, starved and bullied by servants, scavenging like a beast for scraps. And you dare to exalt such a person as your empress? Does that not elevate my Jiang family above her, in greater esteem? The Imperial Guard trembles in fear, dropping to their knees. Wishing they could erase the words Jiang Jinlin has uttered, Yunli remains silent, waiting for Jiang Jinlin's frenzy to subside before she speaks. Did you all hear that clearly? The guards, pale with terror, can only nod, too frightened to utter a word. Within a day, I want her words to echo throughout the capital. The guards exchange glances, uncertain of Yunli's intentions. Typically, such disgraceful pasts would warrant silencing, preventing the circulation of such information. Did you not understand? Yes, my subordinates comprehend. 2 members of the Imperial Guard hasten to carry out her orders. Jiang Jinlin stares at Yunli, incredulous. You are not afraid of disgrace. Disgrace? Yunli chuckles, her fingers caressing Jiang Jinlin's bloodied face. Indeed, you have shamed me. Therefore, I shall strip you of your skin. Jiang Jinlin's pupils dilate in fear. What do you intend to do? What are you planning? Yunli wipes the blood from her hands and takes a seat upon a chair prepared by Du Gents. You. Bring me an inch. I want her skin peeled away, inch by inch. The designated 2 approach without hesitation, ready to strip Jiang Jinlin of her garments. You dare. Yunli, you dare? I will never forgive you, not even in death. No matter how vehemently Jiang Jinlin curses, Yunli remains unfazed. As the sharp blade begins to approach her, Jiang Jinlin's eyes are consumed by sheer terror. Stop. Let me go? Let go of me. Wait. Jiang Jinlin breathes a sigh of relief, yet her gaze towards Yunli is devoid of gratitude, still filled with stubborn malice. Before you flay me, allow me to show you something interesting. With a flick of her wrist, Yunli conjures a mirror that hovers in front of Jiang Jinlin. With a surge of her spiritual energy, the mirror expands significantly, playing back the footage of the day Yunli stormed into the Jiang residence. From the moment the guard was crushed into a pulp by a Taowu's claw, to the death of the Jiang family patriarch at Yunli's hands, and the injuries inflicted upon the matriarch, who was humiliated by those deemed beneath her, all in the sight of her father, who could not rest in peace. Each harrowing scene reflects in Jiang Jinlin's eyes, inflicting a pain far greater than any physical torment. Jiang Jinlin's screams reverberate, filled with an overwhelming hatred. Yet, despite her fury, she remains bound, unable to harm Yunli. Seems this imagery is quite enlightening for you. How does it feel to witness your mother being humiliated by the guards? Yunli, I will kill you. I will definitely kill you. With a spurt of blood, Jiang Jinlin succumbs to unconsciousness, overwhelmed by her emotions. Oh dear, unconsciousness is not amusing. Wake her. Yes. Jiang Jinlin is doused with salt water once more, yet the pain on her face pales in comparison to the torment within her heart. She seethes with hatred, wishing to drain Yunli's blood. Yet, she forgets that the seeds of malevolence sown by the Jiang family have led to this very outcome. Awake? Good. The real show is just beginning, and if you remain unconscious, you will miss the spectacle. Yunli rises from her chair and approaches Jiang Jinlin. Bah! What do you intend to do? Even in death, as a vengeful spirit, I shall never let you go. Yunli raises her hand, using her spiritual energy to deflect the blood and spittle Jiang Jinlin spits at her. What I desire is to reclaim what is rightfully mine. My divine beast has been gestating within me for nearly a decade. The moment you seized it, did you truly believe it would belong to you? Panic grips Jiang Jinlin. Complete and utter panic. What do you want? It is mine. Yunli's lips curl into a wild and triumphant smile. Ninetails, return to your rightful place. With but a single utterance, Jiang Jinlin's countenance contorts with agony. She feels the Ninetails within her struggling desperately, as if attempting to tear free from the confines of her consciousness. With a spurt of blood, Jiang Jinlin expels more of her essence, desperately channeling the remaining spiritual energy within her to suppress the backlash of the nine-tailed fox. Do you think this will prevent me from reclaiming what belongs to me? Yunli forms hand seals, her body enveloped in a golden-red aura that causes her garments to flutter. Source of all beasts, blood reversal, unbind. As the incantation escapes her lips, Jiang Jinlin's pain intensifies. The image of the nine-tailed fox flickers within her soul, as if cooperating to shatter the seal. It seems you have invested considerable effort into merging with the nine-tailed fox, but alas, it is not yours. It will never be yours. Yunli's spiritual energy blazes brighter in her grasp. Ninetails, return to your true master. With a howl that pierces the heavens, the nine-tailed fox, empowered by Yunli's energy, violently separates from Jiang Jinlin's soul. Jiang Jinlin expels a torrent of blood. If her injuries were merely superficial before, her soul now bears irreversible damage. In that instant of losing the nine-tailed fox, she is rendered no different from an ordinary mortal. Chapter 17. breaking through to the spirit infancy realm. With the nine tails returned to its rightful place, Yunli's previously fragmented soul is instantly restored. A brilliant golden red light radiates from her, and her cultivation soars. The cries of divine beasts resonate throughout the royal palace, their energy surging, and the others sense this rising power. They kneel in prayer, as if in fervent worship. Gents, send someone to keep an eye on her. Do not let her die on my watch. I shall return first. Yunli felt that her cultivation was on the verge of a breakthrough. However, in this place where no one was present to protect her during the pivotal stage of forming her infant, and with the presence of a formation that severed spiritual energy, her efforts were significantly hampered. Thus, she had to suppress her cultivation with all her might and hasten back to her palace. Through their mental connection, Baizé had long been waiting at the dungeon's entrance. Upon seeing Yunli emerge, he quickly carried her away. Within the palace, a golden red radiance surged into the sky, encircling the Imperial Guard in layers to protect Yunli. Under the direct supervision of Ji Wuxue, anyone who dared to disturb the Empress during her seclusion would face merciless retribution. Upon learning this news, Li Xian hastily summoned all treasures beneficial to cultivators within the palace, so Ji Wuxue could assess their potential utility. The national master need not worry. As long as no one interrupts, the king should be able to succeed in his endeavor. Li Xian absorbed this information but remained uneasy, pacing back and forth at the entrance. Inside the palace, Yunli was enveloped in an exceptionally dense aura of spiritual energy. Within her inner world, Baizé, Tao Wu, Zhu Ke, and the nine-tailed fox raced about, channeling the chaotic spiritual energy within her that had become unruly due to overabundance. Baizé, Tao Wu, Zhu Ke, nine-tailed fox, return to your positions. Condense. What Yunli needed to do was repeatedly solidify her realm and then merge the powers of the four divine beasts to break through to the infant formation stage and condense her nascent soul. From the outside, the spiritual energy swirling around Yunli began to converge towards her dantian. Nascent soul, condense. Within her dantian, spiritual energy from all four directions entwined and rotated but showed no signs of congealing. Condense for me. She summoned all the spiritual energy within her, transforming it into a harmonious spiritual energy whirlwind, which instantly shattered the four streams of energy and fused them into her own before recondensing. Yunli let out a muffled groan, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Fortunately, the flickering light around her had stabilized, and the nascent soul within her dantian began to coalesce steadily. First, it formed at her calves, gradually extending to her waist, then to her shoulders, and finally her head. After 10 days and nights, within Yunli's inner world, there emerged a tiny figure that looked exactly like her. As the small figure took shape, she felt as if her soul had broken through a barrier, experiencing a qualitative enhancement once more. The nascent soul had formed. The four divine beasts responded to her presence, their realms harmoniously complementing each other as they too ascended to the infant stage. Congratulations, Your Majesty, your realm has been established. Ji Wuxue was the first to kneel in congratulation. The other imperial guards followed suit, kneeling to honor the king. Congratulations, Your Majesty, your realm has been established. Yunli pushed open the grand door, raising her hand to signal Ji Wuxue and the others to rise. Li, Your Majesty. Li Xian hurriedly approached, his demeanor revealing a nervousness that was unlike his usual composed self. How is it? Are you all right? Yunli shook her head. Thank you for your concern, National Master. I am unharmed. Only then did Li Xian finally exhale in relief, reassured that all was well. Yunli then inquired, how long will I be in seclusion this time? 10 days, Ji Wuxue respectfully replied. 10 days? Yunli took a deep breath, gazing into the distance. Have there been any occurrences beyond the palace walls recently? Reporting to Your Majesty, the matter of Jiang Jinlin's imprisonment has been widely publicized. However, upon learning of the Jiang family's various actions against Your Majesty, the public has changed their previous perception of your tyranny, now directing their ire solely at the Jiang family. Many have remarked that if they were in Your Majesty's position, having endured such humiliation and even having their nurturing beast egg stolen, they would likely act with even greater severity. In other words, her reputation as a tyrant had been transformed. Li Xian's jaw dropped in disbelief. You were really deprived of a beast egg? The pain in his eyes was palpable. Yunli smiled lightly. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Had it not been for the Jiang family's actions against me, I would not have experienced rebirth. Without the loss of the beast egg, I would not have attained my current level of cultivation. Seeing her so nonchalant, Li Xian's heart ached, filled with self-reproach. It must have taken unimaginable suffering and hardship for her to arrive at this point, able to recount her tribulations with a smile. Your Majesty, yes? Will you continue your cultivation? Why not? In Beili, I can ensure your safety for a lifetime, that no one will harm you. But once you leave Beili and embark on the path of cultivation, I fear. Yunli understood Li Xian's good intentions. Gains often accompany losses, and great calamities correspond to great opportunities. In this lifetime, I only seek freedom and strength. The stable life you speak of is ultimately ill-suited for me. Li Xian lowered his gaze. He should have known Yunli's answer. He was simply unwilling to let go, wanting to do everything in his power to protect her. Brother Li Xian, do not worry, I will remain safe. Do not forget, I promised you that I would ensure you do not suffer a tragic end. Li Xian nodded, taking a deep breath and saying no more. By the way, has my uncle arrived? He comes daily. Good, I shall go see my uncle now. With that, Yunli departed. Li Xian watched her departing figure, his expression lost in thought. For over 10 years, he had been tirelessly searching for Yunli's whereabouts. To others, she was the king, the empress, but in his eyes, she was the who had accompanied him by Nangguang Su's side for 8 months. The days and nights of over a decade had not diminished his feelings for this whom he had never met. Instead, he had been searching for, longing for, and imagining her appearance every day. From the moment he first laid eyes on her, he knew Yunli was not an ordinary being. This brief reunion was the perfect conclusion to his 10-year search. Indeed, he had found his and had provided an account to the departed and he could not allow himself to think beyond this. He had no right to wish for more. From the moment I devised my plans. You became a player in this game, did you not? First, using the name of a tyrant to suppress the court and the people. Then, employing your tragic origins to wash away all disgrace, garnering the sympathy and love of the populace. Indeed, if your command had not been given that day in the court, how could the Imperial Guard have allowed a mere minister to bring Jiang Jinlin into the Grand Hall? From the very beginning, this was all part of your meticulous plan. At such a tender age, how many unimaginable hardships have you endured to think so strategically and act so cautiously? Very well, very well. Only in this manner can I feel somewhat at ease while you are outside. Chapter 18. The 7th rank Pregnancy Spirit Pill. The Nangong family, located south of the capital, occupies several peaks, rivaling some small sects of cultivation. Yunli followed Nangong Xiong back, her heart filled with a mix of excitement and trepidation. For she was about to meet Nangong Su, the original's mother, who had now also become her mother. Lilia? At the entrance of the Nangong family, a trembling voice echoed. It belonged to a woman who appeared to be in her middle age, exuding an aura of tenderness. Tears brimmed in her eyes as she looked at Yunli. In just one glance, she recognized her own granddaughter. Yet, despite the Nangong family's years of searching, they had ultimately been unable to find her. Lear, this is your grandmother. Grandmother? Oh. Shenmu Yu gazed at her granddaughter, unable to resist caressing her small face. Good child, good child. Your brows and eyes resemble those of your mother. Mother, let Lear return home first. All right, let us go home. Shenmu Yu took Yunli's hand and summoned a Ling Yun crane, carrying her toward the Nangong family estate. Throughout the journey, Yunli remained silent, her mind repeatedly echoing the 2 words, home. Before her transmigration, she had fought with all her might to bring countless people home. For the countless individuals who have sustained the remnants of their homes, today marks the first occasion when someone holds her hand, leading her back home. Is this what familial affection feels like? Upon their return to the residence, Shenmu Yu warmly welcomed her. The maids, in a flurry of excitement, presented an array of delights, food, drink, and amusements, cherished by daughters of ordinary families at the age of coming of age. Lear, your grandmother is unsure of your preferences. Please try everything. It has all been prepared for you since early morning. And these pastries, they have been personally crafted by your grandmother. At that moment, Yunli had little interest in food. I wish to see my mother. Those words halted Shenmu Yu in her tracks. She set down the pastry, her face shadowed by sorrow. Though she appeared to be in her 30s, her elegance still intact, there was an undeniable weight of age upon her. Your mother. I know. Uncle has informed me. Shenmu Yu sighed deeply. Very well, your grandmother shall take you. The trio journeyed to the back mountain of the Nangong family. This place, perpetually blanketed in snow, seemed like an entirely different realm compared to the front mountain. As they approached the ancient ice coffin, Shenmu Yu's grip on Yunli's hand tightened. Once they entered the sealed cave and stood before the millennium-old icy coffin, a biting cold enveloped them. Yunli did not need to summon her power. Zhu Ke utilized the South Ming fire to shield her from the frigid assault. Zhu Ke, no need. At that moment, Yunli feared that the South Ming fire might inflict harm upon the ancient ice coffin. Obediently, Zhu Ke retracted the fire, sensing the heaviness in Yunli's heart. She is my mother. Yunli approached the ancient ice coffin, which had already been opened by Nangong Xiong. Nangong Su lay within, devoid of life, her lips pale as if drained of color. Just as Shenmu Yu had said, the resemblance between the two was strikingly profound. Is this truly my mother? In her past life, Di Yunli had never seen her mother. Her mother had perished during childbirth. Growing up in an orphanage, she had never experienced the warmth of a family. Big sister, I've brought Lear back. Nangong Xiong supported the ice coffin, his eyes laden with guilt that had not diminished in the slightest. Lear is wonderful. She bears a striking resemblance to you. Suddenly, a faint glow emanated from Nangong Su's body. The flickering light seemed to call out to Di Yunli, and she could sense it. Mother. Upon hearing those words, the light surrounding Nangong Su trembled, a manifestation of sorrow from her very soul. Alas, she could not speak, nor could she respond. Di Yunli rummaged through her storage ring for a while before producing a pill. This is a 7th grade pregnancy spirit pill? In the realm of cultivation, pills are categorized from 1 to 9 grades. Grade 1 is a waste pill, Grade 2 is inferior, Grade 3 possesses low efficacy, primarily benefiting mere mortals. From Grade 4 onward, these pills are utilized by cultivators. Grade 5 is considered precious, Grade 6 is rare, Grade 7 is a treasure, Grade 8 is exceedingly scarce, and Grade 9 is of celestial quality. This 7th grade pregnancy spirit pill was something she had received during her healing by Xianyi in a secret realm, and she had several vials remaining. Indeed, Di Yunli infused her spiritual energy into the pregnancy spirit pill, channeling its power into Nangong Su's body. Once the energy was fully delivered, the glow surrounding Nangong Su brightened significantly. Lear, where did you acquire such a treasure? Do you know any alchemists? Where are they? Are they hard to find? Di Yunli shook her head. I obtained it in a secret realm. Where is this secret realm? I cannot recall. I stumbled upon it by accident. Nangong Xiong, having caught a glimmer of hope, saw it shatter once more. This pregnancy spirit pill is immensely beneficial for your mother's soul restoration. It was through a pill I acquired at an auction that your mother's soul was able to coalesce. Alas, if only there were a few more. Di Yunli produced 2 vials of pills. Uncle, I have plenty. What? Nangong Xiong's eyes widened in disbelief. What kind of secret realm could yield so many 7th grade pregnancy spirit pills? Uncle, let's proceed together. Very well. Di Yunli and Nangong Xiong simultaneously activated the power of the pills to restore Nangong Su's soul. However, the efficacy of the pills diminishes with repeated use. The body develops a tolerance, rendering them less effective over time. Lear, perhaps we should cease. Nangong Xiong understood that continuing would merely squander the pills. By now, Nangong Su's soul had been significantly restored, far exceeding his initial expectations, and he felt content. No worries. Uncle, continue to channel your energy. Di Yunli was unwilling to give up, especially as the bond of blood and familial affection grew increasingly potent with each restoration of Nangong Su's soul. She began to comprehend the urgency and willingness to sacrifice for the sake of family. Lear, a particularly gentle voice resonated before Di Yunli. She looked up to see Nangong Su's soul, who called out to her. Floating beside Di Yunli, she grasped Di Yunli's hand, encouraging her to continue channeling her spiritual energy. It's all right, Lear. Do not fear. Mother is feeling much better. This tender force caused Di Yunli to momentarily lose herself. Mother, my mother. Lear, my precious Lear. Nangong Su caressed Di Yunli's hair, every touch infused with maternal love. Yet, her soul remained frail, and Di Yunli could not perceive her touch, only feeling a gentle, soothing energy emanating from her soul. Lear has grown so much, and she has become so beautiful. How wonderful. In Nangong Su's clear eyes, there was the pride and joy of a mother. Chapter 19, The Arrogance of Capital. Mother. For reasons unknown, Di Yunli felt as if her heart were being pricked by needles, a lump in her throat, as if countless grievances were yearning for release. Nangong Su's soul embraced Di Yunli, gently soothing her emotions. The magic of familial ties, the warmth of a mother's love. 2 souls needed no words, yet they felt everything. Nangong Xiong and Shun Muyu stepped away, granting the mother and daughter ample space. After all, this was their second meeting, separated by nearly 16 years. Nangong Su recounted many tales from the past, sharing stories of her father, their experiences as a couple, and the origin of the name Yunli. Yunli. Nangong Su had always hoped her daughter would embody the essence of clouds, pure and weightless, possessing the freedom to drift with the winds while also having the strength to shelter from the sun and gather rain. She wished for her daughter to shine as brilliantly as glass, deserving of all the beauty this world has to offer. Di Yunli listened intently, and when fatigue settled in, she leaned against the ancient ice coffin and fell asleep. It had been long since she had enjoyed a restful slumber. In her past life, she was always on edge, prepared to react swiftly to any demonic threats. Since her arrival in this realm, she had been preoccupied with healing, vengeance, and cultivation, unwilling to squander even a moment. Today, perhaps due to Nangong Su's soul providing comfort, she felt an unusual sense of tranquility. As she listened, she succumbed to slumber. When Di Yunli awoke once more, Nangong Su's soul had returned to her body. The radiance emanating from her form was stronger than before, yet far from fully restored and revived. Lear, uncle, let us go. Sister has maintained her soul's state throughout the night and needs to rest. Yes. Yunli followed Nangong Xiong outside. Uncle, are there any other means to save mother? Indeed. What methods? The Immortal Tomb. The Immortal Tomb? Legend has it that after the cataclysmic battle between the celestial beings and demons, countless immortals perished, leaving behind what is now referred to as the Celestial Tomb. Within the domain of the Celestial Tomb lie innumerable rare treasures, among which is the celestial spirit grass that can sprout forth from the remains of fallen immortals, possessing the miraculous ability to transmute decay into vitality. By refining elixirs with the celestial spirit grass, one can fully restore the soul to its original state. Nangong Xiong paused momentarily before adding that within the tomb are various ninth-grade celestial pills left over from the Great War, among which is said to be a resurrection pill, capable of reuniting the soul with its departed physical form. Should those two treasures be obtained, my sister could return to her former self. Yunli felt a burgeoning yearning for the celestial tomb. Where might it be? Your grandfather has already ventured to seek out that fabled ground. And according to the latest correspondence he sent back, it seems there are hints within the Imperial Capital Academy. The Imperial Capital Academy, also known as the Imperial Academy. It appears that visiting this academy is no longer an option she can forego. Uncle, leave this matter to me. I entrust my mother's care to you. That is out of the question. Nangong Xiong could not rest easy. You and your sister have only just reunited. How can I allow you to venture into danger once more? The Celestial Tomb, while replete with great opportunities, is fraught with peril. Although you have recently broken through to the spirit infant stage, those who enter the Celestial Tomb must possess at least the cultivation of the spirit aperture stage. I cannot allow you to take such risks. Yunli interjected. Uncle, I was already planning to attend the Imperial Capital Academy. If there truly is news of the Celestial Tomb, I assure you I will not take unnecessary risks and will keep you informed. Only then did Nangong Xiong breathe a sigh of relief, though he seemed hesitant to express something further. Uncle, please speak your mind. Lier, would you be able to stay at home for just a couple more days? Just 2 days, as a means to spend more time with your mother and grandmother. His eyes were filled with careful anticipation, devoid of the fierce and bloodthirsty demeanor of a battlefield warrior. Yunli smiled and nodded. Very well. After all, her attendance at the Imperial Capital Academy would be akin to that of a transfer student. A day sooner or later would not make much difference. A week later, the dignitaries of Beili gathered at the city gates to graciously send Yunli off to the Imperial Capital Academy. Your Majesty, the Imperial Capital Academy is unlike our royal capital. Please take care of yourself. Your Majesty, safe travels. Your Majesty, you shall certainly be the most formidable and radiant presence at the Imperial Capital Academy. The common folk, holding flowers in hand, bestowed blessings upon Yunli, a sight that filled her with warmth. As she looked upon the people, the fierce aura surrounding her dissipated, revealing a rare gentleness within. This was largely due to the week spent at the Nangong family home, where she experienced the warmth of family, realizing how fortunate she was to be cherished by her grandmother and uncle. Now, with the affection of the people, her thoughts turned more tranquil, and a genuine smile graced her lips. Li Xian stepped forward, his body language and gaze betraying the emotions he suppressed. Your Majesty, do take care. Rest assured, Brother Li Xian, among my peers, none can harm me. Yunli spoke with an air of confidence, for she possessed the audacity to back her words. Ji Wuxiua then said, Your Majesty, it is time to set forth. Very well. Yunli wasted no more time, soaring onto the back of Bai Zhe. With a final farewell, Yunli and the valiant Imperial Guard departed the Imperial capital in grand fashion. None knew how long it would be until her return. The Imperial Capital Academy stood majestically in the southwestern direction of Fengxi City, nestled between two mountain ranges, surrounded by picturesque scenery. Upon her arrival, Yunli sensed the abundant spiritual energy of Fengxi City from a distance. It was no wonder that the Imperial Capital Academy was established here. Your Majesty, according to the rules of the Imperial Capital Academy, we cannot accompany you inside the academy and must remain stationed in the city. Everything within the Imperial Capital Academy will depend solely on you. That is of no concern. Without needing to be told, Yunli understood that the Imperial Guard could not enter the city. A ruler sheltered by protection cannot grow powerful. It was likely that within the Imperial Capital Academy, her status as a monarch would not yield many advantages either. Commander Ji, I shall enter the Imperial Capital Academy first. Once you are stationed in the city, there is no need to be overly anxious. Allow everyone to explore and rest a bit. As you command, Your Majesty. Yunli nodded lightly, stroking Bai Zhe's soft fur. Bai Zhe, let us proceed. I, Yunli, have arrived at the Imperial Capital Academy. Chapter 20. No, the only one I wish to slay is you. Just as Yunli gracefully entered the Imperial Capital Academy, a familiar aura rushed toward her. Commander Ji, Your Majesty, there is trouble. Ji Wushue's expression was fraught with urgency, as if he bore the weight of guilt. What has happened? We have just received word that someone has staged a prison break. Jiang Jinlin is missing, and her guards were all put to sleep, awakening without knowledge of what transpired. A prison break? Yunli exclaimed in astonishment. Was there truly someone daring enough to rescue her? She could hardly fathom who would have the motive to save Jiang Jinlin, especially someone capable of stealthily infiltrating the royal palace dungeon and whisking her away from numerous spirit infant stage experts. Such a feat could only be performed by an extraordinary individual. Could it be the beast tamer who had once assisted the Jiang family, the same one who had separated her from the nine-tailed fox beast egg? Have the national master investigate. There must be some trace left behind. Very well. Yunli said no more, directing Bai Zhe to carry her to the entrance of the Imperial Capital Academy. This was the sole passage to the academy. One must enter through the outer gate and then transition to the inner gate, which was her ultimate destination. Who dares trespass upon the grounds of the Imperial Capital Academy? The guards stationed at the entrance, upon catching sight of Yunli, momentarily lost their composure. With a face as round as an egg, willow leaf brows, and a pair of beguiling peach blossom eyes that seemed to enchant the very soul, she possessed an allure that was almost intoxicating. As her ruby lips parted slightly, it felt as if a fragrant bloom wafted forth, captivating all who beheld her. I am the sovereign of Beili. Open the gates. To avoid complications, Yunli directly proclaimed her identity. However, it seemed her words fell upon deaf ears. Another guard approached, his gaze upon Yunli revealing a vile and lascivious glint. Little sister, do you not know that the sovereign of Beili has yet to make an appearance? How dare you impersonate the sovereign? As he spoke, he advanced toward her. Yunli took a small step back, warning, one more move, and you shall perish. The guard did not lay a hand upon Yunli. Rather, he merely grazed where she had stood, and an overwhelming sense of euphoria washed over him, his smile turning more wanton. Little sister, such a fiery temperament. I like it. With a swift motion, the guard, who had been grinning with lewd delight, fell silent. He clutched his neck, blood gushing forth like a fountain, collapsing to the ground in a matter of moments, his body convulsing. The other guard was slow to react, stammering, You dare to kill at the entrance of the Imperial Capital Academy. Yunli cast him a fleeting glance, commanding, open the gates. She wished to remain composed. Yet some insisted on challenging her. The guard recoiled, frantically retrieving a bamboo signal tube from his robe and firing it off. Reinforcements. Yunli found it amusing. The more people summoned, the better. Surely someone would recognize her. Bai Zhe responded promptly, prostrating on the ground, allowing Yunli to recline lazily upon its form as they awaited the arrival of others. After what felt like a quarter of an hour, the reinforcements finally arrived. 3 youths appearing to be around 18 or 19 years of age, accompanied by 2 young women, approached. Who fired the signal? Upon observing the scene at the entrance, the young man's gaze fixated upon Yunli. She leaned against Bai Zhe, which curled around her like a large cat, creating a visual that was simply enchanting, drawing all eyes toward her. The law enforcement team. You are from the law enforcement team. It was she. She has committed murder. She killed Lu Zhu. Only upon witnessing the bloodied corpses strewn upon the ground did the male disciples finally regain their composure. Why have you slain the guards of the Imperial Academy? One of them demanded. His behavior was disrespectful and crude. He deserved death, replied Yunli with an air of nonchalance. A female disciple from the enforcement team regarded Yunli with eyes filled with envy. Taking a life so callously, even if he disrespected you. His crime did not warrant death. Yunli turned her gaze upon the female disciple, recalling the last person who had dared to challenge her. That individual's grave had already grown 2 meters high. A manic, otherworldly smile graced her lips, concealing a deadly intent within her eyes. The female disciple took a step back, an inexplicable fear welling up within her as she dared not meet Yunli's gaze. This is the Imperial Academy. We are the enforcement team. If you kill us, the Academy will not let you go unpunished. No, Yunli replied as she rose from Bai Zhe's side. At present, the only life I desire to take is yours. Bai Zhe sensed his master's murderous intent, his demeanor shifting to one of ferocity, ready to pounce. The head of the enforcement team seemed eager to make a display before Yunli, attempting to act as a mediator. Please do not bully my junior sister. However, for the unauthorized murder of the guard, you must accompany me to the Imperial Academy and await the elder's judgment. But fear not, with my presence, I will ensure your safety. Yunli appraised him, recognizing his narcissistic and performative personality. It was evident he had enjoyed the adoration of many female disciples, exuding an inexplicable confidence as if every woman ought to fall for him. Too ugly. Send someone more presentable to escort me inside, she declared. Wu Qiu's expression froze, slightly losing face. Maintaining his composure, he smiled and remarked, "You are here to accept your punishment, not to assume you came to study." The two other female disciples chimed in. "Do you not know that Senior Wu Qiu is the most popular enforcement senior at our Imperial Academy, without exception? Indeed, I worked hard to join the enforcement team because of Senior Wu Qiu. You shall not speak so recklessly." Yunli surveyed the group, feeling as though she were conversing with a cadre of dimwits, yet still struggling to communicate effectively. "I will say this one last time. I am the sovereign of Beili. Send someone pleasing to lead me inside, and we shall consider this matter resolved. Spare me your incessant chatter. It is excessively grating." This was her second declaration of identity. There would be no third. The enforcement team exchanged glances, and Wu Qiu asked, "What proof do you have to claim the title of sovereign of Beili?" Yunli casually tossed a golden medallion, a symbol of her sovereignty, adorned with the phoenix seal exclusive to the Empress. Wu Qiu nearly dropped it. But even upon recognizing the medallion, he found it hard to believe. "Is there any other proof?" Yunli fixed her gaze upon Wu Qiu, her patience waning. It was akin to withdrawing money from a bank. If once you cannot clarify, and twice you remain unclear, must you then present your ID for validation, as if to prove it is indeed yours? The absurdity was overwhelming. A surge of spiritual power suddenly erupted from Yunli, the formidable wave nearly knocking the enforcement team off their feet. Such pressure could only belong to a master in the spirit dance stage. No, it was likely she had already reached the spirit infant stage. Could she truly be? Yunli's voice echoed throughout the academy's entrance. "My patience has worn thin. Within 10 breaths, if no one arrives to address this matter and escort me inside, I shall obliterate your entrance. I shall also forcefully breach the academy." 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Just as Yunli prepared to take action, a powerful aura surged from within the academy, advancing towards her. "Who dares to be so audacious at the gates of the Imperial Academy?" Yunli waved her hand, dispersing the encroaching pressure, and coldly remarked, "I thought all the people of the Imperial Academy had perished. It appears there are still some left to draw breath." Outrageous. A beam of sword light shot forth, concealing a murderous intent. "You are the one who is outrageous." Yunli seethed. "Tao Wu." With a mighty roar, Tao Wu leapt into the air, his massive form smashing the sword light to the ground, reducing it to mere fragments. The students, merely shaken by the spiritual ripple emanating from Tao Wu, struggled to maintain their footing, nearly losing their composure. Tao Wu, the ancient beast. She possesses 2 divine beasts, both of ancient lineage. Could she truly be the Empress? Whispers filled the air as the imposing figure finally revealed himself. He appeared to be in his 50s, with a mane of brown and white hair cascading around him. Garbed in the distinctive attire of an outer academy instructor. Instructor Fu, the disciples bowed in unison. Instructor Fu paid them no heed, instead fixing his gaze intently on Yunli. "You are accompanied by 2 ancient divine beasts? Such talent is rare even within the inner academy. Who are you?" Yunli, growing weary of idle chatter, pressed on. "It seems you also intend to deny me entry?" Should he respond affirmatively, she would simply seize a disciple and force her way into the academy until she encountered someone capable of addressing her needs. Wu Qiu hurriedly presented his command token. "Instructor Fu, this individual claims to be the sovereign of Beili. Please verify." Instructor Fu furrowed his brow. He had indeed received word from the inner academy that the sovereign of Beili, Yunli, would be entering today. However, he had not taken it seriously. For in the realm of cultivation, strength reigns supreme. Even a sovereign ruler is but a slightly more valuable ant in the eyes of these cultivators. Yet who could have imagined that this young girl, appearing to be merely at the age of maturation, would possess 2 ancient divine beasts? The situation seemed to spiral out of control. However, as an instructor accustomed to wielding authority over students, he found it difficult to lower himself before a mere girl. "What of it if you are the sovereign of Beili? You ought to be aware of the Imperial Academy's rules. Regardless of whether you are noble or common, the Academy recognizes only talent and cultivation level. Even if you are a sovereign, you cannot expect special treatment." Yunli chuckled lightly, realizing he had likely been observing from the beginning, aiming to impose a show of authority upon her, the Empress. Alas, it was unfortunate that he had miscalculated his attempt at intimidation. "Understood, hence my arrival. May I now enter?" Instructor Fu glanced at the corpses by the roadside. "You have yet to enter the Academy, yet you have already slain a guard. Even if you do enter, you will still violate the Academy's regulations and be expelled. He deserved to die. Even if he deserved it, you cannot take a life, regardless of your status as a sovereign within the Imperial Academy. A prince is no different from a commoner when it comes to the law." Yunli erupted with laughter, clapping her hands. "Ah, what a fine Imperial Academy. What a fine instructor. Such imposing authority." The murderous aura around her suddenly erupted, enveloping her in a tangible, blood-red mist. The students, having never encountered such a dense aura of killing intent, recoiled in fear, nearly wetting themselves. Since you insist on obstructing me, I shall no longer hold back. Tao Wu and Bai Zhe stood resolutely at Di Yunli's sides. With but a thought, they would be ready to rend these individuals to shreds. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Another flash of light erupted from the outer academy as a man, appearing to be in his 60s, approached with a genial smile. I am Ji's son, the younger brother of the head of the Ji family in East Zhou of Beili. My niece is the commander of the Imperial Guard, Ji Wuxue. It is I who am late in welcoming Your Majesty. Please forgive me. Di Yunli's expression softened slightly. May I now enter? Yes, of course. The aged elder personally accompanied the king to complete all formalities, and the accommodations have been arranged with utmost care to ensure that the king does not suffer any grievances. Just as the two were about to enter, Master Fu obstructed their path. Elder Ji, although you hold the esteemed title of Outer Sect Elder, the matter of her slaying the gatekeeper cannot simply be overlooked. Elder Ji turned to Master Fu, his smile vanishing. The king has decreed that he deserves death. And indeed he does. Since when has a mere instructor begun to concern himself with the life and death of a gatekeeper? Do you intend to seek justice for him and become an enemy of Beili? From Elder G's tone, it was evident that Master Fu was not one of Beili's people. No wonder he had been obstructing Di Yunli from the very beginning. Master Fu, heed my words. Firstly, I have yet to officially join the Imperial Academy, thus I do not count as one of its members. As the King of Beili, I possess the authority over life and death of all my subjects. Secondly, according to our national laws, his foul language and lewd behavior constitute a grave disrespect. Elder Ji, please enlighten him on the consequences of showing such disrespect towards me. Elder Ji bowed in response, stating, to show great disrespect towards the king is a crime punishable by the extermination of 9 clans. Does he deserve death? Indeed. Di Yunli raised an eyebrow at Master Fu. Can you comprehend human speech? Master Fu's countenance grew grim. No matter how much power you wield in Beili, once you enter the Imperial Academy, you must abide by its rules. Upon crossing this threshold, even elders cannot overtly protect you. Let us see how long you can maintain your arrogance. With a disdainful snort, Master Fu turned to leave. Wait, what do you intend to do? Naturally, I seek to bring you discomfort, Tao Wu. With a roar, Tao Wu opened its cavernous maw and lunged at Master Fu as if to swallow him whole. Master Fu's expression darkened. Exploding ape. A hulking ape, its muscles seemingly bursting, was summoned forth to resist Tao Wu's jaws with all its might. Tao Wu, I shall enter first. You may join me once you have had your fun. Tao Wu swatted the exploding ape aside with a single paw, then looked to Di Yunli, its eyes igniting with fierce battle intent as it pounced once more. Tao Wu's assault was characterized by ferocity and speed, while the exploding ape relied on brute strength and defense, albeit clumsily. Due to their inherent bloodline differences, it was not long before Tao Wu brutally tore off one of the exploding ape's arms, treating it as mere food to be savored. Master Fu's eyes nearly bulged with fury. He longed to slay Tao Wu with a single strike. Yet, he dared not act rashly, for Bai Zhe had been watching him intently. Chapter 22, The Preeminent Talent of 3 Centuries. The feeling of helplessness, watching his companion spirit beast sustain grave injuries without the ability to assist, drove Master Fu to the brink of madness. You wretched beast, dare you? At the critical moment for the exploding ape, Master Fu could no longer contain himself. He and his beast joined forces to confront Tao Wu and Bai Zhe simultaneously. Outside, Di Yunli remained oblivious to the chaos unfolding. Yet the commotion from the mountain gate suggested it was anything but insignificant. Do not kill that waste of space. Otherwise, we will encounter some trouble. Di Yunli interjected, prompting Bai Zhe and Tao Wu to cease their attacks. Tao Wu, with a human-like disdain, regarded Master Fu and the exploding ape, snorting derisively before trotting off with Bai Zhe. Had it not been for Di Yunli's timely intervention, Tao Wu's brutal nature would have undoubtedly crushed them mercilessly. In the outer sect of the Imperial Academy, within the square, Elder Ji had completed all necessary arrangements for Di Yunli. From this moment forth, Di Yunli was officially a member of the Imperial Academy. Your Majesty, according to the regulations of the Imperial Academy, newly admitted disciples must study in the outer sect for 3 years. Only upon breaking through to the spirit pill stage within those 3 years may they enter the inner sect for further cultivation. This is the spirit testing steel. By channeling your spiritual energy into it, the greater the height it illuminates, the stronger your talent is deemed. Disciples in the outer sect are classified into 4 levels: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow, with yellow being the lowest and heaven the highest. After a moment of contemplation, Di Yunli stated, I wish to enter the inner sect directly. What? Elder Ji, having served as an outer sect elder for many years, had never heard of anyone entering the inner sect directly. Is that not possible? Your Majesty, it is indeed somewhat difficult. Not impossible, merely difficult? Precisely. What makes it difficult? Your Majesty, there have been precedents of students entering the inner sect directly. But the conditions are that your talent must illuminate the entire spirit testing steel, and you must defeat all challengers in the outer sect as well battle. Only then may you enter the inner sect. Each of these conditions is, in its own right, an extraordinary feat since the establishment of the Imperial Academy. Those who illuminated the entire steel were all paragons of the cultivation world, many of whom ascended to immortality. The last prodigy to fulfill both conditions was over 300 years ago. He is now a renowned spirit king, on the cusp of breaking through to Spirit Emperor and ascending to immortality. 300 years to reach the Spirit King stage? Excellent, a formidable challenge. A roar echoed as Tao Wu and Bai Zhe returned. Bai Zhe appeared unfazed, while Tao Wu displayed a lingering sense of grievance, playfully nuzzling against Yunli. No worries. Once you enter the Imperial Academy, there will be plenty of opportunities for you to fight. With a low growl, Tao Wu obediently lay by Yunli's feet, lazily closing its eyes. What kind of spirit beast is this? I have never seen anything like it before. Such a beautiful lady, truly a breathtaking sight. Why is she with Elder Ji? He seems to treat her with great respect. Could both of these companion spirit beasts belong to her? When did the Imperial Academy witness the emergence of such talent? Yunli's beauty had already drawn attention, and with Tao Wu and Bai Zhe's arrival, she instantly became the focal point of the square. Disregarding the whispers and gazes directed at her, Yunli approached the spirit testing steel, channeling her spiritual energy into it. A radiant blend of gold and crimson light erupted, sending tremors through the steel. Is the steel shaking? This person's spiritual power can actually move the steel. Judging by her attire, it was clear she hailed from nobility, undoubtedly groomed by her family. Thus, it was hardly surprising. It's lighting up. The steel is beginning to glow. 1 tier, 2 tiers, 3 tiers, and it continues to rise. I heard that the current first in the inner sect was just 1 tier short of illuminating the entire steel. I refuse to believe she can surpass the first in the inner sect. With every sound, another tier of the steel illuminated. Initially, onlookers merely sought entertainment, curious to see how formidable this newcomer truly was. However, as the steel continued to shine without any sign of halting, the spectators' attitudes shifted dramatically. Impossible. How can it still be rising? Could she be cheating with Elder Ji's help? Surely she cannot be the second first in the inner sect. Still, the brilliance persisted. With each illuminated tier, the hearts of the crowd raced in unison, their eyes fixated on the steel, fearful of missing a single moment of the unfolding spectacle. Among them, the one most exhilarated and proud was undoubtedly Elder Ji. After all, the greater the strength of a national ruler, the more secure the lands of Beili would be. Just moments ago, he had been troubled by how to resolve the conflict between Master Fu and Yunli. Now, it seemed that everything would be resolved effortlessly. As Master Fu had said, in the cultivation world, strength determines everything. In the Imperial Capital Academy, innate talent dictates everything. As long as Yunli demonstrates exceptional prowess, she could cause all manner of trouble, and the dean along with the elders of the inner court would merely choose to turn a blind eye. The spirit measurement steel shone brilliantly, illuminating the entire area. Who is this person, endowed with such extraordinary talent that they deserve the title of prodigy? The last time the spirit measurement steel lit up like this was over 300 years ago. All the disciples gasped in disbelief. Yet they could not deny the reality before them. Even if Ji Xuanzhang had aided her in cheating, it was inconceivable that it could have reached such heights. Meanwhile, in the inner court, the elders and the dean, who were convening, were suddenly taken aback, their gazes drawn to the soaring pillar of light outside. Before any elder could voice their thoughts, the dean had already dashed out, leaving only a gust of wind in his wake. One elder, stroking his beard, remarked that after more than 300 years, the Imperial Capital Academy had finally welcomed a talent of unparalleled genius. Just as he was about to continue speaking to a fellow elder, he realized that the entire hall had emptied. Everyone had rushed outside, eager to witness the prodigy capable of igniting the spirit measurement steel. "You all go, I shall follow," he declared. As the last elder exited, both the outer and inner courts erupted in commotion. In a quiet, secluded corner of the inner court, a young man leisurely sat in a small courtyard, sipping tea. "They have arrived," he mused with calm composure, finishing his sip before vanishing from the courtyard. Chapter 23. The Wheel Battle, challenging the entire outer court. Yunli did not anticipate such a stir. The outer court square was now a sea of people, all drawn to witness this rare spectacle seen once in centuries. "Dean." Ji Xuanzhang acknowledged as the dean hurried over, bowing respectfully. The dean, however, bypassed Ji Xuanzhang and materialized before Yunli. "Good child, did you ignite the spirit measurement steel?" Yunli nodded slightly, remaining silent. "Excellent, excellent." The dean, brimming with excitement, continued, "Would you be willing to become my disciple and enter the inner court for cultivation?" Had she known it would be so simple, Yunli would not have wasted her time at the entrance. She could have simply entered and illuminated the spirit measurement stele. "Yes," she acquiesced. "Wonderful." The dean rubbed his hands together eagerly. "How old are you? What is your name? Where do you hail from? May I see your accompanying spirit beast?" Ji Xuanzhang stepped in to answer on Yunli's behalf. "Dean, she is the newly appointed Empress of Beili." The dean was momentarily taken aback. "An empress? You are indeed the empress? Who would have thought that this seemingly delicate girl, at such a tender age, would be a ruler of a nation?" This was in stark contrast to the reports he had received recently about a ruthless and violent empress. Dean, you must advocate for me." Instructor Fu, disheveled and bearing torn clothing with visible wounds, rushed from the crowd. "Instructor Fu, what has happened to you?" The instructor pointed an accusatory finger at Yunli. "This girl is morally corrupt and ruthless. How could she be allowed into the inner court?" The dean's countenance darkened. It was not anger directed at Yunli for her actions, but rather at the untimely interruption from Instructor Fu, which disrupted his enthusiasm. "Instructor Fu, she is yet to enter and has already harmed the guards at the gate. She insulted me with harsh words and allowed her spirit beast to severely injure mine. Were it not for my ability to defend myself, she would have surely dealt a lethal blow today." Instructor Fu's words ignited a wave of outrage in the square. How could she behave this way? She cannot even adhere to the most basic respect for her elders. Even if her talent is exceptional, what does it matter? She dares to act so disrespectfully before entering. Does she think the Imperial Capital Academy is without defenders? And an empress? She is nothing more than an arrogant wild child, unaware of her own limitations. Shouldn't your focus be on the fact that she managed to severely injure Instructor Fu even before entering? Ji Xuanzhang thought to himself, feeling a wave of concern for Yunli. However, as he had previously surmised, Yunli's talent shone too brightly. Under such circumstances, even if Instructor Fu were to perish at her hands, it would not be deemed a significant issue. "You have already reached the spirit infant stage?" the dean inquired, having overheard Instructor Fu's claims, and began to assess Yunli's cultivation. The results were startling. It was known that the requirement for entering the inner court was 3 years of study, reaching the spirit pill realm. Yet, Yunli, at such a young age and without any traditional training, had managed to break through to the spirit infant stage. "Excellent, excellent," the dean exclaimed. "Yunli, you have once again given me a tremendous surprise." He was determined to take her as his disciple. No one could dissuade him. Instructor Fu, despite not being blind, could see the dean's satisfaction with Yunli. However, the more the dean showed approval, the more frustrated and unwilling he felt. "Dean, you may disregard the fate of the gatekeepers and ignore how this instructor was humiliated, but as the head of the academy, do you mean to blatantly disregard the academy's rules and directly bring her into the inner court?" The dean took a deep breath, realizing that Instructor Fu knew precisely how to provoke someone during their moment of joy. Yunli's talent is evident to all. She is the first in 300 years to ignite the spirit measurement stele. I, the dean, am personally accepting her as my disciple and bringing her to the inner court for instruction. What issue is there with that? How can I be accused of disregarding the academy's rules? Instructor Fu had suffered a significant loss and was determined to ensure that Yunli did not have an easy path. Even if he could not prevent her entry into the inner court, he would make certain that she paid a price for it. As an instructor, I remember well that the exception for newly admitted disciples entering the inner court requires not only igniting the spirit measurement stele, but also winning a wheel battle against the outer court disciples until none can defeat her. Many outer court disciples echoed in agreement, rallying behind Instructor Fu. Firstly, they could not tolerate Yunli's arrogance in bullying their instructor. Secondly, human nature is prone to jealousy. They envied Yunli's excellence and were unwilling to see her easily ascend to heights beyond their reach. Thirdly, it was a matter of self-interest. Whoever could defeat Yunli in the wheel battle would step upon her opportunity, gaining access to the inner court and the rewards that rightfully belonged to her. Any one of these motivations was sufficient to spur many into action, especially when combined. The crowd buzzed with excitement, and the dean smacked his forehead in frustration. However, as the dean, he could not afford to lose his temper and strike Instructor Fu. Yunli observed the faces of those eager to challenge her, a smile gracing her lips. Very well. A collective gasp resonated through the crowd, even the dean momentarily stunned. She had agreed. She had actually agreed. Unaware of her own limitations, when the wheel battle occurs, she shall learn the strength of our outer court. Just because she is arrogant now does not mean she won't find herself in tears soon. The dean turned to Yunli. Do you realize what you have agreed to? He was not skeptical of her ability to win. Rather, he was concerned that in the face of the outer court's wheel battle challenges, victory could come at a perilous cost. He had painstakingly acquired such a gifted disciple, cradled in his palm like a fragile treasure. How could he bear to see her injured upon her entrance? Teacher, I am capable, Yunli replied, her confidence not born from mere bravado but exuding a noble assurance, as if she looked down upon the world. The dean, witnessing so many eager disciples, along with the obstinate instructor Fu seeking to create trouble, felt a sense of helplessness. Very well, the wheel battle challenge is indeed one of the Academy's regulations. One cannot help but wonder what those antiquated individuals are thinking. How they came to establish such absurd regulations. After all the effort to find a treasure, do they not feel a pang of regret upon its destruction? The dean grumbled to himself, yet as he turned, he adopted the demeanor befitting his esteemed position. Since Yunli had consented, the challenge adhered to the Academy's rules. Thus, it was settled. The outer gate challenge would commence at the hour of Qin tomorrow. Instructor Fu attempted to interject, but a mere glance from the dean silenced him. Instructor Fu, this academy has never been known for its leniency. Should you push further, I am not averse to settling scores afterward. The dean's voice, imbued with fury, concealed a hint of murderous intent. Were it not for the multitude present and the need to consider his status, he would have swiftly dealt with Instructor Fu. It is perplexing who permitted such a troublesome individual to enter. Chapter 24. The head is indeed made of iron, and the pain is genuinely unbearable. Some obstinate disciples voiced their concerns. Why must it be at the hour of Qin tomorrow? Cannot it be done now? Dean, your blatant favoritism towards her. Are you not aiding her in cheating? Indeed, if you assist her, it would be profoundly unfair to us. Yes, yes. Others, eager for chaos, echoed the sentiments. Enough. The dean was genuinely enraged. A wave of pressure enveloped the entire square, rendering all disciples unable to move. Some, with weaker cultivation, even suffered internal injuries, silenced by the overwhelming force. The disciples I accept, naturally, will be defended by me. The dean, fiercely protective, saw through their intentions. Do not think I am unaware of the schemes you harbor. Fairness, you say? You engage in a war of attrition against her, and you dare speak of fairness? In the realm of cultivation, what fairness do you expect? Let me enlighten you. The path of cultivation is a brutal competition for survival, where only the fittest endure. If your talents are mediocre, then you must accept the treatment befitting such. Those who are dissatisfied should channel that energy into diligent cultivation. If you manage to stand out and prove your exceptionalism, I shall bestow upon you the same exceptions. But fear not. For if you remain mediocre and lazy in your training, do not expect to reap rewards. The dean furrowed his brow, demanding, speak up. You were so vocal moments ago. Why the silence now? The crowd felt a profound sense of despair. They wished to speak, yet found themselves at a loss for words. Since you have no objections, this matter is settled. I shall return at the hour of Qin tomorrow. Yunli, we shall take our leave. With a wave of his hand, the dean ushered away Yunli, oblivious to the figure standing at the periphery of the crowd, seemingly unaffected by the dean's imposing presence. Quietly observing Yunli with a gaze that revealed tenderness, longing, and a tumultuous interplay of impulse and reason, ultimately resolute in his decision to remain still. Once the dean departed, he transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from the outer gate square, as if he had never been there at all, unnoticed by anyone. Within the inner academy, at Tianmiao Peak, this location had been specifically chosen by the dean for Yunli's residence. The scenery was breathtaking, offering an expansive view that seemed to encompass the entirety of the Imperial Capital Academy. Though somewhat remote from the inner academy, it was rich in spiritual energy, making it an excellent place for cultivation. Regardless of whether you triumph tomorrow or gain entry into the inner academy, this will be your abode within the Imperial Capital Academy. Here is my token. With this, you may freely enter and exit the academy. Yunli accepted the token and glanced at it. It bore only 2 characters, Dean. The reverse side was inscribed with a miniature depiction of the academy. Master, do you not wish to inquire why I harmed the guards or severely injured Instructor Fu? The dean chuckled softly and replied, then why don't you tell me? You will only ask after I say something? If you do not wish to speak, I shall not pry. Yunli was at a loss for words, yet found solace in the understanding. Who would not desire a master who, regardless of right or wrong, is fiercely protective? It was the gatekeeper who insulted me first, and Instructor Fu who wronged me afterward. Were it not for my apprehension that killing an instructor on my first day at the academy would lead to considerable trouble, he might have met his end at the entrance, sparing you the need to hear my grievances. The dean was taken aback. Do you truly possess the ability to kill Instructor Fu? As a fellow in the spirit infant stage, why would you be unable to? Though he is also a spirit infant, his years of cultivation surpass yours, and his combat experience is far richer. You have just broken through to the spirit infant stage. Logically, you should not fare well against him. Yunli smiled. Is the outcome not evident, Master? The dean laughed heartily indeed. How could my disciple from Nan he be judged by common logic? Yunli smiled brightly, choosing not to respond. By the way, Yunli, I have yet to see your companion spirit beast. Previously, due to the uproar caused by lighting the entire spirit testing monument, Yunli had recalled her Tiao Wu and Bai Zhe to avoid provoking Tiao Wu's wrath and inciting resentment among the disciples. Thus, when Nanhe arrived, he did not witness Tiao Wu and the others. Tiao Wu, Bai Zhe, the two ancient divine beasts emerged in response, especially Tiao Wu's ferocious aura, causing the creatures of Tian Miao Peak to scatter in fright. Then he gazed upon the two ancient divine beasts, momentarily rendered speechless by a mix of shock and joy. Despite his years of cultivation and experience, he had never encountered a companion ancient divine beast before. Moreover, what thrilled him most was that Yunli possessed not one, but two companion ancient divine beasts. Yunli. Nanhe took a deep breath, suppressing his overwhelming excitement. With you here, the Imperial Capital Academy shall surely gain renown across the continent. His words brimmed with ambition and determination. Yunli felt a surge of confidence regarding this matter. Surely, the commotion caused by her extraordinary talents would soon spread throughout the Northernly territory, and other nations and organizations would receive the news in due course. You should rest well today. I shall personally come to fetch you at the hour of Qin tomorrow. Nanhe ceased to disturb Yunli's rest, leaving behind a spatial ring, patting her shoulder with satisfaction before departing. Yunli examined the spatial ring left by Nanhe, her consciousness sweeping through its contents. The space within was several times smaller than the one given to her by Xianyi. However, in the context of the cultivation world, it was still a treasure beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Inside were numerous spirit stones, healing elixirs, and various protective artifacts. Among them, the one that piqued Yunli's interest was a set of armor known as Sha-Yi. It appeared to be forged from fragments of celestial artifacts, providing comprehensive defense, rendering opponents' attacks as ineffective as striking cotton, while simultaneously dissipating those attacks. Most importantly, and what she found most useful, was its ability to be controlled with divine consciousness, converting the opponent's attacks for her own use. However, as Sha-Yi was merely a remnant crafted from celestial artifact fragments, its ability to transfer attacks would likely falter after a few uses. If she could obtain the original celestial artifact from the armor fragments, she could dominate the entire cultivation continent without a care. Of course, for now, Yunli felt content. At long last, after receiving the treasures from Li Xian, she had found something worthwhile. Xianyi? Perhaps it was a fleeting sensation, but Yunli sensed a fluctuation in his aura. Surely not. He is far too formidable to be confined to a place like the Imperial Capital Academy. Could it be that I have been thinking of him? Yunli allowed herself a rare, infatuated smile. After all, she had never encountered anyone more handsome than him. She gazed out at the sky, wondering what Xianyi was doing now and whether he still remembered her. Ah well, it is best to rest well and prepare for tomorrow's war of attrition. Although Yunli did not regard the outer gate disciples with much concern, she would never underestimate any opponent on the battlefield. Moreover, the wheel battle is tremendously exhausting, depleting one's stamina, endurance, and spiritual essence. She truly needs to prepare adequately. Has Chapter 25 commenced? Has it concluded? What just flew by? The following day, at dawn, the dean arrived, flanked by the inner gate elders, which certainly afforded Yunli a grand display of prestige. Yunli, are you settling in well? Quite well, thank you. I am prepared. Good, let us proceed. The dean stood with his hands clasped behind his back, with his cultivation. He could traverse the air without the aid of spirit beasts. In the outer gate square, disciples had gathered in droves. Not only outer gate disciples, but even those from the inner court had come to partake in the excitement. Those eager to challenge Yunli were warming up, lost in dreams of unseating her from the arena. Here she comes. Yunli gracefully descended upon the back of Bai Zhe, swiftly approaching. Behind her trailed the dean and the inner court elders, following closely. This is utterly astonishing. Who could have imagined that one day the dean and the inner court elders would rally behind a female disciple to support her? If I were to receive such treatment, I would wake from my dreams with a smile. The dean is exceedingly indulgent towards her. Does he not fear she may become arrogant with such favoritism? What an impressive display. I have been at the Imperial Capital Academy for 6 years. When have I ever seen the dean bestow such recognition upon anyone? Beneath the arena, discussions erupted fervently. The gazes directed at Yunli were imbued with profound envy and resentment. Once the dean took his seat in the observation area, he slowly gestured for Elder Ji Sun to commence the ceremony. Yunli, as the master of Beili, undoubtedly brought immense joy to Elder Ji Sun, who basked in the dean's favor. The rules of the wheel battle challenge are understood by all. Regardless of cultivation level, any outer gate disciple may challenge the defender. On the arena, swords and blades show no mercy. Unless faced with a life or death situation, the elders would not intervene lightly. Therefore, I implore everyone to remember. This is a contest of skill, not a fight to the death. Well, it appears everyone is eager and ready. Thus, the Outer Gate Arena competition is officially underway. Outer Gate disciples, refer to the rounds you drew yesterday. The first challenger may ascend the stage. Since this is a wheel battle, there are specific regulations. To prevent chaos during the challenges, the Outer Gate held a drawing ceremony yesterday evening. All interested disciples had the opportunity to draw lots. Elder Ji-sun, following the dean's instructions, prepared an equal number of lots corresponding to the number of Outer Gate disciples, ultimately selecting those who would challenge, comprising the majority of the Outer Gate. At this moment, Elder Ji-sun felt quite anxious, even though Yunli possessed the strength. Such a format would surely drain her energy. You are Yunli? The next challenger stepped forward, a robust figure with dark skin, wielding a massive axe upon his shoulder, his eyes gleaming with provocation as he regarded Yunli. Yunli had little patience for idle chatter, and even less for unnecessary discourse. Can we begin? She inquired of Elder Ji-sun in the observation area. Elder Ji-sun nodded and struck the gong. Commence. Baizhe let out a low growl and leapt into action. The burly disciple scoffed, twin-winged blue lion. With a roar, a lion of striking azure fur manifested, its form robust with razor-sharp claws. Most notably, it possessed a pair of wings that enabled it to engage in aerial combat. Yunli's misfortune was that the first to draw was Hong Lei from our Outer Gate's Earth class. Few dared to provoke him. It was rumored he had already surpassed the Spirit Pill stage and would soon ascend to the Heaven class. I have witnessed him in combat before. His dual axes are indeed formidable, wielding strength unparalleled. How could a mere girl like her withstand such might? As the battle commenced, the crowd doubted Yunli's capabilities. Yet, before they could finish cheering for her, they witnessed something fly across the arena in a flash. The crowd fell into a stunned silence for several seconds. What was that? Hong Lei? How did he get sent flying? What did I miss? Has it started? Has it ended? It seems she is indeed not to be underestimated. Yunli dusted off her hands and resumed her seat, sipping tea. Next challenger. The second challenger ascended the stage, acutely aware of the previous encounter. Just moments ago, as the two beasts clashed, Baizhe had swatted the twin-winged blue lion away. Simultaneously, Baize's tail had flung Hong Lei, who was about to strike at Yunli, out of the arena. The speed was so astonishing that he had not even glimpsed Yunli's actions. His heart sank, and he did not dare to relax his vigilance. Wintergale Wolf. Upon entering the arena, he summoned his spirit beast. Having observed the first match, your beast relies on speed for victory. My Wintergale Wolf is renowned for its swiftness. You shall find it difficult to contend with me. Is that so? Yunli glanced at the Wintergale Wolf, a brief flicker of crimson flashing in her eyes. The once eager Wintergale Wolf suddenly appeared entranced, standing motionless. Wintergale Wolf, show them the true essence of speed. As the wolf shook its head, a sense of lethargy overcame it, its steps faltering. It was evident that even crawling would be a challenge. As expected, it collapsed after only a few steps, losing consciousness. The spectators below gasped collectively, unable to believe how effortlessly Yunli triumphed. She had not even moved. What did you do to my Wintergale Wolf? What foul trickery did you employ? Yunli raised an eyebrow, the crimson in her eyes returning. The disciple instantly fell into a daze, grinning foolishly at Yunli, delivering several resounding slaps to himself before tumbling off the arena. This left the onlookers utterly astounded, jaws nearly dropping to the ground. Witchcraft. You've employed sinister sorcery to bewitch him. What kind of skill is this to win like that? Get down. Get down. Get down. It was unclear who initiated the uproar, but soon others began to echo the sentiment. Yunli smiled silently, her finger resting against her temple, her aura unaffected by their raucous outcry. As for the so-called witchcraft they spoke of, it was merely a charm that arose in her mind after the return of the nine-tailed fox. She herself was uncertain of the phenomenon previously. Neither the Taowu nor Baize, nor Zhuke had ever allowed her such clarity regarding techniques akin to a bloodline connection. Perhaps it resembled her directly harnessing the allure of the nine-tailed fox. Unbeknownst to her, the effectiveness of this charm was remarkable, and she had a willing little guinea pig to experiment with. Chapter 26. 1 against 8. Tensions run high. Observing the escalating excitement, the dean signaled to an inner gate elder. This elder, Elder Mu, was the most erudite in the academy, renowned for his esteemed disciples and high regard. Everyone, please quiet down. Elder Mu rose. I understand your eagerness to win, but the young lady defending the arena did not employ witchcraft. Rather, she utilized a charm capable of bewitching the heart and mind. This technique is not one that can be easily acquired by the average individual. Rather, it unveils itself only under the condition of profound resonance between oneself and their accompanying spirit beast. However, Elder Mu found himself somewhat perplexed. as he had never encountered any ancient text documenting the capabilities of the primordial divine beast Beizhe, nor the art of seduction it possessed. The disciples engaged in animated discussions, though the fervor of their earlier outcries diminished considerably. The dean took a deep breath and cast a glance at Yunli, feeling his heart race uncontrollably. While others remained oblivious to the significance of Elder Mu's earlier remarks, he understood all too well. This signified that Yunli not only harbored two accompanying primordial divine beasts, but also a third one, endowed with formidable mental assault capabilities, at the very least of divine beast caliber. Contemplating this, the dean's hands trembled with excitement. In all of history, who had ever heard of someone possessing three accompanying spirit beasts simultaneously? Not only did she possess them, but they were also of exceptionally high quality, divine beasts, no less. The potential for her future cultivation is boundless. Having served diligently at the Imperial Capital Academy for hundreds of years, this was the prized disciple he had long deserved. The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became, almost losing his composure. "Dean, are you all right?" "No worries, no worries." Then he desperately suppressed his overwhelming joy and returned his attention to the competition. In the arena, the third challenger had already taken to the stage. Yunli inhaled deeply, surveying the throng of spectators below, pondering how long this tedious affair would last. With 7 contenders still to draw lots, she declared, "You 8 should come up together." Her words sparked another wave of murmurs from the crowd. How audacious! How utterly audacious! I have never encountered such arrogance in my life. Does she truly believe she is invincible? Such reckless bravado. Does she not fear the wind might cause her tongue to stumble? The third challenger turned to the viewing platform, bowing and inquiring, "Dean, is this permissible?" He felt quite anxious. He had initially anticipated that the preceding 2 challengers would at least wear Yunli down a bit. However, he was astonished at their utter ineffectiveness. It was precisely this realization that instilled a sense of panic within him. He feared he might suffer the same disgraceful fate as the previous 2, being thrown off the stage. Thankfully, Yunli's audacious demand for the remaining 7 to join her allowed him to exhale in relief. At this point, he deemed victory far more important than any concerns about embarrassment. If anyone emerged victorious in the melee against Yunli, he could join forces with the others to overwhelm her one by one. Then he nodded, of course. The other 7 challengers believed they had struck a great bargain. With the dean's consent, they all ascended the stage, summoning their accompanying spirit beasts. Among them were 2 of earth beast caliber. The scene became tense as the odds shifted to 1 against 8. Yunli rose from her seat, stretching her limbs. This was how battles should be fought, infinitely more interesting. One of the challengers taunted Yunli, "You against us 8? You are certain to lose. Is that so?" The 4th challenger boasted, "I shall demonstrate the might of my earth-grade spirit beast." Ji-sun, observing from the viewing platform, felt a bead of sweat trickle down his brow as he struck the copper gong. The moment the gong echoed, all 8 combatants, along with their beasts, launched a simultaneous assault on Yunli. A golden-red radiance erupted from Yunli, and the long-lost beast tamer bell appeared in her hand. These mere underlings could not compel her to reveal her abilities as a beast tamer. The bell would suffice to deal with them. As the bell chimed, the 7 spirit beasts were caught in its enchanting wave, halting their attacks while clutching their heads. In that fleeting moment, Beizhe sprang into action. The synergy between the human and beast was impeccable, and those spirit beasts ensnared by the bell could only watch in horror as Beizhe approached. Before they could utter a sound of terror, they were sent flying by a single swipe of Baize's paw. "Attack the bell in her hand. Do not allow it to chime again," cried one female disciple, conjuring a treasure resembling a golden bell, intent on trapping Yunli within. Yunli smiled, effortlessly swatting the artifact away with a wave of her hand. Simultaneously, the other 6 challengers pressed their assault. For swords, a spear, and a heavy blade descended upon her, while one assailant maneuvered behind her, aiming a dagger at her throat. The final contender distanced himself, drawing his bow and taking aim at Yunli. The odds of 1 against 8 compelled even Nan He to sweat for Yunli. Yet she remained composed, a cold smile gracing her lips. Purple gold whip. A purple whip appeared in her hand, subtly glimmering with golden red light. With a swift crack, the whip sent the 4 assailants before her flying. Yunli then sidestepped to evade the downward slash of the heavy blade, while raising her right hand to block her throat, vaulting over to strike the back of the assailant, sending him hurtling away. Her every motion, whether dodging or countering, flowed seamlessly together like a beautiful dance, eliciting exclamations of admiration from the spectators below. However, before Yunli could catch her breath, the archer had already released his arrow, which hurtled toward her. Hiss! She caught it. She had actually caught the arrow. 1 whip had dispatched 4 opponents? What was her cultivation level? Could she have reached the spirit pill stage? The arrow's speed and ferocity were such that even a spirit pill cultivator might hesitate to intercept it barehanded. Facing 8 adversaries, her opponents were utterly powerless to retaliate. This was undeniably humiliating. Yunli examined the arrow in her hand, just as the opponents repositioned themselves and unleashed 3 more arrows toward her. With a crack, another whip, and the 3 arrows were swept away before they could reach her. The arrows were beautifully crafted, cool to the touch, and quite pleasant. Her tone was akin to playful banter with a child. Here, take it back. With a sudden flash in her eyes, Yunli unleashed her spiritual power, effortlessly returning the arrow to the archer. The archer's heart sank in dread. He sensed the lethal energy contained within the arrow, sufficient to deliver a fatal blow. Moreover, it was traveling at such a speed that he had no time to fire a second arrow for interception. Iceheart Toad, in a moment of desperation, a long tongue ensnared the arrow that Yunli had sent back. Yet, in that instant, terror surged within the Iceheart Toad's eyes. Quack! It cried in a voice filled with agony. The energy within the arrow had severed its tongue. However, it had also saved its master. Although the arrow still posed a threat, it had veered off course. In the audience, the arrow struck the ground, while the unfortunate soul who had nearly been pierced through was left trembling in fear, having soiled his trousers. Chapter 27. 1 person, 1 whip, 1 beast. And the outer sect disciples were left in disarray. Do you wish to continue? Yunli inquired of the archer, and the disciple pinned to the ground by Baizhe. As for their 8 spirit beasts, they had all been sent sprawling like mere playthings by Baizhe. None remained on the stage. The archer, shaken from his near brush with death, bowed to Yunli. No more fighting, I concede. He accepted his defeat wholeheartedly. Yunli turned to the disciple beneath Baizhe's paw. And you? I too concede. Yunli signaled to Baizhe, and with a swift movement, yet another challenger was sent flying. 1 against 8, a resounding victory. Do not say that Yunli finds it difficult to face her opponents. She does not even break a sweat. The scene instantly douses the enthusiasm of those eager to challenge her, as if they had been doused with a bucket of cold water, leaving them considerably disheartened. Dean, can we still have 10 of us go at once? The words, even as they were spoken, left the speaker feeling somewhat embarrassed. After all, they had already lost with 8, and if they could not muster 10, they had no hope of victory whatsoever. The dean's beard nearly bristled with frustration. You lot are truly bringing shame upon the outer sect. Not a problem. Yunli expressed her desire to finish swiftly. Let 10 come at me together. On the stage, it seemed as though even the wind rallied to bolster Yunli, who stood like an invincible general, surveying the world with disdain. Whenever she appeared, it was as if she had her own battle anthem. 10 at a time, she declared, while her opponents faced her one after another. Yunli, however, did not even summon her formidable beast, nor did she employ any hidden trump cards. With a single person, a whip, and a beast, she sent nearly 100 disciples of the outer sect tumbling off the stage, extinguishing any thoughts of confronting her. Is there anyone left? Her tone was nonchalant, her gaze contemptuous, exuding an air of arrogance. Yet now, all acknowledged the foundation of her arrogance, although some felt indignant, and others wished to restore the honor of the outer sect. They could only fume in silence at the sight of Yunli's bloodstained whip, too intimidated to step onto the stage. After all, they had witnessed firsthand how each disciple on the platform was ruthlessly struck down by her. Had Yunli been more serious, those thrown from the stage might have suffered far worse than mere light injuries. If no one else dares to come forth, does that mean I have successfully defended my position? Yunli glanced toward the viewing area. Seeing the dean nod, Jisun quickly announced, 10 breaths. If no one ascends the stage, Yunli's defense is deemed successful. The disciples murmured amongst themselves, all hoping for a hero to rise and redeem the outer sect's honor. Yet, no one had the courage to step forth and fulfill that role. 5 breaths. 7 breaths. 9. I shall go. A voice, though faint, brought an immediate hush over the crowd. A 17-year-old youth approached, his slender form radiating a sense of quiet composure. This was none other than the foremost disciple of the outer sect, Zhang Yunfei. He has emerged from his seclusion. How splendid. Our outer sect is saved, at last. Someone can vindicate us. Brother Zhang, we have faith in you. Teach her a lesson and show her the might of our outer sect. Zhang Yunfei disregarded the others as he stepped onto the stage and politely bowed. I have just emerged from seclusion and do not possess a challenge token. Yet I have heard tales of your prowess on the platform. Might I seek your guidance, young lady? Yunli scrutinized Zhang Yunfei. Although he was merely at the 7th level of spiritual elixir, he bore the demeanor of a seasoned warrior. The glint in his eyes was all too familiar to her. It was the thrill of battle. Very well, let us engage. Do you not wish to restore your spiritual energy first? Zhang Yunfei queried. The fighting spirit within Yunli, influenced by him, began to stir restlessly. Let us dispense with the formalities. If we are to fight, let us fight. Agreed. Zhang Yunfei summoned his companion spirit beast, a bloodspike bear, a beast of formidable strength. Nearly twice the size of an ordinary brown bear, its back adorned with a line of blood-red spikes. Its powerful paws struck the stage, causing the ground to tremble. My lady, I have heard that your spirit beast is not alone. My bloodspike bear is a brute of strength. With just yours, you may find it difficult to contend. Yunli smiled, patting Bai Zhe on the head. Can you handle this? Bai Zhe roared in response, clearly displeased by the underestimation. Indeed, Bai Zhe was not a beast of sheer strength. It leaned more toward control and healing. However, underestimating Bai Zhe would be a grave mistake. Bloodspike bear attack. The bear lunged with its massive paw aimed at Bai Zhe's head, seemingly intent on overpowering it and tearing its throat apart. The onlookers' hearts raced, eager to witness how Bai Zhe would respond. With a hint of mockery in its eyes, Bai Zhe did not match strength with the bear. Instead, it utilized its agility to leap beside the bear just before the paw descended, swiftly striking its hind leg against the bear's face. A chuckle broke out from the crowd, unable to contain their amusement at the comical sight of the bloodspike bear being hit in the face. Roaring in fury, the bloodspike bear unleashed its spikes towards Bai Zhe. Bai Zhe darted across the stage, evading the onslaught as the spikes struck the stone slabs, leaving it unscathed. The bear, now enraged and panting heavily, found itself unable to catch the elusive Bai Zhe, whose movements were as slick as an eel. All its attacks seemed to land soft as cotton, driving it into a frenzy. Zhang Yunfei turned to Yunli. It seems I owe you an apology for my earlier words. You should apologize to Bai Zhe, though it may not be necessary, for that little fellow will demonstrate with its strength that you were mistaken and shall be defeated. Yunli felt a surge of pride for Bai Zhe. Zhang Yunfei remained unfazed. The battle had only just begun. I have yet to make my move. Is it too early for you to speak? So, will you fight or not? I will fight. Zhang Yunfei summoned a blade, from which Yunli sensed a chilling intent, hinting at countless souls lost beneath its edge. As the blade was drawn, Zhang Yunfei surged forward with remarkable speed, leaving only an afterimage in the air, and arrived before Yunli. The cold gleam of the blade reflected on her face as it aimed for her neck. Chapter 28. Who said she was a rookie? With a clang, the anticipated spray of blood did not occur. Zhang Yunfei's blade was met by the one in Yunli's grasp. The clash of weapons sparked a flurry of sparks. The blade is my domain. Having fought on the battlefield for countless years, Yunli was most adept at close combat with a blade. The weapon in her hand was a narrow blade, over a meter long and 6 inches wide. Its edge as thin as a cicada's wing, glinting with a faint cold light. Duanyuan blade. Zhang Yunfei immediately recognized the legendary weapon, said to be forged by the former master of the artifact pavilion before his ascension. Its might was said to possess the ability to sever the abyss. How could it be in your possession? As a fellow fervent wielder of blades, Zhang Yunfei instantly recognized its significance. This was a treasure of unparalleled rarity, sought after by many masters, yet unobtainable. After the Master's ascension, it had vanished without a trace. To see it today, however, was to behold it in the hands of Yunli. Is that its name? Duanyuan? Yunli mused, stroking the blade's surface. Then today, let me see if you truly possess the ability to sever the abyss. With that, Yunli infused her spiritual energy into the blade, causing the Duanyuan to radiate a brilliant golden-red glow. Raging wind slash. Zhang Yunfei struck, and as he did, a phantom of the bloodspike bear materialized behind him. With the ferocity of the bear's phantom, a tornado formed by the blade rushed toward Yunli. Should she be caught within this tempest, she would surely suffer grave injuries, if not death. Yunli narrowed her eyes slightly, realizing that this was akin to borrowing the enchanting power of the nine-tailed fox, a technique of striking similarity. The attack spell he employed must also be a profound revelation attained through a deep resonance with the blood-stabbing bear. Goodness, is this truly the prowess of the foremost disciple from the outer sect? Even from such a distance, I can feel the formidable force of the Gale Slash. This time, Yunli may find it challenging to withstand. The Gale Slash is the renowned signature move of senior brother Zhang Yunfei. I wonder how many have fallen beneath this devastating strike. Yes, I recall an instance during our expedition when Zhang Yunfei's furious blade cleaved through over a dozen beasts, leaving naught but scattered corpses. Oh no, if senior brother Zhang fails to reign in his strength, and Yunli is gravely injured or worse, will the Dean not hold him accountable? Everyone is concerned for Zhang Yunfei, not out of doubt in his ability to win, but rather in his capacity to restrain himself. As the gale advanced towards her, Yunli remained utterly still. With her eyes closed, the gusts rustled her garments. The energy unleashed by the Gale Slash tore through her attire, creating several small rips. Seeing Yunli make no attempt to evade, Nanhe, watching from the spectator's platform, was nearly beside himself with anxiety. Yunli, do not. He began, but before he could finish, Yunli moved. She employed no frills. With a powerful downward slash aimed at the Gale slash, she struck. Kill. Her tone was frigid, the intent to kill palpable. The golden red blade light surged forth, cleaving the already close Gale slash in twain, causing it to dissipate entirely. The blade light did not halt after severing the Gale slash. It continued its trajectory towards Zhang Yunfei. The blood-stabbing bear seemed to sense its master's peril and attempted to rush towards Zhang Yunfei, only to find itself floundering in place. Unable to advance. It turned out White Zhe had grasped its tail with a claw and then brought a heavy paw down upon its head. Zhang Yunfei, faced with Yunli's blade light, retreated repeatedly. In a moment of desperation, he gathered his strength and unleashed 3 successive Gale slashes to mitigate the residual force of her attack. Fortunately, those 3 Gale slashes finally neutralized the impact of Yunli's blade light. Yet before he could catch his breath, his eyes widened in alarm, and he dared not stir. Yunli had silently materialized before him, her weapon, Duanyin, a mere centimeter from his eye. I had thought you might barely qualify as a rival. Her voice conveyed a tinge of disappointment. Zhang Yunfei took a deep breath. He had believed himself quite formidable, at least until he encountered Yunli. Let us engage in a contest of blade techniques, he asserted, clearly unwilling to concede. Very well. Yunli ceased to employ any spiritual energy, altering her attack trajectory. She rotated her blade and swept towards his abdomen. Zhang Yunfei raised his blade to defend. As their blades clashed, sparks erupted. If you can only defend, I believe it is time for you to withdraw, Yunli remarked, still expressing her disappointment. Zhang Yunfei felt a pang of frustration. It was not merely that he could defend, but rather that Yunli's speed and ferocity left him no opportunity to counter. And who had claimed she was merely a new disciple at the Imperial Academy? From her swift and decisive movements, it was evident she was a masterful blade wielder. Not to mention her complex techniques and remarkable control over the weapon. Such prowess was characteristic of a true blade master. Once more, Zhang Yunfei sidestepped to evade Duanyuan, spinning to leverage his momentum and struck fiercely at Yunli. Good. Yunli neither dodged nor defended. Instead, she grounded herself and with her left hand, countered his incoming strike with a powerful return slash. The clash echoed thunderously, and with that stroke, victory was determined. Zhang Yunfei stood frozen, not from a lack of will, but from sheer trepidation. His blade had been cleaved in half by Yunli's strike. After delivering her blow, she swiftly transitioned the weapon from her left to right hand, executing a reverse cut that positioned Duanyuan against his neck. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving Zhang Yunfei no time to react and leading to his swift defeat. I have lost. Zhang Yunfei spoke in a flat tone, tinged with dejection, yet imbued with respect. Meanwhile, his blood-stabbing bear gazed at him with a look of sorrow. After receiving a sharp smack on the head from White Zhe, it was then kicked painfully in its vulnerable abdomen, yelping in distress. White Zhe seemed to enjoy tormenting it, encouraging it to continue, yet any attempts to engage only resulted in further punishment. The duo, Master and Beast, had suffered a most humiliating defeat. Yunli released Zhang Yunfei, raising Duanyuan to point towards the audience below. Who dares to challenge? The words echoed with the confidence and authority of a victor. The outer sect disciples, who had previously clamored to redeem their honor, now fell silent, fearing being summoned by Yunli to take a turn at defeat. Ji Xuanzhang observed the commanding presence Yunli exuded on the platform, a swell of pride swelling within him. With the passage of 10 breaths, and no challengers forthcoming, Yunli successfully defended her title. 1 breath, 9 breaths. The crowd exchanged glances, hoping for another Zhang Yunfei to step up for the outer sect. Yet they were simultaneously awed by Yunli's formidable strength, convinced that any challenger would inevitably succumb. 10 breaths passed. Bang! The gong sounded, declaring the successful defense of the outer sect's arena after 3 hours of relentless combat. Yunli emerged victorious. Chapter 29. A name too renowned can invite trouble. The name of Yunli swept through the Imperial Academy like a whirlwind. Although some disciples from the outer sect remained unconvinced, what did it matter? From the very beginning, Yunli was destined to rise above the mediocrity of the outer sect. Yunli, you should return to rest today. Tomorrow marks your reporting to the inner sect. However, I have matters to attend to, and Ji Xuanzhang will personally escort you. Then he expressed with pride in his gaze. Ji Xuanzhang also basked in Yunli's glory, quickly transitioning from an elder of the outer sect to one of the inner sect. Understood. Yunli chose not to squander any more time in the outer sect and rode White Zhe back to her Tianyao Peak. En route, Yunli suddenly sensed that familiar aura once more, prompting her to halt White Zhe and head northwest. The northwest courtyard was exceptionally secluded, with a captivating landscape that unfolded in layers. From the courtyard, one could gaze out at the mountains, their peaks overlapping amidst swirling mists, creating an ethereal ambience. Xianyi? Yunli called out softly to the figure tending to the flowers in the courtyard. Xianyi turned, revealing a breathtakingly handsome face that rendered her momentarily speechless. It truly is you, Yunli exclaimed with delight, rushing toward him. I thought I was mistaken. How is it that you are here? Xianyi regarded Yunli's youthful visage with a calm exterior, while a torrent of emotions surged within. He had envisioned their reunion countless times. Yet the reality of her recognition and excitement felt vastly different from his imaginings. This matter is rather lengthy, he replied. We shall discuss it another day. Yunli, possessing a keen insight into Xianyi's reluctance to divulge the reasons behind his presence, chose not to press him further. Fortuitously encountering her beautiful elder brother at the Imperial Academy was already a delightful surprise for her. Xianyi gently plucked a fallen flower from her hair, his touch tender. I have witnessed your recent exploits at the Imperial Academy. Strangely, Yunli felt a twinge of embarrassment at being seen in such a light by someone familiar. Let us converse about you, for it has been quite a while since we last met. Have you missed me? Yunli flashed a cunning smile, leaning playfully closer to Xianyi. Observing her demeanor, Xianyi wore a subtle smile, one that held a breathtaking allure in Yunli's eyes, akin to a glimpse that could last an eternity. Her heart fluttered uncontrollably, pounding away. What should she do? It seemed she had been inadvertently charmed. Alas, her rather trivial affection for beauty could not be helped. Xianyi, noticing the infatuated yet bashful expression on Yunli's face, wore a smile tinged with affection. He produced a jade pendant from his robes, presenting it to her with the words, Congratulations on successfully entering the Imperial Academy. This is a gift for you. Yunli accepted the pendant, which was intricately carved into the shape of a phoenix. The moment her fingers brushed against the jade, it began to emit a radiant glow, shimmering with resplendent hues. Xianyi's gaze flickered with astonishment as he looked upon Yunli, seemingly reassured, as though he had confirmed a piece of joyous news. Brother Xianyi, this jade pendant is truly exquisite. Moreover, it feels as though it harbors a warm energy that nourishes my very soul. Such a treasure, if its extraordinary properties were to be discovered, would undoubtedly stir a considerable tumult within the realm of cultivation. Yet, Yunli underestimated the pendant's value. Only a select few in the celestial realm could recognize its true worth, or rather, only a privileged few were qualified to do so. This item is known as the Phoenix Pendant. Only an empress whose stature rivals that of the celestial emperor may wear it. Should it fall into the hands of another, forcing its use, the pendant would retaliate, leading to their demise. Furthermore, this jade not only verifies whether the wearer is destined to become the empress, but also continuously nourishes their soul, enhancing their physical prowess, perception, and various abilities. In essence, this pendant is the unparalleled king of supportive celestial artifacts, unmatched by any other. This was precisely why Xianyi first presented it to her, ensuring its luminescence before allowing Yunli to adorn it around her neck. I'm glad you like it. Like it? Of course I cherish it. Especially since it was bestowed upon me by my handsome brother. Yunli pondered a return gift, but realized that most of her valuable items and treasures had been given to her by Xianyi during their serendipitous encounter in the secret realm. She seemingly had nothing of equal worth to offer in return. Here, take this. Yunli removed a silver-hued ring from her finger, which bore a crown insignia, symbolizing the honor of the arena competition. This storage ring is what I won in the arena competition earlier. Although it cannot compare to the one you gifted me, it is my first glory achieved at the Imperial Academy. Xianyi accepted the storage ring and slipped it onto his finger. What does that mean? It's quite good. I like it. Upon hearing this, a fleeting, unpretentious smile graced Yunli's lips. Why are you smiling so happily? For the first time, Xianyi felt his emotions inexplicably swayed by Yunli, and he too found himself wanting to smile. It's simply joy. Their eyes met, and they exchanged smiles. The sunlight bathed them, creating an ethereal scene reminiscent of celestial lovers in seclusion, secretly sharing sweetness. The following day, during the morning hour, Your Majesty, it is time to report to the inner courtyard. Yunli emerged from her quarters, having spent the night meditating, experiencing the marvelous transformation the Phoenix Pendant had bestowed upon her. In just one night, she felt her senses had sharpened significantly, her spiritual awareness expanded, and her perception became clearer. Elder Ji, please enlighten me about the situation in the inner courtyard. Yes, they traversed together, with Yunli quickly absorbing information about the inner courtyard. The inner courtyard of the Imperial Academy could be described as a gathering place for all the elite talents of Beili. Due to the Academy's renowned reputation, many prodigies from foreign lands came to study and hone their skills. Any disciple who could enter the inner courtyard possessed a spirit beast of at least Earth grade, with their cultivation at a minimum of the elixir stage. The quality comparison between the inner courtyard and the outer disciples was a significant elevation. Each individual could easily overpower the entire outer sect. This was precisely why newcomers had to endure the grueling wheel battle in the outer sect before gaining entry into the inner courtyard. Your Majesty, yes. Though you have only recently entered the Imperial Academy, your commotion in the outer sect has been quite pronounced. I fear that upon entering the inner courtyard, you may encounter considerable trouble. Should you face any insurmountable issues, do inform the Dean to intervene. Do not act impulsively, lest it endangers your phoenix body. Yunli gazed at the nearby inner courtyard, her lips curling into an excited and audacious smile. When have I, Yunli, ever feared trouble? If they believe they possess the capability to challenge me, then let them come. Chapter 30, New Challenges, the Demon's Ceiling Tower. Elder Ji completed the formalities for her entry into the inner courtyard, presenting Yunli with her identity token. From this moment forth, she officially became a member of the inner courtyard of the Imperial Academy. Why do others have inscriptions on the back of their identity tokens, yet mine remains bare? Yunli had sat in the pavilion for quite some time, also taking the opportunity to observe the cultivation levels of the inner courtyard disciples. Your Majesty, the inscriptions on the back of the token will be engraved by the instructors after you undergo the evaluation and are assigned to a class based on your rank. Oh, it seems the inner courtyard is also categorized into different levels. Rest assured, with your talent that illuminated the entire spirit measuring steel and your prowess in overcoming the outer sect, you will at least qualify for the Earth class. Earth class. Naturally. I, Yunli, shall aim for the prestigious Heaven class. Where does the evaluation take place? Your Majesty, please follow me. Everywhere they went within the inner courtyard, they drew significant attention. Some gazed upon her due to having witnessed her remarkable performance in the wheel battle the previous day, while others were captivated by her extraordinary beauty, rendering many male disciples momentarily spellbound. Indeed, her beauty, beyond her innate appearance, was now enhanced by a beguiling allure following her fusion with the nine-tailed fox. In contrast to the lower-ranked disciples, her every movement exuded a captivating charm. Is she truly the sovereign of Beili? She bears no semblance of a ruler, merely a seductress. I have heard that prior to her return to Beili, she was merely a foster daughter of a minor family. To call her a foster daughter is to say she is less than a servant. With Elder Ji's influence, she has managed to enter the inner courtyard. But even if she has entered, what of it? She is still merely a servant to Yunli. Indeed, in Beili, one person's rise leads to the elevation of all manner of riffraff. She only managed to barely defeat Zhang Yunfei, thanks to the blade bestowed upon her by the Dean. I fail to see what she has to be so arrogant about. I doubt her ancient divine beast is all that formidable. If my Earth-grade spirit beast were to compete, it could easily tear its throat out. Suddenly, a fire-red light surged forth, and the trees surrounding the female disciples who had slandered Yunli collapsed with a thunderous crash. Who dares to engage in combat within the inner courtyard? One of the female disciples angrily rebuked. However, upon seeing the newcomer, she retreated nervously, shielding her companions. The figure was not Yunli, but a girl wielding a spear, her hair tied in a high ponytail, adorned with a golden crown. Her delicate oval face was marked by refined features, and her phoenix-like eyes radiated an air of pride. Clad in a red dress, she stood tall, exuding an aura of gallantry. Those who insult Beili shall perish. A female disciple, emboldened by the knowledge that she could not be harmed within the inner court, boldly proclaimed to Ji Lingran, "Do you not despise your identity as a future protector of the Imperial Army the most? Yet now, it is the king who fiercely guards you." Ji Lingran's gaze turned icy as she reiterated, "Those who insult Beili shall perish." The inner court disciples might be oblivious to the true power of Yunli, yet they were acutely aware of Ji Lingran's strength. No one dared to provoke her wrath. The few female disciples who had slandered Yunli could only retreat in shame, unwilling to further antagonize Ji Lingran. As Ji Lingran saw them disperse, she too turned to leave, only to face Yunli, who had been observing her for quite some time. Conventionally, any subject of Beili would bow upon encountering Yunli, the sovereign of Beili, even though the Imperial Academy did not extend any special privileges to her. A monarch is a monarch, and the manner in which Ji Xuanzhang treated Yunli reflected the respect afforded to their ruler. Moreover, Ji Lingran was a member of the Ji family, sent here to hone her skills with the intention of one day succeeding the protectorate. Thus, she should have shown even greater reverence than Ji Xuanzhang. However, in Yunli's eyes, she perceived defiance, anger, and a hint of resentment. What could be the reason for such sentiments? Ji Lingran halted beside Yunli, raising her chin defiantly as she declared, "I am not here to protect you. You are not worthy. Impudent." Before Yunli could respond, Ji Xuanzhang could no longer contain his indignation. The defiance in Ji Lingran's eyes intensified as she retorted, You all have grown accustomed to bowing before her. Must I do the same? I have stated, she is not worthy. With that, Ji Lingran swept away, leaving Ji Xuanzhang seething with rage as he hastily knelt to pay his respects to Di Yunli. Your Majesty, it is my family's laxity and discipline. I implore you to mete out punishment. It is of no consequence. Ji Xuanzhang was momentarily taken aback, as he had not expected Di Yunli to dismiss the matter so lightly. Yet he had heard tales of how she had dismissed several high-ranking officials in the capital, nearly causing a minister to collapse in the main hall. How could this seemingly different demeanor of the Empress reconcile with the fearsome reputation he had heard? Elder Ji, there is no need for concern. Here, I am merely a disciple of the inner court. Ji Xuanzhang dared not respond, fearing that Di Yunli might be capricious and that a misplaced word could spell disaster for the Ji family. Di Yunli chose not to linger on the incident. Having led tens of thousands into battle, she had encountered many individuals like Ji Lingran. With a mere glance, she discerned the girl's innate pride and her refusal to accept the fate imposed upon her by her family. Ji Lingran yearned to carve her own path, disliking any form of constraint, and was unwilling to submit to anyone. Yet such individuals, once garnered as loyal confidants, could become worthy allies. Today marked Ji Lingran's first day in the inner court. There was no rush, as time was on her side. At the assessment and rating department, the number of female disciples envious of Di Yunli was matched only by the number of male disciples captivated by her beauty. Thus, wherever Di Yunli appeared, there would invariably be spectators, drawn to witness the spectacle. The current assessment was directly tied to the level of class Di Yunli could enter, naturally attracting a crowd. After all, the more she shone, the more eager the onlookers were to see her falter. This was merely a manifestation of the darker aspects of human nature. Are you prepared? The assessment elder had activated the grand formation, awaiting Di Yunli's readiness. Di Yunli nodded in acknowledgement, remaining silent. Remember, the formation leads to the demon sealing tower. If you can defeat the beast of the first layer, you may enter the Xin class. The second layer corresponds to the Huang class, the third to the D class, and the fourth allows entry into the highest tier, the Tian class. Di Yunli inquired, what if one challenges the fifth or sixth layers? The disciples below scoffed at her audacity. They had heard tales of her arrogance, but had not anticipated such a level of ignorance. Which disciple of the Tian class had emerged from the fourth layer without grievous injury? Yet she dared to think of the fifth and sixth layers. Those who are boastful are often met with a swift reckoning. Let us await her downfall. Chapter 31. The First Layer Challenge, Hell Mode. The assessment elder was well aware of Di Yunli's renown outside the gates, her identity, and her status as the dean's new apprentice. In the history of the inner court, only one prodigy, 300 years prior, had succeeded in challenging the fifth layer, with no one ever reaching the sixth. Even we elders could not accomplish such a feat. I know you are young and brash, fond of challenging the impossible, but the peril of the demon sealing tower exceeds your expectations. Di Yunli maintained her smile. You have not directly answered my question. How could she not understand that, from a prudent perspective, the assessment elder was correct? Yet her status had long dictated that she must rise above all others. She must be strong, surpassing everyone else, for she was the sovereign of Beili. Only her strength would instill fear in rival nations, and the greater her renown, the lesser the likelihood of Beili's borders being violated. She was one who had clawed her way out of the battlefield, fully aware of its brutal realities. Thus, whether others deemed her arrogant or reckless mattered little. Di Yunli would pursue her path, undeterred by the opinions of others. The assessment elder sighed, lamenting the thought that such a promising talent might perish within the demon sealing tower. Should one reach the fifth layer, an Earth-grade beast egg would be awarded, personally implanted into the successful challenger's spirit by the dean to assist in merging with a second spirit beast. Di Yunli frowned slightly. This reward was undeniably enticing to cultivators across the continent, who would not wish for an opportunity to gain an additional spirit beast, effectively doubling their combat prowess. The rarity of such an egg had driven many who could surpass the fourth layer to madness. Without exception, they all endeavored to challenge the fifth layer. Yet it had only been awarded once in the past 3 years. This demonstrated the immense difficulty and danger of the fifth layer. However, such rewards held no allure for Di Yunli, as her spirit beasts were all ancient divine creatures, and she possessed 4. No, the fifth egg was already in gestation. She had no need for an Earth-grade beast egg, it was far beneath her. And what of the sixth layer's reward? The reward for conquering the sixth layer is a condition. What condition? The one who overcomes the sixth layer may, in the future, summon the full might of the Imperial Academy once when faced with an insurmountable crisis. Di Yunli narrowed her eyes. This condition held far greater appeal. The disciples of the Imperial Academy were scattered throughout the realm, and even setting aside their collective combat strength, they could easily withstand tens of thousands of elite soldiers. Very well, she resolved, let my goal be the sixth layer. Shall we commence? Are you ready? Indeed. The assessment elder activated the teleportation array, signaling that Yunli could proceed. Without a moment's hesitation, she stepped into the array. A blinding yellow light surged forth, and Yunli's form vanished from sight. Simultaneously, a projection-like screen materialized above the assessment arena. The image displayed by the Qinquan mirror at the pinnacle of the demon ceiling tower reveals that Nan He, in his wisdom, placed a second Qinquan mirror here to allow other disciples to comprehend the experiences of those who dared to challenge the tower. Within the frame, Yunli has already entered the demon ceiling tower. However, this is not the interior of the tower. Instead, it presents a vast expanse of withered yellow grass, with the grass towering to the height of a person. Were it not for the Qinquan mirror honing in on Yunli's aura, it would be exceedingly difficult for them to discern her figure amidst the grass. Yunli stands motionless, her eyes closed as she extends her consciousness in search. This place appears to be an endless plain, yet after probing with her spiritual awareness, Yunli realizes that she remains within the confines of the tower, merely ensnared in an illusion created by a powerful being that melds reality with fantasy. Within the tangible exists the illusory, and within the illusory exists the tangible. Moreover, her range of motion is not as boundless as it seems to the naked eye. The watching disciples, witnessing this spectacle, expressed their astonishment. They had heard that this year's assessment had changed, and indeed it was unlike previous scenes. Furthermore, it is rumored to be more challenging. Though this is merely the first layer, so it should not be excessively difficult. Surely, this layer has been an easy pick for Yunli. Even if she succeeds, it would hardly be remarkable. Suddenly, their chatter comes to an abrupt halt. All eyes are transfixed on the scene within the demon ceiling tower as they inhale sharply. Is that the evil fiery leopard? How could it be? The first layer has transformed into the evil fiery leopard. This is not merely an increase in difficulty. It has escalated to a hellish mode. During my trials, I once witnessed a fellow disciple's earth-grade spirit beast struck down with a single blow by the evil fiery leopard, its throat torn apart. That gruesome scene is still vivid in my memory. I thought the headmaster would ease her burden, but instead, it appears he set her up for a bloodbath. Humph, let us see how she remains so arrogant now. If she is defeated in the first layer, it will indeed be a spectacle to behold. Lingran, observe how your king faces humiliation and defeat. The disgrace of the Lord of Beili will be monumental. Lingran cast a glance at the female disciple, who immediately fell silent, fearfully watching the unfolding drama of Yunli. Meanwhile, within the confines of the demon ceiling tower, Yunli finds herself confronted by the evil fiery leopard, a creature thrice the size of an ordinary leopard, its golden brown fur bristling ominously. A long tuft of white fur runs along its spine, contrasting with its fierce appearance. The name evil fiery leopard derives from its blood-red eyes, exuding an aura of malevolence. In comparison, Yunli seems almost fragile, as if she could not withstand even a single strike from this beast. Approaching stealthily, the leopard closes the distance to its prey without a sound. When it finally strikes, its speed is akin to lightning, an attack so swift that it offers no chance for its quarry to react. Were it an ordinary disciple, they would likely have already succumbed, perhaps even becoming a meal for the beast. Yet, it is unfortunate for the leopard that its first opponent is Yunli. Yunli does not evade. Rather, she has no intention of retreating. With a resounding crack, as the leopard's claws are mere inches from Yunli, her purple gold whip lashes out, striking the beast. The leopard yowls in pain, the agony not merely physical but resonating within its very soul, causing it to tremble. This must be attributed to one of the supreme abilities of the Feng Pei, an enhancement that allows for an assault on the soul. As her bond with the Feng Pei deepens, so too does the potency of this soul attack. Again, the evil fiery leopard howls in distress, attempting to flee. But the pain from the soul attack leaves it disoriented and weak. Where do you think you're going? Come back. Yunli's voice rings in the leopard's ears, sending it into a panic, and it accelerates its escape. Chapter 32, Brutality, Sheer Brutality. The purple gold whip ensnares the leopard's throat, yanking it back. The leopard, now upright, circles Yunli, its crimson eyes burning with rage and desperation, as if resolved to rend her asunder. Yet, the moment its gaze meets the purple gold whip, a palpable fear emanates from its very essence. It is a frustrating predicament. It cannot advance nor retreat. With a furious roar, the leopard charges at Yunli, its speed leaving afterimages in its wake. Suddenly, it lunges from behind Yunli, jaws agape, saliva dripping from its elongated fangs, as if it intends to devour her whole. The disciples outside, witnessing this scene, instinctively hold their breath, eyes glued to the unfolding drama within the tower. The assessment elder rises, poised to intervene should Yunli falter. Yet, the next moment, The spectacle takes a turn that leaves all jaws agape. Brutality, sheer brutality. How pitiful. This evil fiery leopard is but a young cub of mere decades, and it has committed no grave offense. The phrase "a woman is a tigress" is not merely an expression, it is a vivid representation of reality. Is it truly appropriate to treat a beast in such a manner? She hasn't even summoned a spirit beast, and has already triumphed? Perhaps we should avoid provoking her in the future and maintain our distance. Even the assessment elder cannot help but wipe the sweat from his brow, taking a sip of water to steady himself. It seems he underestimated Yunli. No wonder she could so effortlessly carve her path through the outer sect. The headmaster's judgment remains impeccable, or perhaps it is merely a stroke of good fortune to have such a talented disciple. Just moments ago, in a flash, Yunli barely employed her purple-gold whip, instead executing a swift kick to the leopard's neck, disrupting its poised attack with a single blow. Yet, that was far from the end. With just 2 steps, she arrives before the evil fiery leopard. In its helpless and terrified gaze, she seizes its head, spinning it rapidly in the air, then hurling it away like a shooting star. Had the scene concluded here, it might not have elicited such astonishment from the onlookers. The leopard's body crashes into the ground, its head clouded with stars. Before it can even comprehend what transpired, Yunli is upon it once more. Her diminutive form seems to harbor boundless strength. She lifts the evil fiery leopard and, stepping into the air, delivers a punishing shoulder throw. After that, she grasps the leopard's hind leg, repeatedly slamming it against the ground with brute force. The actions are simplistic and devoid of finesse. Yet the pitiful leopard finds itself creating 2 deep impressions in the earth, its tongue lolling out in defeat. Finally, when fatigue sets in, Yunli releases the leopard, brushing her hands together. Is this sufficient to pass? She calls into the air. The assessment elder finally regains his composure, acknowledging, yes, you have passed. If this does not constitute a successful completion, then no disciple could ever hope to advance beyond this first trial. Yunli glances at the evil fiery leopard, intending to crouch down and pat its head, but the leopard, startled, emits a series of yelps, scrambling away on its injured legs. The once formidable creature now bears no resemblance to its earlier imposing demeanor. All right, I shan't harm you anymore. The evil fiery leopard casts a resentful glance towards Yunli, realizing that it can no longer trust this woman before it. Beizhe emerged, circling the malevolent fierce leopard. Oh, poor fierce leopard. It believed it was about to endure another beating, tears glistening in its eyes as it trembled in fear. Just look at how it had been bullied, reduced to such a pitiful state. Yet, Beizhe bore no intention of inflicting harm. Instead, he beckoned it to approach. The fierce leopard contemplated fleeing, but knowing escape was futile, it opted to feign death on the ground. Beizhe's eyes reflected a hint of exasperation as he approached and placed his paw upon it. A luminous white light enveloped the creature, and its wounds began to heal at an astonishing rate. It turned out that her ancient divine beast was of the healing and support type. How could a healing support spirit beast possibly dominate so many spirit beasts from the outer sect? Was this truly the extent of the healing capabilities of an ancient spirit beast? However, with such a singular ability, her path forward would hardly be formidable. No wonder Yunli was so powerful. It was evident that her spirit beast complemented her strength. Yet, what did it matter? After reaching the spirit aperture stage, it was a battle of cultivators and their spirit beasts working in unison. If she merely merged with a support-type spirit beast, she would merely be following behind the team, providing assistance. A support spirit beast, nonetheless. Its current prowess was only a result of its superior realm compared to the fierce leopard. The layers of the demon's ceiling tower grew increasingly formidable. I am eager to see just how far she can endure. While some envied her, others were consumed by jealousy. They all understood the immense benefits that an ancient support spirit beast could bring to a team, yet they stubbornly refused to acknowledge Yunli's excellence. Upon reaching the second layer of the demon's ceiling tower, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. No longer was it a desolate expanse of wild grass. Instead, it resembled a barren desert, devoid of life. As Yunli entered, she felt a surge of spiritual energy. The beasts within this layer likely possessed a minimum cultivation of the 8th level of spirit pill, although they fell short of her strength. The terrain still favored the beasts and remained a formidable challenge. Beizhe. At the onset of this layer, Yunli summoned Beizhe. However, at the very moment she invoked him, a colossal form suddenly erupted from the ground. With a hissing sound, the beast of this layer revealed itself, a centipede as long as a 3-story building. As soon as its head appeared, it spat 5 globs of venom at Yunli. The toxic liquid splashed onto the ground, corroding a substantial patch of sand, its greenish slime bubbling ominously. In the instant Yunli leapt to evade the venom. The centipede's tail surged from the earth, effectively blocking her escape route, and striking her with tremendous force. The impact produced a thunderous sound that echoed through the air. With a resounding thud, the sand was violently displaced, creating a deep crater, while the onlooking disciples frantically searched for Yunli's whereabouts amidst the sand. Some hoped to witness her gravely injured, ideally reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. Others were curious to see how she would withstand such a powerful blow after previously displaying her prowess. Yet, some conflicted souls wished for her to prevail while simultaneously dreading her defeat. As the dust settled, the crowd finally glimpsed Yunli's figure. How had she achieved this? It was unfathomable, absolutely impossible. That was a centipede capable of exerting thousands of pounds of force. Just how powerful was she? How many hidden cards did she possess that remained unknown to us? Chapter 33. Must it be this unbelievably extraordinary? As the sand cleared, Yunli stood unharmed before the crowd. The principle of no injury while shrouded in smoke was manifest at that moment. Surrounding her were 3 spinning golden shields. Triangular in form, adorned with ancient patterns, unmistakably high-grade magical artifacts. Magical artifacts. She possessed magical artifacts. Heavens, was she a walking treasure trove? Had Beili offered her all of his finest possessions? Such artifacts were exceedingly rare. Not even the might of an entire nation could procure such an abundance for her. The Xuanjia shield, it was the Xuanjia shield. Having vanished for a millennium, it was a magical artifact belonging to a transcended immortal. How could it be in her possession? Thus far, every treasure she revealed was priceless, nay, of astronomical worth yet without market. How had she acquired such treasures? Many gazes among the crowd turned increasingly fervent with greed. If they had the chance to seize those magical artifacts, they would possess enough strength for self-preservation throughout the entire realm of cultivation. Of course, they could never fathom that all these treasures had been bestowed upon Yunli by Xianyi during their time in the ancient secret realm. He had no inkling of the vast wealth contained within that spatial ring. He simply believed it would greatly benefit Yunli and thus gathered everything for her. After all, he was the sovereign of the immortal realm. What could he not obtain? Had Yunli possessed the ability to wield immortal artifacts, he likely would have bestowed her far more than mere magical treasures. Baizhe, Yunli ceased her direct involvement and summoned Baizhe to engage in battle. It was not that she was incapable against the centipede. Rather, she perceived the centipede as an excellent opportunity for Baizhe to hone his skills. After all, even her support spirit beast needed to possess formidable combat capabilities. Had it not been for her intention to enhance Baizhe's battle experience, she would not have summoned only Baizhe during the Outer Sect's challenge. With a low growl, Baizhe engaged in a fierce struggle with the centipede. The terrain was unfavorable for Baizhe's combat, so he treaded through the air, waiting for the right moment to strike. With a thunderous roar, the centipede's passage stirred up clouds of sand. Each emergence from the ground resonated with a heavy thud. Baizhe adopted a strategy of retreating to advance, skillfully evading the centipede's every assault while airborne. To pit a support spirit beast against a centipede was indeed a reckless gamble. She not only underestimated her own capabilities, but also presumed her spirit beast would share her audacity. Had the spirit beast not possessed decent speed, it would have likely already become a meal for the centipede. I wonder how she would boast if her spirit beast were to fall. What would she have left? Not necessarily. Amidst the crowd, an unexpected voice emerged. All eyes turned to a youthful figure, appearing somewhat naive, yet his eyes sparkled with intelligence. This was Jiang. A month ago, in the woods, it was Yunli who had saved his life. While others may doubt Yunli's strength, he had witnessed firsthand the terrifying prowess of her other spirit beast, the ancient ferocious beast Tao Wu. Jiang, you pitiful wretch dare to show up here? Oh, are you here for your king? Scoffed someone. What right do you have to speak here when you can't even wield a weapon? How amusing. Here was Lianran, unwilling to become a guardian of the Imperial army, and Jiang, unwilling to wield a gun, preferring theoretical knowledge. Truly, Beili is fascinating. Jiang paid no heed to the scorn directed at him. He cherished tranquility and had no desire to become embroiled in this tumult. Yet, upon hearing that Yunli had arrived and was undergoing the assessment in the demon ceiling tower, he rushed over. Upon seeing Yunli, he was filled with both surprise and joy, yet worry gnawed at him, fearing for her safety. However, unlike others, his extensive knowledge gradually eased his concerns. Yunli's refusal to fight was not due to her inability. Rather, it was because there was no need for her to intervene. Baizhe appeared to be on the defensive, yet with every movement, he seemed to anticipate the centipede's attacks with uncanny precision, effortlessly dodging its every strike. Instead of a battle between two beasts, it resembled Baizhe honing his speed and reflexes. Your Majesty, keep it up. His voice, amidst the multitude of disparaging remarks directed at Yunli, appeared remarkably diminutive and discordant. Yet, Undeterred by the judgment of others, he persistently rallied for Yunli. Meanwhile, within the demon's sealing tower, the myriad-legged centipede seemed to grasp that it had been trifled with. Its massive head emerged from the sandy ground, relentlessly pursuing Bai Zhe while spewing venom to cover its escape route. Bai Zhe, elusive and unpredictable, darted left and right, as though playfully toying with the centipede. Roar! The centipede, infuriated, abandoned its pursuit of Bai Zhe and redirected its venomous assault towards the ever-watchful Yunli. In response, Bai Zhe, equally incensed, seemed to scold the centipede for its inability to play fair. It unleashed 2 orbs of radiant energy, which thundered forth and countered the centipede's attack. Thus, it became evident that her spirit beast had been capable of dealing with the centipede from the very beginning, all the while engaging it in a game. Yunli was already exceedingly extraordinary. How could her spirit beast be equally remarkable? An auxiliary spirit beast that could engage in such a manner? Was it necessary for it to defy the heavens in such a way? This was undoubtedly the most astute and formidable auxiliary spirit beast I have ever encountered, without exception. Could this be the distinction between an ancient divine beast and an ordinary demon beast? As the crowd murmured their speculations, the clash between Bai Zhe and the centipede reached its conclusion. The centipede's strengths lay in its massive form, ability to spray venom, and the advantage of the sandy terrain, coupled with immense strength. However, it bore a fatal flaw: slowness. For Bai Zhe, it was simply too slow. Otherwise, it would not have been so thoroughly outmaneuvered. Having failed to land a single blow on Bai Zhe, roar, roar, the centipede let out a furious roar, consumed by its desire to chase Bai Zhe and devour it to quench its wrath. Yet, by the time it realized the futility of its actions, it had become ensnared by its own colossal body. In its frantic attempts to regain direction, it had unwittingly tied itself into a convoluted knot, rendering it immobile. Bai Zhe, almost mockingly, wiggled its rear at the centipede, provoking an explosion of fury within the creature. Roar! In its impotent rage, the centipede could only vent its frustration. With the voice of the assessment elder echoing, the entrance to the 3rd level materialized before Yunli. She had successfully advanced to the 3rd level. As soon as the entrance opened, an icy chill enveloped her, sending shivers down her spine. 9 levels of spirit elixirs. Not just one. Yunli's pupils widened. Since her arrival at the Imperial Capital Academy, this was the first time she had felt a genuine sense of peril. Chapter 34. The challenge of the 3rd level is the Ice Demon Spider. The Academy has gone mad. The world of the 3rd level within the demon's sealing tower resembled a forest, yet it was a forest blanketed in ice and snow. The moment Yunli stepped inside, she felt herself targeted by at least 5 divine senses. No, more than 5, 7, 9, 10. A full 10 presences at the 9th level of spirit elixirs caused her heart to tighten. It seemed that the Academy's standards for students in the Earth class required at least a cultivation level of spirit elixir 7 or above, as well as the capability to contend against 10 adversaries. Conversely, if inter-academy disciples passed this level and successfully entered the Earth class, the resources available, there would be something the Xian and Huang classes could only aspire to. Clearly, the law of survival of the fittest persisted, regardless of location. Just then, the ground beneath Yunli began to tremble. The icy aura intensified, and as the wind whipped around her, it felt like a piercing cold. The Ice Demon Spider. It is indeed the Ice Demon Spider. The challenge of the 3rd level was none other than the Ice Demon Spider. Has the Academy lost its senses? This was typically a challenge reserved for at least the 4th level of the demon sealing tower. This was excessively harsh. 1, 3, 7. Wait, there are 10 Ice Demon Spiders. This is disastrous. Yunli is doomed. If her auxiliary spirit beast had the ability to wield fire, she might stand a chance against 10 of these 9th level spirit elixirs. However, if she relied solely on speed, defeat was inevitable. If she faltered, the new disciples this year might not even touch the threshold of the Earth class. Although they were reluctant to acknowledge Yunli's excellence, they had all tacitly accepted her strength. Otherwise, they would not have been able to voice such opinions. Jiang clenched his fists, silently praying for Yunli, offering her encouragement. Ji Lingren's gaze remained fixed on the scene within the demon's sealing tower. While she was loath to admit it, she secretly hoped for Yunli's triumph. "You better not embarrass Beili," she remarked bluntly, her words lacking in tact. Inside the demon sealing tower, the 10 ice demon spiders did not rush to attack. Instead, they encircled Yunli from various angles, spitting webs at her. Yunli was not one to sit idly by. As the ice demon spiders appeared, she had already grasped her purple gold whip. In this round, she could not rely on Bai Zhe for combat, as it could jeopardize the outcome and possibly lead to Bai Zhe sustaining serious injuries. What she desired was to pass the challenge, to showcase her prowess, and to instill awe in the other 3 nations. Thus, she resolved to no longer conceal her abilities. With a swift motion, Yunli wielded her purple-gold whip, sweeping away the webs before her. Simultaneously, a ferocious aura silently manifested behind her. Tao Wu. Roar. Kill. Roar. Tao Wu had been eagerly anticipating its turn after watching Bai Zhe play. This combative beast was more than ready to make its entrance. Thus, when it did appear, it did so with unrestrained enthusiasm. Indeed, it was play, not mere combat. These ice demon spiders, facing an attack-averse Bai Zhe, would likely find it difficult to contend. However, for a ferocious ancient beast in the spirit infant stage, these foes were nothing more than delightful playthings. As the web shot toward Yunli from behind, Tao Wu calmly struck the ground with its forepaws, unleashing a tremendous force that shredded all the webs in its wake. The disciples watching this scene in the assessment hall collectively gasped, the atmosphere falling into a stunned silence. After a long moment, someone finally reacted. She has not one, but two spirit beasts, both of ancient caliber? The ferocious beast Tao Wu. This creature is indeed the ancient beast Tao Wu. How could she possess two spirit beasts? This is impossible. The name of the ferocious beast is truly terrifying. What now? How can they possibly continue? The outer disciples, unable to identify the ancient beast, were overshadowed by fear upon seeing Tao Wu. The greed that once consumed those who coveted Yunli's treasures was swiftly replaced by trepidation. No longer did they wish to pursue her. They realized that any attempt to challenge Yunli could cost them their lives. Meanwhile, those from their own nation who had previously dismissed Yunli began to reconsider. They had always been aristocrats, filled with pride since childhood. Furthermore, their admission to the inner academy had solidified their status as the pride of Beili, leading them to underestimate her. They had all tacitly believed that as long as their talent and cultivation levels surpassed Yunli's, they could easily dominate her within the Imperial Capital Academy. They thought that as long as they were stronger than Yunli, they could dismiss her entirely. However, now, Your Majesty, go for it, someone shouted, and the assessment hall erupted in an uproar, with numerous voices echoing in agreement. Your Majesty, go for it. Your Majesty, show them the might of Beili. The diminutive ice demon spider, behold how my sovereign effortlessly turns the tide. Those foreign prodigies, unworthy of Beili, could not help but sneer at the swiftness of these Beili disciples. Yet, despite their disdain, they were unwilling to miss a single moment of the battle within the demon ceiling tower. Their lips may utter contempt, but their eyes remained glued to the fierce clash between Yunli and the Tao Wu. In a mere instant, the Tao Wu lunged at an ice demon spider, effortlessly biting off half of its front body and devouring it whole. As the other ice demon spiders witnessed their comrade's attack, they shrieked and charged towards Yunli once more. The beasts, having reached the 9th level of the spirit pill stage, had developed sentience. They understood the significance of the cultivator Yunli. If they could eliminate her, the Tao Wu would triumph without further effort. It was a pity that had they witnessed how Yunli had previously vanquished the evil flame leopard in the first layer, they would never have harbored such foolish hopes. Here she comes, with the Duanyuan blade in her left hand and the purple gold whip in her right. A fervent battle spirit ignited in her eyes. She deftly swung the whip, ensnaring the 4 right legs of the closest ice demon spider. With a swift tug, the creature lost its mobility and toppled to the side. Seizing the moment, Yunli advanced rather than retreating, executing a sliding attack aimed at the spider's underbelly. As she glided beneath the ice demon spider, her left hand thrust the Duanyuan blade deep into its body, splitting it in two before the astonished onlookers. The scene was gruesome and savage. The blood of the ice demon spider stained Yunli from head to toe. The blood splatters on her face rendered her both alluring and perilous, exuding a dangerously captivating aura. Poisonous. Yunli's expression shifted slightly as the blood that had splattered onto her began to transform into a chilling energy, freezing her internal spiritual power. She had underestimated it. Bai Zhe. Responding promptly, Bai Zhe manifested a healing light, neutralizing the toxicity of the ice demon spider's blood. At that moment, however, a second ice demon spider had already approached Yunli, its razor-sharp foreclaws lunging toward her face. Chapter 35. Such exhilaration. Watching her fight is utterly thrilling. The Xuanjia shield re-emerged, absorbing the strike from the ice demon spider. Yunli flipped and leapt behind the spider, wielding the Duanyuan blade to sever a significant portion of its head. Yet before she could catch her breath, a web shot toward her back. Simultaneously, 3 additional ice demon spiders encircled her, sealing her escape routes from the left, right, and front. The front was a trio of claws attacking simultaneously, an evasion impossible. The rear was a web that would encase her in ice upon contact. If Yunli were to be ensnared, even for a moment, the web would be sufficient to trap her. Once frozen into an ice sculpture, any of the ice demon spiders could shatter her into lifeless fragments with a single blow. Roar. Bai Zhe and the Tao Wu howled in unison, One was caught by an ice demon spider, while the other was ensnared by two. By the time they sensed Yunli's peril, it was too late to intervene. The watching disciples had forgotten to breathe, their eyes wide and unblinking, their hearts lodged in their throats. At this moment, any thoughts of enmity toward foreign nations vanished. Many silently wished for Yunli to create yet another miracle. Duan Yuan. Slay. The cold, murderous voice resonated from Yunli, ensnared by 4 ice demon spiders. As her words fell, 3 golden-red arcs of blade light, each towering 10 feet high, cleaved from her front, left, and right. The energy contained within these strikes was astonishing, reminiscent of a force capable of cleaving mountains and parting seas. With a single strike, the 3 ice demon spiders that had trapped her were obliterated, their remains drenched in blood. In the instant she unleashed the 3 arcs, she had already turned her back to the claws of the 3 spiders. Her confidence in her own strength was unwavering. As she spun, she delivered another strike backward, cutting through the web, albeit without gathering power. Just enough to create a brief opportunity. That fleeting moment was sufficient for Yunli to dart in front of the ice demon spider attempting to ambush her, delivering a lethal blow to its abdomen. Blood erupted forth, revealing a gaping wound nearly a meter long, prompting the ice demon spider to shriek in agony before wildly slashing at Yunli with its claws. Yet before it could even finish its cry, its body was violently torn asunder, entrails spilling forth, creating a scene of utter carnage. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye for the watching disciples. Alas, it was unclear who first erupted in cheers, but soon many disciples joined in, exclaiming in exhilaration. Splendid. The counterattack was absolutely stunning. If only I possessed her speed and adaptability, perhaps I too could ascend to the heavenly class. It's so thrilling. Watching her fight is a joy that makes me want to leap into action myself. You must be joking. Do you possess her strength? You'd likely freeze into an ice sculpture the moment you stepped in. I concede, truly I do. How can one woman be so formidable? Remarkable as she is, some disciples, lacking in psychological fortitude, could not suppress their nausea at the gruesome spectacle. The examination elder stroked his beard, a look of satisfaction and delight evident in his eyes. Who wouldn't he wish to have such a disciple? Had the dean not acted first, he, who had never taken a disciple before, would have considered taking Yunli as his own. Third layer, challenge succeeded. The exhilaration was palpable in the elder's voice. Meanwhile, this news spread rapidly through the inner courtyard. In the academy's Sanshua Hall, where the dean and various elders convened daily for meetings and leisurely tea discussions, a disciple hastily burst in, nearly stumbling. What is it? Why the fluster? Report, Dean. Yunli she. Upon hearing Yunli's name, Nanhi tensed, urging the disciple to speak without pausing for breath. She has passed the 3rd trial and reached the 4th layer of the demon ceiling tower. The elders, their cups raised as if frozen mid-motion, incredulously asked, what did you say? Unlike Yunli, who was akin to a transfer student, the academy's next batch of disciples was still a month away from their assessment in the inner courtyard. The elders had originally planned to increase the difficulty, but in a moment of carelessness, they had inadvertently escalated it to the most challenging level, having expended considerable spiritual energy on the recent adjustments to the trials. The elders intended to rest and recalibrate the difficulty for the next day, swapping out the beasts. However, the modifications to the demon ceiling tower had been made yesterday afternoon, and Yunli had ventured in this morning. They hadn't had the opportunity to replace the beasts yet. They had thought it prudent to let Yunli test the waters. Should a life-threatening situation arise, the examination elder would be present to oversee matters. Just moments ago, they had been debating whether Yunli could safely navigate the 3rd trial given its hellish difficulty. If she succeeded, she would be admitted to the heavenly class. But now, a disciple reports that she has actually passed, and even reached the 4th trial. Is this some kind of jest? The 4th trial is beyond her current cultivation level. Quickly, summon the examination elder. Just as one of the elders began to speak, a gust of wind swept past them. Before they could comprehend what had occurred, Nanhi had already vanished from the Sanshua Hall. That old fellow still dares to criticize his disciple for lacking composure. Just look at how flustered he himself is. One cannot entirely blame him. The dangers of the 4th level are likely insurmountable even for the outer sect elders. His concern for his apprentice is entirely justified. I suggested that we should also take a look. Should his precious disciple be injured, we could promptly provide some medicine, sparing us from his incessant lamentations in the future. After a brief contemplation, the others nodded in agreement, and together they departed from the Sanshua Hall, heading towards the assessment arena. Meanwhile, atop Tianju Peak, located at the forefront of the inner courtyard, only disciples of the Tianzi class are permitted to establish their cultivation chambers there. What? She has passed the 3rd challenge? It seems a new member will be added to the Tianzi class. Let us go and discover the true nature of this individual. The Empress of Beili? Is she the one who was just retrieved and has only recently come of age? Dozens of beams of light emanated from Tianju Peak, their destination mirroring that of the elders, the assessment arena. It could be said that Yunli once again stirred the waters of the Imperial Capital Academy. But this time not merely the outer sect, rather the very core of the academy itself. Disciples of the Tianzi class, who typically remain secluded atop Tianju Peak, were now all hastening towards the legendary Yunli, eager to ascertain her true strength. Just 2 days into her arrival at the inner courtyard, and she has already created such a significant stir. Chapter 36. The pressure of a true ancient bloodline. The status of the Tianzi class disciples immediately became evident as they arrived at the assessment arena. All the observing disciples instinctively made way, creating ample space for the Tianzi class to observe. After all, each member of the Tianzi class is a paragon among their peers, possessing formidable backgrounds that are not to be trifled with. Is she truly Yunli? Goodness, she is indeed breathtakingly beautiful. Her presence in the Tianzi class certainly enhances the prestige of Tianju Peak. The fourth challenge is not easily overcome, especially since the elders adjusted the difficulty yesterday. The current fourth challenge is akin to the fifth. I do not believe she can surpass it. Indeed, our Imperial Capital Academy has only produced a single disciple who reached the fifth challenge 3 centuries ago. I too doubt that she could fortuitously triumph over that esteemed predecessor. The proud disciples of the Tianzi class held themselves in high regard. They assumed that no matter how formidable Yunli might be, she could not possibly surpass their past glories in overcoming the fourth challenge. Suddenly, as the scene at the demon ceiling tower shifted, their expressions changed. She has stabilized her breathing and is about to enter the fourth level. What is this aura? It possesses the essence of the Titan ape, a creature of primal bloodline. All disciples involuntarily gasped in disbelief, their eyes filled with a mixture of astonishment and sympathy for Yunli. At this moment, her countenance was far from serene. Even before entering the fourth level, she sensed an overwhelming force. Currently, her cultivation stands at the second level of the spirit infant stage. Yet the ferocious beasts of the fourth level are at least of the fifth level. To have such a formidable creature in the academy is a source of pressure even for her. Is this truly an assessment? Or are they merely endangering the students? This is dire. The moment Yunli stepped into the fourth level, she felt her breath ensnared. Simultaneously, an immense force bore down upon her. Akin to the weight of a mountain pressing down, Yunli was immediately bent over, as if a 1,000-pound weight had suddenly crushed her, causing her to involuntarily spit out a small mouthful of blood, sustaining some internal injuries. She immediately channeled her entire energy to resist this force, yet still found herself unable to stand upright. Above her, a shadow loomed larger and larger, quickly eclipsing her form. As she looked up, she could hardly contain her exclamation of disbelief. Is this a joke? A mountain was hurtling towards her, not merely a boulder, but an actual mountain. What does this signify? Yunli gritted her teeth, channeling all her energy into her legs, propelling herself to the utmost limits of her speed. Yet no matter where she ran or how far she fled, it seemed impossible to escape the encroaching shadow of the mountain. Alternatively, it appeared that the mountain had locked onto her. Wherever she went, it remained directly above her, unchanged in its position. The Tao. The speed at which the mountain descended appeared slow, yet it was alarmingly close. It seemed that evasion would be futile. Even now, the mere pressure of the mountain had already inflicted internal injuries upon her. Should it truly land upon her, she would likely be reduced to a bloody pulp. Roar! The Tao let out a thunderous cry, revealing its true form. It darted to the side, eyes fixed intently on the mountain poised to crush Yunli, its hind claws digging into the ground in preparation. How intriguing! Could her spirit beast be attempting to alter the trajectory of the mountain's descent? I fear it would be futile, even if it crashed its head against it. That is a Tao, one of the ancient ferocious beasts, renowned for its brutality. The disciples who had been watching for some time were well aware of Yunli's 2 ancient divine beasts. However, the newly arrived Tianzi class members were oblivious, and thus the emergence of the Tao incited envy among some of them. It was hard to distinguish whether it was admiration or jealousy. Yet what of the Tao? Facing the Titan ape of the spirit infant stage, which, while not an ancient divine beast, is indeed a bloodline descendant of the ancient divine beast Zhu Yan. It can barely be deemed a divine beast level. It seems the Titan ape of the 4th level possesses the strength to move mountains and fill seas. With the Tao's realm being lower, it is unlikely to gain any advantage here. A woman possessing a spirit beast of such caliber as the Tao is truly a pity. Had I been a man, I would surely have far surpassed her achievements. The disciples of the Tianzi class exchanged glances, their expressions revealing disdain for Yunli's chances. However, the other disciples who had been observing Yunli held a markedly different perspective. What do you know? Her Tao is far mightier than you can fathom. Indeed. What of the Titan ape? Just watch. My king shall surely make it bleed profusely. Surely you did not witness how she single-handedly contended against 10 ice magic spiders of the 9th level of the Spirit Pill stage? Had you seen that, you would not utter such words today. The disciples of the Tianzi class exchanged incredulous looks, followed by amusement at the absurdity of such statements. An ice magic spider? 9th level of the Spirit Pill stage? 10 of them? Alone? Could you not exaggerate further? Just as the other disciples were about to defend Yunli, an event at the Demon Ceiling Tower silenced the entire assessment arena. At this moment, the Taowu had completed its build-up, and the aura of its ancient bloodline was no longer concealed. It emanated a ferocity surpassing that of the Titan ape, a true manifestation of the pressure from an ancient bloodline. Roar! The Titan ape also sensed this overwhelming aura. It momentarily abandoned its playful demeanor, turning its massive body towards the Taowu, raising its colossal fist to strike. The Taowu, though appearing minuscule in comparison to the Titan ape's towering form, radiated an aura that was not at all inferior. As the Titan ape's massive fist descended, the air was compressed, producing a sound like an explosion. The force contained within that punch seemed capable of shattering mountains. The Taowu disregarded the incoming strike entirely, renowned for its speed. It found the Titan ape's power to be sluggish in comparison. Boom! The Taowu leaped over the Titan ape's swinging fist in a matter of steps, tensing its body and charging fiercely towards the mountain that threatened Yunli. With a resounding crash, the disciples observing the assessment were for the first time confronted with a vivid manifestation of what it meant for the very earth to tremble and shatter. A small mountain was violently struck in half by the beast known as Taowu, splintering into countless fragments that veered off course, deviating from their intended path of suppressing Yunli and raining down like a hailstorm of stones upon the ground. The earth quaked violently. The tremors felt even by the disciples in the arena. The overwhelming shock they experienced was beyond the capacity of words to describe. Chapter 37. An eye for an eye. Taowu roared, "Kill!" The thunderous cry echoed. Had it not been for the initial ambush by the Titan ape that suppressed Yunli, she would not have found herself in such a passive position. Now, finally free to act, it was time for her to retaliate. Taowu revealed its true form, measuring 40 meters in length and approximately 30 meters in height. It shook its head and gazed defiantly at the Titan ape, exuding an innate aura of dominance. This was the first time it demonstrated its genuine power in battle. Its massive claws struck the ground, leaving deep impressions with each blow. The Titan ape, refusing to back down, pounded its muscular chest and effortlessly uprooted a towering tree, wielding it like a club to strike fiercely at Taowu. Taowu, now devoid of any playful demeanor, as it had previously allowed Yunli to fall into peril due to its frivolity, was consumed by rage. The memory of the Titan ape's treachery, having ambushed them as they entered the 4th layer, reignited Taowu's fury. It was determined to avenge Yunli. In a powerful leap, Taowu soared into the air, its forepaws crashing down on the Titan ape's tree, splitting it in two. Before the Titan ape could react, Taowu had already vaulted onto its shoulder, opening its gaping maw and lunging for the Titan ape's throat. The Titan ape, caught off guard, desperately clutched Taowu's jaws, but the beast's force nearly wrenched its grip free. Unable to maintain control, it stumbled backward, falling to the ground beneath Taowu's weight. Taowu shook its head, breaking free from the Titan ape's clutches, and sank its teeth into its shoulder. The Titan ape roared in agony, striking Taowu's body with both fists in a desperate attempt to make it release its grip. However, in just this exchange, the Titan ape's thick, armor-like fur was punctured, revealing 2 gaping wounds from Taowu's bite. Blood dripped down its fur. Yet the Titan ape seemed emboldened by the pain, pounding its chest and surging with fighting spirit. Shifting tactics, it abandoned close combat, darting through the mountains to create distance from Taowu. Taowu, casting a glance at Yunli, pursued relentlessly. The 2 colossal beasts engaged in a high-stakes chase, one relying on sheer size, the other on speed, bounding between the towering peaks. Beizhe emerged, assisting Yunli in her pursuit. The disciples of the Tianzi class were dumbfounded. How could it be that she possessed not one, but 2 accompanying spirit beasts, a legendary ancient beast, Beizhe, and the fearsome Taowu? One individual commanding 2 beasts was unprecedented. No wonder she dared to storm into the 4th layer and emerge unscathed from the assault of 10 ice demon spiders. Their expressions turned grim as they contemplated their predicament. They had long been accustomed to standing above others, basking in admiration and envy, but now they faced someone who might eclipse them all. A whirlwind of emotions surged within them: jealousy, resentment, disdain, covetousness, and many secretly wishing for her downfall at the hands of the Titan ape. Humph. Now you see the true power of our queen. She is the first to wield the support type, Beizhe, as an offensive spirit beast. Our queen is the strongest, far surpassing you self-proclaimed geniuses. Your talents are worthless in her presence. Indeed, when our queen joins the Tianzi class, you will witness what true strength is. Even before Yunli could revel in her triumph, hostility was already brewing against her. However, the truth was that the disciples from Beili were growing increasingly fervent in their admiration for her, having witnessed her prowess in several battles. Watching those so-called geniuses falter before her was exhilarating, as if they themselves had bested those talents. On the assessment stage, the elders were equally astonished, engaged in animated discussions. Dean, did you know all along? Indeed. You acted swiftly, Dean. Next time, let us old-timers have a chance at such promising candidates. Alas, talents like Yunli may be a rarity until the end of our days. The future of our Imperial Academy looks bright. Indeed. The upcoming competition among the 4 academies in 3 months was still lacking one contender, but it appears we now have a solution. As they conversed, the battlefield where Yunli fought neared its climax. The Titan ape pounded the ground, causing a massive stone spike to erupt from the earth, hurtling toward Taowu and Yunli. With a furious roar, Taowu launched itself, its legs pounding the ground, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy that caused the earth before them to fracture and collapse. The Titan ape's attack crumbled before it could reach Taowu and Yunli. In a fit of rage, the Titan ape struck its own chest, snapping the peaks on either side with its hands and hurling them toward Yunli and her companion. The mountains loomed large, rendering Yunli seemingly insignificant in comparison. There was no contest of stature. If left unchallenged, even if she managed to evade the mountains, she would not escape the onslaught of falling debris. With a deafening roar, Taowu struck the ground with its left forepaw, summoning a formation in midair. An immense gravitational force emanated from the formation, creating a vast circular field upon the earth. As the 2 towering mountains approached the formation, they suddenly lost their momentum, as if drawn by an unseen magnet, crashing heavily to the ground and creating deep fissures. The gravity domain. It had grasped the concept of the gravity domain. How could a creature in the spirit infant stage comprehend a power reserved for those in the spirit aperture stage? Is this the true strength of an ancient beast? The disciples of the Tianzi class gazed in disbelief, yearning to rush into the demon ceiling tower and experience the true might of the gravity domain. However, the Titan ape within the tower was in dire straits. Aware it could not defeat Taowu, it sought to flee, but every ounce of strength it possessed was futile. The gravity domain was once again unleashed, this time bearing down upon the Titan ape. The scene before them epitomized the essence of retribution. Initially, it was Yunli who had been ambushed and subdued by the Titan ape, yet now it was the Titan ape that knelt, struggling against the earth, blood spilling from its maw, its face contorted in agony, and should Taowu continue to exert pressure, its flesh may remain unscathed, but its innards would surely rupture, leading to its demise. Yunli, the dean's voice rang out, barely concealing his elation. Spare its life, it may still prove useful. Yunli signaled to Taowu, which relented. The Titan ape exhaled in relief, slumping against a mountain, devoid of the strength to resist them. In the 4th layer, Yunli maintained her undefeated status. Chapter 38, One Breath, Roll Away. If not die, Yunli. The silhouette of Nan he materialized on the 4th level of the demon ceiling tower. His satisfaction palpable as he stroked his slight beard, his eyes brimming with pride and approval for Yunli. Excellent, truly excellent, he exclaimed, his excitement evident. For Yunli had successfully navigated the 4th level. No, it was akin to the difficulty of the previously designated 5th level, and she had triumphed as well. As your master, I hereby declare that from this day forth, you shall be a member of the heavenly class. However, Yunli seemed disinterested in such accolades. Master, please open the entrance to the 5th level. What? Then he gazed at Yunli in astonishment. You wish to continue challenging the 5th level? Indeed. Her declaration sent ripples through the assessment arena, igniting a fervor among the onlookers. I knew it. Our king of Beili shall not stop here. They exclaimed. How audacious. Daring to challenge the 5th level. They questioned whether she had grown so confident after defeating the Titan ape with the aid of the Taowu that she believed herself invincible. The 5th level? The dean had already announced her entry into the heavenly class. Why would she wish to continue the trials? Was she truly so reckless as to seek the limelight at the risk of her life? The challenges within the demon ceiling tower had escalated in intensity, and one could only wonder what formidable beasts awaited in the 5th level. It would be a pity for such beauty to perish here. The elders, equally astonished, hastened to enter the tower. Yunli, there is something we old fellows neglected to clarify with you beforehand. Do not act impulsively. Yes, it is imperative that you understand this. Several elders proceeded to elucidate the adjustments made to the difficulty of the trials. Yunli suddenly grasped the reason behind the increasingly formidable nature of the assessments. Had it not been for the Taowu comprehending the domain of gravity at a crucial moment, She might have sustained injuries to succeed in this stage. So, if I conquer the 6th level, does that equate to overcoming the 7th level? The elders exchanged glances, then turned their gaze towards Nanhe. Nanhe too was bewildered. Yunli, is your aim truly the 7th level? Originally, yes, but now it should be the 6th level. Upon hearing this, the disciples found her words grating, perceiving Yunli's ambition as bordering on arrogance. Yet, the disciples of Beili remained fervently supportive, rallying behind her. Even if she were to falter, it mattered not. For she was among the few who dared to continue the ascent, with her sights set on the elusive 7th level. Yunli, I understand you might wish to seize this opportunity to establish your reputation, but this is sufficient. Beyond this, I cannot guarantee your safety during critical moments, her master cautioned. Yunli pondered for a moment before posing a question. If the 6th level matches the difficulty of the 7th, does the 6th level correspond to the rewards of the 7th? Well, it seems after all that our discussions did not penetrate her thoughts, remarked the elders. Dean, you take the lead. The elders and Nanhe convened aside, deliberating until they finally reached a consensus. After consulting with the elders, it was decided that the difficulty of the assessments in the Demon Ceiling Tower would be adjusted tomorrow to be slightly more challenging than before, in preparation for the next disciples' evaluations. If you wish to proceed with your challenge, your current performance can be considered as having conquered the 5th level. After the adjustments tomorrow, you may commence your challenge from the 6th level the day after at dawn. How does that sound? Yunli contemplated this. After enduring several high-intensity battles, her spiritual energy was nearly depleted. While she could replenish her energy with pills, their efficacy paled in comparison to her own gradual recovery, which would not allow her to reach her peak condition. The 6th level would undoubtedly be fraught with peril. A brief respite to recuperate would be prudent. Agreed. Once the decision was finalized, Nanhe escorted Yunli out of the Demon Ceiling Tower. Upon her reemergence on the assessment platform, the crowd erupted in enthusiastic cheers. Your Majesty, you are the most formidable person in the entire world. Your Majesty, you are the strongest. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Yunli felt the fervent excitement of the crowd, a smile blossoming on her lips. This smile was enough to render the world devoid of color. Many disciples were captivated, gazing like lovesick fools, still lost in the memory of the moment even after Yunli had departed. She possessed an alluring charm. How fortunate that I, too, fell under her spell. Yet, she was indeed breathtaking. Such an extraordinary woman deserved a man of equal caliber. Indeed, to have a beauty such as her. What more could one desire? The disciples of the heavenly class were also ensnared, though they recovered more swiftly than the others. Previously viewing Yunli's confidence as arrogance, they now sought to win her heart. After all, who could resist a woman of such exquisite beauty, prodigious talent, and the companionship of 2 ancient divine beasts? Not to mention her intoxicating allure? Numerous male disciples pursued the direction in which Yunli had vanished, believing that even a fleeting glimpse of such beauty was worth the effort. Although capturing her might prove challenging, what if they succeeded? Should you dare to cross another threshold, you shall face death. Yunli's icy voice resonated, as the Taowu eagerly observed the male disciples trailing after them, its eyes glinting with a predatory gleam. Yunli had never lacked for self-important flies buzzing around her. Had they been handsome, it might have been tolerable, but these were woefully inferior to her beautiful brother, leaving her utterly unimpressed. If it must be, even those with the looks of a cute little puppy could qualify as guests at her Tianyao peak. Regrettably, not a single one met that standard. Furthermore, she was in dire need of seclusion for meditation, leaving no room for them to squander her time. Yunli, do not be ungrateful. I am from the Lu clan of the West Song continent. For you to catch my eye is a blessing you have earned over several lifetimes. Indeed, we come in friendship, so do not reject our goodwill. Yunli, why the anger? Allow your brother to soothe your temper. His lewd laughter incited the others to join in raucous laughter. Yunli frowned, her eyes simmering with anger. Taowu, she began, raising her gaze toward the outside of Tianyao Peak. The disciples who had been joking moments ago now appeared frozen in midair, their spiritual beasts offering no response. One breath, leave. If you do not depart, you shall die. The voice of the speaker was colder than Yunli's, reminiscent of an eternal ice cavern. Merely hearing it felt like being plunged into a frozen abyss. The disciples who had been so boisterous moments ago were instantly struck with terror, hastily urging their spiritual beasts to flee Tianyao Peak without a moment's hesitation. Once the crowd dispersed, the figure of Xian Yi materialized in midair. Brother Beauty, Yunli beckoned, activating her defensive array to invite Xian Yi in. He swiftly appeared before her, his speed so rapid it was as though he had arrived before she had finished speaking. Brother Beauty, you are remarkably swift. Ah, is it appropriate to commend a man in such a manner? I meant to say your speed is impressive. Well, it seems they are essentially the same. However, Judging by Xianye's expression, he likely did not comprehend the jest. Xianye said nothing as he approached Di Yunli's bedside and reached out to check her wrist. Di Yunli, sitting cross-legged in meditation, made no attempt to evade him. I am unharmed. With Baizhe here, as long as I am not in a truly dire state, all will be well. She was attempting to lighten the atmosphere with a cold joke, yet Xianye found no humor in her words. You, he sighed. A mixture of indulgence and helplessness in his tone. Why must you push yourself so hard? Why continue to challenge yourself? Handsome brother, have you been watching me throughout my trials? Indeed. What insights do you have? It is precisely where I need to improve. Di Yunli understood that Xianye was undoubtedly a master among masters, at least possessing cultivation above the Spirit King level. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to achieve such speed. Of course, she was unaware that in the realm of cultivation, the Spirit King level was insignificant compared to Xianye, the Celestial Emperor. First, answer my earlier question. Do you truly wish to know? Yes. Allow me to lean on you for a moment. I am weary. Xianye's lips twitched before he nodded slightly. Di Yunli leaned her head on his shoulder, her heart secretly rejoicing. His shoulder was indeed broad, granting her an unusual sense of security, especially with the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat, which felt like a tension-drawn taut. Xianye, oblivious to her inner musings, raised his hand and sent a celestial artifact into the Feng Pei, urging it with his spiritual energy. Though the Feng Pei was a top-tier auxiliary celestial artifact, a royal class, it could function through the bloodline spiritual energy of its destined emperor or empress without the need for spiritual energy. However, to unleash its full potential, it was naturally best powered by celestial energy. So comfortable, Di Yunli purred like a lazy kitten, nuzzling against Xianye's shoulder. It was not only the comfort of his shoulder but also the warm, nourishing power of the Feng Pei within her that lulled her into a near sleep. Xianye felt a flicker of concern in his heart. Just as he was about to speak, he realized Di Yunli had already succumbed to slumber. You, he muttered, at a loss for what to do with her, and decided to let her rest against him, gently cradling her small face with his left hand to prevent her from toppling over. Simultaneously, he infused her body with celestial energy, mending the hidden injuries within her to avoid hindering her cultivation. As for how long Di Yunli slept, she had no notion. When she finally awoke, the sky outside had turned dark, and she found herself lying in bed, with no sign of Xianye at her side. What a delightful aroma. Is that the celestial herb nectar? This was her favorite drink from the secret realm where she had met Xianye. It was reminiscent of wine, yet not quite. Its rich flavor lingering on the palate, with the added benefit of stabilizing her cultivation and enhancing her prowess. Wait, my cultivation has actually risen to the 5th layer of the spirit embryo stage. Di Yunli was astonished to realize that a mere nap had elevated her by 2 minor realms. Moreover, she had done so without the slightest awareness. Could it be the Feng Pei? She understood that combat was the fastest way to enhance strength, which was one of the reasons she was determined to continue challenging the demon ceiling tower. Yet, she had not anticipated that a single day's effort in the tower could result in such significant progress. It appeared that the greater the challenge, the more her spiritual energy was consumed, thus amplifying the supportive abilities of the Feng Pei. It seemed that the 6th and 7th levels were indeed essential to conquer. Awake? Xianye, clad in a white robe, entered the room, illuminated by the moonlight, resembling a celestial being from myth tasked with governing the moon. Handsome brother, you didn't leave? I did, but I compiled some questions for you, noted on this jade slip, and returned. Di Yunli accepted the jade slip and probed it with her spiritual sense. So that's why? I always felt my strikes lacked sufficient force during combat. Is there a method to enhance my power? Oh, it requires such coordination. After merely glancing at the contents of the jade slip, Di Yunli felt she had gleaned invaluable insights. While onlookers might only perceive her battles as exhilarating and commend her prowess, from Xianye's perspective, he had pinpointed several crucial issues in her fighting style. For instance, during her previous confrontation with 10 ice demon spiders, although she had managed to kill 2 in close combat, ranged combat was ultimately more advantageous for her. If she could control the Duanyuan blade with the whip, seamlessly transitioning between close and long-range attacks, she would never find herself in a passive position against those 10 ice demon spiders, dramatically shortening her battle time. There were many such issues, and Di Yunli was so engrossed that when she finally emerged from her deep focus, Xianye had already departed. Handsome brother truly comes and goes like a shadow. However, his guidance is tremendously valuable. She wondered where he had procured such a remarkable mentor. If he truly committed to teaching, the Imperial Academy would surely produce talents far surpassing those of the other 3 nations' cultivation schools. No longer dwelling on that thought, she disregarded whether it was day or night outside, and immediately ventured out to practice the whip control technique Xianye had taught her. However, while the idea was splendid, the execution proved exceedingly difficult. For a whole day and night, Yunli repeated a single motion, using the whip to control the Duanyuan blade to execute a slashing action. The purple gold whip was characterized by its flexibility, while the Duanyuan blade was hard and sharp. To conquer rigidity with suppleness required skill, let alone controlling hardness with softness. Are you tired? Xianyi suddenly appeared beside Yunli, startling her. Handsome brother. Next time you could announce your arrival. Xianyi smiled as he handed her a new flask of celestial herb nectar. Rest for a moment. All right. Yunli plopped down onto the grass, surrounded by bamboo groves, which she had carelessly chopped into uneven stubs. She took several hearty gulps of the celestial herb nectar. Handsome brother, this is so challenging. Is it? Xianyi waved his hand, summoning the purple gold whip into his grasp. With a swift flick, the whip seemed to possess a soul of its own, deftly wrapping around the handle of the Duanyuan blade. With a couple of flicks in either direction, the Duanyuan blade, under the whip's control, struck precisely where intended, even able to launch surprise counterattacks. Yunli stared in awe. Incredible. You can do it too. Huh. Come here. Xianyi grasped Yunli's wrist, placed the purple gold whip in her hand, then enveloped her small hand with his own. Don't exert force. Close your eyes and feel. A subtle blush crept across Yunli's cheeks at his words. Chapter 40. How perilous. Even the Tao Wu has become agitated. Yunli felt an exquisite force flowing through her, as the purple gold whip gracefully coiled around the handle of the Duanyuan blade. Then, Xianyi guided her through the motion once more, pausing after each infusion of spiritual energy to explain and demonstrate again. His teaching was meticulous and patient. In a mere moment, she advanced further than she had in a day and night of practice. Handsome brother, you truly are my benefactor. Yunli spoke earnestly. Is that so? Indeed. She settled back beside Xianyi, a light sheen of perspiration adorning her forehead as she panted lightly. You still haven't answered my question. Yunli hesitated for a moment before breaking into a smile. Why do you strive so hard, knowing the odds are against you, aware of the difficulties ahead? Yet you persist in your quest? Because I wish to grow stronger. And why do you wish to grow stronger? Because, Yunli gazed at the vast starlit sky. I want to live with dignity, to exist under the gaze of those mundane beings. To become the exalted ruler of Beili, I must shoulder the responsibilities of Beili. I seek transcendence over life and death, to command my own fate. I desire so much, and all of it hinges on my strength. Only the powerful are entitled to speak. Only the powerful can transcend the rules. Only the powerful can stand atop the mountains, surveying all that lies beneath. Xianyi sensed the ambition of Yunli and simultaneously perceived her spiritual core. She, too, is a being of flesh and blood. Endowed with the full spectrum of emotions, she is vain, she harbors greed, and she possesses ambition. Yet, everything she desires has never been something she contemplated achieving through others. She has always relied on herself, and it is this independence that defines her charismatic allure. Beautiful brother? Xianyi noticed her lost in thought. Am I handsome? Indeed. She replied. Yet, if I were not powerful, this beauty would merely render me a plaything for others. Yunli paused momentarily before continuing. You witnessed it the other day. Those disciples who coveted my beauty treated me in such a manner. Were it not for my strength, what fate would I have met? I refuse to live in such a pitiful state, devoid of dignity, akin to a life in a filthy hell. This is not what I desire. Thus, I must continuously challenge myself, defy all impossibilities, and intimidate those who wish to harm me or my Beili in order to attain peace. This is my aspiration. Xianyi regarded Yunli with a complex expression, a mixture of admiration for her intrinsic beauty and sympathy for the burdens she bore alone. From now on, I will be here. You need only to be yourself, he promised her. Though he spoke little, Yunli understood the unspoken implications. It seemed he had committed to something grand without uttering a single vow. Yunli gazed intently at Xianyi. Beautiful brother, why are you so good to me? Do you like me? Xianyi neither denied nor affirmed her question. Because you are deserving. Yunli's heart skipped a beat. It was the first time someone had uttered such words to her. Their eyes met, and in that moment, the atmosphere rendered any further words unnecessary. Beautiful brother, she said softly. May I lean on your shoulder for a while? Certainly. The following day, at the assessment arena, before the hour had arrived, and while Yunli had yet to make her appearance, the disciples had already gathered in droves. The top-tier disciples from Tianzhu Peak had also begun to arrive. They were not eager to witness how Yunli would triumph, but rather to observe the extent of her impending defeat. After all, the 6th level was a height that no one had ever reached since the Academy's inception. It was inconceivable that she could create such a myth. How late can she be? Is she perhaps afraid? If she intends to give up, she should simply admit it rather than presenting this farce of a last-minute retreat. What a shameful display. They murmured, it is only natural for a girl to fear. Must we be so harsh? Having been so arrogant the previous day, her tardiness today led them to wonder if she had indeed surrendered. As they spoke, a procession of spirit beasts appeared, carrying the elders. Among them were only two figures, the Dean and Yunli. Yunli, are you prepared? Rest assured, teacher. If you truly cannot persist, it is nothing to be ashamed of, you understand? Yes. Then he sighed, realizing that his additional words were futile. Yunli was resolute in her desire to conquer the 6th level, and as her teacher, he could only focus intently on the assessment, ready to rescue her should a life-threatening crisis arise. Such a promising talent must not be extinguished so easily. Here she comes. The king has arrived. We of Beili fear no battle. Our king fears no battle. We too shall not fear. Your Majesty, you can do it. You will succeed. Amidst the rising fervor, Yunli smiled in response, gently nodding in acknowledgement. The king smiled at me. My heart races so quickly. No, the king is clearly looking at me. How foolish. That smile was directed at me. Alas, where there are supporters, there are inevitably naysayers. Such pretense. She is merely a mortal empress. What is there to boast about? This is nothing but the tricks of a lowly courtesan, devoid of any semblance of imperial dignity. I fear today, our empress may enter but not return, leaving you to mourn the nation. Upon hearing this, the Beili disciples could hardly contain themselves, and tensions flared as two factions prepared to clash. Silence. Nenhi's voice boomed, enveloping the entire arena in an overwhelming aura of authority. The agitated disciples were compelled to acquiesce. The 6th level of the demon ceiling tower is now open. The elders exchanged glances, each taking their designated positions to activate the 6th level simultaneously. A clear indication of the heightened peril involved. Yunli, remember to prioritize your safety, cautioned Nanhe. Yunli nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. She summoned her beast, riding it into the teleportation array. As the array activated, the scene of the 6th level was instantly projected above the assessment arena. The assessment ground was a vast expanse of sandy dunes, dotted with sparse vegetation, home to lower-tier demon beasts of the spirit scholar realm. The 6th level's challenge consists of these lowly creatures? Yunli pondered, her skepticism evident. If the 6th level were that simple, surely everyone would have succeeded. Yet, upon entering, she sensed an unsettling stillness. No signs of movement surrounded her, and she felt no presence of demon beasts of spirit pill realm or higher. Nor did she experience any mental locking. Suddenly, Tiao Wu, her beast, appeared on high alert, its fur bristling. Chapter 41. She has a third spirit beast. A vermilion bird. Yunli turned her gaze to where Tiao Wu was fixated. Initially, she detected nothing amiss, but soon her brow furrowed in concern. The low-tier demon beasts that once roamed the sandy terrain appeared to have gone mad, charging towards her in a frenzy. Strangely, trees in the distance that had stood tall now crumbled as if struck by a force, turning into a cascade of wreckage. Those slower beasts, before they could utter a cry of agony, vanished without a trace. Tiao Wu barreled through the low-tier demon beasts, its eyes fierce as it let out a growl towards the horizon. They're coming. At that moment, Yunli felt a tingling sensation at the nape of her neck, her skin erupting with goosebumps. She sensed countless presences. While they were merely of spirit pill realm, the sheer number was overwhelming, a tide of demon beasts pressing forth. One spirit pill beast posed little threat. 10 could be dispatched with a wave of her hand. Hundreds could be contained with Tiao Wu's might. But thousands, this was the limit that even a spirit infant realm cultivator could withstand. A moment's inattention could spell doom. Yet, the auras she detected were not merely in the thousands, they numbered in the tens of thousands. Such a horde of demon beasts, even through attrition, could wear her down to nothing. The 6th level of the demon ceiling tower truly lived up to its fearsome reputation. Before Yunli's eyes, the first creature appeared, an insect-like demon beast the size of an egg, followed by an endless swarm of ant-like creatures charging towards her. The disciples witnessing this scene in the assessment arena stood with mouths agape, their astonishment palpable. Devouring immortal ants. It is the devouring immortal ants. The 6th level's challenge was indeed the devouring immortal ants. No wonder no one had ever succeeded in this trial. No wonder. Today, it seemed even Yunli, with all her extraordinary abilities, would find it insurmountable. The devouring ants, they act as a collective, leaving no trace in their wake. Their teeth, sharp enough to shatter and consume even magical artifacts, reduce their prey to mere skeletal remains in an instant. No, there wouldn't even be bones left to find. What does it matter how formidable her Tiao Wu is? What can she use to combat the devouring ants, other than to flee for her life? If there were any flying beasts, could they evade disaster by soaring above? No one could answer that question, for none had ever truly faced the devouring ants. Theoretically, it should be feasible, yet in the millennium since the establishment of the Imperial Academy, despite the multitude of disciples with flying beasts. Not a single person has been reported to have succeeded. While they engaged in this discussion, the heart-pounding chase involving Yunli had already commenced. The rapid spread of the devouring ants was alarmingly close. The Taowu carried Yunli across the sandy terrain. Yet even its swiftness seemed inadequate against the pace of the devouring ants. The distance between them was narrowing. Should even one of the ants manage to climb onto the Taowu, it would likely lead to an immediate cessation of the sixth layer's challenge. With Nanhe regretfully declaring her defeat. For Nanhe prioritized the lives of Yunli and the Taowu. Once bitten by a single devouring ant, the outcome would be all too clear. It appeared that aerial combat was their only glimmer of hope. With matters at such a critical juncture, decisive action was imperative. There could be no further hesitation. Vermilion bird, heed my call. A piercing cry resonated through the heavens as the fiery vermilion bird materialized on the sixth level of the demon ceiling tower. Its sudden appearance plunged the examination grounds into a profound silence. For a long moment, no one could regain their composure. The instant Nanhe beheld the vermilion bird, he seemed to forget how to breathe, staring blankly at the spectacle before him, his eyes brimming with disbelief and uncontainable astonishment. His blood surged with excitement, and his heart thudded like a drum. She possessed 3 accompanying spirit beasts, 3, all of which were of ancient divine beast caliber. Across the entire continent, it would be nearly impossible to find anyone whose accompanying spirit beasts could rival those of Yunli. Having lived so many years, and he had witnessed countless spectacles, yet he had never heard of anyone capable of nurturing such a multitude of accompanying spirit beasts. This young woman was fortunate to hail from Northernly. This young woman was fortunate to be his disciple. The sentiments of the other elders mirrored those of Nanhe, though they lamented their inability to serve as Yunli's mentor. The vermilion bird. She. 3 accompanying spirit beasts, never before heard of. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. She must be cheating. This is an illusion. Yes, it must be an illusion. Indeed, it is the projection of a magical artifact, likely infused with the power of the vermilion bird. They would rather believe in the existence of ghosts than accept that Yunli possessed such extraordinary strength. Yet reality dealt a harsh blow to their skepticism. Standing atop the vermilion bird, Yunli was surrounded by an ethereal breeze. The crimson radiance enveloped her, exuding an astonishing imperial presence. Vermilion bird, incinerate. The vermilion bird screeched and flapped its wings, unleashing a torrent of fireballs that rained down upon the devouring ants below. The southern Ming flame could incinerate all. Those countless devouring ants, once tainted by the southern Ming flame, were utterly consumed. Their sheer numbers, once an advantage, became a dead end in the face of the southern Ming flame's wrath. The flames spread with the wind, and in mere moments, the previously swarming sands revealed themselves. Such a multitude of beasts must have a ruler commanding the chaos. Vermilion bird, forward. With a resounding cry, the bird flapped its wings, soaring through the sky alongside Yunli to confront the sovereign of the devouring ants. This scene outside the examination grounds elicited mixed emotions. Some rejoiced while others despaired. Was it so simple to win just like that? After all, it was the vermilion bird's southern Ming flame that could incinerate all things. No matter how formidable the devouring ants might be, they could not take to the skies and were left to burn in the inferno. Impossible. The 6th level could not be so easily traversed. Surely the headmaster had intervened on her behalf. Yes, it must be that the headmaster, unwilling to see his disciple come to harm, had secretly facilitated her passage. Facilitation? Nonsense. You stand there speaking without understanding the gravity of the situation. Why don't you try entering yourself? If you can survive even 2 breaths, I'll concede you are impressive. All things in the world exist in a balance of mutual creation and destruction. Our king suppresses countless devouring ants by sheer merit. And your baseless remarks are nothing but envy toward our sovereign. The 2 factions of discourse were on the verge of erupting into chaos once more. Then he glanced down at the crowd, and they reluctantly fell silent. If you believe this academy is biased, I can throw you inside right now and let you see whether there is indeed favoritism at play. Upon hearing this, who would dare to speak out? The headmaster's temperament was unpredictable. He might very well cast them into the fray. The disciples of Northernly, witnessing the headmaster's unwavering support for Yunli, felt as though they too were under his protection and held their heads high, exchanging glances filled with provocation. However, the situation on the 6th level was rapidly evolving, and the scene before them took an unexpected turn. They could no longer afford to be self-satisfied and began to sweat for Yunli's safety. Chapter 42. No prodigy could rival her. Initially, the devouring ants were retreating under the onslaught of the southern Ming flame, and victory seemed assured for Yunli. However, just as everyone thought the skies were safe, calamity struck. A swarm of dark figures surged toward Yunli at an alarming speed, their numbers indiscernible to the naked eye, sending shivers down their spines. Flying devouring ants. No wonder no one had ever succeeded in breaching the 6th level. They had assumed that possessing a flying spirit beast would ensure success. Yet who could have predicted the existence of flying devouring ants? Among these ants, many were even at the spirit infant stage. It was over. Yunli was doomed. Witnessing this, the disciples of the Tianzi class struggled to swallow, rendered speechless. In such a scenario, should they enter, it would be a certain death. They would scarcely have time to struggle for survival. From this moment onward, no one dared to underestimate Yunli's prowess. Vermilion bird. The bird turned to face the approaching devouring ants, unleashing a torrent of searing southern Ming flame. The flying devouring ants met their demise upon contact, plummeting to the ground in scorched ruin. Yet, before Yunli could breathe a sigh of relief, the flying devouring ants seemed to receive a signal, promptly altering their strategy. They divided into 2 waves, advancing like crashing tides, pressing forward to flank her from both sides. The vermilion bird could not cover both fronts. If it focused on one, the other would go unguarded. How intriguing. Yunli realized that if this stalemate continued, given her spirit energy, she would soon find herself reduced to nothing but bones devoured by the devouring ants. Suddenly, the Taowu leaped forth, its claws slamming down onto the earth. The gravitational field re-emerged. The devouring ants that had lunged at Yunli from behind instantaneously lost their weight, crashing violently to the ground, and more than half were ground into bloodied pulp by the force of the Taowu's gravitational domain. A few managed to survive, and, upon regaining the ability to fly, turned their aggression toward the Taowu. They charged forward like puppets, heedless of danger, entirely obedient to their commands. Return. Yunli waved her hand, summoning back the Taowu to prevent it from falling victim to an unexpected strike. She then gestured for the vermilion bird to continue flying south while she expanded her spiritual sense, searching for the devouring ant king. With the formidable might of the vermilion bird's South Ming Li fire, even the devouring immortal ants, trailing closely behind, were compelled to decelerate their flight due to the scorching heat waves. The proximity of their flight risked spontaneous combustion of their wings from the intense temperatures. At that moment, Emperor Yunli's divine sense finally pinpointed her target, nestled within the ranks of the devouring immortal ants on the ground, encircled and safeguarded by dozens of spirit infant stage ants. The disciples watching her combat in the assessment arena were filled with anxiety for her. What was she still searching for? If this continued, how long could her spiritual energy sustain her? Now was the time to escape while she still had the chance. Above her loomed the airborne legion of devouring immortal ants, while below, countless others awaited her like ravenous predators. How could she possess such audacity, showing not a hint of fear? Was she unaware of the peril? It seemed she was seeking the ant monarch, but what would that accomplish? Upon the ant monarch's demise, the ants would only retaliate with greater fervor, exacerbating the situation. Indeed, what was she truly attempting? Had she lost her senses? Whether others had gone mad was uncertain, but Emperor Yunli was acutely aware that she was not insane. She was far too lucid, and her cunning schemes were not to be underestimated. The vermilion bird and the Taowu beast synchronized seamlessly, with a surge of flames. The vermilion bird scorched through the dense throng of devouring immortal ants below, granting the Taowu a fleeting opportunity. In that almost instantaneous moment, the Taowu directed its gravitational domain towards the ant monarch's position. Once the gravitational field was established, Emperor Yunli retracted the Taowu into her soul. The collaboration of 1 human and 2 beasts was impeccably seamless, and this strike was aimed at fulfilling Emperor Yunli's ultimate objective. As the gravitational field descended, the spirit infant stage devouring immortal ants hastily expelled a corrosive liquid to form a protective barrier around their monarch. Yet, the other ants within the gravitational field were not so fortunate. They were crushed into a bloody pulp. Vermilion bird, destroy! With a piercing cry, the vermilion bird summoned a spectral replica of itself, which soared through the skies and incinerated the approaching devouring immortal ants, forcing them to retreat before plunging directly towards the ant monarch. The overwhelming South Ming Li fire engulfed the barrier formed by the corrosive liquid, and at the moment of impact, it was reduced to harmless wisps of white smoke. Under the combined assault of the Taowu and the vermilion bird, the area surrounding the ant monarch was rendered lifeless, save for a few bloodied spirit infant stage ants. It's up to you now, Emperor Yunli remarked, patting the vermilion bird's grand wing before descending. The subsequent scene was obscured from all observers. What unfolded was a barrier enveloped in South Ming Li fire, impervious to even the Qianquan mirror's scrutiny. The only sight visible was the swarm of devouring immortal ants, both airborne and on the ground, surging towards the barrier in a frenzied attempt to corrode it, sacrificing themselves in the process. The disciples in the assessment arena could only watch in horror as the brilliance of the South Ming Li fire barrier dimmed rapidly under the relentless onslaught of the ants. They couldn't help but feel anxious for Emperor Yunli. What was she doing? The barrier seemed on the brink of collapse. What had she done to incite such madness among the devouring immortal ants? It was a disaster. These ants had gone insane, desperately consuming the South Ming Li fire despite the inevitable demise it promised. The barrier could scarcely endure. Your Majesty, please emerge. It was clear that Emperor Yunli had meddled with the ant monarch, and it was evident she had not undergone systematic training. Even if she attempted to use the monarch to command the others, it would be futile. The ants would rather die than relent. Just as this thought crossed their minds, the enclosure tower began to shift once more. The devouring immortal ants, which had been suicidal in their efforts to breach the barrier, began to withdraw like a receding tide. The ants that had been descending from the heavens now hovered in the air, devoid of any intent to attack. Meanwhile, Emperor Yunli emerged unscathed from the South Ming Li fire barrier, the vermilion bird retracting its protective enclosure, and the ants ceased their assault. This spectacle was no less shocking than when Emperor Yunli summoned the ancient divine beast, the vermilion bird, for the first time. The entire assembly stood in stunned silence, struggling to comprehend the conclusion of the event. Just like that, it was over? What had she done to halt the devouring immortal ants' aggression? It was inconceivable, absolutely unfathomable. This was something unheard of, unseen. How could it be? Could she possibly possess some secret treasure? Use your head. If she had a treasure, would those ants have attacked her so fervently? But how had she achieved this? You ask me? Who should I ask? Surely, she must be a prodigy. No. Even a prodigy could not be as extraordinary as she was. Chapter 43. To win, one must pay the price. Emperor Yunli was oblivious to the reactions of those outside. Yet she could easily imagine the myriad expressions on their faces. Teacher, have I finally conquered the 6th level? Nanha came back to his senses, his emotions beyond words. He took a deep breath to steady his heart, feeling as though Emperor Yunli's display had nearly overwhelmed him. Undoubtedly, he was the happiest among them, if not the only one. The other elders exchanged glances with Nanha, unanimously acknowledging that Emperor Yunli had indeed succeeded in her challenge. However, a tacit speculation arose among them, one potent enough to unsettle their composure. After a long pause, Nanha finally regained his bearings to respond. He felt an overwhelming urge to ask Emperor Yunli a multitude of questions, yet he knew this was not the time. He would have to wait until the entirety of the assessment concluded. Yunli, will you continue to challenge the 7th level? Naturally. Very well, prepare yourself. Nanha ceased to impede Emperor Yunli any longer, for he believed his speculation could be validated through her confrontation at the 7th level. As soon as he spoke, the elders promptly activated the portal to the 7th level of the enclosure tower. The disciples in the assessment arena craned their necks, eager to see, almost wishing to thrust their heads into the portal. Their curiosity regarding the mystery of Emperor Yunli's final strike was palpable, and they could hardly contain their anticipation. They were desperate to uncover how she had triumphed, yet they understood that unless Emperor Yunli chose to reveal it, they would remain forever in ignorance. Upon arriving at the 7th level of the enclosure tower, Emperor Yunli felt an overwhelming wave of heat wash over her even before she entered. Simultaneously, a pressure locked onto her, bending her at the waist with its intensity. This pressure was distinctly different from that of the Titan ape hurling a boulder at her. It was a tangible manifestation of profound realm. The beasts of the 7th level were undoubtedly at least at the 4th level of the spirit aperture stage, while Emperor Yunli stood at the 5th level of the spirit infant stage, an entire major realm lower. Such a disparity created a chasm that was insurmountable. The moment the pressure enveloped her, it nearly hindered her movement. This 7th trial was likely the utmost limit of what she could challenge. Spirit Aperture Stage 6. The Celestial Fire Sparrow. Was this not the very beast that nearly incinerated the Imperial Academy years ago? How could it be sealed within the 7th level? This was the end. There was no chance of survival. Even if Emperor Yunli had repeatedly wrought miracles, with such a vast disparity in realms, it was doubtful she could prevail, no matter her prodigious talents. Why does that sound so familiar? Can you not use different words? Our Majesty has yet to feel the sting of defeat. Our Majesty's talent is unparalleled in this world. I firmly believe that His Majesty shall undoubtedly conquer the 7th tier, shattering this insurmountable barrier. She may possess the potential to emerge victorious, yet it is an entire realm, akin to the daunting challenge of ascending to the heavens. Moreover, it is the very beast that once nearly incinerated the entire Imperial Academy. As they engaged in discussion, Yunli had already stepped into the 7th tier, entering this sea of flames. The 7th tier was devoid of flowers, grass, land, or sky. It was merely an expanse of fire, an endless ocean of flames. A fire-red avian creature, towering at 100 meters, lay dormant within the inferno. As if sensing the presence of intruders, it opened its eyes. In that instant, Yunli found herself standing beside the head of the celestial fire sparrow. The brightness that erupted before her was blinding, conjuring a scene that made her heart race. Standing before the celestial fire sparrow, its eyes were so vast that, in comparison, Yunli appeared diminutive. The sensation of confronting such a colossal being filled her with an overwhelming weight, as if something heavy had lodged itself within her heart. Simultaneously, a fire dragon appeared behind her, weaving through the flames and charging directly at Yunli. By the time she sensed it, the fire dragon was already upon her, preparing to leap and engulf her, dragging her into the inferno. The vermilion bird. Yunli swiftly retreated, and the vermilion bird responded in kind. In a clash of fire against fire, it was a contest of whose flames burned brighter. The fire of the celestial fire sparrow was cultivated through its essence and refined by its realm, while the vermilion bird wielded the South Mingli fire, capable of incinerating all. In the realm of flames, the vermilion bird had the upper hand, yet in terms of cultivation, the celestial fire sparrow held the advantage. Initially, the celestial fire sparrow had languidly disregarded Yunli, but upon the emergence of the vermilion bird, it sensed a threatening aura emanating from its bloodline. No longer complacent, it ascended to the size of the vermilion bird and soared towards it. As it flapped its wings, dozens of fiery projectiles erupted behind it, all aimed at Yunli and the vermilion bird. Concurrently, from the sea of flames, multiple fire dragons emerged, each spewing pillars of fire in 10 directions, targeting Yunli upon the back of the vermilion bird. The vermilion bird let out a cry, conjuring a protective barrier of South Ming leaf fire before it. Yunli summoned her Xuanjia shield to defend herself against the onslaught of 10 fire dragon fire pillars. With a grunt, Yunli tasted the metallic tang of blood in her throat, forced to expel a mouthful, yet her eyes reflected no hint of fear. Rather, she grew ever more resolute. Did you think you were the only one with allies? Yunli wiped the blood from her mouth, a motion that left a considerable number of observing disciples in awe. Tao Wu, Baizhe. Both Tao Wu and Baizhe responded, unleashing their formidable abilities from the onset. The gravity domain re-emerged, shattering the fire arrows aimed at the vermilion bird and the fire dragons assaulting Yunli into molten rock, which cascaded into the sea of flames. Baizhe materialized before Yunli, enveloping her in a healing light to swiftly mend her injuries. Let us go. Yunli took flight with Baizhe, relinquishing the battlefield to the vermilion bird and Tao Wu, while she analyzed the unfolding situation, pondering how she might navigate the 7th tier. After all, the celestial fire sparrow had only unleashed a single strike, seemingly exerting a mere third of its strength, yet it had rendered the vermilion bird nearly defenseless. Had it not been for Tao Wu's timely intervention with the gravity domain, the celestial fire sparrow would have surely breached the vermilion bird's defenses. It was far too formidable. To prevail, a price must be paid. Yunli observed the scene. The celestial fire sparrow relentlessly pursued the vermilion bird in combat, while Tao Wu was ensnared by the fire dragons, utterly unable to assist. You too go. With a roar, Baizhe complied, racing to support the vermilion bird. With Baizhe's involvement, the situation for the vermilion bird improved slightly, yet both beasts remained at a disadvantage. To triumph over the celestial fire sparrow was still a distant goal. It seemed imperative for her to deliver a decisive blow at the opportune moment, disrupting its focus if there was to be any hope of turning the tide. Chapter 44. This woman shall undoubtedly earn renown across the entire realm of cultivation. Tao Wu, you too shall support the vermilion bird. I will handle things here. With a low growl, Tao Wu dashed towards the vermilion bird. However, Tao Wu could not engage in aerial combat for extended periods, resorting instead to leaping between the numerous rocks, attacking the celestial fire sparrow from below. After breaking through to the spirit infant stage, Baizhe had sprouted a pair of wings, which had previously gone unused, but now proved invaluable. It was tasked with aiding the vermilion bird in ambushes, providing healing from the rear, and serving as a stepping stone for Tao Wu to ascend and rend the celestial fire sparrow. Boom! The clash between the 4 beasts was fierce and fervent. The sea of flames surged, causing the submerged boulders to tremble. Yunli nearly plummeted into the inferno, necessitating a leap to find a second foothold. Several fire dragons relentlessly pursued her, seemingly tireless, unleashing a continuous barrage of fire pillars in her direction. With this strike, the blade emitted 3 spiraling arcs of light, swiftly severing the heads of 3 fire dragons, which then transformed into molten rock, cascading into the sea of flames. The remaining fire dragon fire pillars, Yunli could only barely withstand with her Xuanjia shield before countering with several beams of light to annihilate the rest. With a cough, Yunli felt the toll of her spiritual energy nearly depleted. Coupled with the reverberations from the fire dragon's attack, She spat out another mouthful of blood. Yet no sooner had this wave of assault passed than a new wave of fire dragons surged forth. It was relentless. This was the tactic she loathed most. Not that she couldn't overcome them, but rather the exhaustion it imposed, rendering her unable to finish the fight. The sensation of being worn down to the brink of madness was far more torturous than physical injury. It was over. Yunli was on the verge of collapse. Give up already. I doubt she will perish. Too formidable. If I were in her position, I would have long since been cast into that sea of flames. Her spiritual beasts engaged in a 3-to-1 battle, while she faced numerous fire dragons alone. Truly, she embodied the spirit of a heroic woman. However, her spiritual energy was nearly depleted. Even consuming pills would be of little benefit. The replenishment was woefully insufficient to counterbalance her expenditure. Unless she discovered a means to secure victory, failure was merely a matter of time. It matters not, Your Majesty. We have already traversed the 6th tier, creating a legend for the Imperial Academy. You must prioritize your safety above all. Do not allow calamity to befall you. The elders, equally concerned for Yunli, remained tense. Unlike the observing disciples, they were poised to intervene at a moment's notice should Yunli falter. Recall when the celestial fire sparrow besieged our Imperial Academy. Dozens of elders from the outer sect were powerless against it, and 3 even perished. Yet now, this girl, Yunli, has managed to withstand it for so long with her own strength. Truly, she is the foremost prodigy of this generation. Indeed, when we rushed to the outer sect for aid, it took immense effort for us to collectively suppress it within the demon sealing tower. Now, for Yunli to triumph over it, the challenge is immense. And he understood all too well the magnitude of the difficulty they spoke of. He cherished this newly acquired disciple more than anyone else. I implore you all to cease your incessant chatter. It is quite vexing. We must remain vigilant. I cannot allow my precious disciple to be grievously injured. The elders exchanged knowing glances and smiled, falling silent as they continued to observe. Within the demon sealing tower, on the 7th tier, Yunli knelt, her blade, Duanyuan, plunged into the ground. She was half-crouched, her complexion pale, clearly having sustained significant injuries. Her garments were riddled with burns, and her spiritual energy had been entirely expended. Yet the fierce determination in her eyes showed no sign of waning. Glancing over at the Suzaku and its companions, it was evident that after the furious wrath of the Tianhua Sparrow had been unleashed, they were clearly at a disadvantage. If this continued, the only outcome awaiting Yunli would be defeat. Wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, she disregarded the reformed fire dragon and, gasping for breath, cast a glance at the Suzaku and its companions. Almost there. What did she mean by almost there? Was she suggesting she still had a trump card? Surely not. Heaven, please show some mercy and grant me just a fraction of the good fortune bestowed upon Yunli. How could she exude such an air of unshakable confidence even in her wounded state? My curiosity is piqued. What kind of miraculous legend can Yunli still conjure? It seems she has given up, not even dodging the fiery pillars of the dragon's assault. Perhaps she believes it is time to call for the dean's assistance. No one knew what Yunli was plotting, nor did anyone grasp the extent of her hidden cards. Only Yunli herself was aware that she had yet to reveal 2 of her trump cards, the nine-tailed fox and her identity as a spirit master. On the previous floor, it was precisely her prowess as a spirit master that had enabled her to forcibly subdue the devouring Immortal Emperor, allowing her to successfully navigate the 6th level. However, she was not yet ready to unveil her cards too soon, hence she had set up a barrier in advance. But now, it seemed one of these cards must be played, otherwise, victory would truly slip from her grasp. After contemplating for a moment, a fierce glint flickered in her eyes. She had made her decision. Nine-tailed fox, heed my call. Those 5 simple words, for Yunli, were merely a statement. Yet, in the examination arena, they resounded like 5 thundering detonations above everyone's heads. Indeed, everyone, even the composed elders, like Nanhe, were nearly taken aback by these words. She. 4 of them. She. Is she even human? How can one continue living like this? Truly, the comparison is disheartening. 4 companion spirit beasts, each of ancient divine beast caliber. No wonder she was so audacious. If I were in her position, even the dogs I passed would have to bow before me for me to let them go. I laughed, truly laughed. Don't ask where the tears came from. To speak further would only draw more tears. One elder turned to Nanhe. The nine-tailed fox, it all makes sense now. I recall an outer sect elder mentioning that during the outer sect assessment, she utilized the power of allure. It appears she has invoked the abilities of the nine-tailed fox. This woman, regardless of whether she passes the 7th level today, will undoubtedly gain renown across the continent and the entire realm of immortality. As they marveled, the battle on Yunli's side reached a fever pitch. The reason for unleashing the nine-tailed fox at this moment was that the Tianhua Sparrow, after half a day of battle, had long since depleted its once mighty spiritual energy. After all, it was a formidable leap across an entire realm. To be safe, only when the Tianhua sparrow was exhausted and weakened would the chances and duration of the nine-tailed fox's allure increase significantly. Chapter 45 created an undefeated legend. The moment the nine-tailed fox appeared, it not only evoked envy and jealousy among the disciples in the assessment arena, but also captivated them with its stunning appearance. The nine-tailed fox, cloaked in pure white, had its nine tails gracefully flowing behind it. Its exquisite fox visage sparked a flurry of thoughts in those who gazed upon it. Especially its eyes. Even from within the confines of the demon's ceiling tower, a mere glance entranced them, leaving them dazed and drooling. Taowu, roar. No words were necessary between the two. Through their spiritual connection, Taowu instinctively understood Di Yunli's intent. Suzaku base. Nine tails. Di Yunli sprang into action. Donning the attire Nen he had previously gifted her, then encasing herself in the Xuanjia shield. She allowed the fire dragons to unleash their fiery columns upon her once more, while she lashed out with the purple-gold whip toward the Tianhua sparrow, which was engaged in a fiery duel with the Suzaku. Come down. The purple-gold whip ensnared one of the Tianhua sparrow's wings, and with Di Yunli's sudden surge of power, the Tianhua sparrow was instantly thrown off balance. In that fleeting moment, the silhouette of the nine-tailed fox swept past the Tianhua sparrow. Caught unawares, it locked eyes with the nine-tailed fox. In that exchange, the Tianhua sparrow's gaze momentarily turned vacant. Just that instant was sufficient. The Suzaku let out a triumphant cry, and the blazing flames of Nanming fire erupted behind it, manifesting three Suzaku fire shadows that surged toward the Tianhua sparrow. Sensing the impending crisis, the Tianhua sparrow exhibited signs of struggle in its eyes. Yet, the gravitational domain of Taowu had already descended. Boom. The Tianhua sparrow's body was uncontrollably hurled into the sea of flames, its feathers scattering, revealing the significant damage inflicted upon it. Just as the gravitational domain dissipated, the Tianhua sparrow's body suddenly leaped above the inferno. However, it was not by its own volition. Base had utilized the Suzaku's Nanming fire for protection, lying in wait within the flames, solely for this moment, to propel it out of the fire sea. As the Tianhua sparrow soared above the flames, the Suzaku's most powerful strike had already been fully charged. With a resounding cry that echoed through the heavens and earth, the three fire shadows formed by the Nanming fire surged toward the Tianhua sparrow. Bang, bang, bang. The already tumultuous surface of the sea erupted with multiple columns of fire, causing the entire demon ceiling tower to tremble and the barrier to waver. Quick, stabilize the formation and secure the barrier. The watching elders felt their hearts leap to their throats. Should any demonic beast take advantage of the unstable barrier to escape the demon ceiling tower, trouble would inevitably ensue. At such a young age, lacking any systematic training, she could achieve such a high level of synergy with spirit beasts and unleash such overwhelming might. Dean, the heights to which she may grow in the future are surely beyond our reach. Then he nodded, his admiration for Di Yunli overflowing at this moment. Deep within, he silently vowed to provide her with the finest cultivation conditions, no matter the cost. Within the demon ceiling tower, under the impact of the strikes, the brilliance emanating from the Tianhua sparrow had dimmed considerably. It had yet to perish, but both its exterior and interior were gravely injured. It hovered in midair, spirit waning, its beak spitting blood repeatedly. Yet, it seemed unwilling to concede defeat, its eyes burning with ferocity. This is bad. It is determined to kill Yunli at all costs. The elders discerned this. Nanhe prepared to intervene. Should Di Yunli lose control of the situation, he would not hesitate to extract her. A fragile body, how dare you? Di Yunli stood upon the back of the Suzaku, with Baze, Taowu, and the nine-tailed fox positioned irregularly behind her. Just as Di Yunli began to speak, the seventh level of the demon ceiling tower was engulfed in mist. It was a pink fog, seemingly thin, yet completely obstructing visibility. Even Nanhe and the others found their spiritual senses lost within it. What a formidable allure technique. This is an entirely allure-generated domain. Does Yunli have another move? Then he felt anxious, for he could not see the unfolding events. They could only sense the tremors beneath their feet, knowing that the seventh level was still in battle. Yet they could not discern the situation within. Only Di Yunli and her spirit beasts understood the current circumstances. The Tianhua sparrow's spiritual energy was nearly exhausted. Compounded by the prior series of grievous injuries, it was now at the end of its tether. It sought to drag Di Yunli down with it, believing it was still battling her. Yet the reality was that the Tianhua sparrow was attacking the sea of flames in a frenzy, intensifying the boiling turmoil of the inferno. With its enormous beak, it pecked towards the void on the left in a self-destructive manner, managing to leave several fissures in that empty space, revealing the original form of the demon ceiling tower's walls. The beak of the heavenly fire sparrow was left fractured and bleeding from the relentless assault. The three beasts, Tao Wu, Bai Zhe, and Zhu Ke, were shrouded in black mist, ceaselessly launching attacks at the heavenly fire sparrow. As it suffered repeated injuries and disturbances, the sparrow was driven to the brink of madness. In this realm of enchantment, it could not sense the presence of Tao Wu and the others, nor did it know from which direction they would strike. At the edge of the abyss, Yunli held a purple-gold whip, which coiled around the hilt of the abyssal blade. She was waiting, patiently anticipating the perfect moment for a decisive blow. Suddenly, the thick pink mist dissipated, revealing the disheveled form of the heavenly fire sparrow before everyone. Its feathers were dull and lifeless, its spirit utterly depleted, with numerous bloody claw marks and wounds so deep that one could see the exposed white bones beneath. Once the realm of enchantment faded, the sparrow beheld Yunli in pristine condition, igniting its fury. Infuriated and disoriented from being toyed with in the enchanting domain, it disregarded everything and lunged recklessly at Yunli. This was the moment she had been waiting for. With a sharp sound, blood sprayed forth, and disbelief filled the eyes of the heavenly fire sparrow as it looked down at its chest, now pierced through by a blade. How had this happened? It had been caught completely off guard, with no inkling of the impending attack. With a mournful cry, the sparrow, stripped of all aerial strength, plummeted into the sea of flames, its fate uncertain. The examination arena fell silent for about 3 to 4 seconds before erupting into fervent shouts and applause. Victory! The king has triumphed. It was astonishing that one in the spirit infant stage could slay a heavenly fire sparrow of the spirit aperture stage. What a feat! Had she used the whip to control the blade for a surprise attack from behind? How had she accomplished this? It was exhilarating. If only I had been the one to fight. Merely witnessing it was thrilling enough. How satisfying it would have been to achieve victory myself. Yunli had once again created a legend. If she now declared her intention to challenge the 8th level, I would wholeheartedly believe in her ability to succeed. This was not merely a legend. She had crafted a myth, an undefeated saga within the demon ceiling tower. Yet, while the Imperial Academy appeared tranquil beneath the surface, turmoil brewed. Some marveled at the thrilling moments of Yunli's battle, while others quietly withdrew, conveying messages to their respective nations. Chapter 46. Resolving a nation's war without bloodshed. Inside the examination arena, the moment Yunli's figure emerged from the teleportation array, it ignited another wave of fervent cheers. The disciples' admiration for her was deafening, their enthusiasm so intense it seemed capable of creating a hole in the heavens. Then he approached her side, exclaiming, "Yunli, you have created the first myth in the history of our Imperial Academy. From this day forth, I shall erect a monumental statue for you outside the demon ceiling tower, so that future disciples may take pride in you and aspire to follow in your footsteps." This was indeed the highest honor for the Academy's disciples. Yunli's victory was not only resounding, but thoroughly deserved. Thus, even dissenting voices were drowned out by the resounding approval of the crowd. She, Yunli, was undoubtedly the foremost figure of the Imperial Academy, a reputation earned through sheer strength. Teacher, I. Yet, everyone overlooked the fact that emerging victorious against an opponent of an entire realm higher was no easy feat. Even someone as formidable as Yunli bore the marks of battle. She felt darkness encroaching upon her vision, her senses fading. Before she could finish her sentence, she collapsed. Then he reached out to catch Yunli, but felt only a gentle breeze as she leaned into a warm embrace. The newcomer was none other than Xianyi. Knight Xian, what brings you here? Both the Dean and Yunli were unaware of Xianyi's true identity. The Dean knew even less. Only that Xianyi was an alias, and that his cultivation level was unfathomable. Xianyi did not waste words. He tenderly caressed Yunli's cheek, sighed softly, and then carried her away. The sight of her injuries pained him greatly. The elders wished to pursue, but were halted by Nanhe. Knight Xian is a remarkable figure I encountered during my travels. He has done me a great favor, and I intend to invite him as a guest elder at the Imperial Academy. With him here, Yunli will be safe. Although the elders harbored doubts, they were shrewd enough to discern the unusual bond shared between Xianyi and Yunli from the way he looked at her. Since the dean had expressed his trust, they felt there was no reason to voice further concerns. Unfortunately for the male disciples who had admired Yunli, their hearts shattered as Xianyi took her away. Most of them speculated about the identity of the man who had suddenly appeared to escort Yunli, and gradually, they dispersed. At Tianmiao Peak, Yunli's residence, Bai Zhe appeared in the room uninvited, diligently tending to Yunli's injuries. After much effort in healing her internal wounds, Bai Zhe became utterly exhausted and fell asleep on the floor. Yunli remained in a state of unconsciousness, transported back to a world reminiscent of her past battles, gazing at the city walls where she had fought and the relentless onslaught of magical beasts. During her unconsciousness, Tales of her daring conquest of the demon sealing tower spread not only throughout Beili but across the entire cultivation continent. In the Beili Imperial Palace, Li Xian sprang up from the cluttered table of official documents, nearly stumbling as he exclaimed, "Ali, no. The king has successfully challenged the 7th level of the demon sealing tower? How is she? Is she injured? How severe are her wounds?" His initial reaction upon hearing the news was not excitement or joy, but deep concern for Yunli's well-being. According to reports from Commander Ji, it seemed she was unharmed. Li Xian sighed in relief. "I was worried that the king might struggle to adapt to the Imperial Academy, but it seems all my concerns were unfounded. The 7th level of the demon sealing tower is enough to make her the brightest new star at the Imperial Academy, and no one will dare to trouble her again. Furthermore, this news is bound to have spread to other nations. This act will not only elevate Beili's reputation, but may also diffuse the current tensions of war. Where there is joy, there is inevitably sorrow." In the Western Song continent, within the Imperial Palace Hall, the Western Song Emperor nearly overturned the dragon table in a fit of rage, venting his frustrations on the ineffectual ministers. Though Beili has reclaimed its empress, she is merely a young girl. Now she has only breached the 7th level of the Imperial Academy's demon sealing tower. And you expect me to abandon my grand strategy for a nationwide offensive? You are a bunch of foolish cowards. One minister, bearing the pressure, spoke up, "Your Majesty. Although she has only passed the 7th level, it is said that she is the only one in the entire continent to possess 4 accompanying spirit beasts, all of which are ancient divine creatures. In the future, the actions of the Empress of Beili will be immeasurable. Continuing enmity with Beili is not a wise course of action." "Indeed, Your Majesty," another elder chimed in. "This news has likely reached the other 3 countries. Not to mention that Beili's morale is undoubtedly soaring, fierce, and unyielding. As for Nanyuan and Donggu, they certainly will not ally with us. They had no grievances with Beili. They may have previously agreed to our request for an alliance against Beili for the sake of mutual benefit. However, now they truly have no reason to take action that could provoke a future national calamity." The ministers unanimously concurred, and even the military officials felt that this was not an opportune moment for an advance. Both Donggu and Nanyuan sent back prompt replies, firmly rejecting the alliance of the 3 nations and their plan to march northward. Although the Emperor of Shizong was filled with rage, it was a futile fury. The hearts of the people in the court were unstable, and the other 2 nations showed no inclination to provide support. What was once a great victory was abruptly stifled in its infancy due to the news brought by Emperor Yunli. Without a sound or a drop of blood, Emperor Yunli preserved a semblance of peace within the territory of Beili. It was at this moment that the position of Emperor Yunli in the hearts of the populace soared to unprecedented heights. At the Imperial Academy on Tianmiao Peak, Emperor Yunli finally stirred awake, though she was uncertain how long she had been asleep. It felt as though she had traversed a long dream, leaving her both mentally and physically exhausted. As she attempted to rise from her bed, she belatedly realized that her spiritual energy was depleted, rendering her body weak and feeble. Awake, Xianyi entered, holding a bowl of something resembling porridge. "Beautiful brother, what?" Emperor Yunli suddenly recalled the moment she fainted, as if she had collapsed into a broad and warm embrace. "Did you bring me back?" "Indeed. How long was I unconscious?" 5 days. Xianyi approached her bedside and offered the bowl. "Try this." "What is it?" "Porridge." The aroma wafting from the bowl was delightful, unlike the common porridge of ordinary households. It possessed an indescribable fragrance. "Did you make this?" "Yes. If the beings of the immortal realm knew their capricious emperor would cook for a mere girl, I wonder what expressions they would wear." "My cultivation level no longer requires sustenance," she replied, "but I cannot disregard the goodwill of my beautiful brother." She accepted the porridge and took a sip, experiencing a subtle sweetness. As the warm liquid settled in her abdomen, a gentle force flowed into her still recovering spiritual veins. "Such miraculous effects this porridge possesses," Emperor Yunli exclaimed, eagerly drinking more, feeling utterly satisfied. "Is there more?" She gazed at Xianyi with starry eyes. Xianyi smiled indulgently. "This is not porridge, but a medicinal soup crafted from various nourishing spiritual herbs. I sweetened it with sweet wheat fruit to balance the bitterness, hence its porridge-like taste." Emperor Yunli's eyes brightened with understanding. "Is there any left? I wish to have more. It is not advisable to consume it excessively. I shall prepare more for you tomorrow." "Thank you, beautiful brother." Emperor Yunli felt her strength returning significantly as she rose from the bed, her legs no longer wobbly. She stepped outside, inhaling the fresh air. "My cultivation has actually progressed." The sensation of enhancing her abilities through mere rest was truly delightful. She had reached the 8th level of the spirit infant stage, just one opportunity away from potentially breaking through to the spirit aperture stage. Xianyi, witnessing such rapid improvement in a cultivator for the first time, found it understandable. After all, she was of the Imperial bloodline, destined to be an empress. Supplemented by the presence of 4 ancient divine beasts and the numerous spiritual herbs and liquids he had provided during her time in the secret realm. Following several life-threatening battles, although she bore injuries, she had accelerated the absorption and integration of the residual powers of those spiritual herbs and liquids within her. Furthermore, under the nurturing of the Phoenix Pendant, she had swiftly ascended 3 minor realms. White Zay, how did it end up outside? Emperor Yunli distinctly remembered collecting White Zay and the others back into her spirit before exiting the demon ceiling tower. She sensed the presence of Zhu Ke, Tao Wu, and Jiao Wei within Tianyao Peak. Was I so weak before that I could not maintain them within my spirit? Xianyi cleared his throat, knowing he could not reveal that he had taken each of the 4 spiritual beasts out individually. Such a confession would lead Emperor Yunli to question his identity and raise more issues he could not explain. It was not that he needed to conceal his status as the Immortal Emperor from her, but if others discovered his descent to the mortal realm, it could create chaos in the immortal realm. What he feared most was the possibility of others discovering his vulnerability. If Emperor Yunli were to be controlled and harmed by someone with ill intentions, he would be driven to madness. The previous overexertion of your soul's power by the 4 beasts caused your spiritual instability. Thankfully, the Phoenix Pendant repaired your soul in time. How do you feel now? Is your spirit restored to normal? Emperor Yunli nodded, much better, though she felt a hint of skepticism, as if Xianyi were hiding something from her. However, he had not spoken falsely. The battle on the 7th layer of the demon ceiling tower, where they fought against the heavenly fire sparrow, had indeed drained her soul's power excessively, resulting in her fainting and prolonged slumber. Let us go. Where to? I want to show you the progress of their training during your slumber. Xianyi led Emperor Yunli to the mid-slope of Tianyao Peak. As soon as they landed, she noticed a pink mist emanating from the woods in the distance. Is that Jiao Wei? Emperor Yunli immediately recognized the pink fog, a domain skill akin to that of Tao Wu, known as the enchantment domain. However, this domain was far denser than it had been on the 7th layer. Even a cultivator at the spirit aperture stage would find it difficult to maintain consciousness within the fog. Jiao Wei was concealed within the domain, honing the assassination techniques taught by Xianyi, using the enchantment domain to swiftly eliminate any enemies ensnared within. Such speed! Emperor Yunli exclaimed in delight. Beautiful brother, you are truly remarkable. She felt that after Xianyi's guidance, both she and Jiao Wei could unleash combat prowess far beyond their current realms. Come, let us observe the others. Xianyi nodded and guided her to the foot of Tianyao Peak. Here, the rocks bore deep claw marks, indicating that Tao Wu had been repetitively practicing 2 mechanical movements, the tearing force of its claws and its biting strength. Though monotonous, the claw marks on the walls and the shattered defensive formations demonstrated its rapidly rising power. I will place Tao Wu among the tribe of the mountain eagle to train its speed and extreme biting force. Emperor Yunli nodded, feeling reassured with Xianyi by her side, as though she had no worries at all. As they turned, Xianyi led her to a waterfall pool at the base of Tianyao Peak. Zhu Ke was currently the strongest in attack among the 4 beasts, with its southern bright leaf fire being unparalleled. Yet, in Xianyi's eyes, Zhu Ke's southern bright leaf fire still lacked refinement. Thus, he had positioned Zhu Ke here to maintain a consistent output of fire without expending spiritual energy, until it melted a block of millennium-grade profound ice within the waterfall. Only by mastering the ability to compress its southern bright leaf fire to produce exponentially greater power could it play a more significant role in future battles. Poor little Zhu Ke, Emperor Yunli could not help but tease. By the way, what about White Zay? How have you arranged for White Zay? She was curious whether Xianyi was enhancing its supportive abilities or its offensive power. You will see soon enough. Xianyi brought her back to the summit, where White Zay was practicing on the other side of the peak. This was why Emperor Yunli had sensed White Zay first, as it was closer to her dwelling. What is White Zay doing? Emperor Yunli observed the scene before her, somewhat perplexed. White Zay lay on the ground, appearing to be in a state of half-sleep, looking exceedingly content. Wow, its treatment is far superior to those 3. Do you know what it is doing? Xianyi inquired. I do not know. It is sensing the domain. Bai Zay's domain. Has it nearly grasped it? Currently, the ones who have comprehended their domains are Tao Wu and the nine-tailed fox. It seems that Bai Zay and Zhu Ke have yet to realize their domain powers. It appears they should be close. Bai Zay seemed to sense Yunli's arrival. It opened its large eyes, rose to its feet, and approached her, nuzzling her playfully. Yunli felt Bai Zay's concern, along with a hint of guilt. I am fine now. I have recovered. Bai Zay nodded, ceasing to cling to Yunli, returning to its previous position to continue sensing its domain. Yunli understood that it wished to quickly comprehend its domain power, so it could protect her better next time and prevent her from suffering such severe injuries again. Brother Xianyi, let us go. Yunli did not intend to disturb the little creatures. Where to? You have already taught them. Now it is my turn. Even though she had just recovered from serious injuries, Yunli was unwilling to relinquish any opportunity to grow stronger and certainly did not wish to waste time. Her aspirations extended beyond merely intimidating foreign nations. She aimed to grow rapidly and possess the strength to enter the Immortal Tomb. Only by entering the Immortal Tomb could her mother have a chance at a complete revival. Chapter 48. Why provoke her of all people? What do you wish to learn? Xianyi and Yunli found themselves in a bamboo grove. Yunli contemplated for a moment. Speed. She summarized her prior combat experiences and concluded that her speed was still insufficient. I wish to enhance my speed. Xianyi pondered briefly, producing a jade slip and inscribing a set of techniques within it. This is my self-created technique, the ethereal step. You may give it a try. Self-created? This was the first time Yunli encountered someone capable of creating their own techniques. She accepted the jade slip and delved her consciousness into it. After a brief moment, her consciousness returned, revealing an expression of astonishment and admiration in her eyes. Such a technique must be among the finest for enhancing speed, if not the very best. The ethereal step was the fastest she had ever encountered in both this life and her previous one, without exception. Moreover, the most wondrous aspect of the ethereal step is that it can evolve alongside one's cultivation. Once Yunli masters it, she could utilize the ethereal step to effortlessly achieve the instantaneous speed that only those in the spirit aperture stage could attain. When she reaches the spirit aperture stage, she could create afterimages to bewilder her opponents, seizing opportunities for swift kills or escapes. At the spirit sovereign stage, she could employ techniques equivalent to those of the spirit king stage to traverse vast distances in an instant. By the time she reaches the spirit king stage, the ethereal step could even allow her to traverse the void itself. In the presence of the spirit emperor, she would not be outclassed in the slightest. All right, that will do. For the following period, Yunli diligently practiced the ethereal step every day. After all, the technique was excellent, but the corresponding difficulty was substantial. While she remained in serene solitude, unrest brewed during her seclusion at the Imperial Capital Academy. In fact, several nations had clandestinely placed their pieces within the academy, which began to move. Some may have sought to take advantage of the situation to strike at Yunli, like those from the West Song continent. Others aimed to probe Yunli's true strength, such as those from the South Abyss continent. There were also those hoping to establish a rapport with her, like individuals from the East Ancient continent. However, regardless of who they were, during this time following the Demon Suppression Tower, no one could uncover any news about Yunli, nor could they catch a glimpse of her presence. Some even attempted to launch a nighttime raid on Tian Miao Peak, but the resulting outcome was, naturally, disastrous. Not to mention the fact that Xianyi personally safeguarded Yunli's safety, but even the several spirit beasts, like Tao Wu, were not adversaries that intruders could contend with. Even if some attempted to take advantage of the situation while Tao Wu and the others were preoccupied, they would inadvertently fall into the murderous traps set by Xianyi, perishing without a trace. They truly are persistent. Yunli awoke from her meditation, beads of sweat dotting her forehead. Another group from the West Song Nation? Indeed, Xianyi silently shielded her, having noted that several groups had arrived recently. Their unique tattoos revealed their origins from West Song. Yunli scoffed coldly. Their obsession with wanting to kill me is quite remarkable. They seemed unconcerned about alerting the snake or incurring the wrath of the academy's director. Their actions appeared almost mindless. Yet, a glimmer of contemplation flickered in Yunli's eyes as she silently rubbed the cup with her thumb, her mind racing. Do you sense something amiss? Xianyi remarked calmly, sipping his tea. Yunli sat across from him, taking a sip of her tea. 2 points seem off. First, they are indeed here to probe my true strength, but they are not as senseless as they appear. For them to send wave after wave of people, knowingly entering a situation from which there is no return, suggests a hidden ambition from West Song to wage war against Beili. Second, there must be a powerful figure from West Song concealed within the academy, possessing a spirit beast or treasure capable of blocking fluctuations in spiritual energy. Otherwise, given the director's level of concern for me, there would have been some action by now. It seems that numerous pieces are at play within the academy. After my venture into the Demon Suppression Tower, they cannot remain idle. The hidden expert from West Song is likely lurking just outside Tian Miao Peak. The moment I make an appearance, it will be a lethal trap. That individual likely possesses a cultivation level of at least the 5th layer of the spirit aperture stage. Xianyi gazed at Yunli with mild surprise. Her calm and contemplative demeanor was not something one would expect from her age. Moreover, her perceptiveness and intelligence allowed her to deduce West Song's motives and plans with remarkable accuracy. As for how he knew this, it was a simple matter for him. Given his strength as an immortal emperor, Yunli rose from the stone bench. It appears it is time to test my ethereal step. She cast a mischievous glance at Xianyi. Dear brother, do refrain from following me. The scene when Yunli takes action may not be very pleasant. That night, the Imperial Capital Academy remained deceptively tranquil. The spiritual energy at Tianmiao Peak surged violently, the mountain trembling, yet outside, not a soul was aware. It was only when the ground began to quake throughout the academy and surrounding mountains, and the barrier isolating Tianmiao Peak's spiritual energy dissipated, that Nanhe and several elders sensed something was amiss. However, by the time they arrived, there was no longer any sign of disturbance. Tianmiao Peak appeared as it always had, save for some cliffs bearing signs of considerable damage. Teacher, I have resolved the trouble. All is well. Yunli's voice echoed out, prompting Nanhe to breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed a significant event had transpired here, related to the recent machinations of West Song, South Abyss, and East Ancient. You all may leave it to me. I shall handle it myself. To prevent any similar occurrences at Tianmiao Peak, Nanhe established a grand defensive formation among the 3 nearby mountains. Should any strangers approach or attempt to breach the formation, he would be able to sense it immediately and rush to protect Yunli. In truth, he was merely overthinking it. Not to mention the presence of Xianyi, Yunli's own strength was not something just anyone could challenge. The following day, in the plaza of the Imperial Capital Academy, Yunli was already present early in the morning, awaiting the gathering of students. Look, it's Yunli. Your Majesty. Your Majesty, you have emerged from seclusion. Are your injuries healed? How is your recovery? Yunli, your performance in the Demon Suppression Tower was truly impressive. You are unaware, but a statue of you has already been erected before the tower. It is particularly striking. Is that so? Yunli smiled, a hint of madness lurking in her expression. I shall present to you a more captivating spectacle, one that will awaken your senses. With a mere wave of her hand, Yunli conjured a grotesque figure in the air above the square, a human-scorpion hybrid, its spine extending from the upper torso to the tailbone, accompanied by a gruesome collection of bloody entrails and putrid flesh. Oh, and a severed human head. The disciples, who had been conversing animatedly with Yunli moments before, stood frozen in shock, only to erupt in terrified screams. Yunli casually dug at her ears, irritated by their shrill cries. However, she made no effort to quell their noise. The greater the commotion, the more spectators would gather. Several bold male disciples, while attempting to maintain composure, could no longer suppress their nausea and retreated to the side to vomit. Chapter 49. One slice, one adorable victim, slaughter unleashed. Increasing numbers of onlookers converged, not only responding with the natural physiological reactions to such brutal dismemberment, but also revealing their fury in their eyes. These were the very targets Yunli sought. It was evident that this individual held a significant position in the Shitsong Kingdom, as many disciples recognized him. Yunli, how dare you commit murder within the Imperial Academy? With a faint smile gracing her lips, Yunli's eyes shimmered with murderous intent. Before he could utter another word, she had already appeared before him, her weapon, Duanyuan, piercing through his chest. The female disciples let out even more horrified screams, scattering in terror. Other disciples, hesitant to draw too close, began to seek out elders or instructors for assistance. Will you confront me collectively, or one by one? Yunli inquired, observing the remaining disciples who had not fled, now encircling her. They appeared furiously enraged yet intimidated by her prowess, hesitating to act rashly. Are you hoping to surround me and confront me until an elder or the academy president arrives to seek justice on your behalf? Her penetrating gaze revealed their thoughts, and their expressions darkened. Since you choose not to strike, I shall not hold back. A bloodthirsty smile graced Yunli's face as Duanyuan re-emerged in her grasp, and her form vanished from sight in an instant. The disciples surrounding her frantically scanned their surroundings, searching for Yunli's whereabouts. Thud. One slice, one casualty. As yet another companion fell victim to Yunli's blade, panic ensued. One disciple, glancing around in confusion, stammered, Yunli. So what if you are the Academy President's disciple? To dare kill one of the Shitsong Kingdom here, our nation shall make you pay dearly in the future. Before he could finish his threat, his head was severed from his body, blood splattering as chaos erupted around the square. Wiping the blood from her face, Yunli seemed even more exhilarated. Let me see. Who shall be next? She pointed Duanyuan at the remaining 7 disciples, who maintained an outward facade of calmness, yet their legs trembled with fear, making it difficult for them to move. Yunli. We are all fellow disciples of the Imperial Academy. Why resort to such deadly measures? Oh, fellow disciples? Yunli laughed heartily, her laughter echoing. When you plotted to assassinate me, you did not speak of our brotherhood. When you sent skilled assassins to eliminate me, you neglected to mention our camaraderie. Yet, now that my blade aims at you, you wish to invoke moral obligations? Apologies, but I am not one to be bound by your ethics. Yunli's manic smile returned as she stepped forth with ethereal grace. One strike after another. The disciples could hardly react before they fell like sheep to the slaughter. Blood flowed down the steps of the square, marking the ground with an extraordinary brutality. Yunli plunged Duan Yuan into the left eye of one of the corpses, further enhancing the scene's horrific violence. From this day forth, any who dare raise a hand against me shall meet a similar fate. I do not fear your attempts on my life. Rather, I find them as bothersome as flies. I cherish tranquility, and this is the consequence for disturbing my peace. Upon hearing these words, the previously screaming female disciples clamped their hands over their mouths in terror. Stifling any sound, tears streamed down their faces like pearls, their expressions filled with dread. Of course, should you from the Shitsong kingdom seek vengeance, I welcome you at any time. After all, my Taowu has a fondness for human flesh. Summoning Taowu, the creature proceeded to devour the corpses of the fallen Shitsong disciples before the horrified eyes of all present, tearing them apart and swallowing them whole. The horrifying spectacle escalated, and even the most resilient disciples could not suppress their retching, unable to bear the sight of Taowu feasting on human flesh. At that moment, Nanhe and the elders arrived. It appeared that Nanhe had intentionally allowed her this catharsis. Otherwise, he would not have restrained so many elders. Appearing only after she had completed her grim task, Teacher, Yunli waited until Taowu had finished its meal before recalling it into her soul. One elder, unable to bear the sight, admonished, Yunli, regardless of your grievances with the Shitsong kingdom, you ought not to commit such brazen acts of murder within the academy. Oh, are you suggesting that I should learn from them and assassinate in secret? As long as I do not disturb you, it would be permissible? The elder nearly choked on his words, left speechless. Then he surveyed the multitude of disciples in the square, recognizing the need to calm their fears. What Yunli has done today is tacitly permitted by our academy. They were all hidden pawns of the Shitsong kingdom infiltrating our Imperial Academy. Ever since Yunli emerged from the demon ceiling tower, they have attempted to assassinate her multiple times, albeit without success. Today serves as a warning to all. Should anyone else dare to harm my disciple, this will be their fate. If she lacks the ability to kill, I, Nanhe, shall pursue the matter to its conclusion. You may return and inform your masters that whether within the Imperial Academy or the North Li, I, Nanhe, will protect her, no matter the power at play. Should anyone dare to act against my Imperial Academy, they shall understand that we are not to be trifled with. Regardless of whether Yunli had killed, how many she had slain, or whether those slain deserved it, Nanhe stood resolutely before her, tidying up the aftermath of her actions. Yunli felt a warmth in her heart. Her teacher was unexpectedly protective. Even if this protectiveness stemmed from her extraordinary talent and the hope that she would bring glory to the Imperial Academy, it was still a kindness she would remember. Nanhe had consistently granted her privileges and allowances, and now, in the face of student opinion, he wielded the authority of the Academy president to suppress the matter forcefully. All of this was noted and etched into Yunli's memory. Enough, disperse. The elders had intended to intervene against Nanhe's actions, but a prior statement from him had resonated deeply within them. If the Imperial Academy cannot protect Yunli at all times, how can we expect her to safeguard the Academy in the future? Consider it a transaction. The Imperial Academy should also demonstrate its sincerity. Disperse, all of you. Return to your quarters. The disciples, no longer daring to linger, fled the square in haste. In the following days, even passers-by were a rarity in the square. Moreover, this incident instilled a profound fear of Yunli among the populace. Wherever she appeared, no one dared approach within a 20-meter radius. Yunli found this newfound solitude rather pleasant. She appreciated the deterrent effect it had. You are the Empress of Northli. A figure appeared, his appearance and demeanor exuding a scholarly elegance, possessing a somewhat refined yet handsome visage. You are not afraid of me, Yunli remarked, intrigued. I am to be your future consort. Why should I fear you? In truth, I harbor no guilt in my heart, and thus have nothing to dread. Uft, what nonsense. Future consort? Chapter 50. A silent laughter. My name is Liang Peng, the legitimate heir of the Liang family's new generation. My grandfather, the esteemed Elder Liang, was once a high-ranking official in the imperial court, and it was he who arranged a betrothal between us as a mere child, at the behest of the late emperor. In the depths of her mind, Emperor Yunli desperately sought information about this man, yet found none. Even her personal maid had not mentioned him. Such a situation could either stem from a casual remark by the late emperor or a drunken slip of the tongue. Only the late emperor and Elder Liang were privy to this matter, with no formal decree of marriage bestowed. Alternatively, it might be that due to her disappearance over the past decade, everyone had tacitly deemed the engagement null and void. Her uncle and mother had never brought it up, leading her to believe it was likely the former. You have come to seek me out, perchance to arrange a marriage? Not at all, Liang Peng. seated across from Emperor Yunli, straightened his back and declared, I merely feel that your recent prominence is somewhat excessive for a woman, which is not particularly advisable. Excuse me? When have I ever required your opinion on my affairs? She retorted, though you are the Empress, endowed with unparalleled talent, it is prudent not to flaunt oneself excessively. One must embody humility and grace, and treat one's peers with kindness. Unable to suppress a laugh, Emperor Yunli replied, Oh? I have yet to encounter you in the heavenly class. Where do you belong? Though I am in the yellow class. It is merely due to my disinterest in arduous cultivation. My purpose here is to study the art of governance. Ha ha ha. This was the first time Emperor Yunli had encountered such an eccentric man. He ranked at the very bottom, with the least talent, yet dared to offer her counsel? What audacity! Liang Peng continued, In my view, for a woman, any talent is ultimately futile, as she will inevitably become a wife. As a wife, one must be well versed in the rules and virtues of womanhood, guiding husband and children alike. Even the Empress is not exempt from this. For you too shall one day belong to the Liang family. It dawned on Emperor Yunli that, indeed, there are moments when silence is accompanied by laughter. You are aware that I am the Empress? Do you also understand that an imperial consort is to be part of my harem, belonging to me? Of course. However, as the foremost consort in the harem, you are still my wife. Being my wife, you must inevitably adhere to the rules of womanhood. When attending court, you should also be veiled, to avoid encounters with male officials. With a swift motion, Emperor Yunli unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, flinging him aside. How dare you? What unfathomable confidence did he possess? Was he not akin to a family binding a woman's feet, while he sought to bind her mind? Was it too late to retract her prior assessment of his looks? You dare strike me? Why would I not? He retorted, I am to be the future imperial consort. From this moment forth, you are no longer so, she declared. Our marriage, granted by the late emperor, cannot be defied. I, Emperor Yunli, fear nothing, especially today, as I am the sovereign. Even if you were to produce a decree of marriage, as the new empress, what is a mere contract to me? Struggling to rise from the ground, Liang Peng felt blood seeping from his mouth. My grandfather served as a loyal minister through 3 dynasties, establishing great merit for Beili. How can you act in such a way and expect the officials to accept it? Emperor Yunli smirked coldly. Firstly, your grandfather has retired to his homeland and is no longer a minister. Secondly, he expressed his resolve with his life, refusing to yield an inch. Even when faced with death on the court's pillars, what makes you think you possess the capital to provoke me? Thirdly, my affairs are solely my own to determine. I owe no explanations to anyone, not even the 100 officials. Would they dare to usurp the throne for a waste like you? And should they attempt a coup? Do you truly believe I cannot handle them? Fourthly, from this day forth, should you mention our marriage again, you shall invoke my ire. I will decree that your esteemed lineage be reduced to nothingness, obliterated without an heir. Liang Peng's heart raced, nearly causing him to faint at her words. Such actions are the hallmarks of a tyrant. How can you claim the throne? As her words lingered, he felt a gust of wind, only to be seized by the throat, struggling for breath. The air around Emperor Yunli crackled with power. She was genuinely enraged. How I act, and whether I am worthy of the throne is not for you to judge. With a forceful motion, she threw Liang Peng to the ground and delivered a vicious kick to his groin. He curled up in agony, face flushed, veins bulging, cold sweat pouring down. Blood seeped from his injury. From this day forth, you shall never become the imperial consort. Are you satisfied with this destruction of your delusions? A manic smile graced Emperor Yunli's lips. This was simply how she conducted her affairs. Liang Peng, fully aware of the bloodshed she had wrought upon countless disciples in the square, still dared to cling to the notion of a betrothal, brandishing the title of future consort before her with reckless abandon. If he sought his demise, she would gladly oblige. Emperor Yunli, I am from the Liang family. Emperor Yunli paused in her departure. Since you are studying governance, surely you understand the consequences of overshadowing your sovereign? Even if your Liang family is esteemed, to flaunt your achievements before an emperor is sheer folly. How has your family produced such a dim-witted fool as you? Yet, it is understandable. The principle of prosperity leading to decline is well known. Elder Liang understands this, hence his retirement. Only you, this utter waste, remain oblivious. Today, I shall issue a decree to extinguish your final hope. Should you dare to provoke me again, you will come to know the wrath of an emperor. With that, Emperor Yunli swept away, leaving Liang Peng writhing on the ground, drawing the attention of many onlookers, yet none dared to assist him. Why would one provoke that calamity? I heard clearly. He claims to be the future imperial consort. That one. Despite my disdain for Emperor Yunli's actions, I must say he is utterly unworthy. Behold, this is the lightest yet most painful fate for those who provoke a calamity. Liang Peng opened his mouth to retort, but the pain made it impossible to speak. Whether it was the agony or the humiliation of facing the judgmental stares of his peers, he ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness. Emerging from the inner courtyard, Emperor Yunli wielded the token given to her by Nanha and exited the Imperial Capital Academy. The streets were bustling with life. Your Majesty, Ji Wuxue, sensing Emperor Yunli's presence, hurried to her side. Your Majesty, your cultivation has reached the 8th level of the Spirit Infant stage? Though Ji Wuxue had prepared herself mentally, witnessing Emperor Yunli's rapid advancement still evoked gasps of admiration. Accompany me for a stroll and share with me the recent news from the National Master. At once. Chapter 51, The Art of Seduction? He is far too flirtatious. As they walked, Emperor Yunli purchased a few locally crafted trinkets, while listening to Ji Wuxue report on the happenings in Beili. Indeed, Shitsong harbored intentions of annexing Beili. Emperor Yunli felt no surprise. Domestic affairs would continue as before, entrusted entirely to the National Master. Yet, there was one matter that required her personal decree. A radiant light emanated from her hand, revealing a pre-written edict. Very well. Princess Ji Wuxue need not concern herself with the contents of the Imperial Edict. She is simply aware that since Emperor Yunli has issued it, she shall execute it accordingly. Is there anything else? Emperor Yunli discerned Ji Wuxue's hesitation. Your Majesty. Ji Wuxue knelt on one knee. I have heard from my uncle about the disrespect shown by Ling Ran towards you. I implore your Majesty to impose a penalty. Emperor Yunli, initially pondering the matter at hand, replied, Rise. Your Majesty, she persisted, there is no need for concern. I understand her temperament and recognize the loyalty of your Ji family. Stopping at an open-air tea house, Emperor Yunli invited, Come, let us share a cup of tea and discuss this Ji Lingran. After some inquiry, Emperor Yunli learned that Ji Lingran was the daughter of Ji Wuxue's brother and the sole child of the newest generation of the Ji family. Gifted from a young age, she had nurtured a spiritual beast, the divine Fire Qilin. Her family had high hopes for her, hence her attendance at the Imperial Capital Academy. However, Ji Wuxue remarked that Ji Lingran had been spoiled by her elders, overly confident in her exceptional talents, seeking only the path of ascension and unwilling to serve as a member of the Imperial Guard, thereby squandering her gifts. This led to Ji Lingran's brazen actions towards Emperor Yunli at the academy. I see, thought Emperor Yunli, as he began to understand her character. It was only natural for her to be proud, given her ability to summon a divine beast like the Fire Qilin. After all, the Ji family, despite their legacy of awakening high-quality spiritual beasts, had only ever produced mid-tier beasts. However, Emperor Yunli also grasped the underlying implications of Ji Wuxue's words. Recognizing the vested interests of the Ji family in nurturing such a prodigy along the path of cultivation. After all, how could Ji Lingran dare to be so audacious in her presence otherwise? Yet, Emperor Yunli understood that the very nature of Ji Lingran's character was to admire strength. She would never admit it, nor would she willingly acknowledge anyone surpassing her. With a few stern lessons, she could be molded into the most loyal subordinate. As for the Imperial Guard, now that she had assumed the throne, it was time for a reformation of the new generation of the Guard. Your Majesty. Ji Wuxue tensed at the mention of the Imperial Guard, unaware of Emperor Yunli's intentions. There is no need for alarm. I merely wish to convey that serving as my Imperial Guard does not conflict with pursuing the path of immortality. Ji Wuxue appeared flustered, as if her innermost thoughts had been exposed. Your Majesty, enough, he interjected. Go and deliver the decree. Remember to inform the National Master that those who defy the edict shall be executed. This statement carried a dual meaning that Ji Wuxue would undoubtedly comprehend. After all, the individuals Emperor Yunli favored would not be deterred by the Ji family's reluctance. Yes, Ji Wuxue replied, not daring to say more, and swiftly departed. Emperor Yunli continued to sip his tea, showing no inclination to leave. After listening for so long, come forth. He calmly awaited the arrival of the individual. A figure approached from behind, cloaked in black robes, adorned with a regional gold belt at the waist, with broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and long legs. His gait exuded the poise of nobility. As expected of Her Majesty the Empress, the man seated himself opposite Emperor Yunli, pouring himself a cup of tea without pretense. Emperor Yunli regarded him with a momentary pause. Handsome, what a strikingly alluring figure. His sharply defined jawline and captivating fox-like eyes could ensnare the soul. Complemented by sensuous lips and fair skin, he truly epitomized the pinnacle of fox-like beauty. After eavesdropping for so long, did you hear what you wished? Third Prince. The man raised an eyebrow, surprised that the Empress recognized him. And how did you come to know that I am the Empress? They exchanged a knowing smile. For between clever individuals, words were often unnecessary. Surely, he must have planted spies in this region, and how could the East not have its own informants from Beili? Lacking familiarity with the political histories of various nations, how could one stabilize the relations between the four kingdoms? The man stood and bowed. I am Xiao Balian, the third prince of Donggu, here to study at the Imperial Capital Academy. Ah, Emperor Yunli coughed, startled. Your Majesty, why are you so agitated? She wiped the tea from her lips. What a peculiar name you bear. Do you find it unsatisfactory, Your Majesty? No, not at all, she replied, stifling a smile. The name was indeed quite fitting. With such a physique and visage, if cast into the modern world among affluent women, he would surely be drained of vitality. The third prince has come to see me for a purpose? Indeed, I wish to ascertain the veracity of the intelligence transmitted back to my country. Oh, have you formed an opinion? I have. Emperor Yunli smiled and remained silent, sipping her tea. What are your intentions, third prince? Do you wish to know the contents of the decree? I would not dare. The third prince personally refilled Emperor Yunli's cup. Originally, I intended to meet with the Empress and engage in conversation before returning to the capital. Oh, if I interpret correctly, has your mind changed? Xiao Balian stood, leaning closer to Emperor Yunli, their proximity almost intimate. His handsome face loomed larger before her, a clear test of her composure. Are you attempting to employ seduction to converse with me? If it pleases your Majesty, what harm could there be? He extended his hand, as if to caress her cheek, yet refrained from actual contact, merely brushing the air. His gaze was charged with a palpable tension, electric and alluring. Emperor Yunli raised an eyebrow. This fellow was undoubtedly a seasoned charmer. It was no wonder he was so adept at flirtation. Even she found her heart racing in response to such advances. Nevertheless, she maintained her composure, allowing him to play his game. The Empress's self-restraint is certainly extraordinary, Xiao Balian noted, his interest piqued. In a swift motion, Emperor Yunli pressed her hand against his chest, pinning him against the teetable. Xiao Balian raised both hands in surrender, seemingly confident that the Empress would not harm him. Wearing an expression that suggested he relished the encounter, his gaze unwavering from Emperor Yunli. She leaned in closer, creating an undeniably charged atmosphere. Seduction will not work on me. If you wish to negotiate, the third prince must demonstrate sufficient sincerity. Otherwise, I do not waste time on trivialities. With that, she released him and turned to leave. Your Majesty, Xiao Balian quickly rose from the table to stop her. I also intend to enroll in your Imperial Capital Academy to compare it with my Donggu Sengu Academy. Wait for me, Your Majesty. Chapter 52, The 4 Academy Competition. A new challenge approaches. At the entrance of the Imperial Capital Academy, Emperor Yunli returned with her ears blocked. All the way back, Xiao Balian had been incessantly chattering about the customs of Donggu, even bringing numerous gifts for her, things that daughters would adore. Yet, Emperor Yunli was no ordinary maiden. She remained indifferent to his flattery. Teacher. Upon reaching the mountain gate, Emperor Yunli spotted Nanhe, seemingly awaiting her arrival. Yunli. It appeared Nanhe had been waiting for her. This must be the distinguished headmaster of the Imperial Capital Academy, Xiao Balian declared. I am Xiao Balian, the third prince of Donggu, here to study at the Imperial Capital Academy. The arrival of foreign scholars at the Imperial Capital Academy was commonplace, each with various motives. However, few initiated introductions as boldly as Xiao Balian had. Third prince, then he nodded in acknowledgement. As a seeker of knowledge, it is only fitting to follow the proper protocols. Please, come in. Unlike the transfer student, the Empress D. Yunli, Xiao Balian arrived precisely during the enrollment period of the Imperial Academy. Taking advantage of this opportunity, numerous individuals from various nations have flocked here, most of them drawn by the allure of D. Yunli. The Dean of Nanha is well aware of this, as is D. Yunli herself. However, such matters cannot be entirely avoided. There will always be those who slip through the cracks. It is far better to welcome them openly than to handle them in the shadows. Xiao Balian turned to D. Yunli and nodded in respect. Your Majesty, I shall seek you out again. After bowing to the Dean, he stated, I shall take my leave first. Once Xiao Balian departed, D. Yunli exhaled in relief. Teacher, he cannot simply enter the inner academy, can he? Naturally not. Do you think everyone possesses your extraordinary talent to single-handedly challenge the entire outer sect? Nanha glanced in the direction Xiao Balian had gone. However, it is evident that he is here for you. It remains uncertain whether he is friend or foe. D. Yunli nodded. Let us not dwell on whether he is friend or foe. As long as he cannot enter the inner academy, it suffices. He is quite handsome, but one can easily discern the cunning of a sly fox within him. I shall not expend energy on dealing with him. By the way, teacher, were you waiting for me here? Come with me. This is not a place for conversation. Nanha transported D. Yunli to the inner academy, specifically to the Hall of Three Studies. The elders of the inner academy had gathered, alongside more than a dozen disciples, seemingly awaiting D. Yunli's arrival. Your Majesty. Upon seeing D. Yunli, several disciples hurriedly greeted her with polite gestures. The fervor in their eyes had yet to fade. Ji Lingran was among these disciples. She merely exchanged a glance with D. Yunli without bowing. D. Yunli acknowledged the enthusiastic disciples with a nod, reciprocating their greetings. Teacher, what is the occasion for such a gathering? Nanha, ensuring all the disciples were present, stated, the great competition of the 4 academies is about to commence. The great competition of the 4 academies? What will be contested? Yunli had not received any prior notice. However, it is understandable, for she had been residing alone atop the Tianyao Peak, secluding herself in meditation and rarely venturing out. When she finally did emerge, she encountered the unfortunate Liang Peng and hardly spent any time in the inner academy before leaving. Nanha patiently explained the details of the great competition to Yunli, providing her with a basic understanding. The great competition of the 4 academies is a joint event held every 4 years, where disciples from each academy compete through a draw system. The top 4 finalists will determine the number of students from each academy permitted to enter the Immortal Tomb. Based on their ranks. Immortal Tomb? Yunli seized upon the key information. Is it not said that only those at the Spirit Aperture stage or higher may enter? Nanha was not surprised that Yunli was aware of the Immortal Tomb. Although the Immortal Tomb is a secret realm, each academy keeps tight-lipped about it. However, as the Empress of Beili, it is not unusual for her to be privy to some insider information. The disciples permitted to enter the Immortal Tomb will each possess a life-saving jade talisman for teleportation. Each academy will also dispatch an elder at the Spirit Aperture stage to accompany you, ensuring your safety. Moreover, the areas you disciples may access are merely the periphery. The depths of the Immortal Tomb are shrouded by a barrier that even we cannot penetrate. After this competition, the 4 academies will work together to open the barrier to the deeper parts of the Immortal Tomb. We are unaware of what lies within. There may even be risks of collapse or disappearance of the Immortal Tomb itself. Hence, only the periphery has been opened to provide opportunities for the disciples of the 4 academies. However, Nanha did not continue further, for the 4 academies had already decided to work together to open the barrier after this event. Should you break through to the Spirit Aperture stage, I will take you into the depths of the Immortal Tomb to seek great opportunities. Yunli understood the gist of it, replying affirmatively. Following that, she inquired about the rules of the great competition. In the preliminary round, disciples from the 4 academies will be matched based on drawn numbers for a contest. A 1-on-3 scenario will ensue, and the victor will advance to the semifinals. Subsequently, they will draw lots for head-to-head matchups. If there are any odd-numbered participants, they will receive a bye and automatically advance. In the finals, the disciple who secures first place for their academy will earn 10 spots in the Immortal Tomb for their institution. The second place will earn 8 spots, the third 5, and the fourth 3. If disciples from the same academy simultaneously secure 2 or more spots, the total will be aggregated based on their rankings. Conversely, if an academy fails to place anyone in the top 4, they will lose the chance to enter the Immortal Tomb, regardless of any descent. The other 3 academies will not relent. After all, who would willingly relinquish such a treasure-seeking opportunity to others? When does the great competition commence? One elder responded. We received word today that it will officially begin in 1 month. You have been called here because your current capabilities rank among the top disciples in the academy. The academy has arranged for substitute instructors for you, and for the next month, you are required to attend class punctually each day, striving to identify your weaknesses and enhance your abilities. After 1 month, we will select 10 disciples based on your final skills to represent our academy. Should our academy secure first place, all 10 chosen disciples will gain entry into the Immortal Tomb. If we fail to achieve first place, the final number of spots will determine the disciples who may enter. At that time, aside from the disciples who secured the top positions, the remaining spots will be awarded through a sparring system, with the ultimate victor gaining entry into the Immortal Tomb. From that day forth, news of the great competition of the 4 academies spread throughout the academy. The disciples were unaware of the Immortal Tomb's significance, but they knew that victory would surely bring great rewards. Alas, they lamented, for none were selected. Yunli, at the edge of a cliff on Tianyao Peak. Everyone was quietly listening to the instructor's lecture, except for Yunli, who was fast asleep. Yunli struggled to open her heavy eyelids. Has class ended? She rose, preparing to leave. Stop. A gust of wind surged behind her, and the newcomer clearly intended to strike forcefully. Chapter 53. What? She wants the instructor to be her servant? Yunli did not flinch. She slightly turned and extended her hand to block the one reaching for her shoulder. Though the gesture appeared to be an attempt to seize her, the strength behind it was akin to an effort to crush her shoulder blade. Yunli pushed back with her palm, sending both the hand and its owner stumbling aside. I skipped class. You seize me. We can consider this even. If you dare to act again, I won't hesitate to stain my hands with the instructor's blood. Yunli, how dare you? The speaker was one of the instructors teaching Yunli, known as Jiang. He had been cultivating for many years, yet appeared to be in his mid-20s. With a cultivation level of the 3rd layer of the Spirit Aperture stage, his appearance was rather unremarkable, but his demeanor was exceptional, exuding an air of youthful vigor. Though Jiang feigned anger, he was inwardly astonished, unable to believe how swiftly Yunli had reacted, not only blocking his attack, but also neutralizing the force in his hand. Yunli chuckled lightly. I begin to question whether you all possess any wits. I killed so many people in the square that day. What is there that I would fear? Mentioning the individuals Yunli had slain only intensified Jiang's fury. Though I am not one of those sent by Shizong to deal with you, do you truly believe that we have no one left after you slaughtered so many of our people? Yunli was aware that this instructor hailed from Shizong. Nanha had specifically cautioned her to avoid conflicts before the great competition, as the immediate priority for all disciples was to attend class diligently and improve their skills. However, after several consecutive days, Yunli could endure no longer. He is swift as the wind, living up to his name as the fastest individual within the Imperial Capital Academy. South River has expended considerable resources to invite him to the academy, specifically to enhance the speed of his students. Many disciples trained under him take immense pride in their swiftness. Yet, in the eyes of Yunli, they are all too slow. Not only are his disciples sluggish, but even the wind as fast as lightning pales in comparison. Moreover, the methods he employs are utterly ineffective, far inferior to the teachings of Xianyi. Very well. Since you profess to be a master of speed, let us compete. Should I emerge victorious, I shall no longer attend your lessons. Does that sound agreeable? The expression of wind as fast as lightning contorted in irritation, his arrogance reaching new heights. I have always been this way. It is common knowledge. Ah, splendid, he replied. But should you lose, you must personally deliver a decree back to the Western Song, proclaiming how you, the Emperor of Beili, were defeated by my hand. Oh, this would serve to elevate his fame while diminishing her prestige. Should he have his way, he would not only become a hero in Western Song, but would also overshadow Yunli in the realm of cultivation. Furthermore, it would provide the ruler of Western Song with an opportunity to swallow Beili, for he would have proven that Yunli is not as formidable as her reputation suggests. If she is indeed not as powerful, the conflicts that had previously subsided due to her renown would inevitably reignite. This wager is indeed a multifaceted stratagem, one that could shatter her very countenance. If he is given an inch, he will take a mile. Very well, I shall acquiesce to your terms. But I have an additional condition. Humph, let us hear it. Wind as fast as lightning retorted, his demeanor suggesting he felt assured of victory. If I win, not only shall I cease attending your classes, but you must thereafter become my servant, kneeling before me and addressing me as your master. Should I ever require your assistance, even in opposing Western Song, you must fight to the death. The rationale behind this demand stemmed from the fact that wind as fast as lightning indeed possessed commendable speed. While he was powerful, he was simply not on the same level as her ethereal steps. However, when compared to others, his speed undoubtedly remained unparalleled. Given his utility and decent appearance, he could begrudgingly serve as a servant. Wind as fast as lightning's face turned a mottled hue of red and blue, consumed by arrogance. Truly, he was insufferably arrogant. Yunli lightly scratched the back of her ear. You've repeated yourself several times. Can you not offer something more novel? However, I have little interest in your verbosity. Simply state whether you dare to accept the challenge or not. Wind as fast as lightning could hardly withstand such provocation. Very well, I accept your challenge. How shall we compete? Wait, Yunli suddenly interjected. We must swear an oath with our heart's blood, lest you deny your defeat. Wind as fast as lightning nearly ground his teeth in frustration, yet the arrow was already knocked, and he could not retreat, especially with so many disciples observing. Fine, I, Wind as fast as lightning, hereby swear. In the inner courtyard of the Imperial Capital Academy, the plaza was now filled with disciples eager to witness the speed contest between Yunli and Wind as fast as lightning. Additionally, South River had arrived, accompanied by 3 elders from the inner courtyard, one of whom was even an elder from Western Song to ensure fairness. Yunli and Wind as fast as lightning stood at the center of the crowd, one leisurely reclined against the soft back of Baizhe, while the other sat in focused meditation, a smile gracing his lips as though envisioning his triumph over Yunli. Why is Yunli so restless? Always clashing with her instructor? Seems you've been rather uninformed. This instructor hails from Western Song. The long-standing discord between Beili and Western Song makes this conflict quite understandable. In my opinion, Yunli has grown overly arrogant. After all, he is Wind as fast as lightning, reputed to be the fastest within the spirit aperture realm. I fear this time, Yunli is in for a fall. Indeed, while she possesses numerous spirit beasts, in a contest of speed, she must rely solely on herself. Her spirit beasts cannot provide any advantage. It would be beneficial for Wind to temper her arrogance. Otherwise, she may continue believing herself invincible. If Yunli were to lose, it would not only be her humiliation, but a disgrace shared by all. Rumor has it she even promised to issue a decree to announce the outcome of the contest between Beili and Western Song. The king seems to be taking an enormous risk this time. Will Western Song seize this opportunity to stir trouble? We must remain prepared to fight for Beili at any moment. Even if the king loses, we shall not fear battle. South River felt a tinge of worry. Yet unlike others, he understood his newly accepted disciple. If she lacked confidence, Yunli would never agree to such excessive demands from Wind, unless she possessed absolute certainty. However, following the battle at the Demon Ceiling Tower, she had not demonstrated any particular advantages in speed. How could she be so confident in competing with Wind after just a month? Alas, such speculation is futile. We shall await the final outcome. Yunli, Wind Instructor. South River waved 2 pieces of blue crystal stones in front of them. These are wind measuring stones, which can also be used to test speed. Currently, the stones are dim, indicating no speed records. Once the competition begins, the faster you are, the brighter the stones will shine from the friction of the wind. The final results will be determined accordingly. Chapter 54, 3 breaths, either death or submission. The competition venue had been meticulously prepared by South River. The starting point was where Yunli and Wind as fast as lightning stood, with the furthest mountain peak in their sight serving as the finish line. Atop the mountain, 2 radiant orbs glimmered, the dragon pearls they were to retrieve. The one who returned first would be deemed the victor. Are you both ready? Who shall go first? To avoid simultaneous departures that could lead to a collision, a turn-taking rule was established for retrieving the dragon pearls. I am the instructor, so I shall grant you the first move, Wind as fast as lightning declared. Yunli smiled. I shall go first. You won't even get a chance to strike, for I shall surely win. Listen to that audacious proclamation. Anyone would say Yunli is utterly dismissive of her opponent. Yet there is no denying her strength. She must assert her prowess to represent the dignity and might of Beili. Wind as fast as lightning was infuriated. Very well. I shall show you what true speed in the spirit aperture realm looks like. I hope when I return with the dragon pearl, you can maintain that arrogance. Yunli tilted her head slightly, signaling him to commence. Enough of the idle chatter. Wind as fast as lightning seethed. This little girl infuriated him from head to toe. Now, he could only unleash his true power and teach her a lesson about the existence of realms beyond her comprehension. Only then could he quell his anger. Wind Instructor. Prepare. Begin. With South River's command, the disciples closest to Wind as fast as lightning felt a rush of wind, followed by the fleeting afterimages he left behind. In but a single breath, the dragon pearl atop the mountain had shifted its position. In the blink of an eye, it was before them. The gust of wind generated by Wind as fast as lightning's speed left several disciples gasping, nearly toppling over from the force. He retrieved the wind-measuring stone and the dragon pearl, one in each hand. The pearls shimmered brilliantly, dazzling the eyes of those present. Good heavens! Is this truly the extent of Wind as fast as lightning's power? This is astonishingly swift. My heart races just watching. He finished before I was even ready. Such speed. Truly worthy of the title of the fastest in the spirit aperture realm. It is done. Yunli is destined to suffer a resounding defeat this time. Is this the essence of teleportation? It is as if a doppelganger is about to emerge. Nanhie's expression grew slightly solemn as he cast a worried glance at Yunli. He was aware that she never engaged in a battle without adequate preparation. Yet the swiftness of her speed was indeed remarkable among her peers in the spirit aperture stage. Were it not for this, then he would not have invited her to serve as an instructor at the Imperial Academy. You have lost, Jidu Feng declared confidently. Yunli merely smiled. Too slow. You. Jidu Feng was on the verge of losing his temper, his frustration evident. Very well, let me see if your prowess is truly worthy of your arrogance. Then he turned to Yunli. Are you ready, Yunli? Yunli nodded lightly. Begin. All eyes were fixed on Yunli, none daring to blink. Some were eager to witness how she would concede, while others were intrigued to discover what could provoke such audacity from her. As they held their breath, Yunli's figure vanished from sight without stirring even a whisper of wind. In the blink of an eye, she reappeared, holding the dragon pearl that lay upon the distant mountaintop. A familiar scene unfolded, enveloped in a deathly silence. Many disciples rubbed their eyes, believing they had misperceived the spectacle. Did she move? I merely blinked. What just transpired? Has it begun? Or has it ended? Yunli never ceases to astonish, always illuminating the surroundings anew. A dazzling brilliance. Did she win? Did the king triumph? She, merely at the spirit infant stage, surpassed even Jidu Feng, known for his speed in the spirit aperture stage. By a staggering margin. Is she even human? Alas, I have grown accustomed to her miraculous feats. In the future, should I place a wager, irrespective of her opponent, I shall undoubtedly double my bet on her victory. Yunli regarded Jidu Feng, whose countenance was frozen in disbelief, a complex array of embarrassment, incredulity, and shame washing over him. Did I win? She asked, not of Nanhe, but of Jidu Feng. This was the true essence of striking at the heart. Renowned for his speed, Jidu Feng had witnessed every subtle movement of Yunli. He had seen her vanish and then return with the Dragon Pearl. The speed of her actions nearly tenfold his own. You are clearly only at the spirit infant stage. This is impossible. How did you achieve this? Yunli produced the wind measurement stone, its brilliance rivaling that of a miniature sun, nearly blinding many disciples present. How I did this is my own affair. What matters now is that I have won. You shall kneel and address me as your master. Jidu Feng's complexion darkened with frustration. He was unwilling to concede defeat in such a public manner. Yunli, do not go too far. With a wave, Yunli let fall a drop of her blood, which bore Jidu Feng's sworn oath. Had I known you would renege, you have but two choices. Die or kneel and acknowledge me as your master. Should you exhibit that stubborn spirit of defiance, I might respect you enough to leave your corpse intact. The gathered disciples murmured among themselves. They were all too aware of Yunli's merciless reputation. Thus, none questioned the weight of her words. Jidu Feng cast a pleading glance at Nanhe. But the latter's reputation for protecting his own was legendary, not to mention that Yunli had once again astonished him. If she were to lose, then he would have discreetly utilized the influence of the Imperial Academy to assist her in navigating this potential crisis. You have lost, Nanhe declared, his words striking Jidu Feng like a bolt from the blue. He understood that once Nanhe spoke thus, there would be no room for favoritism. This meant that Nanhe tacitly accepted the necessity of Jidu Feng's compliance. I have lost. Jidu Feng, who had always prided himself on his unparalleled speed, had never imagined he would be bested by a mere girl at the spirit infant stage. Yet, the reality was that he had lost, and thoroughly so. Crucially, he bore witness to the authenticity of her abilities. Yunli had indeed employed genuine teleportation. No, it was a force comparable to that of a pinnacle spirit aperture stage practitioner. 3 breaths, either die or submit. 1, 2, 3. Yunli pressed the droplet of blood, her fingers tightening. With a thud, Jidu Feng struggled to kneel before Yunli, murmuring, Master. Chapter 55 once again reshaped everyone's perceptions. People often believe themselves to be resolute, unafraid of death. Yet, when faced with mortality, particularly after experiencing the proximity of death, the instinct for survival can become overwhelmingly magnified. Few can truly stand steadfast in the face of demise. Jidu Feng could not achieve this. Yunli recognized that he was not the sort who could face death standing when he contemplated reneging on their agreement. The sight of Jidu Feng kneeling to acknowledge her as master left the observing disciples in shock. Before Yunli's arrival at the Imperial Academy, instructors held positions second only to the elders, with some even surpassing them, requiring respect from the dean. Yet, with Yunli's emergence, not only had their understanding of the term genius been continually redefined, but she had also accomplished the unfathomable, a dignified instructor losing to a student, and then kneeling to address that student as master. In the past, who would have dared to imagine such a scenario? It was a thought that would not have even grazed their dreams. Yunli smiled with satisfaction, retracting the droplet of blood. From this day forth, whether you genuinely submit or do so out of desperation, it matters not. Your only obligation is to fulfill the duties of a servant and refrain from subjecting me to those tiresome lectures. That is your current task. With that, Yunli turned to leave, only to catch sight of Xianyi. Beautiful brother, she exclaimed, her face lighting up. See, I did not bring you shame. Nanhe's eyes brightened at her words. It became evident that Yunli's rapid progress over the past months was due to Yi Xian's guidance. Initially, he had presumed that Yi Xian sought merely a tranquil place for self-cultivation, unconcerned with the affairs of the Imperial Academy. Yet, it appeared that with a single intervention, he had eclipsed even the Academy's finest instructors. Xianyi gently tucked a stray lock of Yunli's hair behind her ear. You do not favor their lessons? Indeed. Save for yours, I find myself easily drowsy. It was unavoidable. Xianyi was the most handsome individual she had ever encountered, and his teachings were rich with substance. Directly addressing her weaknesses, the enhanced abilities of her and her companions stood as the finest testament to Xianyi's prowess. Xianyi turned to Nanhe. From this day forth, I shall be her sole instructor. Does the dean have any objections? Objections? Did he appear to harbor any? Then he could not wish for anything more. He hoped that Yi Xian would also mentor the other 10 or so disciples. However, judging by Yi Xian's demeanor, it was unlikely he would agree. Very well, if Yi Xian could cultivate Yunli to such an extraordinary level, he, as her teacher, was already exceedingly content. Reflecting on this, Nanhe felt a pang of guilt. Although he had taken Yunli as his student, he had been far too occupied and had truly imparted little to her. Mr. Yi Xian shall take charge. Xianyi nodded, then turned to Yunli. Shall we go? Yes. The two individuals exchanged nods with Nan He before vanishing into thin air. My goodness, they departed with such swiftness, leaving not even a whisper of wind in their wake. Mr. Yixian? Who is he? I have never encountered him before. Yet, judging by the director's demeanor towards him, he must be a person of considerable significance. Observing their stance while together, could they possibly be a couple? How strikingly handsome he is. How can such a man exist in this world? Amidst the murmurs and infatuated whispers of the crowd, the competition came to a close. The only ones left unsatisfied were two individuals. The first, Ji Ru Feng, who had been bested by Yunli. The second, a woman standing at a distance, silently watching as Xian Yi took Yunli away. The expression in her eyes was rife with profound jealousy and malice. As the fourth day of the Four Institutes competition approached, the countdown reached its 10th day. Xian Yi spent nearly every day at Tian Miao Peak, imparting all the skills Yunli wished to learn. Under Xian Ye's tutelage, Yunli's growth and mastery of skills flourished like bamboo shoots after a rain, leaving onlookers in awe. My beautiful elder brother, once the Four Institutes competition concludes, I shall bestow upon you new honors, she declared. Xian Yi, with a tender smile playing on his lips, responded, Are you suggesting that all future accolades will be mine? That is not an unreasonable proposition, considering I have trained you myself. He lowered his gaze, smiling gently. He could not bear to watch his empress endure hardship. He could allow Yunli to strive and grow independently, yet this did not conflict with his desire to personally guide her in becoming even more formidable. Yunli gazed at Xian Yi in silence, her eyes sparkling like stars. Her feelings for him were not fervent or impulsive. Rather, they flowed gently like a stream, gradually merging into the vast ocean of her heart without her realization. Where is Yunli? At times, inexplicable individuals would intrude upon the atmosphere. Who is it? Yunli felt a flicker of annoyance. She had only just begun to savor the moment. The voice belonged to Lu Wuyang, the fourth disciple under Nanhe. Surprised, Yunli glanced out the window, aware that Nanhe had several other disciples, though she had never laid eyes on them. They were said to be out training and had not been seen at the Imperial Academy. Now, a senior brother had suddenly emerged, and his tone seemed less than friendly. I shall go take a look, she announced, and with that, her figure vanished from the courtyard. When she reappeared, it was before Lu Wuyang. Beyond the formation set by Nanhe. You are Yunli? Lu Wuyang regarded the breathtakingly beautiful girl before him, struggling to reconcile her appearance with the reputation of a ruthless killer he had heard of. Indeed. Are you the one who slaughtered so many disciples in the plaza? Yes. Are you the one who not only shattered an engagement, but also rendered Liang Peng incapable of siring offspring? Yes. Did you force the instructor to kneel and acknowledge you as his master? Yes. Lu Wuyang's eyes narrowed dangerously, his spiritual energy surging as his clothes rustled in the wind. You dare to exploit your status as the Lord of Beili and your teacher's favoritism to commit such atrocious acts against your fellow disciples? You even compelled the instructor to recognize your authority, showing no regard for seniority or respect. Today, I shall ensure that you receive a proper education from your elder brother, teaching you how to conduct yourself and act responsibly. Yunli raised an eyebrow, amused. Which senior brother comes forth to accuse me so boldly? Yet, she could discern that Lu Wuyang was indeed straightforward, embodying the responsibility of enforcing discipline on behalf of their elders. However, having never met her before, he must have just returned to the Imperial Academy. How could he possibly know of her actions in such detail? From what she understood, disciples of Nanhe were not easily swayed by slander, and they usually maintained a united front without infighting. Who has spoken to you about these matters? Does it matter who said it now that you have confessed? Are you suggesting that after I reveal this, you might seek revenge and harm me? After pondering for a moment, Yunli countered, Since you claim to be my senior brother, allow me to pose a different question. Is the teacher aware of your return? I do not know. Is the teacher aware that you have come to trouble me upon your return? He is unaware. Do you understand how he would punish you upon learning of this? Since you have strayed from the path, it is the duty of a senior brother to bring you back, even if it means facing the teacher's punishment. Very well, a fine wood you are, she teased. So, senior brother, how do you intend to discipline me, since you take pride in your strength and wield it to intimidate others? Today I shall make you understand what true power is. You must realize that the authority you possess and your own abilities are not to be used to bully others. Chapter 56. Do you dare defy the king's orders? Yunli smiled. Very well, let me see how you plan to educate me. Lu Wuyang summoned a faint green light, manifesting a circular shield. With a swift motion, he hurled the shield towards Yunli. As it spun rapidly through the air, sharp blades unfurled from its edge. Using a shield as a weapon, intriguing, Yunli neither dodged nor evaded, instead enveloping herself in a defensive barrier with her spiritual energy. Lu Wuyang's shield, in terms of both speed and power, exceeded Yunli's expectations. Just moments before it reached her barrier, it shattered her defenses effortlessly. The shield hurtled towards her. Should it make contact, the lightest injury would be grievous indeed. Yet, Yunli remained steadfast, curious to see whether Lu Wuyang truly intended to discipline her or eliminate her. If it were the former, she would consider Nan He's reputation and the bonds of brotherhood. If it were the latter, Lu Wuyang would certainly not leave this place alive. In that fleeting moment, myriad thoughts raced through Yunli's mind. Just as the situation reached its critical point, the Tiaowu appeared silently behind Lu Wuyang. Not good. Lu Wuyang had not anticipated that Yunli would be anything less than what he had heard. He had not expected her to lack the ability to evade such a heavy blow. The sound of metal clashing echoed as, with mere inches to spare, Lu Wuyang yanked the shield back, sacrificing himself to drive it into the mountainside. This very act saved his life, for the claws of Tiaowu were but an inch away from his back. When Lu Wuyang finally turned to look behind him, he found nothing there. Why did you not evade? I wanted to see if you truly wished to kill me. I told you, I merely wished to discipline you on behalf of our teacher. You are my junior sister. Our bond as fellow disciples runs deep. Why would I want to kill you? With a slight smile gracing her lips, Yunli's eyes radiated authority. Tiger Head Army, kneel and heed my command. Lu Wuyang's pupils contracted in shock. How do you know this? Do you dare defy the king's orders? After a moment of internal conflict, Lu Wuyang knelt to listen. Please, your majesty, give your instructions. The insignia around your neck is that of the Tiger Head Army. Lu Wuyang lowered his gaze to the insignia that had been exposed during their scuffle, falling silent. Earlier, I questioned you several times in my capacity as your junior sister. Now, I shall question you again as the Empress of Beili. Where did your Tiger Head Army insignia come from? From what Yunli understood, the Tiger Head Army was a valiant vanguard under the command of Beili. Given Lu Wuyang's age, he should either have yet to join the Tiger Head Army or be in service, making it impossible for him to be present at the Imperial Academy. It is a relic of my late father. Upon hearing those 4 words, Yunli's mouth slightly parted, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. You are a descendant of the Tiger Head Army. Indeed. What is your purpose for entering the Imperial Capital Academy? To fulfill my late father's dying wish, to acquire knowledge and return to defend the northern borders of Beili. Tears welled in Yunli's eyes. She had heard this sentence before, yet as the commander of countless soldiers, each time it pierced her heart as if struck by a cruel blade. The soldiers fought valiantly under her command, and it was her decree that shattered thousands of families. Nevertheless, many noble scions, fully aware of the perilous path ahead, cognizant of the mortal dangers, and knowing their fathers had perished on the battlefield, still resolutely chose to enlist, not for personal gain, but for the greater good, for peace throughout the realm, to honor their fathers' legacies, and to protect the myriad lights of home behind them. Very well, let me pose a question to you. Should those from Shizong, who attempt to assassinate me, be punished? Yes. And what of those who, swift as the wind, seek to sully their reputation by inciting war between Beili and Shizong for their own selfish motives? Yes. The Liang family, exploiting the previous emperor's vague decree of marriage, attempting to usurp imperial authority, should they not be reprimanded? Absolutely. Now, do you have any objections? Lu Wuyo raised his gaze to Yunli, who exuded an aura of imperial authority that rendered him unable to meet her eyes. Do you still wish to teach me a lesson? Lu Wuyo lowered his head even further, silenced. To rebel against authority is a capital offense. Moreover, he had acted impulsively, seeking trouble with Yunli without proper verification. Though within the confines of the Imperial Capital Academy, all identities are rendered moot, with everyone bearing the singular title of disciple. Despite being a senior brother, he could not bear to witness his sovereign being branded a tyrant and thus sought to overstep his bounds. Yet, he had never intended to harm Yunli. However, wrong is wrong. He had been foolish and manipulated by those with ulterior motives. For a soldier to turn his blade against his emperor is an act of utter folly. I beseech the king to impose a penalty. Lu Wuyo holds no other words. Yunli's expression softened. Who instigated this? Lu Wuyo hesitated for a moment. I can reveal this to you, but before I do, I wish to challenge you once more. Why? I wish to see, for my father's sake, for the sake of the soldiers on the battlefield, just what sort of strength you possess. Do you possess the capability to lead us and safeguard the safety of Beili? Do you extend this invitation, leaving me with a reason to refuse? Your Majesty, please forgive me. Afterward, Lu Wuyo will accept his punishment without complaint. Oh, what a stubborn individual you are. However, for Beili, having such a general in the future, unafraid of power, wholly devoted to the people, is indeed a rare blessing. After this battle, I shall not punish you, nor will I strike you. However, I have a command for you. Let us see if you dare to accept it. I do. Very well. Since you are bold enough, allow me to witness your prowess and see if you are worthy of the challenge. At Tianju Peak, at the Tianyi Duel Arena. This space is where the disciples of the Tian class hone their martial skills. The area is vast, carved from the mountains by the divine powers of the Southern River. Akin to the spacious courtyard of the Inner Academy, capable of accommodating thousands of spectators. After all, witnessing the talents of prodigies is immensely beneficial. Thus, whenever a genius engages in combat here, news spreads swiftly throughout the Inner Academy. Yunli and Lu Wuyo stood atop the Tianyi Duel Arena, and the number of disciples gathering to observe grew by the moment. Isn't that Yunli? Why is she fighting again? It's Lu Wuyo, the fourth disciple of the dean. Why has he returned to fight her? Does the dean know about this? Why isn't he intervening? When senior brothers discipline junior sisters. Who do you think will suffer more this time, Lu Wuyo or Yunli? As the crowd murmured, a formidable force surged forward with astonishing speed, arriving in an instant. The dean is here. Oh no, judging by the dean's expression, it does not bode well. I know not about others, but the dean dotes on Yunli. Lu Wuyo may be in for trouble. Chapter 57. Divine Beast, Ironclad Black Turtle. Teacher. Upon seeing Nanha approach, Lu Wuyo quickly bowed in respect. Smack. Without hesitation. Nanha struck Lu Wuyo on the head. You remember I am your teacher? You might as well be my teacher. What do you think I summoned you back for? Huh. You little rascal. You come back only to bully your junior sister? Do you dare to lay a hand on her? You see if I don't beat you to a pulp today? Stop right there. The Tianyi Duel Arena was engulfed in a haze, with spiritual energy radiating all around. It was known that the dean favored Yunli, but none anticipated the extent of his fondness. Setting aside the reasons, Lu Wuyo is rather pitiable. The dean treats Yunli like a cherished daughter. I remember when I made my sister cry, my father punished me just the same. Why did he provoke Yunli of all people? Just look at him taking a beating now. He'll probably receive another one shortly. Do you really have such faith in Yunli? Do you believe she stands a chance against Lu Wuyo? He is among the top 3 in combat prowess in the Tian class. Do not speak such nonsense. She can even subdue her instructors as slaves. How could she not handle a Lu Wuyo? Amidst the chatter, the scene within the Tianyi Duel Arena finally became clear. In the arena stood 3 figures. One, panting heavily, was Nanha. The second, blood trickling from his mouth, bruised and battered, was Lu Wuyo. And the third, standing nonchalantly, stifling laughter while watching the spectacle, was Yunli. Teacher. Is the fight over? While others were oblivious, Yunli instantly recognized Nanha's intent. He was not only angry that Lu Wuyo sought trouble upon his return, but also wished to alleviate her frustrations, preventing her from harboring thoughts of killing Lu Wuyo. Although Lu Wuyo appeared severely injured, he bore no internal wounds. All were mere surface injuries. Is it over? Are you tired? Not really. Very well. Then I shall continue to assist you. Nanha froze for a second. Still fighting? His blatant assault on Lu Wuyo was intended to prevent them from clashing. He was not afraid Lu Wuyo would harm Yunli. He feared Yunli might lose control and inadvertently harm another disciple. Fight! Lu Wuyo knelt on the ground. Yet his resolve remained steadfast. For the future of Beili, only through battle can we discern the truth. Afterward, I shall bear the consequences. You. Nanha kicked him in the rear, exasperated. Fight! How did I end up with such a stubborn disciple with no sense of tact? If he could, he would have personally dealt with this troublesome disciple. Teacher. Yunli struggled to suppress her laughter. Rest assured, senior brother merely wishes to gauge my strength. This is merely a friendly spar, and I will exercise discretion. Really? Yunli's assurance eased Nanha's concerns. Indeed. Very well. Nanha exhaled, approaching Lu Wuyo. You. Just wait until I have my way with you. Yunli, you may continue. I must return to prepare for the grand tournament of the 4 academies. Farewell, teacher. Lu Wuyo, still kneeling, turned to bid farewell to Nanha. Nanha could hardly bear to look at Lu Wuyo. Upon seeing him, he felt an urge to kick him. Ultimately, he decided to leave them to their own devices. Once Nanha departed, Lu Wuyo finally stood. Junior sister, after you. The atmosphere on the scene shifted dramatically. What was once a comical ambience had suddenly morphed into one of palpable tension. The impending clash between the 2 combatants was imminent. Elder brother, please, one urged, and at that moment, their spiritual beasts materialized almost simultaneously behind them. A divine beast, the ironclad Xiangui, and an ancient mythical creature, the Taowu. A flicker of surprise crossed the eyes of the brother and sister. You deliberately held back earlier, didn't you, junior sister? Your spiritual beast is of divine caliber, which meets my expectations. Show me your prowess. Let me witness the strength that places you among the top 3 of the Tian class. Before either could move, the beasts initiated the confrontation. The ironclad Xiangui, a branch of the ancient divine beast Xuanwu, bore a shell adorned with spiraling, pointed patterns. Upon its shell flowed a silvery substance, reminiscent of liquid mercury. Its neck could extend long from its shell, revealing sharp teeth and a menacing countenance. The Tao Wu gazed hungrily at the ironclad Xiangwei, drooling in anticipation, clearly excited at the sight of a favored delicacy. The Tao Wu may cause harm, but it must not be consumed. With a pained growl, the Tao Wu protested, abruptly halting its instinct, and swatted the ironclad Xiangwei aside. Lu Wuyo felt a surge of terror. He had anticipated that the power of an ancient divine beast surpassed that of ordinary fiends, yet witnessing it firsthand was a revelation of unfathomable might. Ironclad Xiangwei, defend. With a roar, the ensuing battle left the Tao Wu in a state of frustration. If it were to engage earnestly, the Tao Wu would revel in the fight. However, once it retreated into its shell, it found itself unable to strike, while Yunli forbade it from employing lethal force. With no other recourse, it could only bat the opponent about like a ball. Lu Wuyo felt a flush of embarrassment as he recalled his previous confrontation with Yunli. Had she wished to end his life then, he might very well have been gravely injured, if not dead. Junior sister, be cautious. Lu Wuyo made his move. He summoned 2 inferior-grade magical artifacts, a shield he had once wielded against Yunli, and a long blade. The blade, broad as a palm and measuring 3 feet 7 inches, glimmered with a faint green hue, its lethal aura unmistakable. This blade has claimed many lives. Junior sister, I assure you, I never intended to slay you. A golden red light flared from Yunli's hand as she summoned the Duanyuan. Suddenly, the Tao Wu emitted a pained howl. Lu Wuyo looked on to see the returning Xiangwei had bitten down on the Tao Wu's tail, causing it discomfort. The sight of the Tao Wu in pain struck Yunli as somewhat amusing, despite the circumstances. At that moment of distraction, Lu Wuyo seized the opportunity. He hurled his shield toward Yunli with all his might, fully aware that she could withstand the blow. The clang of metal echoed as Yunli employed the Duanyuan to block Lu Wuyo's shield. Although it was halted, the shield continued to spin rapidly, creating a dazzling display of light as it grazed the blade. As Yunli was forced back, Lu Wuyo swiftly maneuvered behind her, delivering a powerful slash aimed at her back. The brilliance of the blade was blinding, its edge menacing. Truly, to be among the top 3 in combat power. This strike is one my physique cannot withstand. To simultaneously wield a shield while executing a sneak attack, Yunli had met her match in Lu Wuyo. Is it a compliment to Lu Wuyo, or to Yunli? Someone mused. Then came the moment of truth. Had Lu Wuyo struck true? The tension mounted as Lu Wuyo's blade connected with Yunli, raising the stakes for all present. Yet, in a blink, Yunli's figure vanished into thin air, only to reappear behind Lu Wuyo, delivering a vicious kick. Lu Wuyo grunted, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. You can teleport. That kick serves as a lesson for your naivety, having been led astray by others. Lu Wuyo furrowed his brow, leveraging his momentum to rotate in midair, wielding his blade and shield, and launched another assault on Yunli. The ferocity and speed of his attack generated a series of piercing sounds, attesting to its force. Yunli reappeared in the air above Lu Wuyo, and before he could react, she descended with a crushing stomp. The impact created a crater in the ground, and although Lu Wuyo shielded himself, the force rattled his insides, causing him to spit blood. That kick is a lesson for your audacity. Yunli gracefully leaped aside, granting Lu Wuyo the space to rise. Wiping the blood from his lips, the metallic taste ignited his fighting spirit. Again, he declared, striking his blade against his shield, growing more fervent with each exchange. Yunli smiled faintly, recognizing that her previous 2 kicks had not been delivered lightly. Observing Lu Wuyo's state, though he appeared disheveled, he had not sustained severe injuries. Excellent. He can endure punishment, making him a fitting candidate for defense. Cracking Sun Shield, entrap. Lu Wuyo hurled his shield once more. But rather than attacking directly, it transformed into multiple shields, encircling Yunli and blocking her escape routes. As the shields ensnared her, the outermost layer ignited with a chilling brilliance, contracting towards Yunli. Xiangwei shield. Yunli chose not to evade, curious to gauge the potency of Lu Wuyo's attack. The collision of the cracking Sun Shield and Xiangwei shield produced a clamor of clashing metal. In that instant, Yunli felt a tremendous force pressing in on her, compelling the Xiangwei shield to spin around her at an accelerated pace. Junior sister, should you withstand these 2 strikes unscathed, I shall concede defeat. Tearing moon, slash. Before Yunli could catch her breath, Lu Wuyo launched another assault. His blade and shield, one cracking sun and one tearing moon, appeared as though they were crafted as a set from inception. The multitude of cracking sun shields tightened around Yunli, while Lu Wuyo unleashed 3 consecutive slashes, each aimed directly at her. Boom, boom, boom. The first slash halved the space within which the cracking sun shields could constrict. The second inflicted cracks upon the protective barrier of Yunli's Xiangwei shield. Should the third strike connect, Yunli would undoubtedly suffer grave injury. The explosive sounds resonated as the ground fissured, enveloped in smoke. In that precarious moment, a silver needle, emanating a dense purple mist and moving with nearly imperceptible speed, shot towards Yunli. Lu Wuyo, initially confident of victory, felt his heart race with alarm. He swiftly swung his blade to intercept the needle, but it was too late. The needle pierced the mist, aimed directly at Yunli's position. Who dares to employ such despicable tactics? Lu Wuyo shouted angrily into the distance. Yet saw no sign of the assailant. Just as he contemplated pursuing, the smoke surrounding Yunli began to dissipate. Junior sister, you didn't. Lu Wuyo's voice faltered as he caught sight of Yunli's figure. You, how is this possible? The initial expression of concern on Lu Wuyo's face abruptly transformed into one of astonishment. His mouth slightly agape. He gazed incredulously at Yunli and the mythical beasts behind her, the Zhuke, Baizhe, and the nine-tailed fox. 4 divine creatures, 4 ancient legendary beasts. Lu Wuyo suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, realizing how insignificant he was in the presence of Yunli. He recognized just how much leeway she had given him during their recent encounter. His 3 strikes had barely grazed the hem of her garment. However, the only solace for Lu Wuyo was that Yunli bore no signs of having been harmed by that poison needle. Intriguing. Yunli brushed the dust off her sleeves. And then, with a flick of her foot, she contemplated settling the score between them. This kick, born from your stubbornness, had simply made me want to kick you. Before Lu Wuyo could respond, Yunli had already teleported in front of him. Bang! Boom! With one swift kick, she sent Lu Wuyo flying like an arrow released from a bow, crashing into the stone wall and leaving a human-shaped dent in it. Another kick followed, sending the armored black turtle flying to accompany him. All right, the fight is over, Yunli declared, clapping her hands as she recalled the 4 beasts. It was she who had summoned the nine-tailed fox in that critical moment, using its 9 tails as a shield to withstand Lu Wuyo's dual assault. Although she had intentionally held back during the battle, she had to concede that, at least for the time being, Lu Wuyo was the only opponent whose combat prowess could truly capture her attention. See, I told you. The fact that he could push Yunli back at the outset is already impressive. Did you really think he could defeat her? Sigh, what a fine senior brother. Yet he insists on provoking this calamity. Well, he has gotten a beating now. I hope he feels better. The top 3 combatants of the Tianzi class, TSK. It seems only the top 3 together could match her. Looking at you all, it's clear you lack perception. If it weren't for Yunli deliberately holding back from the very beginning, Lu Wuyo would hardly have survived 3 moves against her. Is it possible? Has she grown stronger again? Is there no room left for others? Yunli slightly raised her head, observing the disheveled Lu Wuyo returning from afar. Are you convinced now? When she revealed her 4 spirit beasts, it might have appeared to others as a display of her power. But her true intention was to ingrain a profound understanding of her strength in Lu Wuyo's mind, making him genuinely convinced. In front of everyone, Lu Wuyo performed a grand bow. I, Lu Wuyo, descendant of the Tiger Head Army, pay my respects to the king. I admit defeat and will accept any punishment without complaint. However, junior sister, regarding that needle, Yunli gestured for him to refrain from further inquiries, stating, I only wish to ask, are you willing to join the newly formed Imperial Guard and become its foremost member? The newly formed Imperial Guard? You need only answer. Yes or no. Lu Wuyo lowered his head, declaring, this humble servant is willing to brave fire and water for the king, unafraid of death. Excellent. We shall discuss our matters at a later date. Now, a dangerous, maniacal smile flickered in Yunli's eyes. I am off to hunt. Lu Wuyo instinctively opened his mouth to dissuade her, but upon meeting her gaze, he swallowed his words. Do you require my assistance? Return to your teacher for now. I will seek you out another day. Understood. When Lu Wuyo looked up again, Yunli's figure had already vanished without a trace. At Tianyao Peak, in the small courtyard outside Yunli's residence, Xianyi, as calm as ever, sipped his tea, while a woman lay unconscious on the ground nearby. Back. Is it her? Yes. Xianyi lightly affirmed, pouring a cup of tea for Yunli. Did you succeed? Yes, he has agreed. And how do you intend to deal with her? Xianyi gestured toward the woman on the ground. Of course, I must ascertain her origins. She cannot simply be allowed to die. Yunli approached the woman. Noting her delicate features, she was a beauty of the pale complexion type, seemingly in her 20s. If Yunli guessed correctly, Lu Wuyo, that naive fool, had likely been manipulated by this person. But why had this woman targeted her? Was she from the West Song? Or a rebel from Beili attempting regicide? Awaken. Yunli gently tapped the woman's face. To her surprise, the woman's skin was remarkably soft and smooth. The woman's consciousness was rekindled by Yunli's spiritual energy. You are Yunli. The first sight the woman beheld upon regaining consciousness was Yunli's youthful visage, her eyes widening with terror. How could you still be alive? Where am I? As she scanned her surroundings, her gaze landed on Xianyi, leisurely sipping tea on a nearby recliner. Are you the one aiding her? Xianyi remained silent. Brother Beauty, if you don't help me, can you help her? It turned out that just as the poison needle was about to pierce Yunli, Xianyi had intervened, bringing the woman back with him. He could sense the potency of the poison and the harm it could inflict on Yunli. He could bear to watch her suffer injuries from her own strength in battle, but he could never stand by and see her harmed by treachery. Even knowing that she could have deflected the needle herself, he still couldn't bear to watch her take that risk. The woman looked intently at Yunli, repeatedly scrutinizing her face. If I were as beautiful as you, wouldn't he look at me a bit longer? Upon hearing this, Yunli cast a surprised glance at Xianyi. She pondered various reasons and never imagined this was a debt of affection from him. Brother Beauty, do you know her? Xianyi shook his head, claiming to have never seen her before. Never seen, no impression. TSK, TSK, TSK. This phrase was indeed the pinnacle of heart-wrenching cruelty. The woman's laughter echoed, yet tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. Never seen, no impression. What a splendid phrase. Huh, for love's sake, she's gone mad. Just as Yunli moved to join Xianyi for tea, the woman suddenly grasped her hand. Turning back to face her, Yunli's gaze met the woman's eyes. And in that moment, her mind briefly clouded. In that fleeting moment of distraction, a dagger hurtled toward Yunli's chest. The impending crisis seemed to strike unexpectedly. A cold glint flashed in Xianyi's eyes, yet he remained motionless. Just as the blade was about to pierce Yunli, the woman's wrist was seized firmly by a delicate hand, halting the dagger's advance. Charm technique. The woman gasped, her pupils shaking in disbelief. You fell under my charm. Yet your consciousness has returned so swiftly? Yunli couldn't help but chuckle. Using charm on me, what were you thinking? Confusion washed over the woman until she caught sight of the 9 red and white tails rising behind Yunli. The 9-tailed fox leisurely stepped into view, revealing itself. The 9-tailed fox. Of course, how could she have forgotten that Yunli was accompanied by such a creature? Her charm was utterly futile before the 9-tailed fox, akin to brandishing a sword before a warrior. She had lost, completely, in beauty, strength, talent, and spirit beasts. She had lost utterly. Yunli had no desire to engage in trivial conversation with her. Speak, was Lu Wuyang seduced by you? The woman's eyes had lost their clarity, clouded by a pink haze. Yes. Why do you wish to kill me? To eliminate future troubles for the Western Song. Who sent you? Why did you wait until now to act? The third question stumped the woman, and she began to foam at the mouth, her body convulsing as she collapsed. Xianyi's voice echoed from behind. Her memories have been altered. She cannot respond. Memories? They can be altered? Would you like to learn? Certainly, Yunli replied, intrigued. Xianyi approached the woman, lightly tapping her forehead with his finger before doing the same to Yunli. Images from the woman's life surfaced in Yunli's mind, revealing a tapestry of her existence. This was the essence of the soul-searching technique. A golden light entered Yunli's consciousness, and after a single glance, she had mastered it. With a mere wave of her hand, the woman's memories became accessible at will. The majority of her memories had been extracted, leaving a void from the age of 15 until her arrival at the Imperial Academy. After about 15 minutes, Yunli opened her eyes, clarity restored. She gazed at Xianyi, a knowing smile gracing her lips. Have you found the answer? Xianyi inquired. No. Then why do you look at me like that? Xianyi felt an oddity in Yunli's gaze. Beautiful brother, is it only me in your eyes? Yunli leaned closer, mischief dancing in her eyes. Xianyi felt a disconcerting unease under her scrutiny, as if he were being teased, his ears flushing slightly. Why say that? Yunli smiled as she returned to the wicker chair beside him. She is a newly appointed instructor at the Imperial Academy, named Xian. Though of royal blood from the Western Song, she is not favored, a princess of little renown. However, that is merely her life before the age of 15. After that, I cannot see. I only know she came to the Imperial Academy with the intent to kill me. Yet, she chose the wrong target and the wrong method. How so? Xianyi understood the implications in Yunli's words, knowing the matter involved him. However, he truly had no impression of Xian. Beautiful brother. Do you know the saying, a glance can alter one's life? A smile graced Xianyi's lips, for he was indeed aware. His gaze toward Yunli brimmed with infinite tenderness and affection. Yunli intended to jest with Xianyi, but his earnestness made her somewhat bashful. Ahem. She joined the Imperial Academy 2 months prior to my arrival, passing the assessments to become an instructor. Her intent was to lie in wait for me to enroll. However, one thing I cannot fathom is how she knew I would come to the Imperial Academy. Or perhaps it is that someone from the Western Song is aware of my arrival. Of course, this question would yield no answers from Xian. Chapter 60. Your life is but a joke. In truth, Yunli harbored a degree of admiration for Xian. To ascend the ranks and fulfill her ambitions, she, as a princess, immersed herself in the fray. Should she succeed, she would become a revered figure in the Western Song, earning the unparalleled favor of its emperor. Alas, it was a pity that she unexpectedly encountered Xianyi while gathering dew to brew tea in the mountains. A single glance, and thus her fate was sealed. During the 2 months of waiting for Yunli, Shi Xian frequently visited Xianye's residence, presenting him with the morning dew she had personally collected. She would often tend to his courtyard, bringing in greenery and flowers to adorn his abode. When she heard Xianyi play the flute, she would accompany him with her zither, creating an ambience reminiscent of celestial lovers. Yet, this was merely the life Shi Xian imagined for herself. Unbeknownst to her, the morning dew she offered had not only gone unused by Xianyi, but he scarcely acknowledged it. The plants she arranged were mistaken by Xianyi as gifts from Nanhe, who sought to curry favor with him. As for the harmonious music, they were, in reality, separated by distance. While Xianyi heard the zither's sound, he merely waved his hand to set up a barrier, isolating himself from the distraction. Whenever she appeared before him, casting flirtatious glances, Xianyi consistently ignored her. In her self-deceiving perspective, a mere fleeting glance from him transformed into an intense gaze between them. She could have continued this delusion indefinitely, had it not been for Yunli's arrival. Each time Xianyi covertly observed Yunli, Shi Xian was there, witnessing everything. She watched as he tended to Yunli's injuries, frequently visiting Tian Miao Peak. As Xianyi devoted nearly all his time to enhancing Yunli and the other three's abilities, Shi Xian's jealousy intensified. Because of Xianye's presence, she had yet to find an opportunity to strike against Yunli. During the battle at the Demon Ceiling Tower, Yunli's reputation soared, prompting the Western Song to send a secret order, and Shi Xian began her first operation. She gathered her hidden pieces for an ambush to assassinate Yunli. Yet, she witnessed her minions, along with a group of Western Song disciples in the square, fall one by one to Yunli's hands. Consumed by hatred and envy, Shi Xian resolved to adopt a different approach, targeting Xianyi instead. With her confidence in her charms, she sought to bewitch him into slaying Yunli herself. However, she could have chosen anyone, yet she selected the most formidable celestial emperor of the 3 realms. Her allure before Xianyi was akin to a mere glance from another. Not only did it fail to enchant him, but it was so feeble that he remained entirely oblivious. In utter frustration, she then turned her attention to the recently returned Lu Wuyang. Knowing Lu Wuyang possessed little knowledge, she first disoriented him with her charms before using words to incite him, resulting in the earlier scene where Lu Wuyang sought trouble with Yunli upon his return. What do you intend to do? Xianyi merely had a fleeting thought, and he grasped Shi Xian's memories, finally understanding why Yunli's gaze felt so peculiar. Yunli contemplated for a moment. Let us see if she has any other clues. She removed the storage ring from Shi Xian's hand, which held her consciousness. Only when Shi Xian perished would her consciousness imprint vanish. Not going to kill her? Xianyi now felt inclined to eliminate Shi Xian. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if Yunli grew displeased. Yunli glanced around, a scheme forming in her mind. Beautiful brother, did you know there is another way to kill someone and strike at their heart? Yunli waved her hand, and the charm of the 9-tailed fox dissipated in an instant. Shi Xian regained her senses, shaking her head as she propped herself up. Shi Xian, how do you know my name? Yunli ignored her and pointed her finger at Xianye's chin. Beautiful brother, she harbors feelings for you. Have you ever felt the slightest stir in your heart for her? Never. The word never struck like a dagger, piercing Shi Xian's chest and leaving her gasping for breath. Beautiful brother, she has done so much for you, even harmonizing with your flute, and you feel not a shred of emotion? Xianye's brow twitched slightly as he began to grasp Yunli's intentions. He found it unnecessary and merely tedious. Shi Xian's fingernails dug deep into her flesh, blood dripping from her hand onto the ground. Yunli gazed at Shi Xian with a look of pity. Oh, Shi Xian, you, as a noble princess, have never received favor. You aspired to achieve glory for the Western Song, yet your foolish machinations led to the demise of those pawns. The one you misjudged at a glance has never spared you a moment's thought. Your life is nothing but a farce, an unequivocal jest. Tears streamed down Shi Xian's face, falling like pearls. After a brief silence, she let out a derisive laugh. Indeed, my existence has always been but a joke, yearning for what eludes me, loving what I cannot attain. One misstep leads to total defeat. She turned to glance at Xianyi, seemingly wishing to capture one last look, hoping to find a flicker of sympathy in his eyes, even if it were mere pity. Yet, what she beheld was Yunli gripping Xianye's chin, pressing her lips against his. His hands, unable to restrain themselves, encircled Yunli's waist, while the other tenderly yet possessively cradled the back of her head. Ha, how utterly laughable my life has been. With a swift motion, the dagger that had once been aimed at Yunli was now plunged into her own flesh. Blood cascaded down her garments, and until her last breath, she never caught a glimpse of Xian Ye's gaze directed her way. Yunli released Xian Yi, her fingers brushing her lips, as if savoring the lingering warmth of the moment. She was gone. Xian Ye's eyes brimmed with dissatisfaction, a sense of unfulfilled desire lingering in the air. He grasped Yunli's hand, pulling her into his embrace, intent on kissing her. "Beautiful brother," she interjected, placing her finger against his lips. "Let's attend to the matter at hand first." Xian Ye's lips twitched in frustration. He wished to deliver a sharp reprimand to Yunli for teasing him so cruelly. Was she not blatantly provoking him only to retreat? Was what you termed as killing with intent merely exploiting me for your own gain? Yunli wrapped her arms around his neck. Does beautiful brother not like it? As their emotions entwined, a tension simmered between them, almost palpable. "I do," he admitted. Yunli's lips curled into a smile as she gracefully stepped out of Xian Ye's embrace. She had always been merciless towards her adversaries. Sometimes, the most ruthless act was not to kill or dismember, but to leave one in utter despair, leading them to self-destruction. That was the true essence of cruelty. At that moment, Yunli was inspecting Shi Xian's spatial ring. With her demise, the spiritual imprint left upon the ring had naturally vanished. Yet now, a string of jade beads appeared in Yunli's hand. These beads were a deep azure, aesthetically pleasing yet utterly mundane, only appealing to female cultivators. Initially, these trinkets did not capture Yunli's interest, but the material and design evoked a dangerous glint in her eyes. Jiang Jinlin. Chapter 61, The Top 4? My ambition is to claim the first position. The beads in Yunli's possession were indeed from the azure jade vein owned by the Jiang family. Their ancestral craft was to create various jade ornaments and trinkets from azure jade for profit. The Jiang family had long been annihilated by her hand. How could this string of azure beads possibly have found its way into Shi Xian's spatial ring? Had she unwittingly purchased them from another? Yet Yunli sensed that the matter was far from simple. She had a nagging feeling that this incident might be connected to the missing Jiang Jinlin. Was Jiang Jinlin rescued by someone from Western Song? Furthermore, how could Western Song have orchestrated this covert scheme against her 2 months in advance? Was there a traitor within Beili, or could Western Song truly surveil Beili's movements so far ahead of time? All these enigmas loomed near yet remained frustratingly distant. "Do you like it?" Xian Yi interrupted Yunli's contemplation. "Like it?" she replied, regarding the beads with a cold smile. "I have no fondness for the Jiang family's possessions." With a swift motion, she crushed the azure beads into powder, scattering them to the winds. The Jiang family? Xian Yi recalled them. The family that had tormented her since childhood and nearly cost her life. "Yes, I thought you had already avenged yourself." The warmth faded from Xian Yi's expression, and the surrounding air seemed to chill several degrees. "I have taken my revenge, but one fish managed to slip through the net." Yunli noticed the shift in Xian Yi's mood and smiled. "Beautiful brother, do you think I would allow myself to be at a disadvantage?" "Indeed," he replied, regaining his composure. "What are your plans now?" "With the competition among the 4 academies approaching, I will first dispatch someone to search for Jiang Jinlin's whereabouts. After the competition concludes, it will be time for me to deal with her once and for all." That evening, Yunli departed the Imperial Capital Academy. She instructed the Guardian Army to send a message to Li Xian, urging him to commence an investigation into this matter, particularly keeping an eye on any subtle movements from Western Song and potential spies hidden within Beili. Above all, it was imperative to uncover Jiang Jinlin's location. It was during this endeavor that she learned Liang Peng had successfully donned the title of Emperor's consort, a matter that had been deftly resolved by Li Xian. Reports suggested that Li Xian was even more furious than Yunli, employing a heavy-handed approach to rectify the situation. Had it not been for the past contributions of Elder Liang, the Liang family might have faced utter ruin. The day before the competition among the 4 academies, at the hour of Chun, within the inner courtyard square, 10 individuals stood, including Yunli, Lu Wuyang, and Ji Lingran. These 10 were the selected representatives poised to compete in the event. The disciples below were aflame with enthusiasm, eager for Yunli and her companions to secure a commendable ranking and bring glory to the Imperial Capital Academy. Stepping forward, Yunli declared, "Rest assured, the champion of the 4 academy competition shall be none other than Beili, none other than our Imperial Capital Academy." Her words resonated with ambition and fervor. "Long live the king! Long live the king! You are the best! Beat them until they are rolling on the ground. Let them know the might of our Imperial Capital Academy. The king is magnificent. Let our nation's power be known." Yunli, though I am not from Beili, I have faith in you. Go for it. As Yunli reveled in the adulation of the disciples, Ji Lingran's eyes reflected an unwillingness to concede. The The strength of a spirit beast lies not in its numbers. Even if you are the ruler of Beili, I shall contend for the championship title. Yunli turned to Jiang Ran, not exhibiting anger, but rather satisfaction. Very well, but the precondition is that we both must enter the top 4. The top 4? My only goal is to be first. Good. Yunli nodded. Then shall we wager? What wager? If you secure first place, I shall bestow upon you the title of Beili's war god, granting the Ji family unparalleled glory. You need not join the Guardian Army. Instead, you may forge your own path. Jiang Ran pondered for a moment. And if I do not? Are you doubting your own abilities? Jiang Ran chuckled lightly. Based on what I know of you, you may be a wise ruler. But you are certainly not a good person. I do not wish for you to leave pitfalls for me, nor do I want the Ji family to suffer. Oh, is that so? It seems you have a profound understanding of me, Yunli remarked, somewhat surprised. You should answer my earlier question instead. Very well, I shall. Yunli glanced at Lu Wuyang. If you enter the top 4 and lose to me, you shall join the newly formed Guardian Army, becoming its second member. Second? He is the first. Jiang Ran frowned. When did this happen? What newly formed Guardian Army? Yunli struggled to suppress her laughter. So, you are upset because you're not the first to join, but rather the second? It felt as though she were teasing an innocent maiden. Once Jiang Ran grasped the situation, she playfully protested. You think too much. Oh, really? Yunli turned away, her shoulders shaking with suppressed laughter. Jiang Ran, caught between embarrassment and anger, stomped her foot and ran away, distancing herself from Yunli. The more Yunli observed her delicate, pouting demeanor, the more his amusement grew uncontrollably. However, he refrained from approaching her again, for provoking this young lady too much could lead to a sting. At this level of playful banter, things were just perfect. Then he urged everyone to maintain silence and delivered some impassioned rhetoric, invigorating the 10 disciples about to partake in the 4 institutes' grand competition. The atmosphere within the Imperial Academy was charged with fervor, all eagerly awaiting the commencement of the competition to showcase the Academy's prestige. In this spirited ambience, he personally led the group towards the venue of the grand competition, the 4 Symbols City. This location had been the traditional ground for the competition for many years and was jointly overseen by the 4 institutes, thus mitigating the schemes of any ill-intentioned individuals. Upon their arrival, Yunli and her companions were assigned their accommodations. The elders advised them to rest well and even take some time to relax, preparing themselves for the best possible performance in the upcoming event. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Just as Yunli was about to step outside, a knock sounded at her door. Your Majesty, I hope you are well. Xiao Beilian, it is I. Your Majesty. Yunli waved her hand to open the door, gesturing for him to enter and sit down for tea. Xiao Beilian held a bouquet of flowers resembling lavender and remarked, Your Majesty, it's been a month since we last met, and you have grown even more stunning. I brought these flowers specifically for you, Your Majesty. Do you find joy in them? Yunli accepted the flowers and placed them on the table. With the competition imminent, is the 3rd prince merely here to present me with this bouquet? Flowers paired with beauty. Are you not pleased? If the 3rd prince continues to prattle on, I shall not see you out. Sighing, Xiao Beilian dropped the pretense. Before you, Your Majesty, I find no sense of superiority. Well, I have come bearing a gift that I am certain you will appreciate. Oh, are we finally discussing serious matters? Chapter 62, Royalty and Nobility, all come for you. Xiao Beilian produced a jade slip, raising it slightly as he awaited Yunli to take it. Within this slip were detailed records of the formidable individuals from the 4 institutes. Although I am aware that Your Majesty's prowess surpasses theirs, knowing oneself and one's adversaries leads to victory in every battle. I believe this information will prove useful to you. Yunli made no move to take the slip, for she had already received detailed accounts of the strong from the 4 institutes over the past month from her instructors. Thus, she presumed the information provided by the Imperial Academy would not differ significantly from what he offered. Evidently, the allure of Xiao Beilian's offering was insufficient to pique Yunli's interest. Seemingly anticipating this outcome, he continued, However, there is yet another matter within this jade slip that I believe will resonate with Your Majesty. Oh, Yunli raised an eyebrow and reached for the slip. Their fingers brushed against one another, causing Xiao Beilian's heart to race. Despite having encountered countless beauties, none compared to Yunli's extraordinary allure. Moreover, her fierce personality, cunning, and ruthlessness captivated him profoundly. Yet, he was acutely aware that there was no possibility between them, though he found himself helplessly drawn to her. Yunli, unfazed, began to inspect the jade slip with her spiritual sense. Moments later, a smile crept upon her lips. 3rd Prince, should not this alliance treaty be presented by your Emperor instead? How do you expect me to favor it when you present it in your capacity as the 3rd Prince? Without the Imperial seal? Xiao Beilian's lips curled into a smile. I, Xiao Beilian, pride myself on understanding the hearts of beauties. Since I have offered it, it is naturally determined that your majesty would be pleased. However, whether this joy comes to fruition rests entirely with you, your majesty. He poured a cup of water and set it before Yunli, placing the transaction before her. The third prince is indeed quite astute. If this alliance treaty is all you seek, it would be far simpler for me to negotiate with the Emperor of Donggu, yielding far greater benefits. You shall not. Oh, how can the third prince be so certain? From the moment you first laid eyes on me, your majesty, you wished to engage in this transaction, did you not? Otherwise, given my abilities, I would have perished countless times attempting to eavesdrop on your conversations with Commander Ji. Yunli smiled charmingly, her radiance illuminating the room's flora. Xiao Beilian found himself momentarily entranced, gazing at her with an almost dazed expression. Since the third prince has laid his cards on the table, I shall not beat around the bush. Yunli gently traced the rim of her cup. I can collaborate with you to elevate you to the esteemed position of emperor. However, the transaction must entail more than just this alliance treaty. My ambitions are vast. I desire not only the return of Donggu, but also the cities of Qingxi and Yunyang, which we have occupied for over a decade in conjunction with Xizang. Furthermore, I seek to establish a 100-year peace treaty and promote amicable relations between Beili and Donggu, enhancing trade to benefit the citizens of both nations. She spoke passionately, and Xiao Beilian remained captivated. Such beauty, coupled with strategic acumen and a concern for the world, few possess the wisdom and resolve to resist her allure. Do you have any objections, third prince? Snapped from his reverie, Xiao Beilian recognized the magnitude of the matter at hand. This is a vast undertaking. I shall need to contemplate it. After the Four Institutes' grand competition, I will provide you with an answer, your majesty. Very well. With the significant matters addressed, she remarked playfully, shall we now discuss something less serious? I need to rest, so please take your leave. Ah, your majesty, do not be so hasty. The moonlight is splendid, if we do not. Before he could finish, Yunli pushed him out. Ah, since the beauty is indifferent, I shall take my leave. I look forward to your performance in tomorrow's competition, and I believe you shall win most splendidly. With those words, the smile faded from Xiao Beilian's eyes, replaced by a hint of melancholy. He traced his fingers, recalling the warmth of their brief contact. Ah, beauty. Xiao Beilian sighed, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips as he departed. On the day of the Four Institutes' grand competition, at the hour of Chun, he led Yunli and the other 10 disciples, teleporting to the arena in Four Symbols City. The arena, as its name implies, was the battleground for the Four Institutes. It was comparable in size to a full-scale football field, with seating capable of accommodating thousands. The audience stands were divided into 4 sections, each adorned with flags representing the 4 nations. As the spectators began to enter, discussions erupted regarding who would ultimately claim victory in the grand competition. Then he conducted a pre-competition pep talk, followed by the entry of the participating disciples. After their entrance, the host of the arena began to outline the competition rules, reward mechanisms, and other details, generating excitement in the atmosphere. Finally, during the drawing of lots, Yunli exhaled in relief, grateful to be done with the trivialities. The total number of participants included 10 from the Beili Imperial Academy, 10 from the Nanyuan Continent's Nanlin Academy, 10 from the Donggu Continent's Henggu Academy, and 20 from the Xizang Songhai Academy, who had secured their spot due to their previous championship. The first round consisted of a qualifying match, featuring 50 participants divided into 12 groups of 4, along with 1 match between pairs. Yunli drew the 10th match. She glanced at Lu Wuyo, who had drawn the first match, while Ji Lingran had drawn the third. Oh dear. The individual who drew the 13th match finds themselves in a dual confrontation. They are fortunate and shall undoubtedly rejoice. However, the students of the Imperial Capital Academy are not as fortunate. The competitors for this pair match are disciples from the Eastern Ancient and the Western Song. Nanha turned to Lu Wuyo, reassuring him not to be anxious, reminding him of one crucial point. In the first match, he must fight for the honor of the Imperial Capital Academy. Understood. Lu Wuyo felt immense pressure, yet he was a straightforward individual, lacking adaptability. The only advantage he possessed was his remarkable resilience to stress. Thus, despite the overwhelming burden, he could cast aside his concerns and focus solely on the competition. Intent on victory. The first match featured Lu Wuyo from the Northern Departure Imperial Capital Academy against a disciple from the Southern Abyss Nanlin Academy. As the host introduced them, the waiting area remained abuzz with activity. Nanha glanced at Yunli, inquiring if she felt nervous. There is no need for anxiety. I have already stated that the first victory belongs to me, Yunli. The other disciples present reacted with evident displeasure at Yunli's words, contemplating a provocation. Nanha dismissed them, gesturing for Yunli to observe the audience. Do you see? The front rows of the other 3 nations are scrutinizing you. likely with intentions directed toward you. Xiao Beilian had also approached, indicating that the majority of those in the front rows were indeed nobles of royal descent. Though faced with the potential for humiliation, Yunli understood that the opportunity to showcase her prowess was invaluable, particularly for her standing as the Empress of Northern Departure. How dare you, a mere child, be so arrogant? A disciple from Western Song approached to provoke her. Yunli remained unfazed. Having heard of the Northern Departure Empress's renowned beauty, only to find her appearance exceeded expectations, akin to a celestial being. Empress, why not join me in Western Song as my concubine? The lewd laughter from the Western Song disciples echoed, but Yunli remained indifferent. To her, they were merely insignificant pests. Their aim was to incite her into breaking the competition rules, which would lead to her disqualification. This audacity persisted even with Nanha, the Academy's head, present. Enough. Ji Lingren's crimson weapon blazed forth, ready for action. Aware of the underhanded tactics employed by the Western Song, she, as a disciple of Northern Departure, could not stand idly by while the Empress faced such indignity. It would imply that Northern Departure is devoid of defenders. No worries. Yunli reassured her. We only have a fleeting moment to breathe. Despite their taunts, remain calm. Consider it an opportunity to accumulate virtue. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the offending disciples turned grim. Yunli, do not be so arrogant. Believing that having breached your so-called demon sealing tower makes you invincible among the 4 academies. You are just a naive girl. Soon, you will witness the true strength of Songhai Academy. I hope you remain as composed then as you are now. Seeing their verbal jabs ineffective, they ceased their efforts. Ji Lingren, observing their departure, turned to Yunli with curiosity. I never thought you could endure such humiliation. I simply possess reason and refuse to be provoked by such base taunts, Yunli replied, a flicker of murderous intent in her eyes. Moreover, as I have stated, in my view, they are already dead. Regardless of the match's outcome, they shall not return alive. Ji Lingren sheathed her weapon, her doubts dissipating. Yes, this was the Yunli she recognized. Once the Western Song disciples returned, they immediately began to confer. What did you discover? What match did she draw? The 10th match. Excellent. Our Songhai Academy now has 2 slots for the 10th match. The speaker was the head of Songhai Academy. You go to Nanyuan and inform them. Yunli has sensed their conspiracy, but is unable to discern its nature. Yunli, observing her draw, felt an unsettling sense that numerous plots were unfolding against her, particularly from Western Song, where a hostile gaze seemed perpetually fixed upon her. She pinpointed the source, a rather inconspicuous female disciple among the competitors from Songhai Academy. Cloaked in a black veil, only her serpentine, malevolent eyes were visible, watching Yunli with an unsettling familiarity. Jiang Jinlin. Yet, her aura bore no resemblance to Jiang Jinlin's. Furthermore, Yunli had reclaimed the 9-tailed fox, rendering Jiang Jinlin powerless. What is it? Nanha inquired. I believe I have spotted a familiar face. Yet it feels as though it is not her, Yunli mused, her thoughts a tangled mess, all leading back to Western Song. Enough, there is no use in overthinking. I must focus on the competition. Within the arena, the first battle commenced. The 4 competing disciples took their positions in the 4 cardinal directions. With Lu Wuyo stationed to the north, his fighting spirit palpable. Songhai employs clever tactics, Yunli noted, a twinge of concern for Lu Wuyo creeping in. She was well aware of his capabilities. In a free-for-all among the 4 academies, he boasted a 70% chance of victory. However, now, he faced 3 formidable disciples from Western Song. A 3-on-1 situation, with each opponent possessing significant strength. This would be a challenging match. Lu Wuyo. This first match represents not only the honor of the Imperial Capital Academy, but also the might of the newly formed Imperial Guard. You must win. Failure is not an option. Yunli transmitted her thoughts, acknowledging the burden she placed upon him. Yet, given the tumultuous atmosphere among the 4 nations, this match must be executed flawlessly. Lu Wuyo met her gaze, affirming, your command shall be fulfilled. In that moment, his demeanor transformed, embodying the spirit of a warrior. Fueled by fervor, though he faced certain death, he fought solely for the word, victory. The first match began. The 3 Western Song disciples eyed Lu Wuyo, equally determined. Should they falter in this 3-on-1 engagement, even if they escaped with their lives, returning to Western Song would mean certain death. Thus, upon the commencement of the match, they encircled Lu Wuyo in a triangular formation, launching their assault simultaneously. Observing the battlefield's dynamics, Yunli toyed with her spatial ring, feeling a surge of anxiety. Teacher, Western Song has come prepared. This 3-on-1 scenario could easily extend to 5 matches. Nana nodded, expressing concern that those 5 matches might all be directed against the Imperial Capital Academy. Yunli remained silent, her gaze fixed on the Western Song waiting area. They were likely strategizing how to utilize their strongest forces to secure victory in her 10th match. If they succeeded, it would signify a triumph over Northern Departure, bolstering their morale. The ruler of Western Song was indeed relentless in seizing every opportunity for conflict. Look at this match. Your Northern Departure disciples are lacking. Besides hiding in their shells, what else can they do? No matter how sturdy their defenses, they can be shattered. Destroy him. Crush him. You Northern Departure weaklings should witness the true strength of Western Song. You are all but weaklings. They not only spoke, but also gestured in mockery. Amidst the triumphant morale of the West Song, such taunts echoed incessantly. The disciples of the Imperial Capital Academy were furious, exchanging insults as the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Were it not for the restrictions of the rules, a brawl would have surely erupted by now. Yunli remained composed, her focus solely on the battlefield. You from Beili have already sent forth a coward in the first match. Does this not imply that you all are but a breed of cowards? Unable to engage in battle, it seems the name coward has been rightfully bestowed upon you. Alas, should our West Song capture your Empress of Beili and render her a prisoner? Will you not cower in fear, just like a turtle, too afraid to act? The litany of vile words pierced the air, and while Lu Wuyo endured, the humiliation of Yunli was unbearable. You shall perish, he uttered, his voice low and tone calm, yet brimming with an inexhaustible killing intent. Lu Wuyo's eyes blazed with fury. Chapter 64. A thunderous execution. From the onset of the battle, Lu Wuyo employed a defensive strategy advantageous to him. With the formidable defense of the iron-shelled tortoise, he could withstand considerable assaults, even from the formidable Talu. Therefore, in facing the trio from West Song's Songhai Academy, as long as he focused entirely on defense, defeat was not an option. However, similarly, victory remained elusive. Prior to the match, they must have discussed their battle plans. Although the lottery for matchups introduced an element of unpredictability, Lu Wuyo had a clear understanding of the general countermeasures. He was enduring, exhausting the spiritual and mental energy of his three opponents. He awaited the moment when they would be sufficiently drained before striking with the speed of a lightning bolt. According to the original plan, this was not the optimal moment for a counterattack. He should have continued to lie in wait. Yet, in light of their insults towards Yunli, Lu Wuyo could no longer restrain himself. Sunburst Shield, entrap and kill. Lu Wuyo hurled his shield towards the two adversaries, ensnaring them within its confines. At the same moment, his blade was raised overhead to parry an incoming attack. We prodded you with our taunts. Yet you remained unmoved. One insult directed at your empress, and you finally show yourself? The speaker, wielding a longsword, struck down towards Lu Wuyo's crown. But Lu Wuyo deflected it with his crescent moonblade. The empress's reputation is not to be sullied by such rabble. A loyal hound. Yet can you truly compete? Today, even if you risk your life, victory eludes you. The battlefield's dynamics were particularly unfavorable to Lu Wuyo, while the iron-shelled tortoise could shield him. The relentless onslaught from all three beasts caused the silver ripples on its shell to shimmer ominously. This was the harbinger that the iron-shelled tortoise was nearing its limits. The sunburst shield may have ensnared two disciples, yet they would not remain passive. Although currently trapped, they could still collaborate to counteract the shield's constricting force. Meanwhile, Lu Wuyo had been expending his mental energy to maintain the iron-shelled tortoise's defense. Now, with the added strain of sustaining the sunburst shield, his condition was far from promising. With a powerful kick, Lu Wuyo was sent flying back several meters, crashing to the ground and spewing a considerable amount of blood. The moment he was injured, the entrapment of the sunburst shield showed signs of weakness, and the two disciples combined their efforts to shatter it. As the sunburst shield's grip was broken, he coughed up another mouthful of vital blood. In the audience area, West Song's section erupted in cheers. Good. Kill him. Finish him off. It seems the title of weakling truly fits you from Beili. Songhai. Kill. Ha. This match is surely ours. In the Beili section, anxiety gripped them. It's over. Lu Wuyo can hardly hold on. Wasn't he touted as one of the top 3 in the inner sect? How can he be so weak? Even the strongest cannot withstand a 3-on-1 assault. Each one of them is a master, and it is evident that West Song has specifically targeted us. Your Majesty, Brother Lu surely won't lose, will he? Amidst the rising tension, Yunli remained silent, unconsciously rubbing the armrest of her chair. Yunli, Nanha said, casting a forlorn glance at her. This is just the first match. I cannot fathom how they will target you in the 10th. Yunli shook her head, unperturbed. It matters not. Alas, Nanha sighed. Your brother is likely nearing his limits. This match, Beili, has yet to begin. What? It has yet to reach its moment. What moment? The moment of the hunt. Nanha furrowed his brow. Yunli, take your time, no need to rush. The battlefield was fraught with tension, and Lu Wuyo was forced to retreat step by step. A spear, a sword, a blade. 3 weapons converged from the front, rear, and above, launching yet another assault upon Lu Wuyo. He dropped into a split, employing both shield and body to block the trio of strikes. "Open up for me." Lu Wuyo, in a pitiful state, spoke as blood dripped from his lips. With veins bulging, he suddenly unleashed a surge of power, propelling them back. "Ah, kill him. Is this bone truly so hard to crack? Is it not? After all this time, he is unable to withstand such injuries, yet you still cannot bring him down. Hurry and unleash your best techniques. A swift resolution is key." They had underestimated the disciples of the Imperial Capital Academy. They were remarkably resilient. Despite the battering, how could he still muster the strength to rise? The Emperor is not anxious, yet the eunuchs are in a frenzy. As the match, which should have concluded swiftly, dragged on with no clear victor, the audience from West Song grew increasingly impatient. Their spittle could drown a man, and their words formed an invisible blade, piercing their own ranks. The 3 disciples from Songhai Academy exchanged glances, resolving to expend their remaining spiritual energy to unleash a fatal blow upon Lu Wuyo, aiming to break the stalemate. This was precisely the opportunity Yunli had been awaiting. It has arrived. What has arrived? The reversal of fate, the hunt's culmination. Hunt. But Wuyo is already gravely injured, and now facing a trio in unison. How can he survive such a lethal strike? It would be a miracle if he withstands it, let alone turn the tide. Nanha could not grasp why Yunli spoke thus. A faint smile graced Yunli's lips. "Teacher, even if you doubt your own vision, you should trust my judgment in selecting individuals. Since I chose Lu Wuyo as the first member of the newly formed Imperial Guard, there is certainly a reason behind it." As their conversation unfolded, Lu Wuyo's battle approached its climax. To his left front, a torrent of water surged forth from a spear, roaring as it lunged toward him. To his rear right, dozens of swords converged into a colossal golden blade, bearing immense power as it advanced. Straight ahead, an opponent swung a blade, yet from 4 directions. Towering arcs of blade light descended upon him, shattering Lu Wuyo's protective barrier as effortlessly as breaking an eggshell. Boom, boom, boom. The arena erupted in a cloud of smoke and fury, waves of spiritual energy rippling through the air, causing the arena's protective barrier to tremble. Lu Wuyo lay on the ground, drenched in blood, continuing to cough up more, until he seemed to lose consciousness, motionless. "We've won. We've triumphed." The disciple with the spear raised his arms in triumph, while the other 2 proudly waved to the audience from West Song. In the spectator stands of Shitsong, amidst the battle zone, a fervent applause and jubilant cheers erupted. The audience celebrated as if they were witnessing their own heroes, rejoicing in their triumphant return. "We won. We prevailed. Ha! We bested that group of worthless northerners. We always knew they would lose. What a splendid victory this is, long overdue." Suddenly, the once exuberant atmosphere of Shitsong shifted to an eerie silence at an astonishing pace. The dynamics within the arena underwent a cataclysmic transformation under the watchful eyes of the crowd. The 3 disciples of Shitsong, who had been basking in the glory of their victory and flaunting their achievements to their homeland, were now reduced to lifeless bodies upon the ground. Behind them stood the seemingly gravely injured and bloodied Lu Wuyo. "I have warned you. The name of the Empress cannot be sullied by your trifling kind." At this moment, those words resonated with a chilling finality. Chapter 65, A Joyous Victory. Such a reversal ignited an uproar in the arena. But this time it was not the spectators of Shitsong, but rather those of Beili who erupted in exultation. They embraced one another, uplifted and cheering. In the first match, Beili has triumphed. A resounding victory. The disciples of the Imperial Academy in the battle zone also expressed their exhilaration, exchanging high fives in celebration of Lu Wuyo's success. "Well done, Lu Wuyo, you are our pride, the pride of Beili, the pride of the Imperial Academy. Let them see who the true weaklings are." "Ha ha! Shitsong, weaklings! Shitsong, weaklings!" Lu Wuyo, teetering on the brink of collapse, steadied himself with his blade planted firmly in the ground. No matter how weakened he felt, he could not falter. He must not fall. The expressions of the spectators on the Shitsong side, as well as those of the disciples from Songhai Academy, mirrored the visage of someone who had just consumed a fly laden with excrement. "How dare you slay our Shitsong disciples? Pay for it with your life." An elder from Songhai Academy made his move. Yet, the elders from the Imperial Academy were not to be trifled with either. One of them retaliated swiftly. A blue light erupted from the elder's hand, forming a protective square barrier that shielded Lu Wuyo. "Isn't it against the rules for elders to intervene?" Then he inquired, casting a glance towards the head of Songhai Academy. The head of Songhai Academy wore a countenance so grim one might believe it could drip with water. "Shouldn't he pay the price for killing my 3 disciples from Shitsong? The rules of the arena state that life and death do not matter within the competition." "Nanhe, what say you?" Nanhe remained largely unperturbed, Yet if the opposing side chose to attack, he would not shy away from battle. Lu Wuyo gazed towards the head of Songhai Academy, his voice weak, yet resolute, brimming with murderous intent. The Empress's reputation cannot be tarnished by insignificant beings. Those who insult the Empress of Beili shall perish. Those who dare to infringe upon Beili's territory shall die. Blood continued to drip from his arms. But it was not his own. It was the blood of the two adversaries whose defenses he had shattered, crushing their hearts with sheer force. The final foe met a swift demise as Lu Wuyo simultaneously unleashed the Moonshredder blade, severing their throat. Die, die, die. The audience from the Imperial Academy, and indeed all of Beili, resounded with this fervent chant. This was no longer merely a contest. It had escalated into a matter of national honor. Beili had to win, and they had indeed triumphed. I declare that in the first match, Lu Wuyo of the Imperial Academy of Beili is the victor. Oh! The crowd from Beili erupted into another wave of fervent applause, for Lu Wuyo's glory was their collective glory, the glory of Beili. Seeing his victory finally realized, Lu Wuyo let out a sigh of relief. Yet, as soon as he did, darkness enveloped him, and he knew nothing more. Baizhe responded promptly, rushing into the arena to carry Lu Wuyo away. Do not worry, master. With Baizhe present, this battle will leave no wounds upon my senior brother, but rather yield abundant gains. Then he looked towards Yunli, sensing that her brother and sister seemed to harbor some secret from him. Have you conspired on strategies in private? As long as the master knows that in the competition between the four academies, I desire the victory of the Imperial Academy more than anyone else, Yunli replied. Then he nodded, sighed, and refrained from further inquiry. Half a month prior, after Lu Wuyo officially joined the newly formed Imperial Guard, in order to ensure the victory of the competition among the four academies, Yunli sought him out with a technique she had acquired from Xianyi. This technique was called the Nine Sorrows technique, a method that harnessed power through injury. The greater the injury, the stronger the counterattack. Since Lu Wuyo was still a novice with this technique, he had not mastered it thoroughly. Hence, before the match commenced, Yunli had discussed the strategy with him. Only one word: endure. As he had not yet fully mastered the Nine Sorrows technique, he could only rely on endurance and the precise timing of counterattacks in exchange for injuries. As for the mid-stage of the match, his apparent abandonment of defense when provoked by insults against Yunli was partly genuine, yet also partly an act. After all, knowing Lu Wuyo's character flaws, Yunli would not leave him unchecked to allow those flaws to disrupt her plans. Thus, during the last half-month, Yunli devoted more time to training Lu Wuyo in psychological tactics than he spent practicing the Nine Sorrows technique. This was why he was able to maintain composure until the end and seize the critical moment to turn the tide. When facing prey, one must either patiently wait or strike decisively at the opportune moment. There is no third option. This was the lesson Yunli imparted to him. Now that Lu Wuyo had successfully achieved this, he had fulfilled the final test that Yunli set for him. After all, Yunli aimed to cultivate someone who could not only provide absolute defense, but also deliver the final killing blow for the team. Once he mastered the Nine Sorrows technique to perfection, he would be able to accumulate power while defending, transforming the attacks of his adversaries to his own advantage. The more he was injured, the stronger the energy for his counterattack would become. Though he sustained injuries in battle, he would simultaneously strengthen his physique. Given time, his body would become an impenetrable defense, surpassing any artifact. Moreover, the heavier the injuries, the faster his cultivation would increase following recovery, allowing for rapid growth. This was one of the many benefits of joining the newly formed Imperial Guard, immensely advantageous for his future cultivation journey. Thank you, beautiful brother. Yunli glanced back at the audience. In this battle, her deepest gratitude was owed to Xianyi. He always seemed to possess treasures unseen by others, akin to a veritable treasure chest. Take the Misty Steps and the Nine Sorrows technique, for instance. Such powerful techniques are exceedingly rare in the world. The vast majority of cultivators awaken corresponding offensive techniques only after establishing a bond with spirit beasts and breaking through to higher realms. Xianyi said nothing, merely responding with a gentle smile. Their shared gaze and smiles did not go unnoticed by Xiao Beilian. Your Majesty, the Empress, has a romantic interest? Isn't he just a tad more handsome than this prince, possesses a stronger aura, better temperament, and higher cultivation? What else is there to admire? Ugh, even I lack confidence in my own words, he thought, promptly turning away to avoid looking at them any longer. Best to focus on the match. This is vexing. In the arena, the second match had already commenced. In this round, there were no participants from the Imperial Academy. Rather, a disciple from Donggu Henggu faced 3 disciples from Songhai Academy. Holding a bow, Yunli directed her gaze towards Xiao Beilian seated in the Donggu audience. An archer facing 3 opponents was likely no less challenging than Lu Wuyo's defense against 3 attackers. However, The fact that Western Song faced Eastern Gu in a 3-to-1 situation this time indicates that the relationship between the two nations has likely developed some rifts. Moreover, the consecutive occurrences of a 3-to-1 scenario for Western Song suggest the involvement of Nanyuan in this arrangement. It also subtly illustrates the increasingly close cooperative relationship between Nanyuan and Western Song. Alternatively, there could be a third reason. The archer among them possesses formidable abilities that might obstruct Western Song's aspirations for victory in the Four Institute's grand competition. If all three factors are at play, she may need to reconsider her alliance with Eastern Gu. In the second match, the Eastern Gu Ancient Academy faced off against the Western Song Ocean Academy in a 1 versus 3 contest. The outcome was swift. Within a mere 3 breaths and 2 rounds, victory was secured. Yunli's eyes sparkled with delight, as if she had spotted a rare treasure. Chapter 66. For dealing with you 3 worthless opponents. 1 Taowu is more than sufficient. The archer, a youth who appeared to be of similar age to Yunli, wielded a longbow, effortlessly conjuring 3 arrows of spiritual energy from the bowstring. Each arrow struck true, eliminating 1 opponent at a time. As he deftly evaded the 3 spirit beasts lunging at him, he loosed 3 more arrows, dispatching them and sealing the fate of the match. What a magnificent bow! Yunli immediately discerned its superior grade as a high-quality magical artifact. Lingran, seldom inclined to speak, introduced himself as Beili Xian, reputed to be the strongest among the Ancient Academy, never having unleashed more than 3 arrows nor suffered a defeat. This revelation further piqued Yunli's interest. Do you have confidence in defeating him? The outcome hangs by a thread, Lingran replied, his expression grave. Yunli nodded, sharing his assessment. In the third match, participants from the Eastern Gu Ancient Academy and the Northern Li Imperial Capital Academy entered the field. It appeared that Western Song had not managed to exchange their matchup with Eastern Gu. Regardless of whether they did or not, I shall emerge victorious, Lingran declared before departing the waiting area and stepping into the arena. Her opponents included 1 from the Ancient Academy wielding a long halberd, and 2 from the Ocean Academy, 1 brandishing a sword and the other a knife. Fire Qilin manifest. A Qilin enveloped in blazing flames emerged, prompting gasps of astonishment from the audience. Such divine beasts are rarely seen, and a creature as rare as the Fire Qilin is even more elusive. Observing the crowd's reaction, Yunli grasped the immense expectations the Ji family had for Lingran. Lingran's other 3 opponents possessed spirit beasts of the Earth beast level. Moreover, it seemed Eastern Gu intended to collaborate with Lingran, as the 2 swiftly compelled the 2 disciples from the Ocean Academy to concede. Remarkably, Lingran had yet to showcase her true prowess, yet the disciples from Eastern Gu also surrendered. It could be said that Lingran won, albeit uncomfortably, without a satisfying display of strength. Yunli's gaze shifted once more to Xiao Balian, as if seeking confirmation or scrutinizing him. Xiao Balian's eyes responded, seemingly inquiring whether Her Majesty, the Empress, was pleased with his sincerity. Yunli averted her gaze, a smile gracing her lips. It appeared that Xiao Balian's influence within Eastern Gu was not to be underestimated. Thus, why did he wish to collaborate with her? Clearly, the terms of their partnership required further negotiation. In the ensuing matches, disciples from Northern Li participated. However, compared to the victories of Lu Wuyo and Lingran, only 2 or 3 among them emerged victorious. The morale of the Northern Li audience visibly waned. Whenever a disciple from the Imperial Capital Academy took the stage, they could not help but feel a sense of trepidation. As the leader of Northern Li, Yunli remained composed, unfazed by the unfolding events. Yunli, it's your turn for the next match, Nanhe remarked, evidently anxious on Yunli's behalf. It seems the strongest force from the Ocean Academy will be sent to confront you, if they can eliminate you in the preliminary rounds. The repercussions for the Imperial Capital Academy may be negligible, but for Northern Li. Yunli lifted her chin slightly. The Ocean Academy will surely face repercussions this time. What? Yunli chose not to respond further, closing her eyes to meditate and adjust her state until the announcement for the 10th round of matches reverberated. In the 10th match, disciples from the Northern Li Imperial Capital Academy and the Western Song Ocean Academy entered the arena. Yunli opened her eyes, unfazed by the underhanded tactics employed by Western Song. As she passed by Lingran, the latter spoke, "Do not forget, you are competing for the top spot against me." The implication was clear. She wished for Yunli to succeed, urging her forward. Yet, given her demeanor, she seemed rather blunt, often speaking in a manner that felt prickly. Yunli smiled and continued on her way. Upon entering the competition arena, Yunli instantly became the focal point of attention. She was indeed the Empress of Northern Li. Yunli, a beauty whose allure could captivate nations. It remained to be seen whether those present would show her the courtesy she deserved. Whispers circulated that she had conquered the 7th level of the Imperial Capital Academy. The disciples from the Ocean Academy were likely to face a challenging encounter. I have heard that the animosity between Northern Li and Western Song runs deep. With Western Song's blatant manipulations this time, it seems they have prepared specifically for her. What does it matter if a national leader competes against disciples? Why put oneself through such trouble? Why not simply enjoy the experience? What of being a national leader? What tone is that? Would you rather see her participating in a competition rather than waging war against your nation? What of the 7th level of the demonic tower? Surely, the Academy's headmaster must have given her apprentice some leeway to save face. The participants this time are none other than the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th strongest from our Ocean Academy. In a 3 versus 1 scenario, Yunli is destined to lose. I wonder how she will face defeat at the hands of Western Song. What face will the Northern Li people have left to witness this competition? The voices of the audience from the other 3 nations flowed continuously, while the spectators from Northern Li remained fixated on the arena. A segment of them firmly believed in Yunli's strength, while another segment prayed fervently for her victory. Only one individual, Yi, could not conceal his worry as he observed her, his heart filled with concern for Yunli's safety and potential suffering. Yunli, I have heard that you possess 4 ancient divine beasts. Let us behold them. The speaker was Feng, a disciple from the Ocean Academy, standing directly opposite Yunli. A smile graced Yunli's lips, but her eyes were suffused with a cold intensity. One Taowu is more than sufficient to deal with you 3 worthless opponents. Feng and his 2 companions exchanged glances, erupting into raucous laughter as if mocking Yunli's ignorance and arrogance. Do you believe you are the only one with ancient divine beasts? Qilin, manifest. A appeared, its antlers resembling those of a deer, its eyes akin to a lion, and its body reminiscent of a fierce tiger, adorned with a layer of scales. Its entrance was nothing short of majestic, exuding the pride characteristic of ancient divine beasts. Yunli furrowed her brow. She was acutely aware that she was not the sole individual capable of nurturing ancient divine beasts. Those with exceptional talent could also possess such capabilities. However, something felt off about this particular Qilin. Simultaneously astonished was Ji Lingran, for her spirit beast was a fire Qilin. A mere branch of the Qilin lineage, not a pure-blood ancient divine beast. Yet, like Yunli, she sensed something peculiar about this Qilin. Taowu manifest. With a fierce roar, Taowu emerged, its presence radiating an overwhelming ferocity. Then he inhaled sharply upon witnessing Taowu's arrival. It has grown even stronger. Each encounter with Yunli seemed to bring him some surprise. At that moment, Taowu laid eyes on the Qilin across the way, tilting its head to scrutinize it for a moment before snorting disdainfully, seemingly casting a scornful glance in its direction. Is this truly how you instruct your spirit beasts? Feng felt somewhat shaken. He, alongside his proud Qilin, had been so disdainfully treated by the Taowu, even receiving a roll of its eyes. Chapter 67, Sheet Song, The Weaklings. Long live the Empress. Yunli cast a glance at Taowu, her heart already enlightened. How dare an imitation, cobbled together from various parts, claim to be an ancient divine beast? She deliberately raised her voice, ensuring the entire arena could hear her. The expressions of the disciples from Songhai Academy spoke volumes, while the dean and the elders appeared as though someone had suddenly stripped away their pretenses, leaving them both humiliated and furious. You impudent child, do not spout nonsense. Just as the dean of Songhai Academy prepared to suppress Yunli with his imposing aura, Nanha materialized before him. Their energies clashed, sending waves of spiritual force rippling outward, much to the distress of the surrounding students. Yunli, do not presume to act as you wish simply because of your talent. Must it be that besides you, no one else is worthy of possessing an ancient divine beast? Yunli smiled. At the very least, you are unworthy. Feng glanced around. What are you waiting for? Let us strike together. The other 2 companions, however, had no desire for such lengthy discourse. One possessed the earth beast, the Liurshan tiger, while the other commanded the divine white fox. With a roar, Taowu bared its teeth and leaped forward, pouncing upon the Liurshan tiger. As a fellow ferocious beast, it seemed to harbor a modicum of interest in it. Yunli, I will take your life. Feng's declaration was cut short as he charged toward Yunli with his sword drawn. Yet, unbeknownst to him, his chest had already been pierced silently by a blade, the very one wielded by Yunli, who held the Duanyuan. Blood dripped from Feng's body and the blade. The sudden, intense pain causing his breath to quicken, rendering him unable to gasp for air. Impossible, this cannot be happening. With a thunderous crash, Yunli withdrew the Duanyuan and kicked him away. Gasps echoed throughout the audience of the 4 nations. What just transpired? Did he perish just like that? Teleportation. That is a technique available only to those at the spirit aperture stage. How can she, still in the spirit infant stage, possibly achieve this? Oh heavens! Just how formidable is she? Initially, they had thought her arrogance unfounded, but it turned out their own narrow-mindedness was the true folly. Is this the might of the Empress of Beili? Thankfully, we of Donggu hold no grievances against her. In the waiting area, disciples from the other 3 nations, including Songhai Academy, were all relieved, grateful that they did not face Di Yunli. Otherwise, their fate would likely mirror Qingfeng's, dying without even knowing how. On the arena, before they could fully comprehend the astonishing turn of events, Di Yunli had already approached the disciple wielding the Liurshan tiger. The disciple, astonished, wielded his massive axe and attempted to strike Di Yunli. Yet, she merely extended her index finger to block the axe, preventing it from advancing even an inch closer to her. She then flicked her hand, sending the axe flying as if propelled by an immense force. With a final, pitiful howl, the Liurshan tiger met its end, its throat torn asunder by Taowu, which savored a piece of flesh. The death of the spirit beast inflicted a backlash on its owner, leaving him grievously injured, his eyes wide with terror. Everything transpired starkly different from what they had anticipated before the battle. They were aware of Di Yunli's strength, but had never imagined she had ascended to such heights. If you must blame someone, blame your birth in Shitsong. If you must blame someone, blame your choice of opponent. How unfortunate to have chosen me. Di Yunli suddenly appeared before him, placing her hand firmly on his head as he attempted to rise. Upon uttering her words, gasps erupted anew from the audience. She just crushed his skull. Such a brutal display was utterly shocking. She was no celestial maiden as they had imagined. Rather, she resembled a reincarnated demon. The audience echoed with retching sounds, as if they too were drenched in blood and brain matter. In stark contrast, Di Yunli remained remarkably composed, retrieving a handkerchief from her spatial ring to wipe the blood and gore from her hands. Only you remain. From the 3 disciples who had been so coordinated moments ago, only the female disciple with the white fox still stood, paralyzed by fear on the ground, incapable of retaliation or escape. Perhaps she understood that with Di Yunli's prowess, there was no avenue of escape available to her. Are you frightened? Di Yunli crouched down to regard the trembling female disciple, whose face had drained of all color. The girl's lips quivered, yet no sound escaped her throat, as if choked by an unseen force. What do you wish to say? Di Yunli leaned in closer. I concede. Please, I beg you, do not. Before she could finish her plea, her body convulsed, and Di Yunli rose, wiping the blood splattered across her face. Taowu, next time, do not splatter me. It is quite bothersome to clean. The female disciple's lifeless body lay on the arena floor, blood swiftly soaking a large area, while her head had just moments ago been swallowed whole by Taowu, leaving no trace behind. With a pitiful whimper, Taowu responded as if it were a small, wronged creature. In the audience, disbelief filled the air. She is killed. Her mercilessness is a stark contrast to her appearance. She is truly a demon, a celestial being. She executed a direct headshot. It was known that Taowu was among the 4 great ancient beasts. And now it was evident that the beast was indeed true to its name. The match had barely begun, and yet all had been annihilated. Oh my! Shitsong has provoked her. Once this empress fully matures, Shitsong shall surely face ruin. The dean of Songhai Academy wore a thunderous expression. Nanha, we will avenge this grievance against Songhai Academy. Do not be too hasty in harboring grudges. I fear you may not remember them all. Nanha patted his shoulder, seemingly offering comfort while actually delivering a sharp jab. I must caution you. Do not even entertain the thought of secretly targeting my precious disciple. Otherwise, even if I do not intervene, your position as dean of Songhai Academy will come to an abrupt end. The dean's eyes burned crimson, utterly unyielding to Nanha's warning. He snorted coldly, swatting aside Nanha's hand before returning to his seat, forced to suppress his rage while swallowing his anger. The 10th match, Beili Imperial Academy wins. A resounding cheer erupted from the Beili audience. Their empress had once again exceeded expectations. They provocatively glared at the Shitsong audience, particularly at the Songhai Academy's waiting area, defiantly raising their middle fingers. They repaid all the arrogance previously directed at them by Shitsong in full measure. Long live the empress. Shitsong, the weaklings. Long live the empress. Shitsong, the weaklings. Long live the empress. Shitsong, the weaklings. The unified voices of all Beili citizens rose in a powerful crescendo, unplanned yet monumental. Wait. Di Yunli showed no intention of departing. Instead, she turned her gaze toward the remaining living entity on the battlefield, the cobbled-together ancient divine beast, the Qilin. Chapter 68. Within the borders of Beili, no ground will be yielded. Logically, when a spirit beast perished, its cultivator would suffer a backlash, reducing them to a state akin to a mere mortal, forever unable to cultivate again. And upon the death of the cultivator, the spirit beast would undoubtedly perish as well. Yet this Qilin remained alive and well. It was expected to exhibit formidable combat prowess, as envisioned by its creators and the members of Songhai Academy. However, no one could have foreseen that Yunli would eliminate Qing Feng in a mere instant. Upon the demise of Amen, though the divine beast Qilin remained unscathed, it appeared to have lost its very soul in an instant, its gaze vacant as it stood motionless, rooted to the spot. I pondered whether I could lodge a formal complaint against Songhai Academy for their violations. Yunli cast her eyes towards the judging panel. The members seated there were not representatives from the 4 great academies, but rather emissaries from allied factions summoned from the Gengshi continent, a realm that exists beyond the territories of the 4 nations. This continent occupies a significant portion of the entire cultivation realm, representing the true essence of the cultivation world. Here, there are no divisions of nations, no mortals, only a complex tapestry of sects and factions. Among the 3 representatives on the panel were delegates from Yundan Pavilion, Tianfu Auction House, and Fuxian Academy, the latter being the superior authority over the 4 great academies. Most students emerging from these academies are subsequently sent to Fuxian Academy, where they truly embark upon their journey in the cultivation world. After deliberation, the representative from Yundan Pavilion spoke. This situation is unprecedented, and we cannot ascertain whether it constitutes a violation. However, while spirit beasts are indeed artificially created, their relationship with cultivators is no different from that of any ordinary spirit beast. Thus, after extensive discussion, we have concluded that this action does not qualify as a breach. Yunli raised an eyebrow and cast a glance towards the direction of Shitsong, Songhai Academy. The academy's headmaster smirked at her, as if mocking her futile endeavor. The self-assuredness in his eyes suggested he was well aware that no dissent would stir the waters of this matter. Truly, this was an overt display of protectionism. Was it that Shitsong possessed such power, or had Songhai Academy's background grown so formidable? Or perhaps there existed an undiscovered web of interests entwined within. Before Yunli could further contemplate, the host once again declared her victory, signaling her to return to the designated combat zone at the Imperial Capital Academy and continue observing the battles. The Qilin was safely reclaimed by Songhai Academy. For the remainder of the contest, Yunli chose not to watch, or rather, her mind was preoccupied with the unfolding events. That evening, a knock echoed through the chamber. "Come in. My Empress, a day without seeing you feels like 3 autumns. Do you miss me even a little?" Xiao Bailian entered once more, holding a bouquet of flowers, this time adorned with thorns, reminiscent of a rose. The petals, a striking white interwoven with crimson threads, were undeniably beautiful. "Ah, my Empress, why so serious? Is it concerning the divine beast Qilin from today? Why do you wish to collaborate with me?" Yunli was not one to engage in superfluous conversation. "Naturally. It is because of your admirable qualities, my Empress." Xiao Bailian's intended jest was stifled by the intensity of Yunli's gaze. "I believe you, my Empress, are the unparalleled choice for collaboration, given your remarkable talents, your decisive governance, and your adept handling of the conflicts between Shitsong and Beili. Is your soul aim the throne? If that is the case, it is not insurmountable. As long as we secure mutual interests between our nations and devise a strategy, bolstered by Beili's unwavering support for you, this matter could very well be settled." Yet, she sensed that Xiao Bailian's ambitions were not solely confined to this. Given his display of power today, he hardly required the involvement of others. He could easily usurp the throne on his own. "Is there wine?" "Of course." Yunli gestured, retrieving wine from her spatial ring. Xiao Bailian poured out drinks for both himself and Yunli. "My Empress, can you indulge in this drink? As cultivators, we cannot be easily intoxicated." "Indeed, we cannot." Xiao Bailian chuckled, pouring the wine into his mouth. "I suppose if I declare that I seek peace for the world, you would not believe me?" Such words, if overheard by others, would undoubtedly render Xiao Bailian a figure of ridicule, naive and pretentious. Many speak grandly, yet few genuinely concern themselves with the state of the world. It is merely a pretext for accruing power and profit. Xiao Bailian took another sip. "In truth, I, the 3rd prince, am but the offspring of my father's sojourn with a common woman. I grew up on the border of Nanyuan and Donggu continents, where skirmishes between the 2 nations were commonplace. My mother and I, though sheltered under a roof, were perpetually bullied and pointed at, with no means of sustenance. My mother struggled to feed us both, often leaving us cold and hungry. Later, when Nanyuan invaded that border town, my mother, noted for her beauty, caught the eye of a Nanyuan general and was forcibly taken." As he spoke, Xiao Bailian took another swig. 3 pieces of broken gold. What? Yunli felt a swell of sorrow and indignation at the weight of Xiao Bailian's words. "My mother willingly became a plaything for those men, exchanging her dignity for 3 pieces of gold. She revealed my identity and urged me to seek my father in the capital, believing it to be the only path to survival. These words struck Yunli with an indescribable pang of grief and fury. Did you manage to rescue your mother? Xiao Beilian smiled faintly. Is there more wine? Yunli presented him with several jars, allowing him to drink at will. Upon my departure, my mother fulfilled her last wish, ending her life in despair, unable to bear the humiliation. By the time I returned, she had become merely bones in the mountains, discarded in a mass grave. Xiao Beilian bore a bitter smile, his eyes reddening, yet he shed no tears. Whether my days in the palace were good or ill, or how I ascended to this position, is of little consequence. What truly matters is my second brother, the only person who ever treated me kindly, fell victim to my eldest brother's schemes and perished in the border conflict with Nanyuan. From that moment, I understood that I had no one to rely upon in this life. Only power, supreme power, can ensure my survival and prosperity. It is only through such power that I might prevent other children from suffering as I did, that their mothers would not face humiliation nor be subjected to indignities. Even in death, unable to choose their own fates. Crash! Xiao Beilian shattered the wine jug, tears mingling with fury as they streamed down his face. My Empress, the reason I have chosen you stems from a single phrase you once uttered. What phrase? Within Beili's borders, there shall be no concession of land. Those who seek to incite war and cast the common people into turmoil shall be mercilessly dealt with. Chapter 69. National Grievances and Familial Hatreds. How can they be resolved? Yunli was taken aback to hear her own words echoed by Xiao Beilian. Regardless of how he came to know them, she had indeed spoken them. Xiao Beilian continued. I intend to forge an alliance with Beili, yet the Crown Prince seeks to unite Shizong and Nanyuan to engulf Beili. My father wavers indecisively, unable to make a decision. My grudge against Nanyuan cannot be forgotten, nor can I afford to aid the oppressors and instigate chaos in the world. Should Beili truly be consumed, then all treaties would become mere scraps of paper, easily torn asunder. And in that chaos, Donggu would become the next Beili. In such tumult, it is the common folk who suffer the most. I know the Crown Prince is plotting, and thus, I cannot afford to lag behind. If my Empress deems my bargaining chip insufficient, I can present a further gift. However, this gift may reopen an old wound in your heart. Upon finishing his statement, Xiao Beilian produced an image. The moment it was revealed, Yunli's countenance shifted dramatically, her eyes brimming with hatred and murderous intent. The individual depicted was none other than the Beastmaster who had forcibly extracted the nine-tailed fox's egg from its original host. She had long sought information on this person, yet had unearthed nothing of value. Pang Lang is a Beastmaster from the continent of Gengshi. In the past, both the late Emperor of Beili and his successor met their demise at his hands. The Empress Yunli was taken aback, rising abruptly and spilling the wine cup from the table, which shattered on the ground. Were they not slain during the invasion by Shizong at the border? Indeed. But has the Empress ever contemplated the reason behind Shizong's audacity to launch a sudden attack on Beili? The former emperor and his successor fell, one after the other. And then you vanished, leaving Beili leaderless for 15 years. Does the Empress not find anything amiss in this sequence of events? Empress Yunli trembled slightly, realizing the implications for the nation's destiny. She should have discerned this sooner. If it were not for the severing of the national fortune, these calamities would not have transpired. Had she not traversed into this realm, the original owner's death might have heralded the end of Beili's fortune. Moreover, it is painfully clear that since Beili's decline, Shizong has swiftly grown in strength. In just 15 years, it has subtly positioned itself at the forefront among the four nations, boasting a power far exceeding its previous might. What else do you know? I also stumbled upon the information that the Beast Tide, which was ordered to ambush Beili and led to the deaths of the late Emperor and the Immortal Empress, was instigated by this Beastmaster, Pang Lang, commanding the beasts in a large-scale assault. I cannot ascertain whether he is responsible for the severance of Beili's fortune, but it seems that your vendetta is intricately linked to this individual. Empress Yunli fell silent for a moment, striving to calm her tumultuous emotions, her arms trembling uncontrollably. Where is this man now? The latest news indicates he was recently seen at Songhai Academy. Empress Yunli inhaled deeply. Songhai Academy, Shizong. How intriguing. Her tone remained composed, yet a palpable aura of murderous intent began to coalesce around her. I can promise you my support and the full might of Beili to assist you in claiming the throne. However, I must insist on certain preconditions that you must agree to. This prince has pondered it thoroughly and can acquiesce to your terms. To demonstrate sincerity, I need not ascend the throne. I can return and strategize to reclaim the cities of Qingxi and Yunyang for Beili. Empress Yunli nodded, adding, I have two further requests. Please, speak, Your Majesty. First, I wish to request a certain individual, specifically the archer disciple from today's second match. I require him to offer his soul blood to join my newly formed Imperial Guard. Being a foreigner, Empress Yunli was cautious. Only with his soul blood would she feel secure keeping him by her side. After all, with his soul blood, should she perish, the one who offered it would also meet his end. Thus, his protection of her would ensure his own survival. Should he harbor any rebellious intentions, a mere thought from Empress Yunli would seal his fate. Your Majesty's judgment in selecting individuals is indeed astute. Xiao Beilian appeared unfazed by this demand. Secondly, let us establish an oath with our heart's blood today. Should either of us breach it, we are both aware of the consequences. To pledge with your Majesty using heart's blood is a sweet endeavor for me. To show my sincerity, Xiao Beilian initiated the oath with his heart's blood. Empress Yunli followed suit, and thus their pact was formally established. I trust we shall keep each other informed, especially regarding Pang Lang's whereabouts. Naturally, Xiao Beilian hesitated, saying, however, my ascension to the throne must be expedited. As you have witnessed today, Songhai Academy boldly allowed its disciples to utilize artificially created imitation Qian. It seems they have orchestrated significant maneuvers unbeknownst to us. I fear that before and after this expedition to the Immortal Tomb, Shitsong will undoubtedly make grand moves. Empress Yunli pondered, her fingers tracing the rim of her teacup. When a cockroach is exposed to the light, it is likely that countless others are lurking in the shadows. Their audacity to reveal artificially created spirit beasts today suggests that the time has ripened for such a display. This act serves as a provocative warning to us three nations, not only concerning the spirit beasts but also regarding the formidable forces that support them. Otherwise, this matter of creating spirit beasts would never have been so carelessly overlooked in the judges' panel today. Xiao Beilian shared the same suspicion, suggesting that you imply there are others instigating behind Songhai Academy, and that force is beyond our capacity to contend with. Empress Yunli refrained from responding directly, as both understood the implications all too well. We must bolster our border defenses before the expedition to the Immortal Tomb. We cannot afford to be lax. Very well. Xiao Beilian shifted the conversation, saying, Your Majesty, now that we have sworn an oath with our heart's blood, does that not signify that we can entrust matters to one another? Shall we not share a drink in camaraderie? Ah, my shoe, it has fallen. Before he could finish, he was unceremoniously tossed out by Empress Yunli. Oh, and his shoe flew out after him as well. The next day at the square, the audience was noticeably larger than the previous day. In addition to the disciples from the 4 national academies, there were royal relatives and dignitaries, along with wealthy individuals who had purchased high-priced tickets for entry. It could be said that this semi-final was nearly packed to capacity. Yunli, teacher, today, there will be 13 matches, each a one-on-one duel among the masters. Given yesterday's events, I fear Shitsong may target you. Empress Yunli gazed toward the Shitsong audience. I fear he will not come. At this moment, she hoped for a 1 versus 3 scenario, wishing to eliminate more disciples from Songhai Academy. Nanha, cognizant of Empress Yunli's prowess, cautioned. Yet I must remind you, the enemy's hidden daggers are difficult to evade. While I am unafraid in open confrontation, especially after the grand tournament among the 4 academies, Shitsong and Songhai Academy are unlikely to let matters rest amicably. Let them rest amicably? Empress Yunli chuckled. Teacher, I have never intended to reconcile with them. She glanced at Songhai Academy, a cold smile gracing her lips. Even if they do not come, I shall present them with a grand gift. Chapter 70, A Spectacle Awaits. The semifinals commenced formally, and Empress Yunli drew the 3rd match. The first 2 matches featured Lixian against a disciple from Nanlin Academy, and a disciple from the Imperial Capital Academy, facing off against one from Songhai Academy. 1 victory, 1 loss. Lixian did not disappoint Empress Yunli, dispatching his opponent in mere 2 arrows, despite the fact that the adversary was at the 9th level of the Spirit Infant stage. Empress Yunli recognized that Xiao Beilian had likely orchestrated this. His hatred for Nanyuan was no less than her animosity towards Shitsong, and naturally, he seized the opportunity to eliminate another foe. Xiao Beilian seemed to sense Empress Yunli's gaze, a teasing smirk playing on his lips as he conjured a small flower, as if by magic, indicating it was for her. Empress Yunli knew he could not maintain his seriousness for long, and chose to ignore him. In the 3rd match, Beili's Imperial Capital Academy faced off against Shitsong's Songhai Academy. Empress Yunli felt no surprise at this matchup. Clearly, Songhai Academy's desire to eliminate her was fervent. Alas, at this juncture, it was their disciples who would perish at her hands. It was Wuji who stepped onto the stage. Empress Yunli, prepare for a true trial. No matter how powerful your ancient divine beast may be, this time, you shall taste the depths of anguish. Even if her Taowu was of ancient divine beast caliber, could Wuji truly contend? What does it matter if it is an ancient divine beast? Wuji's spirit beast may be of the earth beast rank, yet the divine beasts that have perished at his hands number no less than a dozen. Indeed, his spirit beast is exceedingly peculiar, and it seems Empress Yunli is in for quite a challenge. These words were uttered by the disciples of Songhai Academy, who were in the audience, their eyes glued to the battlefield, unwilling to miss a single moment of Empress Yunli being taught a lesson by Wuji. I, a disciple of Songhai Academy, am called Wuji. From the Imperial Capital Academy, I present myself as D. Yunli. It has come to my attention that you possess 4 ancient divine beasts. In this battle, might you be willing to summon a few? Wuji furrowed his brow, evidently displeased by D. Yunli's dismissive attitude towards him. Very well. I shall witness just how many ancient divine beasts you can ultimately compel into the fray. No sooner had he spoken than D. Yunli sensed something amiss. Without warning, the ground beneath her erupted, unleashing a swarm of creatures that surged toward her. Xuanjia shield. D. Yunli could have easily teleported away, yet she found herself ensnared by Wu Ji's spirit beasts. Regardless of where she attempted to teleport, those creatures would follow her to the same location. How could this be? In a shocking turn of events, those creatures, upon making contact with the Xuanjia shield, began to siphon her spiritual power directly. It appeared that this battle was ill-suited for the Taowu. Vermilion bird, respond. With a resounding cry, the vermilion bird ignited in a blaze of Nanking fire, causing the temperature of the entire arena to soar. Even with a protective barrier in place, the mortal spectators felt as though they would be scorched to cinders if they remained any longer. Observing D. Yunli, the creatures clinging to her Xuanjia shield were instantly reduced to ashes. Was this the formidable power of the Nanking fire? Indeed, it was extraordinary. It is said that the Nanking fire can incinerate all things in existence. Having witnessed it firsthand, I can attest to its legendary reputation. How fortunate she is to command ancient divine beasts one after another. If I had but one, I would surely wake from dreams with a smile. Even from a distance, one could feel the heat as if engulfed in flames, yet her opponent appeared unaffected. Alas, one might fear that even with the Nanking fire at her disposal, encountering such a formidable adversary would prove to be a daunting challenge for D. Yunli. Nonsense. Did you not see how the vermilion bird turned his spirit beasts to ash? Is that not a victory? Victory? Have you not realized that his spirit beast is a blood leech? On the battlefield, D. Yunli watched as the charred remnants of the soft-bodied spirit beasts transformed into streams of crimson light, returning to Wu Ji. Your spirit beast is the earth beast blood leech. In that moment, it seemed Wu Ji's cultivation at the 7th layer of spirit infant had reached new heights. It appears the Empress is truly well informed. Since your Nanking fire is so potent, burn away. The more you incinerate, the better. Wu Ji's smile was unsettling, exuding a frenzied thirst for blood. With a wave of his hand, hundreds of small blood leeches surged toward D. Yunli. She need not lift a finger, for the vermilion bird could easily incinerate those blood leeches. However, the consequence of their annihilation would only serve to bolster Wu Ji's power. Burn, burn more. Let the flames roar. It has been ages since I encountered such a worthy opponent. Please do not let me down. Wu Ji seemed to possess an inexhaustible supply of blood leeches, launching wave after wave at D. Yunli. Each time she retaliated, he gained strength. If she refrained from countering, the leeches would close in, draining her spiritual energy and flesh. No matter how fiercely D. Yunli resisted, he remained the beneficiary. This was the fundamental reason why, despite being mere earth beasts, blood leeches could vanquish so many spirit beasts of divine caliber. D. Yunli remained silent, observing his onslaught as she searched for a flaw in his defenses. Do you truly believe I am powerless against you? Burn me, will you? Can your vermilion bird fully protect you while also attending to me? Come, summon another ancient divine beast. Let my blood leeches savor the blood of an ancient divine beast. Is it not more delectable than that of divine beasts? His greedy tongue flicked over his lips, his eyes gleaming with blatant provocation. In the next instant, D. Yunli appeared before him. Wu Ji had anticipated her teleportation since the previous day, seemingly having devised countermeasures specifically for her. As she closed the distance, he was enveloped by nearly 1,000 blood leeches. Their overwhelming numbers rendered even D. Yunli's abyssal edge ineffective against their encirclement. With a decisive strike, D. Yunli cleaved through the mass of blood leeches, creating a significant opening. Yet before she could deliver a second blow, the splattered blood of the leeches forced her to retreat, for their blood was a potent corrosive toxin. Ha ha ha. D. Yunli, what can you do against me? Neither advance nor retreat. How frustrating it must be. Strike me. Come, do it. His taunts were infuriating. The disciples of Songhai Academy felt their spirits surge, rallying behind Wu Ji's provocations. What nonsense about ancient divine beasts. They too can only fight with their tails tucked between their legs. Ha ha. How exhilarating it is to see D. Yunli cornered. Wu Ji is indeed a figure of renown. Is it troublesome? Are you feeling the pressure? Let you see how it feels to underestimate me. Wu Ji commanded, suck her dry. Make her aware of the grim fate that befalls those who dare to harm the disciples of Songhai. Yunli scanned the audience in the West Song section, particularly the royal family and the disciples of Songhai Academy. Suddenly, a smile crept across her lips, one imbued with a chilling malice that sent shivers down spines. Xiao Beilian opened his folding fan, leisurely fanning himself as if in splendid spirits. A good show is about to unfold. Do pay attention. For missing it would be a regrettable affair. Chapter 71. A sudden turn of events. The West Song audience suffered significant casualties. Yunli's expression remained inscrutable. She ceased her assault and teleported to distance herself from Wu Ji. I concede that your spirit beasts are indeed troublesome. However, I most despise complications and difficulties. Just one strike, merely one strike. If you can withstand the Vermilion Bird's Nankingly fire, I shall summon a second spirit beast. If you cannot withstand it, well, it is only natural. Wu Ji was visibly incensed by her disdainful demeanor. Do you think my blood leeches possess only this level of power? Then what of it? Very well, one strike it is. Let us see how you evade. Behind him materialized a colossal black worm, several meters in height and over 2 meters wide. This was the true form of Wu Ji's spirit beast, the blood leech. Vermilion Bird. Yunli withdrew a distance, seemingly gathering her strength. Futile. No matter how far you retreat, it will be of no consequence, Wu Ji proclaimed, exuding confidence. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, particularly among the disciples of the Imperial Capital Academy and Songhai Academy, each clenching their fists to rally their respective factions. Vermilion Bird. Yunli raised her arm, extending her finger downward. With a cry, the Vermilion Bird unleashed a torrent of Nankingly fire, aimed directly at Wu Ji. Undeterred, Wu Ji commanded, blood leeches. Transform into thousands. The massive blood leech disintegrated into a swarm of tens of thousands of smaller blood leeches, charging fearlessly toward Yunli, undeterred by the impending flames. As the swarm approached, threatening to engulf her and drain her essence, Yunli remained unperturbed. She merely retrieved a bell from her spatial ring, the Beast Taming bell. Vermilion Bird. The Vermilion Bird, surprisingly, ceased its assault, seemingly preparing for the summoning of a second divine beast. Wu Ji, oblivious to the impending challenge, was filled with eager anticipation. As the blood leeches surged toward Yunli, she refrained from summoning any spirit beast, leaving the Vermilion Bird to watch passively, showing no inclination to intervene. As the army of blood leeches threatened to engulf her, panic spread among the comrades of the Imperial Capital Academy and the spectators from Beili. It was over. Could it be that the king was powerless to resist? Surely the king would not falter. If anything were to happen to the king in this arena today, we from Beili would demand retribution for blood debts. The king couldn't possibly be in real danger, could she? Hasn't she always been formidable? Was that spirit beast truly so bizarre that even the king could not contend with it? This is terrible. Why isn't my junior sister evading? Lu Wuyang exclaimed, wanting to rush onto the stage. Nanha restrained him, urging him to wait and see. Ji Lingren's eyes also betrayed her anxiety. We agreed to vie for first place, so please do not let me down. In stark contrast, Beili Xian stood effortlessly beside Xiao Beilian, as if this matter bore no relevance to him whatsoever. Are you not the slightest bit anxious? You have offered your soul's blood to her. Do you truly fear no mishap? Xiao Beilian inquired. Beili Xian replied calmly. She will be fine. Xiao Beilian smiled and nodded. It appeared you trust her even more than the comrades of the Imperial Capital Academy. With that, he turned his gaze towards the audience from Shizong, his eyes gleaming with amusement. At this moment, the people of Shizong were indeed boisterous and exhilarated. See, I knew it. In the face of blood leeches, even divine beasts are of no use. Let her be arrogant. She shall truly fall this time. How unfortunate for her beautiful face. TSK, if we spared her life to hide away at home, what a decadent enjoyment that would be. Wu Ji, well done. You have truly brought honor to our Songhai Academy. Look, this is the true fighting strength of our Songhai Academy. You have even taken down the mightiest empress. First place belongs to us, Songhai. Yet, before the words had fully left their lips, the scene before them shifted dramatically. Just as the blood leeches were about to engulf Yunli, they suddenly changed their course of attack. Simultaneously, the Vermilion Bird also moved. Naming Li Hua, shatter for me. Yunli parted her crimson lips, and the Vermilion Bird flapped its wings, conjuring a massive fireball. With another flap, the fireball shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, heading straight for Yunli. Could the Vermilion Bird be attempting to slay its master? No, that couldn't be right. Before the second word of escape could escape her lips, the fireball collided with the arena's protective shield. The Nanming Li Hua could incinerate all before it. The protective shield was as fragile as mere parchment, easily scorched through. In that instant when the shield shattered, countless blood leeches surged through the breach, darting towards the waiting area of the Songhai Academy and the spectators from Shizong behind them. Everything seemed to occur in slow motion, yet in reality, It transpired in the blink of an eye. The once exuberant people of Shitsong were suddenly besieged by thousands of blood leeches. In the mere span of a breath, 5 or 6 disciples from Songhai Academy had perished. The most tragic victims were the royal nobles seated in the front rows. They were mere mortals, with few among them being cultivators. Under the relentless onslaught of the blood leeches, more than half were killed or injured, reduced to desiccated corpses. Yunli clapped her hands and turned to the stunned Wuji. Thank you for your assistance. The spirit beast is indeed impressive. Wuji finally regained his composure from the overwhelming turn of events and desperately attempted to control the blood leeches, only to find he could only manage a handful. What have you done? This is absolutely impossible, he roared, filled with rage, fear, and unwillingness. He sought to rectify this calamitous loss, yet it was far too late. He, Wuji, had personally slain so many of his comrades, personally extinguished the lives of countless royal nobles. Did he still have a future? You are a beastmaster. Terror darkened Wuji's eyes. Yunli's beast master bell reappeared. Sometimes, controlling beasts does not necessarily require a beastmaster. She had no intention of revealing her trump card just yet. The beastmaster bell. How do you possess such an object? Does it matter how I came by it? Wuji smiled, though his expression was tragic. Yes, it no longer mattered. Shitsong, Songhai Academy, you can never return. Wuji gazed at the chaotic audience from Shitsong, a bitter smile gracing his lips. I have lost, utterly and completely. He had anticipated that Yunli would be formidable, envisioned that she might lead him to his demise beneath the claws of an ancient divine beast. He had believed his earth beast could rival the ancient divine beasts, thought he could vindicate the earth-grade spirit beasts, asserting they were not inferior to their ancient counterparts, merely lacking the bloodline of antiquity. However, he had never imagined that the situation would devolve into such chaos. Shitsong, you cannot return. Surrender your soul's blood, and you shall be considered a benefactor of Beili. Wuji abruptly lifted his head, gazing at Yunli with disbelief and doubt. It is death, or surrender your soul's blood, and continue living in Beili. 3 breaths, choose one. Chapter 72. The battle between both sides is on the verge of igniting. 1. 2. Yunli raised her hand, and Duan Yuan had already settled on his shoulder. 3. Just as Yunli was about to make her move, he changed his mind and offered his soul's blood. Very well. Yunli waved her hand to reclaim the soul's blood. The Beastmaster bell chimed again, dispelling her control over the blood leeches. Wuji finally regained full control over the blood leeches, yet at that moment, he dared not act recklessly. From the moment he surrendered his soul's blood, he was bound to obey Yunli. That should suffice. We can withdraw now. Yes. As Wuji recalled the blood leeches, the terror-stricken scene in the audience began to ease. Yunli. In an instant, Yunli felt 2 powerful pressures bearing down upon her, and the voices angrily calling her name belonged to the deans of Songhai Academy and Nanlin Academy. Their rage stemmed not only from Yunli's cunning use of others to eliminate her foes, but also from their impotent fury at witnessing the tragedy unfold without the means to intervene. Even though the dean of Songhai Academy had regained his wits, he had no comprehensive method to expel the tens of thousands of blood leeches. Blood leeches were like relentless parasites, capable of draining a person dry in an instant. To eradicate the blood leeches, he would have to slay his own disciples and the people of Shitsong, leaving no corpses intact. Such hatred, such fury, was overwhelming. As for Nanlin Academy, they were merely collateral damage, yet it was Yunli who had intentionally drawn them into the fray. They were not the primary target, but a gift that Yunli had casually bestowed upon Xiao Beilian. The gift was not grand, and the casualties were not numerous. Nevertheless, the sentiment had been conveyed. You dare. Nanha swiftly reached Yunli's side, blocking the attacks from the deans of Songhai and Nanlin with a wave of his hand. Under the immense pressure, Yunli straightened her back. Taowu, the vermilion bird, the nine-tailed fox, and Bai Zhe appeared in succession behind her. Taowu roared angrily, instantly unleashing a field of gravity. The 2 deans were caught off guard, one nearly stumbling. Meanwhile, the ground beneath their feet had been pressed into 2 deep pits by the force of gravity. In an instant, the pressure on Yunli dissipated, and she instructed Taowu to retract the gravity field. This surprise attack served its purpose well, given their levels of cultivation. They would not suffer substantial harm from the gravity field. You truly underestimate me, Yunli. What? Are you not competing today? Do you wish to slay the Lord of Beili before everyone's eyes? Yunli. You resort to such despicable tactics, thinking my Songhai Academy, my Shitsong, easy to bully? Despicable tactics? Yunli chuckled lightly. I cannot comprehend your words, Dean. These blood leeches are the spirit beasts of your academy's disciples. My vermilion bird merely assisted in breaching the protective shield. This matter seems to bear little relation to me, does it not? Ah, what a silver-tongued orator we have here. If the headmaster of the Songhai Academy were to suppress such fervor, it would surely lead to internal strife. He extended his hand, channeling his spiritual energy to seize Wu Ji by the throat, intent on extinguishing his life. Alas, there was no need for the headmaster to be so agitated. Yunli appeared beside Wu Ji in the blink of an eye, wielding her purple gold whip, which she deftly used to disperse the headmaster's spiritual force. Now that Wu Ji had turned from darkness to light, he was one of us in Beili. Those who would harm a member of Beili must first reckon with my willingness to retaliate. The headmaster of Songhai Academy truly laughed in anger. Would you refuse? And if you do, what then? Do you truly believe that Nanhe can protect you? As tensions mounted, the impending conflict seemed poised to erupt. Any word from either side could serve as the spark to ignite the flames of war. Xianyi remained seated in the audience, silently observing the unfolding drama. Of course, with his presence, whether a battle would ensue or not, Yunli would remain unscathed. Why must everyone be so irate? Xiao Beilian stood up. Simultaneously, the headmaster of Henggu Academy, under instruction, teleported to stand before Yunli. Today is the semi-final of the grand competition. If you four were to engage in combat, wouldn't you topple this arena? Is this a competition or not? Xiao Beilian turned to the judging panel. 3 esteemed judges, will you not make your stance known? The 3 judges exchanged glances. For now, it was fortunate not to be called upon. Once summoned, given their stature and the influence of their factions, it would be untenable to remain mere spectators. With the intervention of these 3 mediators, the smoldering tension would ultimately be quelled. That evening, laughter echoed from Yunli's chamber, as Xiao Beilian roared with glee. Ah, Your Majesty, the Empress, has truly outdone herself. This masterful use of another's blade to achieve one's ends is a sight to behold. Yunli, in high spirits, lifted a cup of tea. I must thank you for the intelligence you provided. Without it, such a splendid tableau would not have been possible. Prior to this, Xiao Beilian had delivered comprehensive information on the 13 victors to Yunli, including details regarding Wu Ji's spirit beast. Upon learning of Wu Ji's spirit beast traits, the notion of strategy had already begun to form in Yunli's mind. However, they had suffered a significant setback and would not swallow their grievances easily. Xiao Beilian nodded. Your Majesty speaks true, yet I believe they will not lay their hands upon me. Their primary target is likely you. In the upcoming rounds, they may be concocting some grand scheme against you. Moreover, with tomorrow's revival matches, the victors need not appear. I fear they may seize this opportunity for retribution. Yunli's gaze remained as calm as ever. Imbued with an imperious aura, I have stated before, I fear they will not come. Your Majesty, do you still harbor any hidden cards? Xiao Beilian's words danced between jest and inquiry. Since it is a hidden card, it must remain unknown to others. Am I not considered others? Yunli smiled without replying, her eyes providing the answer. Xiao Beilian theatrically clasped his chest. Your Majesty, you have truly pierced my heart. I regard you as a confidant, yet you. Alas. Enough, you need not concern yourself with the upcoming matches. It is best you return to Donggu swiftly. The National Master has sent word. Beili has already begun to take action in Donggu. Xiao Beilian pondered for a moment, his expression turning earnest. There is no rush. I have waited this long, and I am not afraid of waiting another 3 days. I cannot depart without witnessing your triumph. That would be a great regret. As a confidant, how could I not add to your glory during such a joyous occasion? Yunli chuckled softly, and they engaged in light-hearted conversation, sharing a few drinks. As for the looming crisis of the morrow, that could wait. It was a rare moment of joy, and one must seize the delight of life. Xianya's silhouette appeared outside Yunli's residence. Listening to the conversation within, he shook his head with a smile, unable to conceal his affection. Sir Yi Xianyu. In her eyes, there was no one else. She could see through him. Then he nodded with a smile. Junior has an unspoken request. I wonder. As long as I am here, none can harm her. Then he looked momentarily stunned, then broke into a warm smile. Indeed, I was overly concerned. With that, he bowed, saying, I take my leave. Chapter 73. Harm me? You overestimate yourself. Yesterday's semifinals resulted in 7 qualifiers, including one who advanced by default. Today, the revival matches would determine the final contestant, completing the 8 for tomorrow's quarterfinals. With nothing pressing today, Yunli intended to seek out Xianyi for a leisurely stroll. A much-needed respite. Whoosh. Suddenly, a flying dagger shot towards Yunli. She caught it single-handedly, her movements swift enough to leave an afterimage. Attached to the dagger was a note bearing 3 words, Jiang Jinlin. Yunli retrieved the note and glanced in the direction from which the dagger had come. This was a classic ploy to lure her away, executed by someone who not only knew her past, but had also anticipated her response. Yet, Yunli had never favored paths laid out by others. With a swift motion, she shattered the note into fragments. Brother beautiful, I am coming. Not far away. Atop a building, The assailant who had thrown the dagger watched in frustration as Yunli refused to take the bait, angrily smashing a few tiles before making his escape. Once he had departed, Yunli paused, teleporting to the rooftop where the assailant had hidden. It seemed he was indeed infuriated, resorting to violence so early in the day. No need to rush. Even if a confrontation is unavoidable today, I will not allow myself to be led like a pawn. Rather than falling into a trap laid by others, I shall seize the initiative and draw them into my game. Throughout the day, Yunli remained in Xian Ye's company. Understanding that their adversaries seemed unable to fathom Xian Ye's true strength, which instilled a sense of caution within them. Thus, they maintained their covert observation. Refraining from making a move, Xian Yi peeled an orange for her. No need to rush. They are the ones who should be anxious. Are you not afraid they will act brazenly? Not at all, Yunli replied, offering half the orange to Xian Yi. First, with you by my side, they dare not act recklessly. Second, the crime of openly assassinating the ruler of Beili is one that Songhai Academy cannot bear. Even if the Lord of Shitsong harbors ambitions to annex Beili, such a crime would lead to national mourning in Beili, and the oppressed would rise to victory. Under pressure, the Lord of Shitsong would have no choice but to hand over the true instigator. Xian Yi nodded in satisfaction. Those who oppose you truly find it difficult to gain any advantage. Indeed, it is primarily due to the excellent guidance from Brother Beautiful. The two exchanged playful compliments and shared a smile. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps approached. Master. At the door stood Bai Xian, a guard who remained by Xiao Bailian's side. Though still accompanying Xiao Bailian, he had pledged his loyalty to Yunli. Yunli set down the orange. Sensing that they had begun to take action, did something happen to Xiao Bailian? Indeed. Yunli turned to Xian Yi, who nodded with a subtle smile, encouraging her to pursue her intentions. Let us go. Yunli vanished from sight, with Bai Xian following closely behind. Along the way, Yunli learned the general situation. Xiao Bailian had grown bored and ventured into the town to seek entertainment. Suddenly, they were ambushed on the road, scattering in disarray. By the time Bai Xian regained his composure, Xiao Bailian had already been abducted. The kidnapper left a note, which contained nothing but an address and a request for Yunli to come personally. Such audacity. As Yunli's eyes flickered, myriad thoughts surged through her mind. To brazenly abduct a prince of a nation solely to draw her out indicated that the other party had either discerned or surmised their alliance. This course of action suggested an utter disregard for the possibility that the people from the Ancient Academy might follow suit. Go investigate the situation at the Ancient Academy. I have, but the dean is absent, and the others cannot make decisions. Oh, Yunli chuckled. It seems the internal strife within Donggu is rather severe. I presume they dare to target Xiao Bailian under the influence of the Crown Prince. How do we rescue her? Naturally, it will be the two of us. Why not involve the people from the Imperial Capital Academy? Did you not see the note? It only mentioned my name. Bringing more people may alert the enemy. Do you not fear for Xiao Bailian's life? They might resort to desperate measures and kill. Bai Xian frowned, choosing to remain silent. Yunli found Bai Xian rather amusing. His demeanor was cold and seemingly devoid of worldly understanding. He appeared ruthless. Yet his heart was as pure as that of a child. It was evident that Xiao Bailian held immense importance to him, and he would not hesitate to sacrifice his life to save her. By the way, I have yet to see your spirit beast. Before Yunli could finish her sentence, her vigilance heightened. She patted the head of her beast, Tao Wu, which leapt into action, narrowly avoiding an incoming arrow. As for Bai Xian, he rode the demonic beast gifted to him by Xiao Bailian, a purple-winged leopard. Now he stood on one foot, bow in hand, aiming at the direction from which the arrow had come. Distant sounds of muffled groans echoed from the woods, indicating that someone had not evaded the attack. Enough. You've been following for quite some time, and you don't seem tired. I'm exhausted from this charade. Yunli dismounted from Tao Wu, calling out, Dean. Come out. The dean of the Songhai Academy emerged from the shadows of the night. Since you already knew this was a trap, why did you place yourself in such danger? Do you believe that no matter how you struggle, that senior will protect you? Yunli chuckled lightly. You jest, Dean. Has that senior not been following you all along? With such cautiousness in your pursuit, and yet casting so many smoke bombs, is it to intercept me halfway? Do you discern the cultivation of Senior Yi Xian, which causes you such trepidation? The dean's expression turned grave, although he was reluctant to admit it. His apprehension was indeed warranted. Reports from spies had revealed South River's deference to Xian Yi, and with his cultivation level, he could not see through Xian Yi's realm. Remembering South River's warning, he deliberated before opting for this approach. Dean, you wouldn't truly wish to kill the third prince, would you? I have set up a barrier here. The movements within it cannot be detected from the outside. Now, you and he are but trapped beasts in my grasp. Shouldn't you consider your own situation? Me? A trapped beast? Yunli laughed. You overestimate yourself if you think you can kill me. Her smile faded, and a murderous intent surged in her eyes. Upon hearing this, the dean's face darkened ominously. You young whelp, do you think that because you have won a few matches, you can flaunt your prowess before this academy? Yunli leaped onto Tao Wu's back, retorting, I never claimed to have only 2 companions. She lightly beckoned with her index finger, and instantly, several figures appeared beside her. Chapter 74, The Might of Ancient Divine Beasts. Lu Wuyang, Ji Ling ran, and Wu Ji all materialized behind Yunli. The dean chuckled, do you think your few juniors can contend with me? I am at the 9th level of the spirit aperture, far beyond your realm. Your obstruction is as futile as a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. Yunli also laughed. It is precisely because you are at the 9th level of the spirit aperture that I can begrudgingly see your worth as a whetstone for my newly formed Imperial Guard. To the dean, her words sounded like a child in open-crotch pants brandishing a fake sword, boasting grandly. Very well. Today I shall see what this so-called Imperial Guard of yours can accomplish to make you so audacious. Yunli turned to her companions, instructing, seniors, focus on defense. Jiling ran, and Beili Xian, attack from both close and far. Wu Ji, clear out the remaining lackeys and prepare for ambush. Yes, the group sprang into action, igniting a lively skirmish in the forest. Of course, their confrontation with the dean was clearly a contest between children and an adult. The dean, still unperturbed, maintained a mindset of teaching these children a lesson, making them realize the vast disparity in their true strengths. Yunli remained patient, understanding that team synergy must be cultivated through battle. The stronger the adversary, the faster they would adapt. The more perilous the situation, the quicker their growth. The dean's arrogant mindset provided the very time they needed to refine their skills. Beili Xian, can you aim more accurately? Ji Ling Ran's voice was tinged with frustration. Junior sister Ji, hurry. Wu Ji, you missed a prime opportunity earlier. Why didn't you act? The more chaotic they became, the more the dean found amusement in their disarray. You think this rabble can defeat me? Enough of this game. It is time to end it. Yunli had been observing the entire situation from the sidelines and finally spoke up. I have yet to declare the end. Your words hold no weight. Tao Wu, Zhu Ke, Baizhe manifest. The group, on the verge of being utterly defeated, found their fortunes reversed with the arrival of Tao Wu and Zhu Ke, leveling the playing field. Meanwhile, Baizhe supported from the rear, healing them and instantly restoring their peak condition. Beili Xian, if you hesitate to summon your spirit beast, you might truly lose this battle. Think of what will become of Xiao Bailian if you fail. Yunli recognized Beili Xian's shortcomings. His 3 arrows were lethal at the same level, but against higher-tier opponents, they were insufficient to vanquish them. This limitation drastically reduced his sustained offensive power after 3 arrows. If the enemy remained, he would be in grave danger. It appeared adjustments were necessary for him. A sudden realization sparked in Yunli's mind. I have it. Yet, while she had an idea, she could not rush it. The immediate concern was the ongoing battle. Beili Xian pondered for a moment without delay and summoned his spirit beast. Zhu Qian, manifest. The emergence of Zhu Qian astonished even Yunli, bringing her great joy. Zhu Qian, one of the ancient divine beasts, bore a human head and oxen ears, with a single eye in the center of its forehead. Its form resembled that of a leopard, possessing immense strength and exceptional archery skills. No wonder Beili Xian's 3 arrows wielded such formidable power. Upon witnessing the sudden addition of 4 divine beasts, the dean's previously effortless demeanor was replaced with an overwhelming sense of pressure. Ancient divine beasts, by their very nature, possessed pure bloodlines from ancient times, each surpassing the typical divine beast in power. 1 or 2 could be managed, but facing 4 simultaneously, with one constantly healing, rendered his attacks nearly ineffective. Such a strategy only fueled his frustration. Enough. The dean stepped forward, unleashing a surge of tremendous force that repelled Ji Ling Ran and the approaching spirit beasts. This must come to an end. Yunli originally sat cross-legged in meditation. Upon hearing those words, she opened her eyes, which shimmered with a myriad of colors. You said it. I did not declare the end, thus your words hold no weight. She retorted with a disdainful huff directed at the dean, a palpable aura of immense pressure descending upon them. Let me now demonstrate the true might of the spirit aperture stage. Fiery lion, forge the realm. In an instant, the ground beneath them trembled and shattered, transforming the once verdant forest into a molten inferno. The area continued to expand. Any unfortunate enough to fall into the magma would be consumed, leaving only bleached bones behind. Yunli soared onto the back of the vermilion bird, with the others hastily mounting their spirit beasts, momentarily suspended in midair. However, the most agonizing predicament lay within the dean's domain, where their spiritual energy was rapidly evaporating, rendering their movements sluggish and constrained. Wu Ji was the worst off. His blood leech was merely a terrestrial-grade beast, incapable of hovering, nearly plunging him and his beast into the fiery abyss. The Tao Wu seized Wu Ji's clothing, flinging him onto its back. Yet, Wu Ji was quick to react, retracting the blood leech into his soul just as it was about to plummet into the magma. Lying on the Tao Wu's back, his heart raced furiously, still haunted by the near disaster. At this moment, he finally comprehended the vast chasm of difference between him and Yunli. It was a distance akin to that between heaven and earth. Losing to her was hardly a disgrace. Fire? Yunli laughed. Dean, what gives you such confidence before the south bright fire of the vermilion bird? Humph, the Dean scoffed. Even if it is an ancient divine beast, what of it? You are merely at the 9th layer of spirit infant, yet to break through to the spirit aperture. Without the power of a domain, no matter how strong the south bright fire, it poses no threat to this academy. Is that so? Yunli gazed at his disheveled state. You're nearly scorched beyond recognition, yet you still dare to boast? You. Moreover, Yunli stood with her hands clasped behind her back, her eyes radiating a domineering aura. Who says my vermilion bird lacks a domain? What? Vermilion bird. Incinerate the heavens and forge the earth. In that instant, a heat far exceeding that of the molten abyss surged forth. The original magma hell began to collapse, the ground morphing into a vast sea of crimson and orange flames. Tao Wu, gravitational domain. Before the Dean could react, the familiar sensation of immense pressure descended upon him. Reminiscent of the battlefield from the previous day, this was the effect of Tao Wu's gravitational domain. They had all awakened their comprehension of power. Was this the might of ancient divine beasts? Despite the Dean's reluctance to admit it, throughout his life, he had never witnessed a spirit beast awaken domain power while still in the spirit infant stage. What are you standing there for? Attack together. Yunli no longer remained a bystander. Facing an adversary a full realm above her, it was also an excellent opportunity for honing her skills. With 2 domains bearing down upon him, the Dean could only muster half of his strength, at most the equivalent of the 5th layer of spirit aperture. Although this would also drain Yunli's soul power significantly, the chance to eliminate an opponent was worth the cost. Chapter 75. Why use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken? Boom, 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 boom. With a series of powerful attacks, the protective armor on the Dean was shattered. Falling away from him, numerous wounds appeared on his body, inflicted by Tao Wu's claws, Yunli's abyssal blade, Lu Wuyo's moonrending blade, and Ji Lingren's spear, which punctured a gaping hole in his shoulder. Clear the way. Beili Xian consumed 3 spirit replenishing pills, restoring a significant portion of his spiritual energy. He drew back his bow, conjuring a magnified illusion of the Zhuqian. With all his might, he unleashed the most powerful arrow since arriving at the 4-symbol city. As he fully drew the bowstring, a colossal arrow shadow materialized before him. Go! At the command, the massive arrow surged forth with a thunderous roar, hurtling towards the Dean. Even Yunli, having distanced herself from the arrow's trajectory, could sense the terrifying power contained within. The Dean's eyes widened in horror, nearly bulging from their sockets. Fiery lion. Explode. 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 Faced with such a life-and-death crisis, he chose to initiate a self-destruct sequence for his spirit beast, utilizing the explosive force of the beast to counter the impending strike. Boom. The self-detonation of the fiery lion collided with Beili Xian's arrow, generating a blinding sphere of energy, imbued with terrifying spiritual power. The sphere erupted, sending shockwaves that launched Yunli and the others through the air. Humph. Yunli let out a muffled groan, tasting blood in her mouth. Merely being caught in the backlash had inflicted injuries. One could only imagine the level of harm suffered by those at the epicenter of the explosion. Beili Xian. Yunli spotted him plummeting through the air. Bai Zhe responded promptly, soaring to catch Beili Xian on his back and quickly administering first aid. Did the old man perish? Ji Ling ran, more grievously wounded than Yunli, struggled to rise, clutching her chest in pain. Yunli's expression darkened. She could not answer that question, for she had not seen the Dean's body. Could he possibly survive such an explosion? Could he have escaped? Impossible. Beili Xian's arrow had locked onto him. He could not evade it. Moreover, when a spirit beast self-destructs, its master would also suffer grievous repercussions. A crippled master could not possibly endure such an explosion and survive. Suddenly, Yunli's pupils constricted. What's wrong? Ji Lingren asked, puzzled. Hee-ha-ha. The Dean's laughter echoed once more. Though he appeared disheveled, he was neither missing limbs nor devoid of the capacity to retaliate. Oh. Today I have had the pleasure of encountering several impressive juniors, the Dean remarked, brushing off the dust from his clothes. However, this is where your journey ends. Purple Thunder Lion, manifest. A spirit beast, towering 3 meters high, crackling with purple lightning and brandishing massive wings, materialized behind the Dean. Surprised, are you? The Purple Thunder Lion is my companion spirit beast and belongs to the divine beast tier. You shall perish at its hands and find peace in death. Jiang ran, and the others exchanged glances, filled with urgency and disbelief. What do we do? Wu Ji turned to Di Yunli. Are we truly to perish here today? Each of them was gravely injured. They could hardly muster the strength to counterattack, let alone resist. Now, even if they wished to flee, given the speed of the purple thunder lion, it would be impossible to escape its claws. Jiang ran, and Lu Wuyo exchanged a glance, resolved to sacrifice themselves. Stepping in front of Di Yunli. We will hold it off. You must flee. Flee. The dean laughed maniacally. None of you will escape today. Purple thunder lion, devour them. Leave not a single one. The purple thunder lion moved with astonishing speed, nearly matching that of a human's teleportation. In an instant, it reached Jiang Ran and Lu Wuyo. Its claws enveloped in lightning as they struck towards them. Beast! How dare you! Di Yunli grasped the shoulders of the two, teleporting them away from danger. She then cast them aside and summoned her purple gold whip. Beast! Your opponent is here. The whip struck the purple thunder lion, causing it to howl in pain. After all, the purple gold whip inflicted not only physical pain, but also inflicted spiritual torment, making it writhe in agony. At this moment, Director Jiang teleported behind Di Yunli and struck her with a palm. This blow contained all the remaining spiritual energy within him, aimed solely at delivering a fatal blow to Di Yunli. Di Yunli slightly turned her head, but it was too late to evade. With the dual protection of the Xuanjia shield and the Sui Yi, she could only endure the impact of this strike. A spurt of blood erupted from her mouth. She felt as though her internal organs had been shattered by this attack, the pain nearly rendering her unconscious. Director Jiang regarded Di Yunli with a smile, noting her impressive defensive artifact. Yet he wondered if it could withstand a second blow after absorbing such an immense force. He swallowed a recovery pill, feeling his spiritual energy rapidly replenishing. Di Yunli spat out a mixture of blood and saliva, wiping the crimson stain from her lips. She indeed could not withstand another hit. Retrieving the Xuanjia shield, she observed that it had been severely cracked by his strike, nearly rendered useless. However, do you truly believe you can kill me with your second strike? Director Jiang surveyed the young disciples below, either gravely injured or unconscious, and chuckled. Are you hoping they will come to your rescue? Or perhaps your ancient divine beasts? Do you still possess enough soul power to sustain the consumption of 4 ancient divine beasts? At this point, Director Jiang seemed to recall something, momentarily stunned, his smile fading gradually. Yet, smiles do not vanish, they merely shift. Now it was Di Yunli who wore a smile. Indeed, it appears Director Jiang remembers that I have 4 ancient divine beasts. The Taowu, Baizhe, and Zhu Ke. You have encountered them. But what of the nine-tailed fox? Director Xiang's mind raced, nearly overheating. He was oblivious to Di Yunli's clandestine maneuvers. A vague sense of dread enveloped him, sensing that the absence of the nine-tailed fox could herald significant upheaval. Do you think the appearance of the nine-tailed fox will turn the tide in your favor? Today, you must die. Oh, is that so? Di Yunli adjusted her attire, prepared to disappoint Director Xiang, for it is you who will perish today. Director Xiang furrowed his brow, his eyes scanning the surroundings with heightened vigilance, as if facing a formidable foe. Rest assured, Elder Yi Xian will not come to kill you. His presence is unnecessary. Such bold words. In truth, Director Xiang felt a wave of relief wash over him. He was confident that if Yi Xian did not appear, he would certainly be able to eliminate Di Yunli and rid himself of this persistent threat. Director Xiang, it has only been half a day, yet you appear so disheveled. Came the voice of Xiao Beilian, leisurely emerging from the forest atop the back of the nine-tailed fox. Director Xiang's eyes widened in disbelief. You all. Chapter 76. Furious explosion had driven Director Xiang to the brink of madness. According to his plan, Di Yunli was to remain by Xian Yi's side, allowing him to orchestrate a scheme to abduct Xiao Beilian amidst the chaos, thus drawing out the snake from its lair to ambush Di Yunli en route. After all, Xiao Beilian's overt protection of Di Yunli had compelled the Academy head to intervene and maintain a balance, indicating a deep bond between the two. Prior to Xiao Beilian's appearance, he had believed his plan to be flawlessly executed. Yet here and now, Xiao Beilian stood before him and scathed. Weren't you supposed to be abducted? Xiao Beilian unfurled a folding fan, questioning. Who informed you that this prince was captured? Of course, Director Xiang faltered, his gaze shifting toward the nine-tailed fox. For reasons unknown, a surge of intense unease surged within him as he looked at the creature. What have you done? My subordinates confirmed the capture. How could you possibly be here? Di Yunli could hardly contain her amusement. It was understandable for an aging fool to be so befuddled. Allow me to remind you, my nine-tailed fox excels in charm techniques, capable of ensnaring the mind and conjuring illusions that delight its victims. You did indeed capture someone, and that someone was indeed a prince. However, it seems there is another prince of Donggu besides Xiao Beilian. You have encountered him recently, have you not? Director Xiang's expression darkened further with each word. Yunli snapped her fingers, summoning the images from the nine-tailed fox's consciousness. It turned out that after their failure to draw Yunli out that morning, the nine-tailed fox had left her side to seek out Xiao Beilian. It delivered Yunli's message to him, and after reading it, Xiao Beilian had left with Beili Xian. Along the way, he fortuitously summoned another individual, the Crown Prince of Donggu, Xiao Chu. The two brothers met and exchanged a few words, after which Xiao Beilian dragged Xiao Chu into the streets. Then, chaos ensued. In the ensuing tumult, the hand that should have reached for Xiao Beilian seemed bewitched, instead grasping Xiao Chu. Everyone caught in the turmoil appeared to be ensnared in an illusion, including Beili Xian, who believed he had witnessed Xiao Beilian being abducted. Upon concluding her recollection, Yunli waved her hand and dispelled the visions. The Ocean Sea Academy dares to brazenly abduct the Crown Prince of Donggu. What do you suppose would happen if this scene were to reach the ears of the Emperor of Donggu? TSK, I almost forgot. By then, I need to present it through the lens of the nine-tailed fox to the Emperor of Donggu. Rather, it will be through the perspective of the deceased Xiao Chu. After all, when the Crown Prince sought to abduct Xiao Beilian, he likely never intended to leave any survivors. Let me take a guess. At this very moment, what do you suppose your subordinates are doing? Are they subjecting the Crown Prince, Xiao Chu, to torture? Or have they already taken his life? Even Director Xiang, no matter how dull, now fully grasped the situation. Blood surged in his veins, and combined with the internal injuries he had previously sustained, he coughed up a mouthful of old blood. This entire affair had been a scheme within a scheme. It appeared as if I had lured you here, yet in truth, everything, every single detail, had been meticulously laid out in advance, waiting for me to fall into your trap. Director Xiang trembled with rage, believing his plan to be foolproof, only to be outmaneuvered by Yunli and ensnared in her carefully crafted snare. This maneuver not only facilitated the demise of the Crown Prince, but also shifted the wrath of Donggu onto Shizong, uniting you with Beili against a common foe. It would also ensure that the throne of Donggu would have no alternative but to fall upon Xiao Beilian. Well. Director Xiang was nearly driven to madness, exclaiming, "What a remarkable junior! What a masterstroke, a dual victory, and what a meticulous strategist you are!" Yunli smiled and slightly raised her head. "There's still one more piece missing." "What?" "While I am unaware of the clandestine dealings of your Ocean Sea Academy, your demise will undoubtedly plunge the Academy into chaos and turmoil, rendering any plans you may have obsolete, or even stifled in their infancy. This, my dear, is a triple victory." Director Xiang snorted through his nostrils, closing his eyes. On the surface, he appeared calm, yet within, his mind erupted like a tempest, his composure shattered. Very well. Director Xiang nodded, a radiant aura enveloping him. "Today, let us see how you intend to kill me." With that, Director Xiang unleashed a devastating attack. Wielding a sword of azure hue, 5 feet and 8 inches long, its blade wide enough for a single palm, he pointed it toward the heavens, summoning dark clouds that obscured the sun, accompanied by the rumble of thunder. Is this the unique offensive technique that can only be grasped by those at the spirit aperture stage through the power of their accompanying spiritual beasts? Yunli murmured, recognizing the extraordinary might capable of drawing upon the forces of heaven and earth. "Look out! Quickly flee!" At that moment, Xiao Beilian was already down below, aiding the injured Beili Xian and others as they retreated. Seeing them withdraw to safety, Yunli felt a sense of relief. She had never intended to escape. There was no way to escape now. A flicker of purple lightning ignited in the dean's eyes. At this juncture, unless your ancient divine beast were to self-destruct, this strike would undoubtedly seal your fate. I invoke the boundless thunder in my name. Exterminate. At this moment, Yunli had been ensnared by the storm clouds, which had gathered ominously above her. Within those clouds, lightning brewed, heralding a celestial might poised to descend with merciless ferocity. Xiao Beilian was momentarily taken aback. This was the first time he had uttered her name. Witnessing the unfolding scene, panic engulfed him, his voice strained and hoarse. "Quick, hide! Get away!" Regret washed over him. He lamented his preoccupation with schemes, neglecting to consider the formidable prowess of the dean, a figure far from ordinary. The outcome of Yunli confronting him with her spirit infant stage power was all too predictable. Simultaneously, within the city of force symbols, Xianyi opened his eyes. In a single glance, he discerned the events transpiring at Yunli's side. The moment he grasped the situation, his figure vanished from the room. Boom! The thunder roared, and a bolt of purple lightning, as thick as a whale's mouth, descended directly upon Yunli. There was no evasion possible, once the storm clouds had locked onto her. Escape was a futile endeavor. Die! The dean formed a hand seal, seemingly eager for the lightning to strike Yunli with even greater force. Beneath the tempest, her garments billowed, rustling in the wind, the electric light casting a radiant glow upon her delicate visage, still exuding unparalleled grace. Not a trace of panic marred her expression. Her eyes retained the fierce arrogance of one who seemed to command the very thunder itself. At the moment the purple lightning bore down upon her. A smile graced her lips, one that sent shivers down the dean's spine. The last time she had smiled like that was merely yesterday, when she had flung the blood leech into the audience at Shitsong with the help of Wu Ji. Purple Thunder Lion, she called softly, her ruby lips parting. The dean's previously assured smile froze once more. By the time he sensed the imminent danger behind him and turned to look, it was already too late. The Purple Thunder Lion, which should have regarded him as its master and acted upon his command, unexpectedly lunged at him from behind, baring its gaping maw. The speed was so swift, the distance so close, that escape was utterly impossible. Control, alas. His final words had yet to escape his lips when his body was violently torn asunder by the ravenous Purple Thunder Lion, which devoured him whole. At the instant of the dean's demise, the lightning that had been poised to strike Yunli dissipated into the wind. Chapter 77, Fortune and Misfortune Entwined. A new ancient divine beast. Ali, Xianyi materialized beside Yunli. A flicker of anger and a hint of sorrow etched upon his face. Upon seeing him, Yunli bore an expression as if she had anticipated his arrival. You're here. I'm so tired. In that moment, she was no longer the exalted empress, nor the peerless prodigy capable of slaying foes across vast realms. She was simply Yunli, a figure who could show vulnerability and required care. Ali, Xianyi caught the fainting Yunli in his embrace, his heart aching even more. Even though he understood her capability to resolve such a dire predicament, and recognized that this fierce battle was an unavoidable trial on her path to strength, the pain of witnessing her struggle was unbearable. Rationality clashed with emotion. He sighed deeply, tenderly stroking her small face before carrying her away. Xiao Beilian had been gazing upwards, and upon seeing Yunli safe, he finally exhaled in relief. Watching Xianyi arrive to catch the fainted Yunli, his anxious heart was finally set at ease. Yet, observing her reveal her vulnerable side only in front of Xianyi, a bitter smile crept onto Xiao Beilian's lips. Indeed, he had always been captivated by her strength and intellect, forgetting that fundamentally, she was also a woman. No matter how formidable, there were times when she required care, affection, and protection. Junior sister should be fine now. We should head back. Lu Wuyo and the others, having received treatment from Baizhe, were no longer in grave danger. You all go ahead. I wish to stay for a while to clean up the battlefield and ensure there are no lingering issues. The group exchanged glances. Beili Xian chose to remain and protect Xiao Beilian while the others departed together. In Xian Ye's chamber within the four-symbol city, evening had already set in. Yet Yunli showed no signs of awakening. Xian Yi examined her condition. Her soul's energy had been severely depleted, nearly exhausting her reserves. Had it not been for the protection of the Phoenix Pendant, her soul might have suffered damage, significantly impacting her future cultivation. Moreover, her spiritual energy had been nearly exhausted, and her meridians and internal organs bore various degrees of injury. He enveloped Yunli's heart vein with celestial energy and activated a spirit-replenishing elixir to restore her vitality. Truly, fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Xianyi glanced at the beast eggs situated near Yunli's soul. Following this battle, it had successfully gestated. A crack now appearing on its shell, emanating an ancient bloodline aura only an ancient divine beast could possess. It would not be long before a new ancient divine beast emerged from its shell. Furthermore, Yunli, who had struggled to break through the spirit infant stage, would, after this battle, gain the opportunity to ascend to the next level. Once her injuries healed, she would undoubtedly break through the spirit infant stage and step into the realm of the spirit aperture, becoming a fledgling powerhouse. The following day, at the hour of Chun, the contest of the top 8 was set to commence. As one of the 8 finalists, Yunli was required to participate. Yet as of now, she remained in her room, showing no signs of breaking through. The Songhai Academy had sensed the dean's predicament, and chaos was likely to ensue there. Should I ask the teacher to inquire whether the competition can be postponed until tomorrow? Lu Wuyo fretted that Yunli might not arrive in time and would be declared the loser. No, Xiao Beilian shook his head. They were all waiting for Yunli in the courtyard. This action would surely provide the court with leverage against her following yesterday's battle, leading to a national inquiry that would spiral beyond their control. What then? Are we to just wait here? Lu Wuyo was anxious. You two should head to the waiting area for the battle, even if she cannot make it in time and loses. As long as you can secure a top 3 finish for the Imperial Capital Academy and gain a spot in the Immortal Tomb, it will still be considered a victory. Lu Wuyo and Ji Lingran exchanged glances, realizing they had no other option but to comply. Xiao Beilian then turned to Beili Xian, you should go as well. But regardless of what anyone asks, Maintain your indifference and do not respond. Beili Xian nodded and swiftly departed. In the courtyard, only Xiao Beilian remained, who was not required to compete. He cast a worried glance toward Yunli's meditation chamber, his heart uneasy. Yesterday's confrontation had been a masterstroke. Not only had it mitigated the risk of losing the throne, but it had forged an alliance between Donggu and Beili, setting the stage for a future confrontation against Shitsong. With the dean of Songhai Academy deceased, the insidious machinations behind the scenes would surely be set aside. Yet, the risks were still present. Should Yunli fail to arrive today, Songhai Academy could openly validate whether she had slain the dean, substantiating their claims of a prior confrontation. Even if the dean had intended to orchestrate her demise, it would provide Shitsong with an impeccable pretext for war. Only Yunli appeared at the arena unscathed and punctually, despite the suspicions cast upon her by the opposing side. However, they had no evidence to substantiate their claims, thus lacking any legitimate pretext for initiating conflict. In the four-cornered arena, the audience from Shitsong was noticeably diminished, with a significant portion absent, those who had perished at the hands of the blood leeches just the day before. The news had spread. Even the most eager spectators from Shitsong dared not attend, valuing their lives above the thrill of battle. The atmosphere in Shitsong's waiting area was palpably tense and somewhat chaotic, as they occasionally cast glances towards Beili's waiting area, seemingly searching for a glimpse of Yunli. Nanhe, the esteemed elder of Songhai Academy, had instantaneously arrived with a flicker of movement. Your Imperial Capital Academy has 3 battles today. Yet it seems one is conspicuously absent in the waiting area, doesn't it? Unbeknownst to Nanhe, who had only heard from Lu Wuyan that Yunli was in seclusion, he was unaware if she would arrive in time. Lu Wuyuan's assertion, of course, was a directive from Xiao Beilian, designed to buy precious time for Yunli. My disciple remains in seclusion. She has been scheduled for the 3rd match, and there is still ample time. Is that so? Merely in seclusion? Questioned Elder Shi. As the head of Songhai Academy, I have been absent since yesterday, and now, the only one unable to attend is your Yunli, is it not? What? Then he pondered, piecing together his thoughts. Are you implying that something may have befallen the headmaster, and that my disciple Yunli is to blame? Clearly my foot. Nanhe retorted. Do you think I lack understanding? You know not the prowess of our headmaster. Yet you expect me to believe that a newcomer to the academy could have vanquished him? It seems rather you are not merely rusty in thought, but devoid of reason altogether. Nanhe's skill in verbal sparring had evidently sharpened. Or perhaps Songhai Academy seeks to tarnish its own reputation, insisting that this incident be laid at my disciple's feet? Nanhe, she is the Empress of Beili, possessing the might of the Imperial Guard. The Imperial Guard? Nanhe scoffed. You mean to say that this grand force accompanied her, only to ambush and kill your headmaster? Why? What right do they have? Oh, and none of the many elders from Songhai Academy noticed or intervened. Does Shitsong lack formidable strength? Furthermore, he continued, is it not true that no one is aware of what transpired yesterday? Did the 3 judges not know? Nanhe's relentless barrage rendered Shiching speechless. Chapter 78, The Hidden Trump Card. What of it? If Songhai Academy did not wish to place such an enormous blame upon my academy, claiming that any of our disciples could have slain your headmaster, then we would have no objections. Shiching's expression turned increasingly grim. Very well. Are you daring enough to take me to Yunli's residence? We shall investigate whether there are any signs of a struggle with the headmaster. All will become clear. Nanhe hesitated momentarily. Being the head of a faction, he possessed shrewdness, although he was unaware of the specifics. Shiching's unwavering demeanor suggested that this matter was indeed tied to Yunli. However, he would not permit others to harm his precious disciple. Elder Shi, am I to understand from your words that Shitsong attempted to take action against Yunli, only to face failure, potentially leading to the headmaster's misfortune? Shiching's countenance darkened. Nanhe had deftly countered his argument. Should they concede, it would imply that Songhai Academy had attempted to assassinate the Empress of Beili, inciting a war between the 2 nations. Conversely, if they denied it, they would be forced to reject any connection between Yunli and this incident, thereby negating any rationale for her alleged assault on the headmaster. Nanhe, today you will allow me to search. Should you refuse, I will turn your Imperial Capital Academy upside down to locate Yunli. When words failed, they resorted to coercive measures. Nanhe laughed with scorn. It is not that I underestimate you, but I advise you to attempt a forced search at your own peril. The atmosphere was charged with tension, as conflict seemed imminent. Should a larger confrontation ensue, the quarterfinals would certainly be postponed, and the continuation of the tournament itself would become uncertain. Who seeks solitude? Yunli's voice resonated amidst the tense atmosphere, standing out distinctly. She materialized before Nanhe. Teacher, you have emerged from seclusion? Indeed. Nanhe scrutinized Yunli. Reassured upon confirming she bore no injuries and appeared invigorated. Did you achieve any breakthroughs during your seclusion? Certainly. I have made advancements. Nanhe nodded, probing Yunli's cultivation with his spiritual sense, only to find himself unable to penetrate her aura. This situation could be explained in two ways. Either Yunli wore a treasure that obstructed others' spiritual investigation, or her cultivation had ascended to a level comparable to his own, if not surpassing it. After considerable contemplation, Nanhe surmised that it was likely that the venerable Yi Xian had bestowed upon Yunli some artifact to hinder external scrutiny. Yunli's cultivation had undoubtedly improved, yet the possibility of her matching his prowess was negligible. After all, even with her prodigious talent, it would be implausible for her to leap 2 major realms to reach the spirit sovereign stage in a single day. Shiqing too found himself unable to discern Yunli's condition, attempting to grasp her wrist in order to delve into her inner world to ascertain any injuries. However, Yunli was not one to be easily subdued in such a manner. Pray tell, who are you to offend me? The consequences of such an affront are not to be taken lightly. Shiqing intended to make another move, yet Nanhe's oppressive aura forced him back. Should you act rashly again, I would not hesitate to teach you a lesson. Before Nanhe, Shiqing was merely a junior. Not just Shiqing. Even the headmaster ranked beneath him, for the latter was but at the 9th level of the spirit aperture, while he stood as a formidable spirit sovereign. Enough. The 3 judges finally deemed it appropriate to speak. Today, let the competition take precedence. Your matter shall be addressed after the matches. The speaker was the representative from the floating Immortal Academy. Shiqing appeared particularly respectful towards this individual, hastily bowing in acknowledgement. Yes, having spoken, he retreated back to Shizong's waiting area. Thus, the crises of yesterday and today reached a temporary resolution, with much having been alleviated. Yunli settled into the waiting area, where Lu Wuyuan and Ji Lingran awaited her. Junior sister, you, Lu Wuyuan began, but upon noticing Yunli's glance, he quickly altered his query. How is your seclusion? Are you confident of victory? Naturally. Yunli cast a seemingly casual glance towards Shizong's waiting area. I have asserted from the beginning that the first match is mine. Ji Lingran regarded Yunli with a cold gaze. Are you certain you can contend with me in tomorrow's quarterfinals? In truth, she wished to inquire whether Yunli's injuries remained significant and if she was fit to compete, fearing whether her condition might worsen. Yet, the words that came forth were not those she intended. Yunli chuckled lightly. When you posed that question, did you not already possess the answer in your heart? Was it not so? Ji Lingran stiffened momentarily. Indeed, prior to yesterday, she believed herself capable of matching Yunli. However, after the events of the previous day, rest assured, I have gained from my seclusion. Other matters are not suited for discussion here. The first match was set. The Imperial Capital Academy of Beili would face the Southern Abyss Nanlin Academy. The first to battle was Ji Lingran, pitted against a formidable opponent from Nanlin. She was accompanied by the Fire Qilin, and she possessed a hidden card gifted by Yunli, which she had kept concealed until now. In this competition, Yunli held faith in her. The mere recollection of the card she had bestowed upon her brought a smile to Yunli's lips. Had it not been for this card providing a stepping stone, it would have been a challenge for Ji Lingran to lower her pride and join the Imperial Guard in advance. Without joining the Imperial Guard beforehand, she would not have participated in yesterday's hunt, nor would she have risked her life to ensure her escape. Of course, Yunli was aware that even if she had not provided this card, Ji Lingran would ultimately have to honor her promise to join the Imperial Guard after losing to her. However, the approach of gently assisting her, rather than coercively subduing her, was far more likely to win hearts. What she desired was not merely Ji Lingran's submission, but her willing loyalty and readiness to face peril for her cause. Submission could be compelled through force, but loyalty required a heartfelt exchange. Ji Shimi was likely to face a difficult battle today. Lu Wuyo was genuinely loyal to Yunli, embodying a loyalty akin to serving one's sovereign and nation. Yunli raised her gaze. Ji Lingran's opponent possessed a cultivation level of the 7th layer of the spirit infancy stage, and his accompanying spirit beast was the divine beast, the white dragon. The clash of water and fire, the confrontation between divine beasts, promised an exceedingly fierce battle. Nevertheless, Yunli remained confident that Ji Lingran would emerge victorious. There is a distinction between being difficult to win and being incapable of winning. She sat cross-legged, appearing to meditate, no longer observing the battle. The urgency of her departure from seclusion had left her cultivation unstable, necessitating immediate adjustment. The intensity of the battle escalated. Following Yunli's previous devastating blow to the audience at the Shizong venue, the defensive barrier on the battlefield had been reinforced several-fold. Yet even so, the barrier was showing signs of cracking under the force of the two combatants, nearing collapse. This illustrated just how fierce Ji Lingran's battle truly was. Chapter 79, Old Grudges and New Hatreds, settled today. Lu Wuyo watched anxiously from within the arena, his hands clenched tightly. Naturally, he wished for Ji Lingren's victory. Should she win, she would secure a place in the top 4, and the competition for the top 3 would then involve only 2 contenders. If both she and Yunli could achieve a top 3 finish, the Imperial Academy would undoubtedly gain renown across the 4 nations. Additionally, the quota for entering the Immortal Tomb would increase significantly. Shimmy, if you continue to exhaust yourself like this, it will be difficult to secure a win. Yunli opened her eyes, turning her attention to the arena. Ji Lingran appeared somewhat disheveled, with numerous wounds on her body, though they seemed to be superficial injuries that merely appeared severe. Her opponent, too, was in a pitiable state. His hair was scorched, and his eyebrows and eyelashes had been singed away, giving him an odd, smooth appearance. She will not lose. Yunli remained steadfast in her confidence regarding Ji Lingran. Then he glanced at Yunli, seemingly wanting to inquire, but knowing this was not an appropriate venue for conversation. Rest assured, our Imperial Academy will surely claim 2 spots within the top 3. Yunli recognized that this was not the moment to explain herself to Nan He. He nodded and returned his gaze to the arena. My face, my eyebrows, my eyelashes. You even left me with no nose hairs. Ji Lingren's opponent, while blocking her attack with his sword, caught a glimpse of his own disheveled appearance in the reflection of the blade. Ji Lingran, I will fight you to the death. Bang! Ji Lingran deftly disarmed him with a thrust of her spear, following it with a kick that sent him flying. Her opponent struggled to rise, infuriated. You infuriate me. White Dragon, drown her fire Qilin. Drown it. In terms of cultivation, the White Dragon held an advantage over the fire Qilin, thus possessing an edge in the confrontation. However, in terms of combat experience, he was vastly inferior to Ji Lingran, making him the one to take the brunt of the assaults. Humph! Ji Lingran scoffed lightly. I'm tired of this. It's time to end it. What are you going to do? What do you intend to do? Look, you frightened the child, truly terrified. Surrender, or die. Surrender? In Namlin Academy, there is no one who admits defeat. He continued to put on a brave front. Then you shall die. The murderous intent flared in Ji Lingren's eyes as she gathered the entirety of her remaining spiritual energy, stepping forth with such speed that she left fleeting afterimages. Swish, swish, crack. In 3 swift strikes, her opponent barely managed to parry, but his sword was soon knocked from his grasp and cast aside. Ji Lingren's spear was now poised at his throat. Will it be surrender or death? Without a hint of hesitation, he raised his hands in surrender. I concede, I concede. The first match, victory to the North Lee Imperial Academy. The audience erupted into deafening cheers, predominantly from the North Lee supporters. Incredible. Truly worthy of being the strongest descendant of the Ji family. Did you see that? I couldn't quite catch her final move. Indeed, it was too swift. It felt as if she vanished in the blink of an eye, and then she had won. Regardless, victory is what matters. North Lee has triumphed. The Imperial Academy has won. Ji Lingran turned to the waiting area of the Imperial Academy, locking eyes with Yunli. I won. Across the distance. She seldom revealed a smile, albeit an awkward one. Yet, it was indeed a rare sight. I know. Yunli's lips curled into a subtle smile. From the outset, I was aware he was no match for you. She was confident. She believed in her. In that moment, the atmosphere was fervent, yet strangely tranquil. The two exchanged glances. No words necessary. They understood each other. In the second match, Songhai faced Nanlin. This battle held little spectacle, resembling a half-hearted exhibition match. Nan Yuan sought to curry favor with Shitsong, and thus the outcome of this battle was predetermined from the start. With 2 victories, the Imperial Academy and Songhai Academy had already secured their places among the top 4. Now, only 2 matches remained. Yunli against a disciple of Songhai Academy, and Lu Wuyo against a disciple of Henggu Academy. The third match featured the North Lee Imperial Academy against the Shitsong, Songhai Academy. Yunli teleported into the arena, awaiting her opponent's arrival. From the waiting area of Songhai Academy, a female disciple who had felt familiar to Yunli and had been watching her intently since the beginning stepped forward to enter the arena. Imperial Academy, Yunli. Yunli could sense a familiarity emanating from her opponent. I have heard of your esteemed name. The woman did not introduce herself, but after today, the world would no longer know Yunli. In that moment, Yunli felt a familiar tremor within her heart. The hatred in those eyes was all too recognizable to her. Before Yunli could speak, the woman made her move. Green-eyed demon spider. A massive spider appeared behind the woman, towering 3 times her height. The 8 eyes of the green-eyed demon spider glimmered with an eerie green light as it unleashed a stream of corrosive venom toward Yunli. With the Xuanjia shield rendered useless, Yunli teleported away just in time to evade the toxic stream. The venom splashed onto the ground, corroding a significant portion of the arena floor. Teleportation, is it? Let us see how many times you can do that. The woman's lips curled into a cruel smile as she beckoned, commanding the green-eyed demon spider to continuously spew venom at Yunli, sealing off her escape routes. Yunli furrowed her brow. Even from a distance, she could smell the foul stench of the corrosive venom. As she prepared to teleport once more, she inhaled deeply and resolutely halted her steps. As she stood there, strands of shimmering spider silk had mysteriously encircled her, ensnaring her in place. Had she not halted her steps and teleported away moments ago, she would surely be suffering grievous wounds from these threads by now. At that fleeting moment of hesitation, the corrosive venom of the green-eyed demon spider had already materialized before her. "Juke, heed my call." With a graceful leap backward amidst the webbing, it appeared as though her adversary was deliberately forcing her deeper into the trap. The Juke emerged in an instant, unleashing a fiery projectile from its mouth to intercept the oncoming venom. What was once a highly caustic substance was reduced to wisps of toxic smoke, dissipating in the presence of the southern brightly fire. At this moment, Emperor Yunli recalled the scant information regarding this female disciple and her spirit beast. The green-eyed demon spider, provided by Xiao Balian. The details were minimal. All she knew was that this newcomer was a student at Songhai Academy, with her name remaining elusive. She seemed almost like a transparent entity, deliberately concealed by others, having gone unaccompanied and uncalled upon since the grand competition of the 4 academies. The green-eyed demon spider, though categorized as an Earth-grade spirit beast, was imbued with deadly venom. Its corrosive venom, if it came into contact with a spirit aperture stage expert, would necessitate surgical extraction of the toxin from flesh and bone. Moreover, the green-eyed demon spider possessed another remarkable trait, its ability to weave webs while simultaneously launching attacks. The sharpness and resilience of its silk rivaled that of low-grade magical artifacts. With a flap of its wings, the Juke ignited the southern brightly fire, incinerating the resilient strands surrounding Emperor Yunli into ashes. Through the flames, she gazed at her opponent, Jiang, who, having narrowly escaped death, sought her out. "It seems you truly have a peculiar affection for me." Jiang's pupils dilated in shock, followed by a venomous smile as she dropped the pretense. "Not merely affection. I long to feast upon your flesh and skin you alive. Emperor Yunli, today we shall settle both new and old grievances. Rest assured, I want to grant you a swift demise." Chapter 80. The day you seized my beast egg. Did you ever imagine this day would come? A smile graced Emperor Yunli's lips. She never underestimated any adversary, especially not Jiang, who had clawed her way back from the depths of hell, determined to exact revenge. Had it been before her breakthrough in cultivation, she might have deemed this situation somewhat daunting. However, now she possessed unwavering confidence in her victory. Just as Emperor Yunli was about to speak further, she suddenly felt something coiling around her waist with tremendous force, yanking her away at an alarming speed. By the time she realized it, she was on the verge of being swallowed by a spirit beast. The very tongue that ensnared her waist belonged to this creature. Yuan. In the blink of an eye, Emperor Yunli drew her blade, severing the tongue with ease. Jiang, as if already anticipating this move, displayed no surprise. Instead, her eyes gleamed with amusement. Indeed, as the tongue was severed, the beast's blood splattered onto Emperor Yunli, its corrosive nature creating irregular holes in her sway garment. This attire was now rendered useless, yet Emperor Yunli had never envisioned its demise at Jiang's hands. "How does it feel to be corroded? Aren't you fortunate that it did not mar your face?" Jiang's eyes brimmed with hatred, dissatisfied that Emperor Yunli was not wounded enough. Emperor Yunli nonchalantly peeled away the remnants of her garment, seemingly unfazed by such trivial tactics. "A green-eyed demon spider and a shadowless lizard. Do you truly believe these are the tools of your vengeance?" The shadowless lizard excelled in stealth. As long as it refrained from revealing itself, no trace of its presence would be detected by even the mightiest of cultivators. Previously, Emperor Yunli had been distracted by the green-eyed demon spider, entirely oblivious to when the shadowless lizard had silently appeared behind her. Now, even after having severed its tongue, it managed to vanish again within the arena, eluding detection. "Emperor Yunli, do you arrogantly believe that 2 spirit beasts cannot contend with you?" Emperor Yunli remained silent, yet her light laughter served as the most eloquent response. "Then, is this sufficient?" Jiang was enveloped in a purplish-black aura, as one spirit beast after another materialized behind her. No, they were not merely spirit beasts, they were also demon beasts. Spirit beasts were born from humans, filled with spiritual energy akin to that of their human counterparts. In contrast, demon beasts hailed from the earth, possessing their own brutal demonic power, controlled solely by Jiang's spiritual essence. With 10 spirit and demon beasts at her command, even Emperor Yunli could not help but gasp in awe. At last, Jiang felt a flicker of triumph at the sight of Emperor Yunli's expression. It appears you are a splendid specimen found by Songhai Academy. Emperor Yunli's true concern was not Jiang Jinlin. However, to simultaneously control 10 spirit and demon beasts must be a harrowing experience. Jiang Jinlin had forcibly seized her spirit beast, and after having been stripped of her nine-tailed fox, she had become a veritable shell of her former self, inferior even to a mere mortal. Yet now, having escaped, she had not only survived, but also regained her spirit beasts. Not just one or two, but 10 spirit and demon beasts were now under her command. Enough of this idle chatter. Jiang Jinlin's expression betrayed her anguish. All the suffering I endured in the past will be repaid to you tenfold. Emperor Yunli, meet your demise. 10 spirit and demon beasts lunged toward Emperor Yunli, simultaneously sealing off every potential escape route. As death loomed near, Jiang Jinlin's face radiated with the thrill of vengeance. She had awaited this day for far too long, having sacrificed so much in her pursuit of retribution. The torment she had endured during those experiments, where they forcibly fused spirit beasts into her being, haunted her still. Those inhumane tortures were born solely by her hatred for Emperor Yunli, bit by agonizing bit. With Emperor Yunli's death, it would serve as the ultimate closure for her past suffering. Then, in an instant, she vanished. Just as Emperor Yunli's form was about to be torn apart by the 10 spirit and demon beasts, her figure disappeared without a trace. Jiang Jinlin's initial panic transformed into shock as Emperor Yunli reappeared, unscathed, right before her. The spirit and demon beasts behind her, presented with the perfect opportunity for a surprise attack, stood frozen, their eyes clouded with a pink mist. The nine-tailed fox. It is the nine-tailed fox. A smile graced Emperor Yunli's lips. Indeed, while others may remain oblivious to the nine-tailed fox's abilities, you, above all, should be well aware. Everything that had just transpired was merely an illusion conjured by Jiang Jinlin and her spirit beasts. The 10 beasts she summoned were but a ruse, sealing off an empty space. Did you ever consider, on the day you seized my beast egg, that you would one day fall to the very spirit beasts you commandeered? A fierce glint ignited in Emperor Yunli's eyes, and Jiang Jinlin suddenly felt a crushing weight descend upon her. She was instantly forced into a half-kneeling position, immobilized. How could you? You never summoned your spirit beasts. How could you wield the nine-tailed fox's power? Jiang Jinlin was thrown into disarray, believing that possessing more than double the number of spirit beasts compared to Emperor Yunli would ensure her complete dominance, rendering her immobile and subject to excruciating torment in her hands. However, the power that Yunli presently exhibits is beyond her reach. The spirit aperture stage, ha ha ha. Indeed, it is only a master at the spirit aperture stage who can wield the power of spirit beasts regardless of whether they are summoned or not. Jiang Jinlin chuckled, perhaps overwhelmed by her own resentment, or perhaps the gravitational domain had pressed her so hard that blood tears began to flow. You have already broken through to the spirit aperture stage? Is that so? Her voice was a mere whisper, laden with incredulity and tinged with self-mockery. I devised so many battle strategies against your spirit beasts. I practiced specifically to obstruct the pathways of your teleportation. And now you tell me that all my efforts have been in vain. You, Yunli, managed to ascend to the spirit aperture stage in just a few months? Jiang Jinlin laughed, but the laughter was painful, her body trembling as blood tears continued to cascade down her face. Yunli knelt down, gazing at Jiang Jinlin's countenance, a visage that seemed utterly foreign and unrecognizable. She lightly tapped Jiang Jinlin's forehead, employing the soul search technique. Everything that transpired after Jiang Jinlin fled from the capital of Beili unfolded before her eyes. In her quest for vengeance, she had disfigured her own face and assumed another's identity to conceal her whereabouts. For the sake of revenge, she willingly became a test subject, implanting 10 spirit beasts and demon beasts into her soul. To avenge herself, she befriended the neglected princess of Shitsong, coaxing her into the Imperial Academy to bide her time against Yunli. In pursuit of retribution, she tirelessly researched ancient divine beast materials that Yunli possessed, crafting a series of countermeasures. To hone the synergy of the 10 spirit and demon beasts, her soul endured endless torment daily. Yet, despite her relentless sacrifices, she had only managed to withstand a few strikes from the green-eyed demon spider. Perhaps Yunli had intentionally held back, wishing to gauge her true capabilities, thus affording her those fleeting opportunities to attack. Chapter 81. Archenemies. Conclusion. Yunli, what are you doing? Shiqing felt an unsettling anxiety about Yunli's actions towards Jiang Jinlin. The president of Songhai Academy had perished, and if its secrets fell into Yunli's hands, it could jeopardize their grand plans. Yunli opened her eyes and turned to Shiqing. What, elder, she also wishes to challenge me? Or do you intend to meddle in this arena? Yunli, please spare her. Consider it a favor to Songhai Academy. A favor? Yunli laughed. Your academy's president has already perished. And yet you still seek to save face with me? Yunli, do not go too far. And if I do? Yunli tightened her grip around Jiang Jinlin's neck. This person is my sworn enemy. Today, regardless of who intervenes or what power lurks behind you, she is as good as dead. If you wish to blatantly violate the rules of the competition, so be it. We of Beili will not mind breaking the rules. The Emperor's overwhelming aura rendered Shiqing's expression dark and grim. Indeed, Yunli was no ordinary disciple. She was the Empress of a nation, backed by the entirety of Beili. Threatening her to desist was utterly futile. Yunli then turned her gaze back to Jiang Jinlin. To be honest, as we reach the moment of our true reckoning, I find myself feeling a tinge of sympathy for you. And believe me, your hatred, the very essence that has propelled you through every step until now, resonates deeply within me. No one in this world can empathize with you more than I can. However, my hatred was born from your actions, while yours was inflicted by me. From the moment your Jiang family picked me up, intending to exploit me, the groundwork for today as confrontation was laid. Had your Jiang family shown even a modicum of humanity or warmth in these past 15 years, the day of your downfall would not have left a single survivor. Jiang Jinlin, you have lost. You are outmatched in talent, outclassed in spirit beasts. For the rest of your life, you are destined to look up at me. Jiang Jinlin broke free from Yunli's grasp, wandering the arena with a deranged smile, as if losing her sanity. She began to sing a nursery rhyme, recalling the first time she encountered Yunli. At that moment, she thought her younger sister was truly beautiful. Yet jealousy consumed her. Why could she not possess such beauty? Later, her envy of her sister's spiritual roots led her to believe that only by harming Yunli could she gain a modicum of superiority. It seemed that only when she humiliated her sister could she relish the exhilarating sensation of being in control. In the confines of the small Jiang household, she believed that her mother's affection placed her above everyone else. She thought that everything she desired, every noble friend she had, was a realm forever beyond Yunli's reach. She believed she. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Jinlin turned to look at Yunli, tears streaming down her face. Yes, our initial encounter was a cruel twist of fate orchestrated by the heavens. You, Yunli, the sovereign of Beili, were never meant to dwell in this insignificant border town. Why were you picked up by my mother? Why? She screamed frantically, her face contorted in rage as she pointed at her own heart, her complexion flushed and veins bulging. Do you now take pleasure in my downfall, just as I did in my youth? Her tears fell like disconnected red pearls, an image both repulsive and yet evoking a twinge of pity. Yunli's eyes glistened with unshed tears, yet she steadfastly refrained from allowing a single drop to fall. Never, never. Jiang Jinlin erupted into wild laughter, collapsing onto the ground. What a splendid never. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Jinlin's spirit beasts and demon beasts stirred, but they did not charge at Yunli. Rather, they turned towards Jiang Jinlin. Yunli, my fate shall not culminate in death at your hands. This is my last shred of dignity to cling to. Yunli, who had initially intended to intervene, halted. She had envisioned tormenting Jiang Jinlin, wishing to make her existence unbearable, drowning her in despair. Yet, as the moment of reckoning arrived, fatigue washed over her. Exhausted, both physically and mentally, Jiang Jinlin was her obsession. But how was the Jiang family not Yunli's obsession as well? Watching as Jiang Jinlin was devoured by her own spirit beasts and demon beasts, a solitary tear slipped from the corner of Yunli's eye. Sister. Upon hearing this, Yunli's body froze. If only. Ultimately, she lacked the strength to complete her sentence. Ultimately, there was no chance for a second beginning. A tear rolled down their faces, belonging to both Yunli and Jiang Jinlin. And thus, everything finally came to an end. In the third match, Beili, Imperial Academy, victorious. The cheers from the audience erupted, yet Yunli felt neither elation nor satisfaction. She gazed up at the sky, suddenly sensing that behind all of this predetermined fate, there seemed to be a pair of unseen hands orchestrating it all. Whether it was her, the Jiang family, or the current Jiang Jinlin, they were all mere pawns in the hands of those unseen forces. Regardless of their intentions, everything had been set in motion from the very beginning. She even questioned whether her own transmigration had been predestined from the outset. Yunli, Nanha exclaimed, startled, as Yunli unexpectedly fainted. At the moment she collapsed, a pair of strong arms caught her, and then both disappeared. Xinyi, I am so tired. Her voice trembled, laden with emotion. This marked the first occasion she earnestly called his name, yet it tugged sharply at Xinye's heart. He tenderly caressed her flowing tresses, murmuring, rest for a while, I am here. Yunli, resembling a small kitten, nodded softly before drifting into slumber. Xinyi, sensing her internal state, exhaled in relief. The reason for her fainting was due to her recent breakthrough into the spirit aperture realm, where her unstable condition had led to a tumultuous flow of vital energy. Additionally, the death of Jiang Jinlin seemed to weigh heavily upon her heart. You appear to wield the most ruthless methods, yet you are profoundly loyal and affectionate. I had nearly forgotten that for you. The Jiang family represented not only adversaries, but also kin from the beginning. Even though they treated you so, even after they stripped you of your beast egg, that was indeed the place you had called home for 15 years, the family you had cherished for the same duration. The pain in Xian Ye's eyes almost overflowed. Thankfully, it had all come to an end. Sleep now, rest well, and tomorrow will be better. Yunli nuzzled her head in response and continued to sleep. As for the final match, Lu Wuyang had lost. Fortunately, his opponent was by Li Xian from Henggu Academy, and their encounter had merely been a spar, lacking any severe blows. The top 4 had now been determined. 2 disciples from the Imperial Capital Academy, 1 from Shizong, and 1 from Donggu. This year, Nan Yuan had completely forfeited its chance to enter the Immortal Tomb. As for the final outcome, which 3 academies would emerge victorious, all would be revealed in tomorrow's decisive battle. Chapter 82, the grand finale commenced. The following day, at dawn, Yunli's realm had stabilized, and her heart was at peace. She pushed open the door and found several individuals standing outside. Jiling Ran, Lu Wuyang, Nan He, Xiao Bailian, Bai Xian, and Wu Ji. Also present was the deceased companion spirit beast of the director, the Purple Thunder Lion. Witnessing this scene warmed Yunli's heart. Despite having garnered numerous enemies along this journey, she had now acquired trustworthy allies to whom she could entrust her back, and a teacher who would always stand by her side. You're awake, Ji Ling Ren approached her. Yes, Yunli replied. Then he sighed. How do you feel? Are you better? I'm fine, teacher. Yunli glanced at Lu Wuyang, who was being punished by squatting in a horse stance, and then at Nan He's expression. With a mischievous smile, she asked, Teacher, do you already know? I do, Nan He said, his tone turning stern. You, all of you, have been incredibly reckless. The director is at the 9th level of the Spirit Aperture realm and on the verge of breaking through to the Spirit Sovereign. How dare you all act against him without notifying me first? What if you, teacher? Yunli blinked innocently. Yunli has realized her mistake. Nan He, upon seeing Yunli's sparkling eyes, found it difficult to remain angry. In any case, such reckless behavior cannot happen again. Yes, teacher. Nan He shifted the conversation, pulling Yunli aside. Yunli, how did you manage to turn the Purple Thunder Lion against its master at such a critical moment? Isn't teacher already pondering this? Then he raised an eyebrow, remaining silent. He had gathered from Lu Wuyang and the others that Yunli had employed the Beast Taming bell at a crucial moment, which led to the Purple Thunder Lion's betrayal. However, unbeknownst to them, Nan He had sensed some underlying hints. This Beast Taming bell, while indeed a rare and high-quality artifact capable of controlling spirit beasts and making them temporarily turn against their masters, could not ensure the survival of a companion spirit beast after its master's death. Furthermore, when Yunli had confronted the devouring ants on the 6th level of the Demon Ceiling Tower, managing to control the Ant King, then he had already begun to form vague suspicions. Now, with all these events, that suspicion had solidified in his mind. Well, then he did not voice his thoughts outright, choosing instead to keep this card of the Beast Tamer hidden. He felt assured that Yunli would navigate the cultivation world effectively with such a secret. In my lifetime, to have found such a precious disciple as you is truly a stroke of fortune. With a teacher as caring as you, it is Yunli's fortune as well. The two shared a smile. The others, witnessing Nan He's anger dissipate, breathed a sigh of relief. In the sunlight, the scene in the courtyard was indeed heartwarming. All right, Yunli, you consider how to resolve the issue with the Purple Thunder Lion. There is half an hour until the decisive battle. I must return now, and you all should prepare. Yes. The group bowed in unison, watching Nan He depart. As for the Purple Thunder Lion, Yunli could have slain it on the spot or released it back into the wild. However, killing it seemed too wasteful, and letting it go could lead to unnecessary trouble. She sensed an undercurrent between the 4 nations and the 4 major academies. Thus, it would be wiser to keep the Purple Thunder Lion for her own use. Wu Ji, Master. Wu Ji obediently approached, not daring to overstep in the slightest. Your blood leech, while peculiar and bloodthirsty, is suited for large-scale attacks yet cannot fly, making it unsuitable for aerial combat. From this day forth, the Purple Thunder Lion is granted to you as a mount. Wu Ji's eyes widened in disbelief. Master, this. The Purple Thunder Lion is a divine beast. A spirit beast at the Spirit Aperture realm level. Such a tremendous fortune has fallen upon me. Naturally, it is not a gift without conditions. From today onward, you shall take the Purple Thunder Lion and this token back to the Northly capital to find the National Master. At that time, you will know what you ought to do. Yes, let me remind you, if you harbor any ill intentions, even from 1,000 miles away, Your soul's blood is in my possession, and your life and death lie within my thoughts. Yes, master. At this moment, Wu Ji dared not entertain even the slightest notion of rebellion, not to mention his battle against Yunli, which had imparted a painful lesson. The fact that Yunli had dared to hunt the director and succeeded had thoroughly convinced him. Moreover, he had participated in both incidents and had thus become a criminal in Shitsong, with no path of return. Therefore, he had no reason nor desire to rebel. Yunli approached the purple thunder lion, gently stroking its large head. The purple thunder lion showed no resistance, instead appearing to relish the attention, nuzzling her hand affectionately. Go. No one knew what Yunli conveyed to the purple thunder lion, but Wu Ji understood that as long as he did not rebel, the purple thunder lion would be his great opportunity. Should he ever feel the urge to turn against her, he would likely meet the same fate as the director. Master. Then I shall take my leave with the purple thunder lion. After Wu Ji departed, Yunli finally breathed a sigh of relief. Having resolved another matter, she felt somewhat lighter in spirit. Jiang Ran approached Yunli, saying, Today's finals, the top 4 reduced to 2, is a match between you and me. Yunli felt no surprise. Aside from themselves, no one would wish to see the Imperial Capital Academy monopolize 2 of the top 3 slots in this inter-academy competition. After all, it involved opportunities to enter the Immortal Tomb, creating conflicts of interest. Nanlin Academy and Hanggu Academy were opposed, and the Songhai Academy was even more unwilling. Furthermore, Yunli did not continue down that path of thought, instead remarking, It seems our battle today was tacitly arranged. Jiang Ran raised her chin slightly, whether by deliberate arrangement or mere coincidence, she said. You and I must face each other in battle. Even though she had joined the Protector Army and had begun to genuinely yield to Yunli, the desire to engage in battle with her had been a fixation ever since she first laid eyes on Yunli. Initially, she had hoped to defeat Yunli in this confrontation, thus escaping her fate. Now, she simply wished to witness Yunli's prowess firsthand. Even if she were to lose, it would matter not. The clash between us is undoubtedly inevitable. However, irrespective of who emerges victorious today, we must secure 2 of the top 3 positions. Are you confident in your abilities? Following the elimination round, the 2 victors will face off in the ultimate battle for the championship. After determining the 1st and 2nd places, the 2 who fall short in the semifinals will compete in a match to ascertain the 3rd place. What Yunli desires is both the 1st and the 3rd positions. Whether it is Songhai Academy or Hanggu Academy that claims the 2nd place is of little consequence. It bears minimal impact. Rest assured, among our peers, you are perhaps the only one capable of defeating me. As Jiang Ran uttered these words, her eyes shimmered with unwavering confidence. Oh, has the morale of the army begun to waver even before the battle? Jiang Ran lowered her gaze, a faint smile gracing her lips. For I merely possess a clearer understanding of reality. If one can be defeated, then they can indeed be defeated. I, Jiang Ran, can accept loss. Yet, in our impending duel, I shall exert my utmost effort. Should I injure you in the process, it is of no consequence. The arena knows no boundaries of rank. The 2 shared a glance, exchanging a smile that spoke volumes of mutual admiration between the 2 young women. Chapter 83, The Young Generation. The first among the Spirit Aperture stage? In the arena, today marks the grand finale, where the titles of champion, 2nd, and 3rd places will be determined. Following today, the number of participants from each academy entering the Immortal Tomb will be established. The first match pits the Eastern Hanggu Academy against the Western Songhai Academy. This battle is met with great anticipation, for each contender that has reached the top 4 is undoubtedly a standout among their generation's elites. This time, our Songhai Academy is poised to secure the championship title. Indeed, the most formidable among us has achieved the pinnacle of the Spirit Aperture stage, standing as the foremost among our 4 academies. Yet, I observed that Yunli's recent match against our academy's enigmatic disciple also seemed to display prowess in the Spirit Aperture stage. Do you understand what the Spirit Aperture stage entails? I shall enlighten you. Yunli relies entirely upon her so-called Beast Taming bell, controlling those spirit beasts and demons solely through it. You comprehend nothing. The first among the younger generation in the Spirit Aperture stage belongs to our academy. The champion of the 4 academies' grand competition is destined to be ours. Yunli cast her gaze toward Songhai Academy. Today's final is likely to deter common folk from the audience, yet all disciples appear to have arrived. Moreover, it seems they have spread some rumor. For the Western Song audience is steadily swelling. Ever since Yunli employed blood leeches to cleanse their audience, today marks the highest turnout they have ever seen. The Northernly audience is likewise abuzz with discussion. Have you heard? A disciple from the West Song broke through to the Spirit Aperture stage yesterday, the one currently on stage. Indeed, I heard them proclaiming it upon my arrival. They assert that this championship is surely theirs, a glorious battle for the West Song. Otherwise, why would so many attend? Precisely. They boast of being invincible among their peers, the first to reach the spirit aperture stage. What power does our king possess now? Can he triumph? Fear not. Our king has never known defeat since the onset of battle. Indeed, regardless of the so-called first among the spirit aperture stage or claims of invincibility among peers, our king stands as the true paragon of invincibility, the unrivaled champion among his generation. Then he should have felt anxious for Yunli. Yet upon contemplating her trump card, he felt his tension dissipate. Yunli, your ultimate opponent, is likely the so-called first among the peers in the spirit aperture stage. Yunli chuckled softly, remaining silent. Yet her eyes sparkled with anticipation for the duel ahead. Amidst a thunderous uproar, the protective barrier of the arena was suddenly shattered. The tremendous shockwave surged forth, wreaking havoc upon the front row of the waiting area and the audience. Fortunately, the heads and elders of the academies reacted promptly, preventing any casualties. Otherwise, the aftermath of such a blast would have been sufficient to send everyone reeling. As the dust settled, all eyes turned toward the arena, where one individual stood while another lay incapacitated. Clearly, it was Hanggu Academy that faced defeat, and it was Beili Xian who succumbed. Fortunately, despite his grievous injuries, Beili Xian clung to life, not yet departed from this world. It seems that the flaw of his power plummeting drastically after 3 arrows must be addressed swiftly. In the first match, the Western Song High Academy, represented by Xian, emerged victorious. Cheers erupted from the Western Song side. For since the shadow cast by Yunli's previous encounter, this was their most triumphant moment yet. The victor on stage, Xian, who prided himself as the first among peers, directed his gaze not toward his own audience, but rather at Yunli, and with a disdainful gesture, he raised his middle finger at her before flipping his hand down. Yunli remained unfazed, yet the other disciples and audience members could no longer contain themselves. Erupting in expletives, Yunli merely offered a cold smirk, her lips parting slightly, unhurried, unperturbed. Her voice, though soft, reached Xian's ears with crystal clarity. Subsequently, she summoned Baizhe to restore Beili Xian's life force. Upon witnessing Baizhe take the stage, Xian raised his hand to attack both the creature and Beili Xian, unleashing a dazzling blade of light, seemingly intent on leaving both the man and beast lifeless in the arena. In an instant, Yunli teleported, striking down his blade of light with her whip, which also left a crimson mark across his face. The match had concluded. My spirit beast is not one you, a mere waste, can dare to assault privately. Xian licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, though he wished to deny it. The sting from Yunli's whip still reverberated through his soul, akin to 1,000 needles piercing him. Yet he bore the pain, suppressing any sign of it. I find fiery and passionate beauties most appealing. You shall soon discover whether you are a mere waste or not. Perhaps you may even find out firsthand in my royal chambers. The malevolence in his gaze seemed capable of devouring a man whole. Yunli had never encountered such a fierce glare since her arrival in this world. Yunli remained composed, for he was not the first to brazenly utter such lewd remarks toward her. Yet, among those who dared to speak thus, he would certainly not live to tell the tale, even if he was the crown prince of the Western Song. As the two appeared on the verge of confrontation, the event host hurriedly interposed himself, resuming the proceedings. The second match features Yunli from the Northern Li Imperial Academy against Jilingran. Also from the Northern Li Imperial Academy, Xian, unwilling to concede, cast a glance at the judging panel before departing the arena in indignation. Yunli too turned her gaze toward the direction where Xian had looked. There lay the representatives of the floating Immortal Academy. With just one glance, Yunli felt a chill creep down her spine, a primal instinct of alertness surging from within. Yet, that sensation vanished as swiftly as it had come, as if it had never existed. What is it? Jilingran has taken the stage. It is nothing. Both ascended the stage. Yet the atmosphere among the northernly audience and the waiting area was decidedly subdued. For regardless of who prevailed, it was an outcome none wished to witness, as the defeat of either would diminish the Imperial Academy's chances of securing a top 3 position. Jilingran raised her head slightly. The trump card you provided me, I never imagined would be you, the first. Let this serve as a testament to the fruits of your training. With a bow, Jilingran acknowledged her opponent, a hint of challenge lacing her words. No sooner had she spoken than her aura shifted dramatically. With spear in hand, Jilingran advanced swiftly toward Yunli. Her steps so rapid they left afterimages in their wake. What speed, what footwork! I have never witnessed her employ such a technique before. The speed is astonishing. However, why is she circling around the Empress? It's incomprehensible, yet it appears incredibly formidable. The two have not even summoned their spirit beasts. Is this merely a personal sparring session? You know nothing. How many spirit beasts does the king possess? All of them are ancient spirit beasts. If they summoned their beasts, would there be any point in competing? Ah, indeed, that is true. Chapter 84. If you wish to battle, then let it be so. The 7-kill formation. Let the formation commence. No one in the audience discerned what Ji Lingran had done. At most, they could see flickering red lights. Meanwhile, Yunli was experiencing the intricacies of the 7-kill formation for the first time. This formation, a lethal trump card bestowed by Yunli upon Ji Lingran, represented the epitome of offense, contrasting sharply with Lu Wuyang's ultimate defense. 7 steps to form the array. The killing formation activated, 7 deaths, and no survival. Being ensnared within the formation is akin to entering the absolute domain of the one who set it. She has 7 opportunities to strike from any direction, each time unleashing her most potent attack based on her current cultivation level. The most terrifying aspect lies in the fact that the array's creator can choose to unleash a series of attacks or to accumulate the 7 strongest strikes to deliver a fatal blow to the one trapped within. The optimal method to break this formation is to interrupt it before it is completed. Yunli understood this crucial point, yet allowed the 7-kill formation to take shape. Desiring to personally test the formation's might, the audience, including the disciples waiting for their turn, could only hear the metallic clashing resonating from the arena. Few could see clearly within the 7-kill formation, except for those with cultivation levels above the spirit aperture stage. Yunli connected 3 strikes, retreating step by step, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of her mouth. The 7-kill formation truly lived up to its name. Merely 3 strikes could inflict a light injury upon her, and the spear techniques within the formation were relentless, targeting her vital points. Your Majesty, I hope you take this battle seriously. I will face you with my strongest strike. As a sign of respect, Yunli declared, her lips curling into a smile. Very well, if you wish to battle, then let it commence. She ceased holding back, her figure vanishing beneath Ji Lingran's spear tip. Ji Lingran felt a surge of terror. She had always believed she could truly harm Yunli. Yet, she never anticipated that the moment Yunli became earnest, she could sever Ji Lingran's sense of her position within the formation. Although Yunli remained within the array, Ji Lingran felt utterly oblivious to her presence. Suddenly, Duan Yuan silently lunged from behind Ji Lingran. Startled, she widened her eyes and sidestepped to block with her spear. Yet, she seemed to have no intention of defending. Instead, she tossed the spear aside, allowing it to encircle Duan Yuan once. This maneuver transformed her previously suppressed position into an offensive stance in an instant. She afforded Yunli no opportunity to react, swiftly thrusting towards her. This exemplified the essence of the 7-kill formation, supreme offense, entirely disregarding defense. Due to this ultimate assault, Yunli found herself forced to the edge of the arena. With just a bit more effort, Ji Lingran could push her off. The spectators supporting Yunli were filled with anxiety, calling out for her to rally. Lu Wuyang cleared his throat, cautiously inquiring of Nan He, "Teacher, who do you think will emerge victorious?" Nan He turned, replying, "In any case, you will undoubtedly lose." "Teacher, what do you mean by that? You can't even see this clearly, and yet you are my teacher." Lu Wuyang scratched his head. "I dare not, disciple." Then he sighed in exasperation and helplessness. What could he do with such a dull apprentice? Do you think Yunli is ensnared at every turn? Yes. Then consider why she finds herself in such a predicament. Why? Then he took a deep breath. She is testing her skills. Testing skills? Then he realized he had grown accustomed to conversing with Yunli. And suddenly switching back to Lu Wuyang was quite taxing. If my observations are correct, the ultimate reversal technique you employed that day, which eliminated 3 opponents, along with Ji Lingran's display today, should not have been learned at the Imperial Academy, correct? Lu Wuyang bit his lip, unable to articulate a response. He feared that revealing this secret might cause Yunli trouble, yet he did not wish to deceive Nan He, leaving him at a loss for words. From my nearly 1,000 years of experience, the intricacies of the 7-kill formation stem from a particular footwork. Once the formation is established, the situation is set for 7 kills. Within those 7 moves, unless the one who set the formation is killed, it cannot be broken. Yunli will not kill Ji Lingran, so she must endure these 7 strikes. What pleases me most is that even though Yunli is already so powerful, she continues to suppress her realm, confronting an opponent of equal standing to identify her shortcomings. If only you were as worry-free as your junior sister, I would be burning incense in gratitude. Lu Wuyang, feeling an unexplainable sense of awe, asked, "Teacher, what do you mean by suppressing her realm?" Then he cast a meaningful glance at Lu Wuyang. Even Lu Wuyang, dense as he was, understood the implication behind Nan He's words and hastily fell silent. Meanwhile, at Songhai Academy, Shi Qing inquired of Shi Yan, "If it were you, would you have the confidence to break this 7-kill formation?" Shi Yan said nothing, his eyes filled with a fervent desire for a sparring match. The 7-kill formation. All the spears unleashed. This strike was Ji Lingren's culmination of the remaining 3 moves within the 7-kill formation, forcefully merging them into the strongest killing blow, 1,000 spears unleashed. The moment the killing move took shape, the 7-kill formation dissipated. Everyone in the arena clearly saw what appeared to be tens of thousands of red spears formed from spiritual energy, arrayed in perfect order in the air. With a mere gesture from Ji Lingren's spear tip, they surged forth with unstoppable force, aimed directly at Yunli. This strike locked Yunli in place, leaving her with no avenue for escape. It seemed as if it could tear through the very fabric of reality, prompting even Nanhe to ponder whether he could withstand such a blow. Yunli gazed upon this strike, her eyes brimming with excitement. This was the ultimate offense she longed to witness. This was the might of the 7-kill formation as she had envisioned it. At the moment the myriad spears descended, Ji Lingren noticed Yunli showing no signs of evasion or defense, causing her to panic slightly, fearing she might inadvertently injure Yunli. Alas, her spiritual energy was entirely exhausted, and the energy unleashed by the 1,000 spears surpassed her control. Gravity, domain. Yunli's voice was soft, only audible to Ji Lingren. Ji Lingren's pupils trembled. At this moment, only she understood that Yunli could utilize the realm of the Taowu without summoning it, which signified something profound. Just as Yunli finished speaking, the myriad spear lights, mere inches from her, suddenly felt as if they had been weighed down by immense force, spiraling uncontrollably towards the ground. Boom! The ground shattered beneath the onslaught of the 1,000 spears, causing the arena to tremble violently, resulting in many spectators losing their footing and tumbling. As the dust settled, the once pristine arena was left in ruins, with a massive pit over 10 meters long and nearly 10 meters wide at its center. The surrounding area had fissures splitting the ground, rendering the arena nearly unrecognizable. This demonstrated the sheer power of Ji Lingren's final strike. Chapter 85. The Grand Competition of the 4 Academies, the most intense battle. As the smoke dissipated from the arena, both figures stood atop their respective spirit beasts. Humph! Ji Lingren grunted softly, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. The recent assault exceeded her control, leaving even herself affected by the backlash. Fortunately, she summoned the fire Qilin for protection just in time, sustaining no serious injuries. Shall we continue? Yunli stood with her hands clasped behind her, her gown billowing in the wind. The breathtaking strike from earlier appeared to have had no effect on her whatsoever. Ji Lingren dismounted from the fire Qilin and approached Yunli, their eyes locking in a silent exchange. Yunli remained still, patiently awaiting Ji Lingren's response. Then, a smile graced Ji Lingren's lips, one that reflected her complete admiration for Yunli. Kneeling before her with weapon in hand, she bowed deeply in reverence. I, Ji Lingren, a new member of the Imperial Guard, pay my respects to the Empress. The fire Qilin mirrored its master, bowing its front legs in submission. This moment encapsulated the grandeur of imperial authority alongside the unyielding loyalty of a general. The visual spectacle left the audience in awe, igniting fervent discussions among them. Wasn't Ji Lingren known for her reluctance to join the Imperial Guard? What has changed now? Indeed, I have witnessed her relentless training to grow stronger. Why the sudden shift in her demeanor? Surely, it must be the magnetic charm of our sovereign. Individuals like Ji Lingren, strong in their own right, would only yield to those who surpass them. I almost envy her. If I were fortunate enough to join the Imperial Guard, it would be as if my ancestors' graves were emitting smoke in celebration. Smoke, you say? Perhaps your ancestors' graves wouldn't even let you in. Laughter erupted in the audience from Beili, while the spectators from Shizong, poised for battle, found themselves sweating for Shi Yan. What is the true strength of this Beili Empress? It feels as though she possesses countless hidden cards, for no one has yet forced her to fight at full capacity. Why undermine our own prestige by praising others? Our prince, Shi Yan, is at the spirit aperture realm. Defeating the Beili Empress should be child's play. Indeed. Did you not hear the first prince proclaiming he would pin the Beili Empress down to demonstrate his might? A wave of distasteful laughter followed, a cacophony of derisive voices filling the air. Shi Qing turned to Shi Yan. Did you see how she executed that last move? Shi Yan remained silent, his expression grave. Do you have confidence in defeating her? Could you refrain from asking such trivial questions? He retorted, frustration evident in his tone. How audacious. I am your royal uncle. And what of it? You remain a failure, unable to ascend to the position of director after all these years. Their squabbling nearly escalated into a fight before the battle had even begun, a rather amusing sight. Yunli turned to Nanhe. Master, I would like you to investigate something. What is it? I wish to uncover the connections between the Shizong royal family, Songhai Academy, and Fuxian Academy. What have you disowned? What I have perceived is insignificant, I am simply overwhelmed with confusion. At this moment, I require a thread to unravel the chaos in my mind. Yunli had initially considered utilizing the power of Beili, but she realized that tracing matters concerning Fuxian Academy would be a formidable challenge, even for the combined forces of the four nations. Before the colossal entity that is Fuxian Academy, the four nations appeared as mere mortal empires, akin to infants challenging giants. Their capabilities were indeed limited. Presently, their only hope lay with Nan He, the head of the Imperial Academy, to uncover the information Yunli sought. Very well, after today, I shall assist you in your inquiries. Yunli nodded, about to speak further, when her eyes widened in astonishment. The battlefield, which had been on the brink of ruin, was restored to pristine condition with a mere wave from the representative of Fuxian Academy, as if the fierce battle had never transpired. Not surprising. The opponent must possess a cultivation level above the 5th tier of the Spirit Sovereign Realm. At our level, while we cannot perform feats of moving mountains or filling seas, restoring such a small area is not particularly challenging. Yunli glanced at her hands, pondering when she too might wield the ability to restore a ravaged land with a mere gesture. An hour later, the final match commenced. Yunli of the Beili Imperial Academy versus Yin of the Shitsong, Songhai Academy. This hour served as the time allotted for the competitors to recover their spiritual energy and tend to their injuries. The audience erupted into fervent applause, regardless of whether they hailed from Beili, Shitsong, Nanyuan, or Donggu. After all, this was the most anticipated battle among the four academies, a spectacle that occurred only once every 4 years. Moreover, one of the contestants was the newly ascended first prince of Shitsong, set to face the Beili Empress, who had never unleashed her full power in the arena. Yunli. The unexpected call caused Yunli to halt in her tracks. She turned to Li Xian, who appeared to have just rushed over, panting heavily. As your national teacher, how could I allow you to enter this battle without a reliable support system? This confrontation was pivotal. The presence of someone to bolster her was essential. Given the current circumstances, Li Xian, now in control of Beili, was undoubtedly the most fitting individual for the task. Lear, uncle, you two have come. Indeed, with the impending conflict between Shitsong and Beili, I have come to support the national teacher and to show your mother how splendidly you have grown. Hearing this, Yunli felt a familiar warmth of pride swell within her, akin to any daughter relishing in her family's esteem. She smiled, assuring him that she would not disappoint. However, after this battle, I have matters to discuss with you and the national teacher, so I kindly ask that you do not leave in haste. Nan Gongxiong nodded. I too have matters to discuss with you. Focus on your match for now. We shall address these issues afterward. Understood. Yunli took a deep breath and ascended the stage. She must win this battle, and in doing so, she would shine brilliantly. She aimed to triumph for her uncle, for her mother, for the countless citizens of Beili, for the ambitious Shitsong, and for all the noble powers that had belittled Beili for over a decade. Yunli, if you lack cultivation beyond the spirit aperture, you may withdraw now. This prince, Yin, cherishes beauty and would prefer to have you perish in my bed rather than see you fall in this arena. What do you say? A smile graced Yunli's lips, yet her eyes glinted with an icy, murderous intent. Is it you who fancies yourself invincible? The unrivaled champion among your peers? Isn't that so? Yin spread his hands, his expression exceedingly arrogant. Simultaneously, numerous spirit beasts began to materialize behind him. Among them were the previously uncontrollable, pieced-together pseudo-ancient divine beasts, the Qilin, Zhuke, Taowu, Bays, and the nine-tailed fox. Moreover, aside from the Qilin, each one bore an uncanny resemblance to Yunli's own. They were all ancient divine beasts. A flicker of astonishment crossed Yunli's eyes, quickly replaced by amusement. Surely you do not believe that possessing these cobbled-together replicas can rival true ancient divine beasts? Chapter 86. Do not gamble with the dying, it brings misfortune. A cruel smile danced on Xian's lips. You shall soon discover whether they can compare. Dare to wager with this prince. If you lose, I will spare your life, and you shall willingly become my plaything. What say you? Yunli coldly chuckled, her fingers caressing the blade of Dun Yuan. That unique, manic aura that belonged solely to her began to envelop the air. I do not gamble. What? Are you afraid? Upon overhearing the dialogue between the two individuals, the cacophony from the audience of Shitsong escalated to a crescendo of disdainful jeers. Indeed, it is not entirely undesirable to serve as a plaything for our esteemed crown prince. After all, it is evident that he far surpasses her in prowess. Our crown prince not only possesses an ancient divine beast akin to hers, but also boasts an additional Qilin. What more could be said? The defeat of your Northern Li is a foregone conclusion. Alas, should your empress become a mere toy for our crown prince? Does it not imply that the women of Northern Li could also be subjected to the whims of us men of Shitsong? Smack. The last speaker felt a sudden chill in his throat, barely registering the pain before witnessing the warm blood gushing forth from his neck. Panic surged within him. He regretted his words, desperately clutching at his throat, yet succumbing to the loss of blood and collapsing to the ground. In the end, he uttered no final words before his legs twitched in death. The voice of Emperor Yunli resonated throughout the arena. I can disregard your petty taunts, for your crown prince shall inevitably perish beneath my abyss. Therefore, I shall not wager against the deceased, as it brings ill fortune. However, your insults towards the women of Northernly have crossed a line I cannot tolerate. Should anyone continue to mock their purity, they shall meet the most fitting of fates. Silenced, the audience of Shitsong ceased their jeering, scarcely daring to breathe, utterly cowed. Listening to Emperor Yunli's proclamation, Xian, however, chose to provoke fate. Today, this crown prince declares that should you lose, not only shall you become my plaything, but all women of Northernly shall also be mine to toy with. What then shall you do? Emperor Yunli smiled, a smile radiant and full of an unhinged fervor. Very well, I shall make you a spectacle of disgrace. Lost in a haze of indulgence. Ninetails, Vermilion Bird, Taowu, Baizhe heed my call. Thus, the battle commenced amidst an atmosphere thick with tension. The Ninetails, Vermilion Bird, Baizhe, and Taowu each summoned their corresponding spiritual beasts. Though these were but constructs, not true ancient divine beasts, in some respects, they represented a successful enhancement. Their combat capabilities and critical strike potential rivaled those of genuine ancient divine beasts. As Xian and the Qilin advanced on Emperor Yunli, the Qilin thrust its front legs forward, conjuring nearly 100 icicles of blue light that surged toward Emperor Yunli. She evaded with agility, but the relentless onslaught of icicles pursued her, engulfing the arena in chaos. Boom. Roar. The clash of beasts had entered a fever pitch. The battlefield was ablaze with vibrant colors, as waves of violent energy surged forth, threatening the stability of the protective barrier. The four academies simultaneously reinforced their defenses. The representative of Floating Immortal Academy spoke up. Yes. The heads of the four academies joined forces, with the acting head of Tsang High Academy, now deceased, replaced by Shiqing, who also contributed to the maintenance of the barrier's integrity. With a long spear in hand, Xian pressed closer during the Qilin's assault on Emperor Yunli, forcing her into a corner, retreating into the Qilin's attack range, and enduring several blows, appearing somewhat disheveled. I hear your defensive treasures have been shattered. It seems to be true. Each time you repel my and the Qilin's strikes with your spiritual energy, I am eager to see how many more you can endure. The audience of Shitsong murmured, clearly, Emperor Yunli is being dominated by our crown prince. What a delight. Lower your voices. Have you forgotten how the last one met his end? What is there to fear? Just look at her. Does she have any strength left to retaliate? She is merely evading. It is only a matter of time before she falls to our crown prince. They began to indulge in fanciful dreams, convinced that the upper hand in the competition belonged to them. They even envisioned their forces descending upon Northernly, indulging in wanton acts, unleashing their darkest desires. Southern Ming, Esli fire, burn the heavens and the earth, Xian proclaimed, showcasing his Vermilion Bird powers, enveloping the arena in a domain of raging flames. The intense heat was unbearable even for the academy heads outside the barrier, who felt as if they were being scorched. Within the inferno, Emperor Yunli's garments were torn in places, revealing claw marks on her back, a testament to an assault from Taowu. Yet only she and Taowu knew that these were the marks of a counterfeit, for the true ripping strength of Taowu would have left far more devastation, capable of tearing a person asunder or delivering grievous internal injuries. Emperor Yunli, you pride yourself on unmatched talent, looking down upon others. Your greatest folly is your arrogance. You are far too haughty, dismissing everyone. Did you truly believe that my ancient divine beast, a mere imitation, would be weaker than yours? You are mistaken. I can replicate even the Vermilion Bird's Southern Ming Leaf Fire domain. Do you comprehend the efforts Shitsong has expended to deal with you? Do you grasp how long I have awaited this day to contest with you? How does it feel within the Southern Ming Leaf Fire domain now? How much longer can your meager spiritual power withstand? As Xian concluded, a sudden weight bore down upon Emperor Yunli, nearly toppling her on the battlefield. Humph. She stifled a groan, blood trickling from her lips, yet under such oppressive gravity, she steadfastly maintained her posture. If you wish to slay me with these dual domains, it is insufficient. Xian laughed heartily. Emperor Yunli, I have never sought to kill you. Do you know why? You are simply too beautiful, akin to a celestial enchantress, captivating every man who gazes upon you. Such beauty must be savored. I have declared, you, the Empress of Northernly, are to be my plaything. Your lands of Northernly shall be fiercely contested by Shitsong. Today, I shall defeat you, and tomorrow, the army of Shitsong shall breach your Northernly walls, sweeping through your gates. At that time, All those tender maidens of northern Li shall belong to Shitsong. Emperor Yunli chuckled lightly, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth. Is that so? Chapter 87. Want to fight again? Very well, let their lives be the price. Seeing Emperor Yunli appear so at ease, Xian felt a flicker of unease. You are now a cornered beast. Do you truly believe there remains a chance for escape? Escape? Emperor Yunli's manic laughter echoed. You are mistaken. It is you who is fleeing, not I. What do you mean by that? Nothing at all. I merely feel that even when given the opportunity, you have displayed utter ineptitude. You and your counterfeit spirit beasts are worthless. Continuing this farce is merely a waste of time. Her true intention was to gauge the combat prowess of the counterfeit ancient divine beasts, measuring how closely they could emulate the true ancient divine beasts in battle. Now, the answer was glaringly evident. Stepping forward, before Xian could even blink, Emperor Yunli was suddenly before him. Smack! A resounding slap struck his face with blinding speed, sending him tumbling to the ground, spitting blood and losing 2 teeth in the process. At this moment, Emperor Yunli could have easily slain Xian, yet she chose to refrain from striking. Because she yearns for victory, not merely for the sake of triumph, but for the elegance and beauty it embodies. She seeks to impart a most excruciating lesson to those with lewd intentions who dare to covet the territory of Beili. How could it be possible for you? What Emperor Yunli employs is not mere teleportation. It is the art of shrinking the land to inches. Is that not a formidable skill reserved for those of the spirit sovereign realm? How could she possess it? Not only Xian, but even the few deans observing from close proximity, including Nanha, were taken aback. After all, no matter how swift teleportation may be, it cannot cover 1,000 miles instantaneously, while the art of shrinking the land can traverse such distances with a single step. Its speed is beyond the reach of mere teleportation. The dean of Henggu Academy turned to Nanha, inquiring about his disciple. Could it be that she is a prodigy? He found himself at a loss for words. The dean of Nanlin Academy stroked his beard, exclaiming in wonder, I suspected her cultivation was unfathomable, knowing she concealed her depths. Yet, I never envisioned she could wield the art of shrinking the land. Could it be that she has? Impossible. Although Shiqing's expression grew grave, he did not appear despondent. When the great competition of the 4 academies commenced, she was still at the 9th level of the spirit infant realm. It has only been a few days. She cannot have crossed 2 major realms. Nanha, unable to hide his pride, declared, regardless of whether she has transcended realms. My disciple's mastery of the art of shrinking the land is without a hint of falsity. Shiqing, this battle may well result in the downfall of your Songhai Academy. Lose. Shiqing scoffed. She remains ensnared within the southern Ming Li fire domain and dares to employ the art of shrinking the land? Truly, she is blinded by arrogance. With such a drain on her spiritual power, she may not last even half a joss-stick's time. Within the arena, the gravity field. Crusher. Crusher. Xian began to panic, doubling his efforts to channel spiritual energy, attempting to confine Emperor Yunli through the force of the gravity domain. Yet, the more he pressed, the more alarmed he became as it appeared she moved with ease, seemingly unaffected by the gravity field. Vermilion Bird, Qilin, Taowu, Nine-tailed Fox, eliminate her. The 4 beasts responded in unison, lunging toward Emperor Yunli, who, upon witnessing this scene, displayed no intention of retreat, her eyes gleaming with scornful mirth. Xian, today I shall demonstrate to you that the counterfeit can never compare to the genuine. What is a replica in the presence of true ancient divine beasts? Base. Life and death domain. Xian's eyes widened in terror. What? Before Emperor Yunli uttered those words, Xian was merely flustered. Now he was utterly panicked. For he could only replicate the abilities Emperor Yunli had displayed, and Bai's and the Nine-tailed Fox's domains had never been revealed before him. Xian had assumed the 2 ancient spirit beasts had not yet awakened their domain powers, but he had not anticipated. When did you? A wave of black and white energy enveloped the entire arena, resembling a colossal yin-yang taiji diagram that suddenly formed beneath the feet of Emperor Yunli and Xian. The moment the life and death domain emerged, Xian felt an irresistible force drawing him in, as if his very being would be shattered and absorbed into the domain, pulling his soul from his body. His spiritual power was consumed in the blink of an eye. The so-called ancient divine beasts, now devoid of Xian's soul power, stood frozen in place, immobile, much like when Emperor Yunli had effortlessly slain its former master, Qingfeng. Without control, they became mere puppets with empty shells. Meanwhile, Emperor Yunli's injuries healed instantaneously. Simultaneously, Xian's vitality surged into her being, rendering her more vibrant, her skin aglow with a lustrous sheen. Emperor Yunli, how dare you? Shiqing was poised to strike. Nanha teleported before Shiqing, obstructing him. Elder Shiqing, no, Dean Shiqing. This is a contest between the 2 of them. You must not disrupt the rules. Humph. What if I choose to break the rules? Xian is my Shitsong's crown prince, the future emperor. He must not die. Xiqing advanced, ready to strike Nanha. You old scoundrel. The words echoed from the Beili spectator stands. Xian's heart sank as he glanced at the composed Nangong Xiong seated in the audience. Nangong Xiong showed no inclination to rise. If you wish to step onto the battlefield, I shall not hinder you. But the moment you do, I can assure you, you will not survive. If you don't believe me, feel free to test it. Nangong Xiong's notorious domineering nature was well known. To lay hands on his niece, one must reckon with the number of lives they possess. Nangong Xiong, do you think my Shitsong fears you? Whether Shitsong fears me, you should know all too well. You. What do you mean? Get down here. One more step, and you shall die? Nangong Xiong, how dare you? Outside the arena, a battle loomed, while within, the outcome was overwhelmingly decisive. Emperor Yunli observed the commotion outside, retracting the life and death domain. It was not out of fear of conflict with the Shitsong, but rather, she did not wish for Xian to perish so easily. Looking again, Emperor Yunli appeared to be in peak condition, devoid of any injuries, while Xian had aged into a man with graying hair and age spots. Let me think. What do you Shitsong hope to achieve by replicating my ancient divine beasts? The Imperial Capital Academy, is it not? Within the demon ceiling tower, the 4 ancient divine beasts emerged, providing you with ample data, leading you to covet the ancient divine beasts. Xian remained silent, his eyes filled with resentment as he glared at Emperor Yunli. She descended step by step from the air to stand before him. Do you believe that without base, without such overwhelming life and death domain, you would not lose? Xian still refrained from speaking, yet his gaze was filled with a murderous intent that seemed capable of devouring Emperor Yunli whole. Very well. I grant you an opportunity to witness the might of the ancient divine beasts. However, the chance to engage with me anew comes at a price. What price? Xian finally spoke. Emperor Yunli pointed directly at the Shitsong spectator stance. Their lives, their vitality. Take from them to replenish you. She emphasized her words, magnifying the cruel ultimatum, causing the audience in the Shitsong stands, as well as the disciples of Songhai Academy, to feel a looming dread. Some, trembling in fear, began to flee the arena. You have little time to decide. The more that flee, the less spiritual and vital energy you shall recover. Emperor Yunli laughed maniacally, handing the cruel decision to Xian. A glimmer of resolve flashed in Xian's eyes as he exerted the remnants of his regained soul power to command the Qilin. Seal them. The Qilin opened its maw, unleashing its freezing power to seal all exits within the arena. Those who had once boasted of invading Beili and seizing its delicate maidens now found only despair in their eyes. Chapter 88. Chaos and Turmoil. Emperor Yunli relished in the sight of her enemies' despair, for in her eyes, they deserved nothing less. Equally, she took no pleasure in granting them a swift demise. And now, the crown prince, who believed he could bring glory to the Shitsong, was personally trading their lives for a chance to battle again. This was the price Emperor Yunli demanded for their insolent words. Witnessing their leader, their pillar of hope, turn to demand their lives in return must have been a unique flavor of despair. Your Majesty, we were wrong. Spare us our lives. Indeed, I am somewhat reckless, and I inflict harm upon myself. I beseech you to temper your wrath. As long as you spare my life, I shall comply with any demand. Your Majesty, we are innocent. I implore you, grant us a chance to survive. The ordinary mortals in the audience of Shitsong knelt in unison, offering their apologies to Emperor Yunli. With a slight elevation of her chin, Emperor Yunli let out a cold laugh. Innocent? Where was your pitiful demeanor when you spoke with such arrogance earlier? Did you not consider the women of Beili, who were so unjustly insulted by your words? They, too, are exceedingly innocent, subjected to your humiliation. Furthermore, have you not beseeched the wrong individual? The one who seeks your demise is not I, but your esteemed crown prince, the exalted crown prince, who may one day unify the realm. It is he who desires your demise. The madness in Emperor Yunli's smile intensified as she turned her gaze to Xian. What? Do you feel sympathy? Yet, I delight in witnessing such a spectacle of dogs biting dogs. If you concede now, you may meet your end. Fear not. I shall grant them a reprieve. Xian's fury was palpable as he clenched his fists, casting a glance at the Shitsong populace. They are but wretched mortals. To die for this prince is their glory. Spare me your chatter. Does your previous statement hold any weight? Indeed, it does. I, as the sovereign of 9 fates, decree it so. Emperor Yunli then turned her attention to the mortals in the Shitsong audience. Have you heard? In the eyes of your crown prince, you are all but base commoners. Are you prepared to die for your crown prince? As she spoke, Emperor Yunli discreetly signaled to Ji Lingran. Ji Lingran silently approached the rear of the crowd and, with her spear, pierced a hole through the exit, creating a means of escape. There is an exit, flee, shouted the individual closest to the opening. The Shitsong populace scrambled desperately, pushing and shoving in their frantic bid to escape. Emperor Yunli, what are you doing? Xian felt humiliated and toyed with. Playing? Does it not amuse you? Emperor Yunli shrugged with a smile. Observe how they all wish to escape, frantically pushing others aside to seize their own chances for survival, only to be shoved away in turn. This grotesque intermingling of human depravity, this bloody struggle for life and death, is it not entertaining? You are truly a madwoman. Madwoman? Emperor Yunli chuckled, not mad enough. She reclined languidly upon the back of Baize, gesturing toward Xian's spear. You, kill them with your own hands. Without bloodshed, I am not pleased. If I am not pleased, you will not have another opportunity to engage with me. Xian, filled with rage, retorted, very well. He seized the spear, and since everyone else is mad, this prince shall indulge in the madness as well. He had pent-up fury with nowhere to unleash it, and now Emperor Yunli had provided him an outlet. With eyes ablaze with anger, he disregarded all else. Emperor Yunli sliced through the defensive barrier, creating an opening, and Xian seized the opportunity to charge forth. Xian, no. Xiqing could not bear to witness his crown prince indiscriminately slaying the commoners of his own nation. Should this news spread, it would strike a grievous blow to the Shizong populace and the royal family. The anger of the multitude could topple a dynasty. Nangongxiong appeared behind Xiqing, pressing a hand upon his shoulder. Today, you cannot stop him. Nangongxiong, do not think I fear you. Xiqing, in his desperation, lashed out at Nangongxiong. Meanwhile, Xian had already reached the Shizong commoners. Even in his depleted state, these mortals were no match for him. 1 spear, 10 lives extinguished. 2 spears, 8 more fell. One after another, the commoners in the Shizong audience perished at the hands of their own crown prince, serving as an outlet for his fury. They desperately sought to escape. Cries of despair echoed, and blood splattered abundantly. Chaos reigned both inside and outside the arena, a tumultuous melee. Emperor Yunli remained languidly reclined upon Baize's back, gently stroking its fur. She cast a deliberate glance at the judges' table. The 3 of them remained remarkably composed. Or perhaps, aside from this contest, they were indifferent to the disputes and deaths among the 4 nations. But do they truly care solely for the competition itself? As time ticked by, Xian continued his rampage. Until he had slain all, until he was weary. The 3 judges remained utterly silent. Xian licked the blood from his spear, his madness rivaling that of Emperor Yunli, as if he had lost all semblance of reason. Are you satisfied? Yes, yes. Emperor Yunli replied with a smile, gently patting Baize's back. The domain of life and death was reawakened, merely utilizing the fleeting vitality of those mortals to restore Xian's waning strength. He transformed from a decrepit figure back to his former self in an instant. It felt remarkably comfortable and delightful to have the vitality of the ancient bloodline transferred to him. Your ancient divine beast never fails to bring surprises. Fully restored, he swiftly returned to the arena. It seems you have set your sights on Baize's domain of life and death once again. Emperor Yunli expressed no surprise. Naturally, all good things, including a beauty such as yourself, belong to me if I desire them. Is that so? Emperor Yunli glanced at her hands, which bore no trace of blood. In the moment she appeared distracted, Xian launched his assault. He regained the ability to control the 5 ancient divine beasts, and the Qilin unleashed a frigid light, seemingly intent on encasing Emperor Yunli in ice. Seemingly unperturbed, Emperor Yunli allowed her body to be encased in ice. As she was ensnared, Xian commanded the Zhuke and other beasts to unleash their most potent strikes upon her. Boom! The ground shook. The Zhuke hurled fireballs at Emperor Yunli, while the Taowu struck with deadly claws, and the Jiwehu and Baize also unleashed their mightiest blows. Yet, amidst the intertwining lights, the ice binding Emperor Yunli shattered completely, disintegrating into fragments that fell to the ground. Is she dead? Has my sister encountered misfortune? Lear. Just as the crowd was consumed with worry for Emperor Yunli, her figure suddenly appeared in the upper eastern section of the arena. Finished? She stretched languidly, seemingly unaffected. You. Impossible. I clearly saw you encased in ice. How could you? Clearly saw? That indicates your eyes and mind are rather slow. Emperor Yunli shook her head, appearing weary of the game, disinterested in him. Look at you all. Mere imitations can only mimic the form. Even the so-called awakened domain power is merely a copy of my own. But can the true ancient bloodline, the power of heaven and earth, be replicated just by imitation? Now, I shall grant you the opportunity to witness what true celestial fire and the might of the southern Ming Li fire truly are. Chapter 89. What a satisfying release. So smooth. I summon in my name the southern Ming Li fire, burn. In an instant, the temperature across the 4 corners of the arena surged dramatically. If the Zhuqiue's southern Ming Li fire at the spirit infant stage could be likened to a mere flicker of flame, then the current southern Ming Li fire could be considered a mighty river. The disparity was not merely a thousandfold. It was a transformation befitting the king of all flames. The three judges at the table could no longer maintain their composure, surrounding themselves with spirit energy to counteract the oppressive heatwave. Orange-red fire lotuses blossomed beneath Xian's feet and above his head. The larger the fire lotus grew, the higher the temperature soared. Xian found himself ensnared between two blazing fire lotuses, his defensive shield, armor, and garments succumbing one by one to the inferno, reduced to mere ashes. His very being was scorched, resembling a figure of flame as he writhed in agony amidst the conflagration, howling in torment. He longed to escape. Yet the barrier of the southern Ming's fire of separation was insurmountable for one whose spiritual power had been utterly depleted. As for why he had not perished yet, it was because Yunli had willed him to endure. While he languished in excruciating agony, Beis continually siphoned the life force of the citizens of Shizong to sustain him. At that moment, Yunli resembled a living Yama, wielding control over the lives and deaths of others at her whim. Xiqing was frantic. Aware that had it not been for Yunli's deliberate torment, Xian would have long since succumbed to the southern Ming's flames. Yunli, what do you truly desire? Even he did not dare to tread into the realm of the southern Ming's fire, thus his demeanor was more subdued than before. Upon witnessing the last vestiges of life being drained from the citizens, Yunli finally gestured dismissively, lifting the barrier of the southern Ming's fire. Now, Xian lay upon the ground. His skin charred and festering, flesh resembling that of overcooked meat, flaking away in chunks. Cries of despair echoed throughout the arena. The onlookers, taken aback by the scene, fell into an involuntary silence, their attention riveted on Xian. Some, unable to bear the sight, retched in the audience. What does the solitary wish to accomplish? A pertinent question indeed. Yunli clapped her hands and leaped down from Beis. I desire that the people of Shizong be left without successors. I desire that the hearts of the citizens of Shizong be filled with trepidation. I desire incessant strife and discord among the people of Shizong, until they are gradually consumed and obliterated by the grievances of the populace. Of course, I need not slay him today, but you must concede on his behalf. Yunli, do not push your luck. I take pleasure in pushing my luck. What will you do about it? Xiqing's heart raced with indignation. This enmity shall be avenged by Shizong. Who should truly seek vengeance upon whom? Xiqing? Others may be unaware, but do you not know? Yunli's words struck Xiqing like a cold deluge, leaving him momentarily stunned. What have you disowned? Enough of your prattle. Today, will you concede on his behalf or not? Xiqing's facial muscles twitched as he trembled with rage, forcing out a few words through gritted teeth. I concede on behalf of Xian. And who are you to act in his stead? This matter must be clarified. I, the one-word shoulder king of Shizong, concede on behalf of my nephew. Yunli's lips curled into a smile. Not enough. I want you to declare that you are conceding on behalf of Shizong to Beili. Yunli, do not raise your voice. What purpose does that serve? Yunli scratched her ear, leisurely awaiting his response. Xiqing felt as though he might be driven to madness by Yunli's provocations. However, given that Shizong's princes were either away on military expeditions or had fallen to treachery, the only surviving candidate capable of ascending the throne was the eldest prince, Xian, who had remained in Songhai Academy. This was the primary reason Xiqing was willing to confront Nangong Xiong in a desperate bid to rescue Xian. 1. 2. Yunli pointed at Xian. At this moment, a mere flick of her finger could condemn Xian to death. I, the one-word shoulder king, concede on behalf of Shizong to Beili. The audience of Beili was momentarily stunned, then erupted into raucous cheers, jubilantly celebrating their triumph. What a release of pin-up frustration. Yunli nodded in satisfaction. All right, take him away. Xiqing hurried to Xian's side, observing that he was hanging by a thread. Even a gentle touch upon his shoulder could cause further injury. The anguish and rage within him were palpable. Yunli, I shall remember this humiliation, and so shall Shizong. Yunli clapped her hands. I have suddenly changed my mind. Perhaps I should just kill you both. She began to form hand seals to summon the southern Ming's fire once more. Enough. The judges at the reviewing stand could no longer remain passive. A representative from the floating Immortal Academy waved his hand, and both Xiqing and Xian vanished from the arena. He regarded Yunli with composure, declaring her the ultimate victor of the 4 Academy competition. She was now the foremost among her peers. The cheers from the crowd grew even more fervent. While the people of Beili rejoiced, those from other nations who had gradually come to respect Yunli's prowess also celebrated her success. A wise elder once erred in her words. I, Yunli, am not merely the foremost among my peers within the 4 academies. I am peerless among all in the spiritual aperture stage. With this declaration, she embodied the audacity and ambition of youth, reaching the pinnacle of fervor. From this battle forth, the name Yunli would become synonymous with unparalleled strength among the younger generation. The representative from the floating Immortal Academy fell silent, locking eyes with Yunli, as the atmosphere grew tense. Nangong Xiong and the others braced themselves, prepared to intervene should the situation escalate. Suddenly, the representative from the floating Immortal Academy let out a hearty laugh. Indeed, a headstrong girl with both courage and wisdom. Regarding the Southern Ming's fire, even an elder such as myself would hesitate to tread. In the realm of the spiritual aperture stage, you may indeed claim to be without equal. This statement sent ripples through the four nations. The floating Immortal Academy had openly acknowledged that Yunli was the foremost in the spiritual aperture stage. What an honor! Is she not merely 16 years old? To achieve such stature at this age is truly exceptional, a prodigy in the entire realm of cultivation. At the same age, I was merely content to have reached the spiritual elixir stage. She has already attained the spiritual aperture stage. Furthermore, she has been recognized by the floating Immortal Academy as an unrivaled powerhouse. Comparisons are futile. She is beyond compare, even in the annals of cultivation. Such feats are rarely chronicled. She has truly accomplished the extraordinary. The Empress of Beili, the foremost in the spiritual aperture stage. With her rate of advancement, who would dare to provoke Beili now? As the battle area of Beili stood, Yunli had secured first place. The remaining contest was the final match between Jiang and Beili Xian, representing the Eternal Academy. Given Beili Xian's severe injuries and Jiang's excessive expenditure of spiritual energy, the judges granted them 2 hours to recuperate. After 2 hours, the final match for third place officially commenced. Leer, Nangong Xiong nearly sprinted over, his imposing figure causing his armor to clank as he moved. You have made us proud, reaching the spiritual aperture stage. Yunli flashed a cunning smile. Uncle, thank you for your assistance just now. No need for such politeness, my child. Nangong Xiong paused, a puzzled expression crossing his face. But why did you allow the tiger to return to the mountain? Leaving Xian alive may prove beneficial in the future. Before he could finish, he noted the mischievous smile shared between Li Xian and Yunli. Chapter 90. The sense of crisis as one's own cabbage is being stolen. Yunli regarded Li Xian, impressed by his exceptional discernment, as he seemed to grasp her intentions. National teacher, what are your thoughts? Li Xian's gaze brimmed with pride for her. Shitsong shall not endure for much longer. What do you mean? Nangong Xiong remained perplexed. General Nangong, do you understand what would transpire should the king slay the eldest prince today? Certainly, Shitsong would be left without a successor. While one might claim there is no successor, there are indeed many valiant and capable kin among the royal family who could take the throne. Thus, the death of a grand prince in Shitsong would merely inflict 2 days of sorrow upon its ruler, ultimately failing to alter the prevailing circumstances. Nangong Xiong was struck with a sudden realization. However, if the prince were to remain alive and ascend the throne, he would undoubtedly unleash a fierce assault against Beili, venting today's wrath. Li Xian offered no response, instead directing his gaze towards Yunli, seemingly awaiting her elucidation. Yunli cleared her throat, asserting that as long as he lived, Shitsong would inevitably meet its demise at his hands, succumbing to the tyranny of a despot amid the clamor of the populace. The clamor of the people? A tyrant? Nangong Xiong remained perplexed. Yunli and Li Xian exchanged knowing smiles. They were both aware of the implications, yet such revelations could not be articulated too plainly at this juncture. Otherwise, should the information leak, it could disrupt her meticulously laid plans. As for Yunli's unwavering confidence that Shitsong would fall into the hands of Xian, it was rooted in the capabilities of the nine-tailed fox. The nine-tailed fox excelled at beguiling minds, assaulting one's very soul. Although Xian currently lived, he was afflicted with an irreparable malady of a fragmented spirit. In simpler terms, he was a physically sound individual, yet prone to fits of rage and emotional instability. Long before Xian exchanged the lives of commoners for the power to confront Yunli, he had already fallen victim to this affliction. Now, as the Grand Prince traded the lives of the people for his combat prowess, committing acts of violence against them, it would not be long before word spread throughout all of Shitsong. Naturally, there would be some degree of encouragement from Beili in this regard. When the public uproar ensues and the nation descends into chaos, Shitsong would have no time to contemplate aggression against Beili. With the plan unfolding smoothly, Xian would ascend the throne, and through his myriad erratic tyrannical behaviors, he would soon find himself overthrown by a popular uprising, leading to the establishment of a new dynasty. Even if the plan faltered, should the Emperor of Shitsong or Shiqing personally eliminate this rightful heir as a cautionary example, it would matter little. By then, with the state in disarray, when they regained the capability to regroup and contemplate war, Yunli was confident she would possess the power to dismantle an entire nation with a mere flick of her wrist. In any case, the name of Shitsong would not endure much longer. Dear uncle, Li Xian, Allow me to introduce to you the friends I have made at the Imperial Academy. Putting aside her thoughts of Shitsong, she decided it was best to focus on more joyous matters, having just triumphed in the great competition of the 4 academies. Yunli introduced them to one another until they became familiar, then purposely led Nangong Xiong to the audience section. In the front row, Xian Yi had been seated all along, observing her victory and her shared joy with friends and family. He felt delighted for her, but refrained from intruding. Uncle, this is Xian Yi. Xian Yi, this is my uncle. Xian Yi rose, surprised by Yunli's sudden introduction of a family elder. Yet, simultaneously, he felt a sense of joy. General Nangong, I have long heard of your esteemed reputation. Ah, yes. Nangong Xiong's eyes widened in astonishment. You too. Although Nangong Xiong was rather brusque and unable to perceive many subtleties, he still sensed the looming crisis of his precious cabbage being eyed by a pig. Yunli said nothing. However, her silence spoke volumes. Who is this young man? What is his age? Is he married? How many are in his family? Uncle Yunli found herself both amused and exasperated. It seemed that no matter where one was, the scrutiny of lineage could not be escaped. Nangong Xiong pulled Yunli aside. Listen to your uncle. This young man is too handsome. Do you think he will? Yunli listened to her uncle's counsel, her smile growing ever brighter. She kept her gaze fixed on Xian Yi, their eyes locked in silent conversation, each sharing a hint of sweetness in their smiles. Yet, unbeknownst to Yunli, 2 individuals were left feeling disheartened. One was the 3rd prince of Donggu, Xiaobai Lian, and the other, the national advisor Li Xian. Both bore a sense of unshakable despondency, and as their gazes inadvertently met, they seemed to understand each other's feelings for Yunli. Yet, they both recognized that they had lost. It appeared that the sole victor was Xian Yi. The great competition of the 4 academies was greeted with jubilant cheers from the Beili audience as it arrived at its final match, by Li Xian versus Jiang Ran. One bore injuries from previous battles, while the other struggled with unstable energy and a lack of full recovery, their mental state not appearing well. Jiang Ran felt no regret for having used her trump card during her battle against Yunli. Otherwise, employing the 7-kill formation in this match might have resulted in serious injury or worse. Both were members of Yunli's newly formed Imperial Guard, and this battle was one to give their all, not a life-or-death contest. What are your plans after this battle? Xian Yi asked as Yunli brought him to the front row of the waiting area, where they could better observe the fight. Plans? To address by Li Xian's 3 arrows and their subsequent weaknesses, and then see if I can procure a couple of defensive artifacts. Once fully prepared, I will venture into the Immortal Tomb. After all, the competition for opportunities within the Immortal Tomb would inevitably entail a life-and-death struggle. Only with complete preparation could one secure opportunities and return safely. The Immortal Tomb, Xian Yi gazed into the distance, seemingly lost in thought. Do you wish to go? I can help you apply for a spot with the teacher. If you wish to go, I will accompany you. Xian Yi appeared reluctant to continue discussing matters of the Immortal Tomb. Would you prefer to visit the auction house to buy a few artifacts before entering the Immortal Tomb? Or seek out a craftsman for custom items? Yunli herself was uncertain. Do you know any exceptionally skilled craftsmen? Xian Yi pondered for a moment. There were plenty of capable craftsmen in the celestial realm. Leave this matter to me. I will provide you with an answer by tomorrow. I knew my handsome brother was the most capable and resourceful. In her excitement, Yunli suddenly leaned in and kissed Xian Yi on the cheek. Xian Yi's eyes brightened momentarily, his joy barely concealed, and he made no attempt to hide it. The king has kissed him. He has been kissed. Who is that man? Could he be a fellow disciple of the king? Never mind. Our king is so extraordinarily talented and formidable. Only his appearance could possibly match his greatness. Is this the future imperial consort? Or perhaps the king's favored concubine? So sweet. It's making me want to find a lover myself. Oh, no one could ever be worthy of our king. Your Majesty, why not take a look back at me? I could even change my gender for you, Your Majesty. Chapter 91. The End of the Great Battle, a Legendary Beginning. In the second match, the victor was Jiang Ran of the Beili Imperial Academy. Jiang Ran stood in the arena, her body swaying precariously. The overexertion of her spiritual energy had nearly caused her to faint. Bai Xian, on the other hand, succumbed to an old injury during the battle and lost to Jiang Ran by a hair's breadth. Following this match, the great competition of the 4 academies concluded successfully. Let us congratulate the final victors. First place, Imperial Academy, Yunli. Second place, Songhai Academy, Xian. Third place, Imperial Academy, Jiang Ran. Now, let us give a resounding cheer for the top 3 winners of this great competition. As the cheers echoed, the great competition of the 4 academies came to a close. The name of Yunli had thoroughly spread throughout the 4 academies. Moreover, the legends of Yunli reached other significant cultivation forces in the continent, such as Yundan Pavilion, Tianfu Auction House, and Fuxian Academy. As for the prizes for the top 3, Yunli received a top-grade artifact, the Qian Kuan Ding, along with 2 mid-grade artifacts, the Li Di Axe and the 7-star sword, and an additional reward of 100,000 spirit stones. Apart from the Qiankuan Cauldron, which she deemed worthy, the other 2 artifacts were entrusted to Nanha by Yunli, instructing him to reward them to disciples suited for those items, particularly those who accompanied them to the Immortal Tomb. This decision served a dual purpose. Firstly, it was a modest gesture of gratitude towards Nanha for his repeated acts of protection and a small contribution to the Imperial Academy. Secondly, it aimed to enhance the combat capabilities of her fellow disciples in preparation for their expedition to the Immortal Tomb. After all, who could predict the challenges they might encounter within? As for the 2 treasures obtained by Shi Yan, the second-place winner, Yunli held no interest, for she regarded mid-grade artifacts with disdain. Ji Lingran received a mid-grade artifact as well, the Phantom Boots, which would significantly augment her speed, allowing her to shorten the time required to set up the 7-kill array. Uncle, Li Xiango, Yunli and her companions bid farewell to them outside the 4-symbol city. Do not forget my request. It is imperative to strengthen the border defenses. The West Song has suffered a considerable setback at my hands. A cornered dog will leap over the wall, and moreover, the Songhai Academy possesses methods of forcibly merging with spirit beasts. Rest assured, liar, with your uncle here, the borders will remain secure. However, concerning your mother, uncle need not worry. My resolve for this journey to the Immortal Tomb is unwavering. Good. Nan Gongxiong's eyes brimmed with reluctance and sorrow. It pained him to see Liar endure hardships that should have been his burden. The journey to the Immortal Tomb would undoubtedly be fraught with peril, and Liar must prioritize her safety above all else. Otherwise, he could never forgive himself, nor could he explain it to her mother. Did you understand? The pain in his eyes transformed into tears, which he forcibly held back, reddening his gaze. Very well. Liar shall return safely to see her uncle, her grandmother, and her mother. Nan Gongxiong dared not say more, as each word deepened his reluctance to let Yunli face such immense dangers alone. He turned away, signaling Li Xian to bid farewell to Yunli. Li Xian approached Yunli. May I call you Liar? As your Isher, in this setting, it is certainly permissible, Yunli replied. Acknowledging that Li Xian had sought her for 15 years, despite never having met, the emotions entwined with those years of longing and waiting were palpable. Isher. Li Xian smiled wryly. Very well, very well. Protecting her in this capacity, silently supporting her from behind, was the closest he could be to her. You have devised much for Beili, enduring injuries along the way. Leave the matters ahead to me. I only hope you take care of yourself. Do not seek answers at the cost of your well-being. Is that acceptable? In the final match, Yunli deliberately held back, aiming to gauge the combat prowess of the false divine beasts, a fact Li Xian saw through instantly. His heart ached for her. She bore the weight of an entire nation on her seemingly frail shoulders. Very well, Yunli responded with a gentle smile. You must also ensure your safety in the capital to guard against potential assassinations from the West Song. Rest assured, did you not leave me with a considerable portion of the Imperial Guard strength? I am untroubled. With that, their conversation drew to a close. Though Li Xian felt a pang of reluctance, he departed alongside Nan Gongxiong. The capital of Beili was his battlefield. It was only there that he felt he had a role to play, as her most formidable supporter. Your Majesty, the Empress. Xiao Beilian also approached. I shall leave by Li Xian to you. To witness the beauty of the first-place victor today has rendered my journey worthwhile. This farewell may extend for an unknown number of years. With a flourish, Xiao Beilian produced a pot of small flowers from his sleeve. May your Majesty always bloom like this flower, exuberant and vibrant, forever brimming with life. Yunli accepted the pot, the flowers resembling pure white lilies of the valley, exuding an ethereal quality. Thank you, Your Majesty. I selected this after much deliberation. Do take good care of it. I hope to see it again upon our next meeting. Rest assured, it shall not wither away. Yunli's response seemed to address not only the flowers, but also the unspoken sentiments lingering between them. They parted with laughter. Yet beneath Xiao Beilian's smile lay a profound sense of melancholic separation. He dared not look back, fully aware from the beginning that they were rulers of rival nations, and a union between them was unattainable. Now, he comprehended even more that the path ahead for Yunli was one he could not traverse alongside her. Though he appeared carefree and flirtatious, he was, in truth, exceedingly rational. Yet, emotions and feelings, no matter how logical one might be, were difficult to conceal. He could only desperately admonish himself to quell the impossible hopes nestled deep within. As the 4-symbol city receded into the distance, nearly vanishing from sight, he found it hard to suppress the urge to look back. Alas, only feelings of loss, disappointment, and unfulfilled longing remained in his gaze. It dawned on him that the city had long since faded from sight with his cultivation. How could he possibly glimpse the fleeting figure of her in the distant four-symbol city? That evening, at the Imperial Academy, the entire institution radiated with the brightness of day, pulsating with a jubilant atmosphere celebrating their recent triumph, claiming 2 of the top 3 positions. Yunli and Jiang stood at the heart of the crowd, reveling in the celebration. In the secluded peaks of Xianye's residence, echoes of excitement and cheers could still be heard. He did not partake in the festivities at the Imperial Academy, but was instead preoccupied with a promise he had made to Yunli. With a sweep of his sleeve, an elliptical space materialized before him. Across from him, within this space, was a grand hall infused with ethereal splendor, where a figure resembling him appeared to be busy with state affairs. "Your Majesty," the figure hastily resumed his true appearance, revealing an elderly man with graying hair and a long beard, exuding an aura of celestial wisdom. "No need for formalities. I require you to perform a task for me. Your Majesty, please give your commands. Seek out an immortal skilled in artifact forging, preferably one who has recently ascended to the upper realm within the last millennium." Does your Majesty intend to forge artifacts? Do as instructed. Understood.